Chu Fan, you still say you didn't embezzle the spirit stones? You consume a huge amount of spirit stones every year. Is it really just to maintain the formation? You suck our blood under the pretext of guarding the demons. How vicious. There are still demons in the outside world. Where are you guarding? You must have accepted bribes and released the demons privately. Outside Tianhai City, Chu Fan heard these insults and ridicules, but he was unmoved. Next to him, there's a huge gate towering into the sky. There are 99 golden dragons carved on the door and countless mysterious talismans, which are daunting. The huge gate is connected to the legendary demon Forbidden Land. 3,000 years ago, when Chu Fan was 15 years old, he received the inheritance of the god of formation. One day, the gate of the Forbidden Land changed, the golden dragon trembled, and even cracks appeared. Once the gate of the Forbidden Land is broken, the demons will descend to the world. In order to keep the city safe and fulfill his master's last wish, Chu Fan set up the 10,000 Tribulations formation and entered the formation to forcibly seal the cracks and protect the gate of the forbidden area from being destroyed. In addition, maintaining the 10,000 Tribulations formation consumes a large amount of spiritual stones. The spiritual stones are provided by Tianhai City, but there are always people who are dissatisfied. Every now and then, there are cultivators who gather and question Chu Fan's embezzlement of spiritual stones and collusion with the demons. In fact, they're also very afraid of the demons and do not want Chu Fan to give up guarding. Every time they come, they mainly talk nonsense, bargain, and force Chu Fan to reduce the consumption of spiritual stones. For the sake of justice and the people, Chu Fan endured it. Many times, when the spiritual stones were not available, he had to burn his blood to maintain the formation. Guarding the demons for 3,000 years, Chu Fan imprisoned himself for 3,000 years, and Tianhai City prospered for 3,000 years. Today, this group of cultivators came to make noise again. Chu Fan had long been accustomed to this and was too lazy to pay attention. But unexpectedly, this time, the city lord Duan Yangon waved his arm and led people to force their way into the formation. This thief has sucked our blood for 3,000 years, and he must have hidden countless spiritual stones. We must get them back. That's right. Even if there's a demon army in the world, how can he suppress it? With the gate to the Forbidden Land, why do we need his shitty formation? Soon, the spiritual stones in the formation were looted. Even Chu Fan's personal belongings were forcibly taken away. What's more, some people claim to have obtained evidence that Chu Fan colluded with the demons and wanted to execute him on the spot. Over the years, Chu Fan has devoted most of his energy to the 10,000 Tribulations formation, making it difficult for him to practice normally and improve his cultivation. He simply couldn't stop so many cultivators. At this moment, due to the 0 spiritual stones, the formation could not be maintained and suddenly began to collapse. Boom, snap. Chu Fan was anxious, and he tried to repair the formation without hesitation, burning his blood and destroying his cultivation. But it was too late. The formation collapsed in an instant. Then, behind the gate of the Forbidden Land, a terrifying force erupted, tearing the huge gate open. Bang! The huge gate exploded and turned into black dust. The powerful pressure instantly enveloped the whole scene. Countless demons wearing armor swarmed in. All the human cultivators of the scene were shocked. Demons, demons? There really are demons. But then, the fear in their eyes turned into anger and complaints. Chu Fan, it's all your fault. Why didn't you guard the formation well? What are you doing guarding the demons for so many years? You opened the gate of the Forbidden Land. You let the demons go. You're a sinner for all ages. You deserve to die. Chu Fan laughed at himself and was completely relieved. The leader of the demon clan glanced at him calmly and said, "It's you who has been obstructing my army for 3,000 years? Huh, you're very capable." Yes, it's him. He is the one who did it. Duan Yangon and others knelt down and cried, "We are all irrelevant people. Please let us live. Lord Demon. Want to live? Simple. If you want to leave, stab him and I'll let you go." The leader of the demon clan waved his hand, and a black spear was inserted straight in front of everyone. Everyone took a deep breath, and then their eyes were full of bloodshot, and they scrambled. "I'll go first. Let me go first. Chu Fan, it's all your fault. I wanted to kill you a long time ago. I want to stab you twice more." Chu Fan saw with his own eyes that his body was riddled with holes, and he felt the pain of being pierced by thousands of spears, and his heart was dead. When he regained consciousness, he felt no pain at all. He glanced at his palms, which were very white, and he didn't look like he was 3,000 years old at all. What am I doing? Chu Fan felt the state of his body and was surprised to find that this was a 20-year-old body. I was reborn? Back to 3,000 years ago? This is probably my 5th year of guarding the demon clan? In order to confirm this speculation, Chu Fan quickly pinched a few handprints. A huge golden pattern appeared on the ground. This pattern represents the early 10,000 Tribulations formation. When Chu Fan was guarding the demon clan in his previous life, the gate of the Forbidden Land had only a small crack at first, but the crack would continue to expand and become stronger. Therefore, he must continue to study the formation and improve the formation synchronously to suppress the crack. The formation evolves once a year on average, from the 1st level to the 3,000th level. At this moment, the formation under his feet was still the 5th level, a little crude, much weaker than 3,000 years later. Of course, the cracks at this time were also very weak, and the 5th level formation was enough to suppress them. I'm back. Chu Fan closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath of fresh air and back. So good. Just at this time, a group of cultivators came to the outside of the formation. They looked at Chu Fan, then looked at the spirit stones in the formation, and said dissatisfiedly, Chu Fan, you were just lazy in there, right? He is really cheating us of spirit stones by occupying the toilet without taking a shit. You'd better explain clearly the detailed use of each spirit stone. Chu Fan glanced at them. Haha, there are some familiar faces. Now I have you, and you will kill me 3,000 years later. One of the young men had a loud and conspicuous voice, and it was the city lord 3,000 years later, Duan Yangon. But now, Duan Yangon is just a dandy, far from the prestige of 3,000 years later. Why, we hit the nail on the head, and you can't refute it. A middle-aged man with a strong breath said angrily. Chu Fan also remembered this man, the elder of the Tang family, Tang Xiong. 3,000 years later, he fired the first shot. Chu Fan thought carefully. It was quite surprising that Duan Yangon could live to 3,000 years later. In his previous life, Chu Fan himself could live to 3,000 years old because he was almost integrated with the formation. As long as the formation was not destroyed, he would not die. It is difficult for ordinary people to live so long. A cultivator who can live to 3,000 years must have a cultivation that goes beyond common sense. Duan Yongan's talent is not high. I don't know what great opportunity he encountered later, but he actually changed his fate against the will of heaven. As for Tang Xiong, he has been gifted since childhood, and now he has become an elder of the Tang family. If he works hard in the future, it will not be difficult for him to live for more than 1,000 years. When Chu Fan glanced at the two old acquaintances, the other cultivators were not idle. Your cultivation is so low. What powerful formation can you set? You must be cheating for spirit stones. The gate of the Forbidden Land was left by the ancient strong, and it is as solid as a rock. This kid's formation is purely unnecessary. Even if you set up a formation, you don't have to consume so much, right? In the future, the spirit stones we provide must be halved. The familiar accusation echoed in his ears. Chu Fan smiled coldly. If he was 20 years old in his previous life, he would definitely explain the pros and cons seriously and persuade everyone to retreat. Out of fear of the demons, everyone had to give up. Then come back after a while. It's almost menstruation. But in this life, Chu Fan doesn't want to be a saint. Benevolence and morality, the people of the world, your life and death, it's none of my business. When everyone was accusing him, Chu Fan laughed and said, since you don't want me to defend, then I won't defend. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Huh? No, we just want to force you to abdicate and squeeze you so that you can use less spiritual stones. Isn't it said that burning blood can replace spiritual stones? You can burn more and help us save some spiritual stones. We didn't ask you not to defend. If you don't defend, what should we do if the demons really run out? Chapter 2. Why the panic? Wait a moment, Chu Fan. Do not be hasty. Ahem. This matter requires careful consideration. You have only guarded for 5 years. How can you so easily abandon it? The youth must not act impulsively, but rather consider the greater picture. The crowd began to panic, their tones softening considerably. Chu Fan paid them no mind, lightly stamping his foot. With a resounding crack, golden lines emerged upon the ground, coalescing into an immense and intricate pattern. Great desolation array. Dissipate. Chu Fan waved his hand, and the array's intricate designs exploded in unison, resembling a scroll torn into countless fragments. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers widened their eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Chu Fan, have you lost your mind? You selfish rogue. Have you considered the safety of Tianhai City with the array's destruction? You must be a traitor to the demon clan. Otherwise, why not defend it?" Instead of feeling angered by their insults, Chu Fan found their reactions amusing. "I have guarded the demon clan for 3,000 years. Why should you panic if I choose not to? Is this not what you have long desired? You save spirit stones, and I save my life, a win-win situation." At that moment, Duan Yong'an stepped forth from the crowd, his voice stern. "Chu Fan, swiftly reconstruct the array, or you shall be considered our enemy." Chu Fan laughed derisively. "So you are eager to show off now, are you?" Duan Yong'an furrowed his brow and retorted, "What nonsense is this? Do not feign ignorance, immediately reinstate the array, or face dire consequences. Indeed, do not let him leave. If the demon army breaks forth, Chu Fan, 100 deaths would not suffice to atone for your sins." Other cultivators echoed fervently. "And if I refuse?" Chu Fan's expression turned icy. "By what right do you refuse to defend?" Duan Yong'an scoffed, drawing his sword. "If you do not defend, you shall not take a single step further." Chu Fan chuckled. "You believe you can stop me?" Duan Yong'an was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "Chu Fan, do you still believe you are my match?" In the path of cultivation, one progresses through realms, from body refinement to chi gathering, and then to transformation. Each realm is further divided into 9 tiers. Body refinement is merely the honing of the physical form. With effort, most cultivators can attain this stage. Chi gathering signifies a qualitative transformation. Yet many cultivators spend their lives without grasping the essence of spirit energy and remain unable to gather chi. At just 15, Chu Fan had already entered the first level of chi gathering, undoubtedly a prodigy. Had he not guarded the array and instead focused on his cultivation, he could have reached the 7th or 8th tier, or even higher. But there are no ifs. The truth is that he has stagnated while others have progressed. 5 years ago, Duan Yong'an could only look up to Chu Fan. Now he has long surpassed him. Nearby, many other cultivators displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Indeed, Chu Fan was exceptional 5 years ago. However, guarding the array for so long has caused him to neglect his cultivation, leaving his progress nearly stagnant. Duan Yong'an, under the guidance of a master, has continually progressed and now stands at the 3rd layer of chi gathering. The gap of 2 layers is insurmountable. Yet he dares to provoke Duan Xiao. With a smug expression, Duan Yong'an declared, "Chu Fan, you were the one who instigated me. Do not blame me for taking advantage of the weak." As soon as the words left his lips, he swung his long sword, infused with a fierce spiritual energy, towards Chu Fan. Once overshadowed by Chu Fan, he now relished the opportunity to reclaim his dignity. The 3rd layer of chi gathering indeed possesses formidable prowess, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. With a sharp intake of breath, Chu Fan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly leapt backwards as the sword sliced through the air, creating a piercing sound. Had he evaded it so effortlessly? His reflexes and mastery over spiritual energy seemed far beyond that of an ordinary 20-year-old. Although his cultivation level had not changed, his strength had markedly increased, leaving the crowd in disbelief. "I shall see just how many times you can evade." Duan Yong'an, humiliated and enraged, wore an ashen expression. With a cultivation level 2 layers higher, he should have easily vanquished Chu Fan, but he had faltered publicly, a disgrace beyond measure. With a low growl, Duan Yong'an lunged at Chu Fan once more. A smirk curled at the corners of Chu Fan's mouth. Indeed, his cultivation had not advanced in 5 years. Yet, in his previous life, he had lived for 3,000 years. During that time, he had been preoccupied with maintaining formations, leaving little room for personal cultivation. However, the inability to cultivate did not equate to complete stagnation. Rather, his progress had been exceedingly slow. Ultimately, he had endured for 3,000 years. Thus, although Chu Fan's physical state was that of the 1st layer of chi gathering, his experience, insight, and awareness were monstrous in comparison. At merely 26, Duan Yong'an's 2-layer advantage in cultivation was ineffectual in practical combat. Should he gain significant fortune in the future, Chu Fan might regard him with some trepidation, but the current Duan Yong'an was hardly worth mentioning. With a swift slash, Duan Yong'an's 2nd attack came. Yet Chu Fan remained composed, his internal techniques circulating swiftly. Streams of spiritual energy flowed through his meridians along arcane and unique pathways. Gathering Spirit Array, activate. With a thought, an immense surge of spiritual energy converged around him, as the natural energies of the surroundings spontaneously flowed into his being. In his previous life of 3,000 years, despite the slow advancement of his cultivation, he had reached the pinnacle of mastery in the art of formations. On one hand, he had inherited the legacy of the god of formations. On the other, he had spent 3 millennia studying arrays and contending with fractures, progressively enhancing his capabilities in formations. Chu Fan had even comprehended the ultimate essence of formations, enabling him to combine certain arrays with techniques by controlling the flow of spiritual energy within his body. He could create specific trajectories to manifest the effects of certain formations. This was akin to establishing a miniature array within himself, such as the Gathering Spirit Array at this moment. The Gathering Spirit Array could additionally amass the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, effectively augmenting Chu Fan's strength. Despite the fact that Chu Fan's mastery of the paper realm remained unchanged, the amount of spiritual energy he could command had significantly increased, both in quantity and potency. And it was not a trivial enhancement. In the blink of an eye, as Chu Fan activated his Gathering Spirit formation, Duan Yong'an's sword was already perilously close. The blade radiated an icy chill, with tumultuous spiritual power poised to unleash. With a cold snort, Chu Fan thrust both hands forward. Slap. His palms precisely clamped down on the longsword. Duan Yong'an's spiritual energy was instantly crushed into oblivion, rendering the sword utterly immobile. What? Duan Yong'an's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his full-force strike be caught bare-handed by his opponent? The other cultivators exchanged bewildered glances. Am I seeing things? Is this truly the first layer of the Gathering Spirit realm? Or is it that Duan Yong'an's foundation is so unstable, the third layer is inflated? Fury surged within Duan Yong'an as he bellowed. You dare humiliate me in public. You shall pay for this. In a frenzy, he poured his spiritual energy into the longsword, attempting to cleave Chu Fan in two. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, the sword could not budge from Chu Fan's grasp. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Duan Yong'an, Chu Fan's pupils constricted as he remarked, "Ha, kill me? I have yet to seek you out." Before his words had fully escaped, the effects of the Gathering Spirit formation within him surged dramatically. Clang! With a flick of his wrist, Chu Fan twisted the long sword until it shattered. Duan Yong'an's face turned pale with terror as he instinctively attempted to retreat. However, Chu Fan hurled the severed blade with ferocity. Whoosh! The broken sword pierced through the air, plunging directly into Duan Yong'an's chest. Blood erupted forth as the sword exited through his back. A heart-piercing strike, and Duan Yong'an met his demise. Chapter 3. Principle and interest. The lifeless body of Duan Yong'an crashed heavily to the ground. Perhaps, in the future, he would have encountered great fortunes and risen to prominence. Yet that opportunity has been irrevocably lost to him. Is he dead? The challenge had been 2 levels higher. And yet he was vanquished in mere seconds. This Chu Fan is indeed enigmatic. The onlookers gazed at the corpse on the ground, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Even many seasoned veterans felt a lingering unease. This young man, clearly at the first tier of the Gathering Chi realm, seemed unfathomably profound. Wait, everyone. Do not panic. Look at the gate of the Forbidden Land. Is it not as steadfast as ever? A voice broke through the tension, directing everyone's attention towards the imposing gate. The door stood firm and unyielding, just as it always had. Indeed, the gate remained resolute. It appears we were merely alarmed for no reason. Truly, the seal left by the ancient powers is formidable. Suddenly, laughter erupted among the crowd as they found solace in their realization. Moments ago, witnessing Chu Fan dismantle the Grand Formation had instinctively stirred their anxiety, fearing that the demonic forces might indeed breach the gate. Thus, they had coerced Chu Fan to maintain the formation and guard the entrance. However, time had passed, and the gate had shown no signs of change, remaining as secure as ever. They quickly concluded that Chu Fan's so-called 10,000 calamities formation was utterly unnecessary. The gate of the Forbidden Land had withstood the test of countless ages. How could it ever falter? Without his absurd formation, the gate could not possibly be compromised. It turned out their suspicions were correct. Chu Fan had indeed used the formation as a pretext to swindle spirit stones. How brazen! With this understanding, the crowd's panic dissipated, replaced by indignation as they berated Chu Fan. Cunning villain, you have deceived all of Tianhai City. Over the span of 5 years, we have squandered thousands of spirit stones for your grand formation. You must have pocketed them all, haven't you? This infuriates me to no end. I shall slay him. Wait, if he dies, who will reimburse us for our spirit stones? Chu Fan, you must first repay the spirit stones. Indeed, each spirit stone represents our sweat and toil. Return them to us. Before long, the crowd reached a consensus. Given the circumstances, killing Chu Fan would serve no purpose. It would be far more prudent to compel him to repay his debts. In truth, I owe you all? Chu Fan laughed, the last remnants of his compassion evaporating. Very well, principal and interest. I shall repay you 1,000 spirit stones. Tang Xiong stepped forward, his demeanor aggressive. Others echoed their agreement. After having been deceived for so long, demanding a mere 1,000 was an act of great mercy. They had anticipated that Chu Fan might engage in some form of negotiation. To their surprise, he readily acquiesced, saying, "All right, I shall return the 1,000 spirit stones. However, I do not possess such a sum at present. Grant me a month to gather the stones, and you may distribute them amongst yourselves." For Chu Fan, the optimal outcome would be to exit gracefully at this moment. While it would be easy to slay a Duan Yongin, he was surrounded by at least 1,000 cultivators. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to contend against such overwhelming odds. Using formations is futile. Many formidable arrays have specific conditions for utilization. Even the old dog, Tang Xiong, is not easily dealt with. If a conflict were to arise, despite Chu Fan's ability to rescue numerous individuals, he would ultimately sacrifice his own life. Trading lives is unnecessary. With 3,000 years of experience from his previous life, he merely needs to practice a bit to overpower these individuals effortlessly. Thus, Chu Fan does not mind repaying debts. I have my life to offer, and you may take it as you please. Well, this young man finally dares to act with conviction. 1 month hence, at the Lord's residence, if you cannot present 10,000 spirit stones, your entire clan shall pay with their lives. The crowd secretly rejoiced while maintaining a fierce faade. No problem. Chu Fan chuckled softly and strode away. A month later, you may seek the demon army for assistance. As he departed, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the gate to the forbidden area. A golden dragon bore a distinct crack, nestled precisely between two of its scales. Due to the immense size of the forbidden gate, towering over 100 feet, this small crack, barely the size of a palm, appeared insignificant, as if it did not exist. Yet, only Chu Fan was aware that once a crack emerges, it becomes irreversible and will continue to expand. Without the suppression of the Great Calamity Array, the crack would widen rapidly. Within a month, the forbidden gate would collapse. After Chu Fan's departure, some cultivators expressed their concerns. Do you think Chu Fan can gather 10,000 spirit stones? Indeed, the Chu family has just suffered a devastating blow. They cannot possibly produce such a sum. Are you foolish? His father, having lived a lifetime, must have left behind considerable assets. Only Chu Fan can uncover these treasures. After more than half an hour, Chu Fan entered Tian'ai City, hastening to the Chu residence. In his past life, he had been true to Tian'ai City and his conscience. Yet, he had failed his dearest relatives. After 3 millennia, he had never left the Great Formation nor returned to his family. Now, given a second chance, he finally had the opportunity to make amends. However, upon reaching the Chu family's entrance, he found it desolate and somewhat dilapidated. The Chu family held a prominent status in Tian'ai City, and his father, Chu Xinghe, was a formidable head of the household. How could such decay occur in just 5 years? An ominous premonition gripped Chu Fan as he hastily entered the estate. Upon arriving at his former residence, he overheard a sharp voice. "You ungrateful girl, you should be grateful for a meal, yet you still pick and choose." In the hall, the maid Lu rolled her eyes at the girl before her. The girl was none other than Chu Fan's sister, Chu Waner. However, she bore no semblance of the young lady she once was. Dressed in plain garments, her complexion pale, she looked at the bowls and chopsticks on the table with humiliation. Ever since their father's untimely death and their uncle's ascension as head of the family, she had faced constant exclusion. Now, even the maid from her uncle's household had begun to look down on her. Lu, responsible for the daily meals, served increasingly meager portions, and today, she had the audacity to present a bowl of dog food. Chuwana felt tears welling up within her. If only my father had not perished. If only my brother had not taken on the guardianship of the Forbidden Gate, how could our home have descended into such disarray? Yet she restrained herself, merely clenching her fists and stating, "I shall not eat. Take it away." Lu rolled her eyes and retorted, "If you refuse to eat, then have the audacity to forego food in the future and starve. You ungrateful wretch. Were it not for the blood of the Chu family coursing through your veins, I would have sold you to a brothel long ago." With that, she seized the bowl and hurled it violently to the ground. Disdaining dog food? In the next meal, there shall be no dog food at all. Chu Waner bit her silver teeth, secretly resolving, Our family has fallen into the hands of scoundrels. My father's vengeance remains unavenged. I cannot act impulsively. I must survive. Upon witnessing Chu Wanner's resolute expression, Lulu inexplicably felt a surge of anger and scolded, "Vile servant. What sort of gaze is that? Do you find me displeasing? Have I given you too much face?" Saying this, she raised her hand and struck towards Chu Wanner's face. However, just as her palm was en route, an overwhelming force intervened. A broad hand seized Lulu's wrist. Chu Wanner was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in delight, "Brother." Chu Fan's expression was grim. He had returned home with high hopes, only to be met with this scene. Lulu turned to see Chu Fan and, filled with suspicion, questioned, "Chu Fan, why have you returned instead of guarding the gate properly?" Chu Fan furrowed his brow and replied, "You, a mere maid, dare to defy the heavens?" Lulu laughed mockingly. "Chu Fan, you have been away for 5 years. You are likely unaware of the turmoil that has befallen the Chu family. As for me, I am now the young masteress." Before she could finish her sentence, Chu Fan's hand exerted a sudden force. Crack! Lulu's wrist was crushed on the spot. Chapter 4. The Chu Family Cemetery. The agony of a severed arm drove Lulu to a frenzied scream. With venomous eyes, she glared at Chu Fan, exclaiming, "Chu Fan, the tides of fortune ebb and flow. Do you still believe you are invincible?" Chu Fan, visibly impatient, retaliated with a sharp slap. How dare a mere servant bite the hand that feeds? With a resounding crack, Lulu was sent sprawling, blood spilling from her mouth, half her face swelling grotesquely. "Ah, woe is me. Chu Fan, your end is nigh. You are doomed," she wailed, crouching on the ground, her anguish palpable. Chu Wanner grasped Chu Fan's arm, cautioning him, "Brother, do not act rashly." With a furrowed brow, Chu Fan inquired, "What has transpired? Why does the Chu family seem so desolate?" Upon his arrival, he had noticed an unsettling silence enveloping the household. With tears welling in her eyes, Chu Wanner embraced her brother tightly, revealing, "Brother, father has passed away, and now our second uncle has assumed the role of family head." "What? Father, so formidable, could not have perished?" The revelation struck Chu Fan like a bolt from the blue. Suppressing her sorrow, Chu Wanner recounted the events swiftly. Half a month prior, their father had secluded himself to break through to a higher realm, but had unexpectedly suffered a backlash. For reasons unknown, this information had leaked, prompting a group of masked assailants to storm the Chu residence under the cover of night. Taking advantage of their father's vulnerability, they had ruthlessly taken his life. Consequently, the Chu family faced devastating losses, its ranks severely thinned. Their father, Chu Xinghe, the rightful patriarch, was gone, leaving the family in disarray. Ordinarily, as the legitimate son of the family head, Chu Fan would have been positioned to take over. However, his absence had created a power vacuum. Seizing the opportunity, the second uncle, Chu Jianyuan, had gathered supporters and ascended to leadership. Once in power, the second branch of the family engaged in a ruthless purge, targeting the loyalists of Chu Xinghe. As the daughter of the former patriarch, Wanner found herself ostracized and oppressed, even the servants refusing to acknowledge her presence. Though she had contemplated fleeing, she resolved to remain and uncover the traitor responsible for leaking their father's weakened state. For the past month, she had endured humiliation, living a life worse than that of beasts. "Father, how could you? Your son has failed you." Overwhelmed with grief, Chu Fan was engulfed in despair. Then, suddenly, he erupted into a heart-wrenching laughter. "Ha! So it is true. Father has long since departed. They have deceived me for nearly 3,000 years. 3,000 years. In his sorrow, Chu Fan recalled that in his previous life, he had never been informed of his father's demise. It was clear now that his father had perished. Yet, in that life, 5 years after he had taken on the role of a sentinel, his father had come to visit him alongside Wanner several times at the Forbidden Gates. Gradually, those visits became less frequent, until the last occasion when his father had claimed he was embarking on a journey to explore the world and seek the truth of immortality. After that, he had vanished without a trace. Chu Fan had once believed that his father was pursuing loftier aspirations. Now, he comprehended the bitter truth. The father he had seen over the years had been an illusion. Wanner, too, was likely a mere fabrication. She, too, had probably met her end. The figures he had encountered in his past life, his father, his sister, had been impostors from Tianhai City. Their purpose was to conceal the tragedy of their family's demise, ensuring that Chu Fan remained focused on guarding against the demonic forces. As they hesitated to part with their spirit stones, they resorted to deceiving Chu Fan. At times, the human heart can be far more sordid than that of the demon clan. "Brother, What troubles you? What of 3,000 years? Chu Wana observed the pallor of Chu Fan's complexion and inquired with concern. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Chu Fan replied, "It's nothing, Wana. I have returned. No one shall bully you again. Brother, sob, you have finally returned. I was so frightened, terrified that you would perish at the gates of the forbidden land." Chu Wana's eyes glistened with tears. "I am sorry," Chu Fan expressed with profound guilt. At that moment, in a corner, Lulu stood up and spat disdainfully. "Ah, what a beautiful bond between siblings. Truly touching, is it not? Chu Fan, you must comprehend the situation. This Chu family is no longer yours." In a hushed tone, Chu Wana added, "After our second uncle ascended to power, his son, Chu Hao, became the new master. Lulu, once merely a maid, had recently gained favor with Chu Hao and experienced a complete transformation." Chu Fan understood now. No wonder Lulu seemed like a different person. The ascent from poverty to wealth often breeds arrogance. The more she witnessed her former master's downfall, the more satisfaction she derived, relishing the thought of trampling upon him. "Humph. Although I am not yet formally wed to the young master, I am still his woman, destined to become the young mistress," Lulu proclaimed with pride. "Chu Fan, you have been absent for 5 years. It is time you recognized your place." With a mocking tone, Chu Fan replied, "And what of it?" Lulu, with an air of superiority, commanded, "It's quite simple. You shall kneel and apologize. Considering you are the descendant of the former family head, I might plead for your life with the young master." Her face gleamed with excitement as she spoke. Once, she had to bow and scrape before Chu Fan. But now she could force him to kneel. Was this the feeling of being above others? It was exhilarating. However, before Lulu could finish her taunt, Chu Fan waved his hand with a fierce intention. The fragments of the dog's food bowl on the ground were suddenly swept up by a vicious surge of spiritual energy and shot towards her. Chu Fan's movement was so swift that Lulu had no time to react before a deep gash appeared on her neck, blood gushing forth. The shards had cruelly severed her throat. With a thud, Lulu collapsed, her body stained crimson with blood. Her eyes remained wide with disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that someone would dare to kill the future young mistress. Upon witnessing this, Chu Wana turned pale and hurriedly grasped Chu Fan's arm, saying, "Brother, you have killed her. The Chu family will not spare you. If I do not remain in the Chu family, how shall I uncover the truth behind father's death?" Chu Fan countered. Chu Wana, feeling helpless, replied, "Lulu is Chu Hao's woman. He will not let you go unpunished for her death." Chu Fan responded with a sense of inevitability, "Then let us eliminate him." Chu Wana hesitated. After father's demise, his loyal supporters were purged. "The remaining clan members are all under the command of our second uncle and his son. We are isolated. Opposing them would mean declaring war against the entire Chu family." Chu Fan chuckled. "They, father and son, aspire to control the family without even considering my opinion." "What do you mean, brother?" Chu Wana replied incredulously. "The Chu family is my father's life's work. How can it fall into the hands of scoundrels? I shall reclaim the Chu family." Chu Fan spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his tone exuded an undeniable strength. Suddenly, Chu Wana felt as though her brother had transformed. Perhaps he truly could seize back the family? If so, investigating their father's death would become significantly easier. "Wana, first take me to see our father's grave," Chu Fan continued. "All right," she nodded. Before long, the two arrived at the Chu family cemetery. After the second branch successfully seized power, they still allowed Chu Xinghe to be interred in the ancestral grave, with a grand burial. After all, Chu Xinghe was officially the former family head, having made substantial contributions, and the family owed him that much. At the funeral, the second branch's members wept the hardest, their sorrow genuine. As for purging Chu Xinghe's confidants, such matters were kept discreet. Chu Fan approached a pristine gravestone, the grave of Chu Xinghe, the seventh head of the Chu family. "Father," Chu Fan knelt, exclaiming, "I have been an unfilial son. I have never considered the sacrifices you made for me. Rest assured, father, I have returned and will seek justice for you. Those who harmed you shall soon accompany you to the underworld. Moreover, I will take good care of Wana, ensuring she suffers no grievances." With a few ritualistic bows, Chu Fan could no longer contain his tears. Having lost his mother at a young age, he now faced the loss of his father. With parents, life still has its origins. Without them, only the path home remains. Fortunately, Wana was still there, a cherished connection. After lighting a stick of incense, Chu Fan turned and asked, "Wana, how much do you know about father's death?" Chu Wana replied, "It was sudden. That night, a group of black-clad men invaded the Chu family, their identities unknown. They were few in number, but possessed formidable strength and discipline, making it difficult for the Chu family to resist, resulting in significant casualties. I suspect they hail from a prominent family in Tianhai City. One thing is certain. There is a traitor within the Chu family who leaked news of our father's injury to those black-clad men. I am not entirely sure who the traitor is, but I suspect it may involve our second uncle. After all, with father's death, he stands to gain the most. However, as he is now the family head, investigating him poses a challenge. Chu Fan nodded. I will remember that. Let us begin our inquiries with the second uncle. By the way, brother, are you no longer guarding the forbidden gate? Chu Wanner suddenly recalled something. She was overjoyed by her brother's return, but once she settled down, worry crept in about the forbidden place. Chu Fan smiled. I no longer guard it. I cannot protect everyone in this world, nor do they deserve it. If the demon race insists on emerging, I will only ensure your safety. Very well. Chu Wanner felt her spirits lift. In her heart, witnessing her brother live well was perhaps more important than the fate of the entire world. As the two conversed, a hearty laughter echoed from the entrance of the cemetery. Ha, brother, you truly have returned. A young man clad in exquisite attire hastened towards Chu Fan. It was none other than his cousin, Chu Hao, the son of his second uncle. In truth, Chu Hao was merely a few months younger than Chu Fan, and they had grown up together as close kin. In the past, Chu Fan had always regarded Chu Hao as a brother, indulging him during their childhood. However, with the recent usurpation of power by their uncle, Chu Hao had ascended to the status of a young master, while Chu Fan could tolerate the shift. For he cared little for the hollow title of clan leader, he could not abide the humiliation that Wanner endured within the family. The fact that Lulu served her dog food was undoubtedly sanctioned by Chu Hao. The fraternal bond they once cherished had ultimately been misplaced. Chu Fan's expression darkened. Yet Chu Hao wore a radiant smile as he called out from a distance, Brother, I've missed you terribly. I heard from the clansmen that you had returned and were headed towards the cemetery, so I rushed over. With a serious tone, Chu Fan remarked. Is it not because you saw Lulu's corpse? Chu Hao laughed heartily, responding, Lulu? Merely a lowly maid. Her death is inconsequential. Did she truly believe that spending a few nights in my company would elevate her to mistress? Were you aware that Lulu has been feeding Wanner dog food? Chu Fan inquired again. What? Such a thing exists? Truly despicable. Brother, it would be best if you eliminated her. She is utterly lacking in discernment. Chu Hao retorted angrily, though his exaggerated expression almost made Chu Fan chuckle. However, he chose to remain patient, curious to discern his cousin's true intentions. Chu Hao then glanced at the tombstone and sighed. Brother, we all mourn the passing of our uncle. Yet, it is as it is. You must take care of yourself. With our uncle's prowess, even in death, he shall remain a formidable spirit. Chu Fan replied coolly, I shall avenge my father. Chu Hao responded earnestly. The matter of vengeance is one that all clansmen will endeavor to pursue. However, brother, to uncover the truth, the clan must expend considerable manpower and resources. Our family's finances are already dwindling. Oh, what do you imply? Chu Fan countered. Chu Hao smirked. Brother, you have guarded the demon clan for 5 years, expending vast amounts of spirit stones annually. Surely, you have not been entirely above board. Our clan is in dire straits and requires your support. Chu Fan smiled knowingly. It was no wonder that he was being treated with such courtesy. They were after his spirit stones. What say you, brother? We are all kin. For the sake of the family's progress, you would not be stingy, would you? Chu Hao rubbed his fingers together. Chu Fan replied coolly, I have no spirit stones. None? Chu Hao's expression soured. His cordiality towards Chu Fan was born out of a desire for spirit stones. As for Lulu, her demise was insignificant, a mere woman. But if Chu Fan refused to yield his spirit stones, what need was there for pretense? At once, Chu Hao's tone turned cold. Chu Fan, I have shown you ample respect and courtesy. Do not blame me for severing our brotherly bond should you choose to disregard it. With that, he raised his arm, and a throng of figures swiftly surged into the cemetery, rushing towards Chu Fan. Chapter 5. Do you dare to kill me? Before long, 10 cultivators from the Chu family surrounded Chu Fan. With a smug expression, Chu Hao declared, Chu Fan, you truly fail to grasp the situation. The Chu family is now under the dominion of my father and me. You shall hand over the spirit stones, whether you like it or not. Chu Fan surveyed the crowd with a calm demeanor and replied, What? Are you all intending to rebel against authority? Withdraw now, and out of kinship. I may choose to overlook your intrusion. The group erupted in laughter, exclaiming, rebel against authority? Chu Hao is the true heir of the family now. What are you? But a mere nobody? You are the one beneath us. Chu Fan, do you dare defy the orders of the air? Acknowledge your mistake now, and perhaps the air will spare your life. With a sardonic smile, Chu Fan responded, it seems necessary to cleanse the ranks. The crowd exchanged sidelong glances, scoffing, Chu Fan. It appears your intellect is truly lacking. Instead of pondering purification, you should first consider how to survive. Chu Hao's expression darkened ominously. My dear brother, I am aware that you were once a prodigy, hence I have shown you due respect. These 10 cultivators are hand-picked elites, all at the second or third tier of the gathering Qi realm, each superior to you. I am eager to see how you will face 10 opponents. Brothers, incapacitate him. I intend to make him kneel at my feet. As the words left his mouth, the 10 cultivators of the Chu family lunged forward in unison. They understood that Chu Fan had remained stagnant at the first tier of the gathering Qi realm for 5 years. Any one of them surpassed him in cultivation. Besides, how could he possibly contend against 10? It was overkill. The air was simply too cautious. However, before their attacks could reach Chu Fan, they were astonished to see him leap into the air, instantaneously appearing aloft. What? So swift? The crowd gasped in disbelief. A mere first-tier cultivator possessed such reflexes and speed? With a casual leap, he evaded all their strikes. Yet, this astonishment was fleeting, swiftly morphing into mockery. Fool, you may have dodged this round of attacks. But what comes next? In the air, you have no leverage, nowhere to retreat. You are merely a living target. Dragon Tiger Palm? One of the third-tier cultivators reacted swiftly, raising his hand to unleash a palm technique directed at Chu Fan above. The others, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit with a second wave of assaults. Suddenly, just as Chu Fan had jumped into the air, he plummeted with an abnormal velocity. His body descended like a weight, as if infused with molten iron. Thud. Before the crowd could comprehend the situation, Chu Fan's foot crashed down upon the Dragon Tiger Palm. Crack. The cultivator's entire arm shattered beneath the impact. Yet, Chu Fan's motion did not halt. Propelled by the recoil of the palm technique, he swiftly stepped forward. Crack. With a single stride, he planted his foot upon another cultivator's head. The cultivator, who had just drawn his sword to attack Chu Fan, had his skull split open instantly. Without losing momentum, Chu Fan continued to advance. Crack. 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 With each powerful kick delivered by Chu Fan, the remaining cultivators met their demise, their skulls shattered. Within mere breaths, 9 out of 10 cultivators lay lifeless. The sole survivor was the one who had initially employed the Dragon Tiger Palm technique. His right arm was crushed, and as he contemplated launching a sneak attack with his left hand, the sight of the corpses strewn about extinguished any courage to resist. He fell to his knees, wailing, Young master, I was wrong. I was merely following the orders of the young master. No, the vile Chu Hao. I had no intention of targeting you. I had no choice. I beseech you, spare my life. Chu Fan chuckled lightly, replying, No choice? I offered you an opportunity earlier. With that, he unleashed a palm strike. The force of his blow caused the man's eyes to bulge, and he became yet another lifeless body. All 10 Qi Gathering Realm cultivators were now deceased. With the enhancement of the Spirit Gathering Array within his body, dealing with a few early-stage Qi Gathering cultivators was effortless. Since these individuals chose to align themselves with Chu Hao, Chu Fan showed no mercy. You were supposed to guard the formation for 5 years. No. It's impossible. How could you be this strong? Chu Hao, witnessing the carnage, turned pale with fear. He understood that his cousin was a genius and had employed 10 Qi Gathering Realm cultivators to ensure a foolproof plan. Each of them was at least 1 or 2 realms above Chu Fan. He had anticipated a simple victory, never foreseeing such a disastrous outcome. Chu Fan remained silent, advancing directly towards Chu Hao. Overwhelmed with trepidation, Chu Hao instinctively recoiled, but where could he retreat? In an instant, as he took a couple of steps back, Chu Fan seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Gasping for breath, Chu Hao's face turned crimson, veins bulging. Chu Fan sighed softly, remarking, It's been 5 years, yet you remain so feeble. This cousin had always shown mediocre talent and a lack of diligence in cultivation. Having only reached the 4th layer of the body refinement realm, 5 years later, he had barely advanced to the 5th layer, squandering the family's resources on his own lackluster progress. Brother, please, it's all a misunderstanding. Those 10 were not my arrangements. Chu Hao struggled to utter, barely able to breathe. Not your arrangements? Then it was your father's doing? Chu Fan asked with a smile. Yes, exactly. It was my father. He is the one behind all this. Chu Hao stammered, momentarily stunned before hastily responding. Truly filial of you, Chu Fan retorted coldly. Do you wish to live? Very well. I shall pose a few questions, and your fate will hinge upon your answers. Chu Hao nodded weakly, managing to respond. All right, I promise to speak freely. But brother, could you please loosen your grip? I'm on the verge of suffocation. Only then did Chu Fan release his hold, inquiring. Who leaked the news of the Chu family's ambush and my father's weakened state? Gasping for air, Chu Hao wore an innocent expression, replying, Well, I truly don't know. Chu Wana questioned. Once my father passed away, you and second uncle seized the opportunity to rise to power, eliminating my father's former associates. You were the primary suspects. Chu Hao's expression was far from composed as he coughed awkwardly. My father and I merely stumbled upon a great opportunity, but that was purely coincidental. A family cannot be without a leader for even a day. If my father does not take the helm, then who will? Coincidence? When the black-clad assailants attacked, the clan members fought valiantly, while you and second uncle just happened to be out, as if foreseeing the danger and deliberately evading it. Is that also a coincidence? These are merely your suspicions. There is no evidence whatsoever. Chu Hao rolled his eyes and added, I suspect you are the one who leaked the information. You. Chu Wanner's face flushed with anger. Would I harm my own father? Do you think I am jesting with you? Chu Fan, growing impatient, retaliated with a swift slap. Smack. The blow caused Chu Hao's front teeth to fly out, mingled with blood and saliva. You. Chu Hao winced in pain, tears welling up in his eyes as he pointed at Chu Fan, unable to voice his fury. Chu Fan coldly stated, as I mentioned, if your response does not satisfy me, you shall meet your demise. His tone was calm, yet the threat was palpably menacing. A chill ran down Chu Hao's spine as he stammered. I will tell you about the origins of the black-clad figures. While I was clearing the battlefield, I discovered a token they had dropped. I will fetch it for you. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket to retrieve an object. However, as soon as it emerged, Chu Hao's expression hardened, and he abruptly hurled it into the sky. Whoosh! Bang! A blinding light erupted in the heavens. The item he produced was not a token at all, but rather a signal flare, which he ignited immediately. Chu Wanner's expression shifted. This is bad. He is summoning reinforcements. Chu Hao chuckled ominously. Ha ha ha, Chu Fan. My father is now the head of the family, and I am the young master. Once the signal flare detonates, all the Chu clan members within sight will converge here, heeding my command. Panic gripped Chu Wanner. The visibility range of the signal flare extended for at least 5 miles. The graveyard was not far from the Chu family residence, and within that radius, there were at least 200 to 300 clan members. With such a multitude charging forward, even her brother's strength would be insufficient to withstand them. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chu Hao gritted his teeth. Chu Fan, you think you are so powerful? Indeed, you have slain 10 masters of the gathering Qi realm, which is quite astonishing. But so what? I am the young master, wielding the entire strength of the Chu family, the might of the whole clan. It appears you have no intention of answering my questions properly. Chu Fan sighed softly. Chu Hao retorted, Answer you. You should be contemplating how to face the entire Chu family. He chuckled darkly. Thank goodness your father died early. Otherwise, my father and I would never have had the chance to rise. Ha ha ha. With your father's demise, you and Chu Wanner are nothing but worthless. Like stray dogs. No sooner had the words left his lips than Chu Fan's large hand struck once more. Whoosh. Crack. Chu Fan seized Chu Hao by the throat again, mocking him. Did you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? With a face ashen with fury, Chu Hao glared at Chu Fan and said, Ha, do you dare? My reinforcements will arrive momentarily. If anything were to happen to me, you and your sister will pay the price. He was convinced that the moment the signal flare was launched, his safety would be assured. Unless Chu Fan was intent on courting death, he would never dare to slay the heir of the family. However, to his astonishment, Chu Fan remained unfazed, responding with indifference. If you won't speak, I shall inquire with your father. What? Chu Hao was about to retort, but no sound emerged from his lips. In an instant, Chu Fan's hand exerted tremendous force, his fingers clenching down mercilessly. With a sickening crunch, Chu Hao's neck was brutally crushed. 5 gaping wounds erupted, and blood gushed forth violently. Chapter 6. Drawing a rays from afar, Chu Hao's lifeless body lay discarded on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief, the orbs nearly dislodged. Even in death, he could not fathom how Chu Fan dared to take such lethal action. Did he not fear the retribution of the Chu family? Brother, the signal flare has been launched. This place will soon be surrounded. We must leave at once. Chu Wanner quickly regained her composure and pulled at Chu Fan to depart. Chu Fan, however, remained unhurried, replying, "Leave. They will come to us, which conveniently spares me the effort of seeking them out. Brother, now that Chu Hao is the young master, no one will heed our words. If we stay, we are surely doomed," she urged anxiously. With a smile, Chu Fan reassured her, "There is no need to rush. Just sit back and watch the show." The upheaval within the Chu family presented an opportune moment for him to discern who truly stood as allies and who were foes. Chu Warner paused, a flicker of understanding crossing her face. She recognized that her brother was not a reckless man. His calm demeanor suggested he possessed a strategy. Yet, the impending arrival of their adversaries numbered far more than 10. Chu Fan offered no further explanation, swiftly surveying the layout of the cemetery. In terms of raw strength, he knew he could not withstand a multitude. Currently at the first layer of the gathering Qi realm, with the array activated within him, his power could be likened to that of a 7th-layer practitioner. The 10 individuals he had faced earlier were merely at the 1st and 2nd layers. Against someone of the 7th layer, they would undoubtedly be crushed, given the vast disparity in their realms. Not to mention, Chu Fan's experiences from his past life illuminated his awareness. However, should several hundred adversaries surge forth simultaneously, the situation would shift dramatically. Moreover, the Chu family was not lacking in formidable experts above the 7th layer, a challenge he could not confront head-on. Thus, he would need to employ the array techniques. His mastery of arrays extended beyond mere personal application. In fact, few arrays, like the Gathering Spirit Array, could integrate with one's body. Most required external placement. As long as the enemy did not converge instantaneously, he would have the time to set up his formations. After a swift examination of the surroundings, Chu Fan formulated a plan. Setting up an array required 3 elements: the array master, the sight, and the sustaining power. As the array master, Chu Fan was unparalleled in skill. The cemetery served as the sight. What remained was the sustaining power. For internal arrays, he could maintain them through his cultivation, as his physical form acted as both sight and source of power. However, external arrays necessitated external objects as power sources, most commonly, spirit stones. The more sophisticated the array, the greater the demand for spirit stones. For instance, the Infinite Catastrophe Array consumed vast quantities of spirit stones annually. Fortunately, the array Chu Fan intended to establish was nowhere near as demanding. "Warner, do you have any spirit stones?" he inquired, directing his gaze toward his sister. During his 5-year vigil over the Demon Clan, he had never appropriated spirit stones for personal gain and had even incurred expenses. What does brother need spirit stones for? "I have saved a few, but not many. Only 20 pieces. Chu Warner gently touched her fingers before retrieving a small cloth bag from her spatial ring. 20 pieces. That should suffice. Chu Fan took the spiritual stones and tossed them into the air. Whoosh. The 20 spiritual stones scattered in various designated positions around him. Then, pure spiritual power coalesced in the palm of Chu Fan's hand, akin to a brush swiftly gliding through the air. Invisible lines of spiritual energy connected all the stones, forming an extraordinarily intricate and profound pattern that emanated a soft azure glow. Ultimately, this design melded into the ground as if it had never existed. Chu Warner was left speechless, exclaiming, "Is this a formation?" Although she struggled to comprehend Chu Fan's actions, she could discern that the pattern represented some kind of formation. In her understanding, arranging formations was a highly complex and delicate task. Yet her brother had merely gestured with his hand to complete a formation. Moreover, those spiritual stones, which seemed casually scattered, had ultimately landed precisely to form the critical nodes of the formation. Such a method of arrangement surpassed ordinary comprehension. While the world fixated on cultivation and the enhancement of the physical body, few devoted themselves to the study of formations. Little did they realize that the path of formations is a system unto itself, filled with infinite mysteries. The potential of formation techniques is immensely high, enabling the realization of many impossible feats. Chu Fan explained, "Could it be that brother has perfected the art of formations?" Chu Warner's eyes lit up. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "The highest realm of formation is forming a formation with a single thought, and I still have much to learn. At my current level, I can only achieve forming a formation within the body and drawing formations through the air." Forming a formation within the body? Drawing formations through the air? Brother being able to accomplish these 2 feats is already remarkable, Chu Warner exclaimed in awe. These terms were quite literal, making them easily understandable for her. Forming a formation within the body likely referred to arranging a formation inside oneself, while drawing formations through the air described her brother's recent actions, manipulating his hand through the air to connect the stones without meticulous placement, thus forming a formation. These two abilities were already astonishing. As for forming a formation with a single thought, perhaps it implied that one could envision a formation in their mind and have it materialize? That seemed even more unrealistic. Perhaps only celestial beings could achieve such feats? What formation did brother just arrange? Chu Fan curiously inquired. Chu Fan smiled and replied, "You will find out when the others arrive." Chu Fan spent merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, arranging the formation. He calmly waited in place for a moment until he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Pat, pat, pat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of figures rushed in from the entrance of the cemetery, with many cultivators leaping in from all directions. The Chu family estate was not far from this location. Many cultivators from the Chu family were stationed within the estate. Upon seeing the signal flare from the young master, they all felt a pang of anxiety. This signal indicated that the young master was in peril. Captain Zhao Tianlong swiftly gathered the cultivators of the estate, a total of 270 strong, to rescue the young master. However, upon their arrival, they were met only with the sight of lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground. Chu Hao had perished. The earth was soaked in crimson, and the metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Zhao Tianlong was taken aback, exclaiming, "Young master." The expressions of the other cultivators mirrored his alarm. The family head had but one precious son. With the young master now deceased, how could they possibly face the family head? Soon, their gazes turned towards Chu Fan. "Is it you? Chu Fan, were you not stationed at the gate of the Forbidden Grounds? How did you return? This is utterly irresponsible. Your retreat in the face of danger brings disgrace upon the family. Should you not hasten back to your post?" Many voiced their dissatisfaction. News had spread throughout the city that Chu Fan was guarding the Forbidden Grounds. His sudden return home would undoubtedly invite scorn upon the Chu family. Chu Fan chuckled softly, replying, "What? Do you all believe I am obliged to guard the gate? Shall I take my leave then?" "Wait." Zhao Tianlong interjected sharply, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Let us set aside the matter of the Forbidden Grounds for now. You must first clarify why the young master lies dead beside you." Chapter 7. The traitor. Despite the presence of Chu Fan, Zhao Tianlong remained unconvinced that he was the perpetrator of the murder. After all, Chu Hao was surrounded by 10 masters of the Gathering Qi realm, and what strength did Chu Fan possess? He lacked the capability to commit such a crime. However, it was undeniable that Chu Fan was somehow involved. "You and Chu Fan must know something," Zhao Tianlong asserted. "I have heard that as soon as Chu Fan returned home, Lulu was found dead," prompting the young master to confront him. Ultimately, the young master lost his life. Indeed. While Chu Fan may lack the strength to act alone, he must have had an accomplice. "Chu Fan, have you conspired with external forces to harm the young master? You traitorous scoundrel." The other members of the family echoed his accusations, casting wary glances around for any potential accomplices. Yet, there was no one else present. Chu Fan disregarded their inquiries, furrowing his brow slightly and asking, "Has Chu Jinyuan not arrived?" "Presumptuous! How dare you utter the name of the head of the family?" Zhao Tianlong thundered. With a cold smirk, Chu Fan retorted, "Zhao Tianlong, you truly are a faithful hound. You are not even a member of the Chu family. Were it not for my father's intervention to save your life and impart his teachings, would you enjoy your current status?" Zhao Tianlong spat disdainfully. "Chu Xinghe is dead. Should I continue to follow a corpse? A wise man adapts to the times. I must be accountable to the new head of the family. Brother Zhao. It seems he has no intention of answering honestly. Let's break his hands and feet first and see if he speaks." A young man interjected. Chu Fan recognized this individual as Chu Kai, a cousin from a collateral branch, who had previously held a modest position within the family. Now, he appeared to have secured favor with Chu Jinyuan, his demeanor markedly altered. "The head of the family is in seclusion. Before he emerges, we must capture all the culprits and avenge the young master. If this matter is not resolved properly, the head will undoubtedly cast blame upon us all. Chu Fan, if you do not reveal your accomplice, you shall die." Several other clan members wore fierce expressions. At that moment, a sudden voice emerged from the crowd. "Gentlemen, the young master is of direct lineage. Is it not excessive to treat him in this manner?" The speaker was a man in his 30s. His face a mask of indignation. He was Sui, one of the guards of the estate, recruited by Chu Xinghe as a teenager. He had served the family for over 20 years. After Chu Xinghe's demise, Sui had endured Chu Jinyuan's rise to power. After all, with Chu Fan guarding against the demonic forces, there needed to be a new leader. But now that Chu Fan had returned, Sui's stance had shifted. Chu Fan was the legitimate heir, the rightful successor. With his return, what justification did the second branch have to maintain control over the family? Not only do you refuse to relinquish power, but you also threaten Chu Fan. Sui chastised. Chu Fan is the true heir. Your current actions are nothing short of treason. The expressions of the crowd turned peculiar, as if they were gazing at a fool. Surely, everyone understood the truth? Indeed. By all accounts, Chu Fan ought to be the head of the family. Yet, Chu Jianyuan has effectively seized control, leaving Chu Fan a mere outcast. The disparity in their influence and power is stark. Anyone with a modicum of sense understands whom to follow. Zhao Tianlong scoffed, remarking, Sui, I once thought you merely had a blunt temperament, but I now realize that you are simply foolish. Legitimacy, the one with true strength, is the rightful leader. Do you truly believe Chu Fan can reclaim the Chu family? Ha. Laughter echoed through the air. Sui's expression darkened, and he bellowed, I care not for your opinions. The young master has returned, and I acknowledge him alone. With that, he leapt from the crowd, positioning himself beside Chu Fan. If you wish to harm the young master, you must first contend with me. Zhao Tianlong sneered. The loyalty of a fool like you is most detestable, as it only serves to elevate your own self-righteousness. Sui turned to Chu Fan, saying, Young master, I will hold back Zhao Tianlong. You should seize the opportunity to escape. Although the chances are slim, it is worth a try. Chu Fan felt a surge of emotion. Though the family was under the control of scoundrels, there remained loyal souls within. For individuals like Sui, today's ordeal was not in vain. Chu Fan surveyed the encircling throng once more, declaring, previously, some may have had no choice but to align with Sui. Now that I have returned, those who wish to follow me may step forward. As his words fell, a number found themselves in a quandary. They had, out of necessity, acknowledged Chu Jianyuan as the head of the family. Yet, in their hearts, they recognized Chu Fan and longed for his return to power. However, given the chasm between Chu Fan and Chu Jianyuan, mustering the courage to stand forth was daunting. To do so would be tantamount to severing ties with Chu Jianyuan, necessitating a resolve to face death. What weighs heavier, conscience or life? A few grappled with their dilemma, while the majority erupted into laughter. What is this fool babbling about? Has he lost his mind? Who would be foolish enough to follow him? What right does a wretched creature like him have to lead us? Abandon the head of the family to oppose him? Surely you do not believe that merely carrying the title of direct descendant will inspire loyalty? They laughed heartily, oblivious to their own folly. Chu Fan remained unfazed, silently observing the crowd. Sui, with a serious countenance, proclaimed, Have you all forgotten the young master's past kindness? Chu Jianyuan has usurped the rightful place. Can you live with your conscience following him? At last, someone stepped forward, declaring, I am willing to follow the young master. Even if it leads to peril, I seek only a clear conscience. With the first voice raised, others soon followed, a second, a third. I have long been unable to tolerate the second house's oppression of the former head of the family. When the young master was absent, I had no choice, but now, I shall stand with him through thick and thin, willing to share life and death with the young master. Ultimately, 20 individuals stood before Chu Fan. Compared to the total number present, these 20 constituted less than 1/10. Yet, Chu Fan felt immense gratitude. The fact that these 20 dared to step forward, fully aware of the peril they faced, spoke volumes of their loyalty. They were, indeed, the most invaluable treasure of the Chu family. Well then, since you are willing to advance and retreat alongside me, I shall never betray your trust, Chu Fan declared with a solemn tone. Today, upon seeing the young master once more, even if I were to perish, I would face the ancestral patriarch with a tranquil heart, Sui expressed with fervor. The remaining 19, equally ignited with passion, proclaimed, Rest assured, young master, we shall not allow you to suffer even the slightest harm before our demise. Zhao Tianlong, witnessing the scene, could not suppress a twitch of his face as he remarked, what a profoundly touching bond between master and servants. A group of incomprehensible fools. Do you truly believe you can defy fate? He continued, Since you have chosen to betray the patriarch, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. From this moment forth, you 20, along with Chu Fan, shall be deemed traitors of the Chu family, deserving of severe punishment. Chu Kai asserted aggressively. Sui and the others stood ready, resolutely protecting Chu Fan and Chu Wanner. Zhao Tianlong scoffed dismissively, saying, You lot? Chu Fan, I have been quite lenient by granting you this time. Speak swiftly of the true culprit, and perhaps I can grant you a quicker end. Chu Fan chuckled lightly and replied, Who told you I have an accomplice? Ha. Do you truly believe you single-handedly killed the young master and Tinchi gathering realm practitioners? Zhao Tianlong erupted into laughter, then suddenly raised his arm, declaring, enough. This boy is clearly deranged. Everyone, attack. As Chu Fan's pupils constricted, he calmly stated, the time has come. No sooner had he spoken than he formed several hand seals with one hand. Spirit-devouring array, arise. Chapter 8. The spirit-devouring array as Zhao Tianlong and his companions charged forward. A radiant azure light materialized beneath Chu Fan's feet. Centered around him, the azure glow rapidly expanded, resembling countless tendrils that swiftly enveloped the entire cemetery's ground. The immense array pattern emanated an enigmatic power. In a flash, the azure light surged upward, bathing everyone within its luminescence, as if it were consuming them whole. Zhao Tianlong and Chu Kai, who had previously exuded an air of fierce confidence, suddenly changed their expressions, their bodies weakening and becoming immobilized, for reasons unknown. As the azure light enveloped them, they felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, their internal spiritual energy inexplicably spiraling out of control and surging outward. It was as if an invisible beast was voraciously siphoning their spiritual essence. Panic ensued among the crowd. Spiritual energy was the lifeblood of cultivators and the source of their strength. Why was their energy fleeing without reason? Moreover, the devouring force showed no signs of abating. What was happening? My spiritual energy is entirely uncontrollable, fleeing wildly. I feel the same. Is this a haunting? This cemetery feels sinister. What haunting? Our ancestors are buried here. How could they harm us? Perhaps our ancestors are trying to support Chu Fan. Nonsense. Don't frighten yourselves. No, it's this azure light. Look beneath our feet. It resembles the patterns of some kind of array, doesn't it? Ah, I can't take it anymore. In the blink of an eye, they felt as though their bodies had been drained, devoid of any strength, reduced to a state of utter helplessness. Some collapsed to the ground, while others simply crouched down. Those with higher cultivation levels, like Zhao Tianlong, managed to remain standing but were equally feeble, lacking any capacity for action. Wait, why are they unaffected? Zhao Tianlong quickly noticed that the 20 individuals who had sworn to follow Chu Fan remained entirely unscathed. Those 20 looked just as bewildered, turning to Chu Fan and asking, Young Master, what is happening? The spirit-devouring array. This formation can consume the spiritual energy of cultivators within it. I preemptively controlled the array so that you would not be affected, Chu Fan explained succinctly. Is there truly such a miraculous array in the world? The young master can manipulate the array's effects at will. It is utterly astonishing. We thought we were here to protect the young master, yet it seems he is the one safeguarding us. The group was both astonished and elated. Initially, they had resigned themselves to certain death, but unexpectedly, the tide had turned. The opposing force of 250 individuals had all succumbed. No, this is impossible. Chu Fan, how could you possess such power? Zhao Tianlong's eyes widened in disbelief. Other cultivators were equally incredulous. Arrays are, after all, an arcane art. How can they be so formidable? Even if you can set up an array, how could you do it so swiftly? Someone must be aiding you in the shadows. Chu Fan, who have you colluded with? Upon hearing the scornful taunts, Chu Fan remained unmoved. With a mere flicker of his form, he appeared before Zhao Tianlong. This Zhao Tianlong, a master at the 9th level of Qi gathering, had even brushed against the threshold of the transformation realm. He was considerably stronger than Chu Fan. Yet now, his spiritual energy was utterly depleted, leaving him defenseless. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Chu Fan, Zhao Tianlong was immediately gripped by a chill that raised the hair on his neck, and he dared not utter threats any longer. Trembling, he implored, Chu Fan, oh no, young master, please remain calm. I served Chu Jianyuan out of necessity. Now that you have returned in such force, I have resolved to abandon the shadows and pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. Now you wish to abandon the shadows? It is too late, Chu Fan replied with a cold laugh, raising his hand to deliver a decisive strike. With a resounding crack, his palm struck Zhao Tianlong's head. The skull shattered, blood gushing from the 7 orifices, and he fell lifeless to the ground. The other cultivators present felt their hearts race, trembling in fear. Zhao Tianlong had perished just like that? He was the captain of the Chu family S-Guard, a formidable figure on the cusp of the transformation realm. And yet, he was slain with a single blow, without even the chance to retaliate. No, this cannot be. He had maintained his position for 5 years. How could he have transformed so completely? His strength was astonishingly strange. Could it be that he truly had no accomplices? If he could dispatch Zhao with such ease, eliminating Chu Hao and his followers would be even simpler. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. Soon, some dropped to their knees, crying out, "Young master, we were wrong. We were blind, and we deserve our fate. We are willing to aid you in reclaiming the position of family head. We beseech you, spare our lives. We shall be loyal to you, and should we betray you, may heaven and earth conspire against us." Over 200 cultivators, the majority of them, knelt in despair. Under the pressure of the soul-devouring formation, they were powerless to resist and could do nothing but plead for mercy. Chu Fan chuckled softly, saying, "I offered you a chance earlier." He then signaled to Su Yi and the others, commanding, "Kill them." Su Yi hesitated momentarily, questioning, "Kill them? Do you mean to leave not a single one alive? Why keep any?" Chu Fan affirmed. Su Yi felt a surge of surprise. He had not anticipated that after 5 years, the young master would have become so resolute in his ruthlessness. These 200 souls were nominally part of the Chu family. Yet the young master showed no signs of sentimentality. A firm hand is indeed beneficial for longevity. Without delay, Su Yi and the other 20 loyalists began the slaughter as per Chu Fan's directive. They showed no mercy in their actions. After all, had it not been for Chu Fan's intervention, they would have been the ones to perish. They were grateful for their choice to side with him. Perhaps this was the wisest allegiance they would ever make in their lives. No. Please, I beg you. Chu Fan, how ruthless you are. Mercilessly slaughtering your kin. You merciless fiend, may you meet a fate most dreadful. Even in death, we shall not allow you respite. The cemetery was soon filled with wails and cries of anguish. Over 200 lives were swiftly extinguished, and the ground was nearly drenched in crimson. Upon witnessing the multitude of corpses, Chu Wan'er felt an unsettling discomfort, her delicate face paling. Though she had matured considerably since her father's demise, she had never encountered such a gruesome spectacle. Chu Fan intended to offer her some words of comfort, but reconsidered. Wan'er possessed a resilient spirit, yet bore a softness in her heart, reminiscent of his past self. A tender heart could ultimately lead to significant peril. Seizing this opportunity for her to adapt was perhaps not a misfortune. "Young master, all the bodies have been cleared, except for one," reported Sui, hastening towards him while dragging a barely conscious youth. This youth was none other than Chu Kai, stripped of his earlier bravado, his face now a canvas of terror, and a noticeable stain marring his trousers. "Look at your pitiful courage," Sui remarked with disdain, discarding Chu Kai onto the ground. In a desperate plea, Chu Kai knelt at Chu Fan's feet, tears and snot streaming down his face as he stammered, "Why, young master, I was wrong. Chu Jianyuan is not my godfather, and I have no connection to him." "Where's Chu Jianyuan?" Chu Fan interjected. Chapter 9, For the Pagoda? With a grimace, Chu Kai lamented, "Foster father. Or rather, Chu Jianyuan has recently entered seclusion for cultivation." "Where is he secluding himself?" Chu Fan pressed. Chu Kai shook his head, responding, "I am unaware. He is in a critical stage of his breakthrough and has severed all ties with the outside world." "Are you truly in the dark?" Suddenly, Chu Fan raised his foot and kicked toward Chu Kai's chest. Crack! Several of Chu Kai's ribs broke on impact, sending him flying to the ground with a heavy thud. Chu Kai grimaced in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression turning increasingly fearful. He recalled that Chu Fan had always been affable and benevolent. How had he transformed so drastically? A mere disagreement had resulted in such ferocity, akin to a practitioner of a sinister cult. Tears brimmed in his eyes, and he anxiously exclaimed, "Chu Jianyuan is a cautious man. He would never divulge the location of his seclusion to anyone." "Very well, I shall tentatively trust you." Chu Fan continued. "The Chu family was attacked. My father was slain. Do you know the origins of the black-clad assailants that night? What role did Chu Jianyuan play? I am not entirely certain of the specifics. However, after ascending to power, Chu Jianyuan has developed close ties with the Li family from the northern part of the city. It seems they have reached certain agreements." Chu Kai admitted, hesitant to conceal the truth. "Was Chu Jianyuan colluding with the Li family to orchestrate my father's demise?" Chu Fan pondered aloud. The Li family and the Chu family have long been rivals in many enterprises, a rivalry spanning years. Given my father's frailty, the Li family certainly had a motive to strike when he was vulnerable. This is merely my speculation. I dare not assert it as fact, Chu Kai quickly clarified. "What else do you know?" Chu Fan inquired further. Chu Kai hesitated, then cautiously suggested, "I possess one crucial piece of information I can share. But could you promise not to kill me?" "Absolutely," Chu Fan replied readily. "Speak, and I shall spare your life." "Do you truly guarantee this?" Chu Kai asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "I assure you, I shall not take your life," Chu Fan stated solemnly. With a sigh of relief, Chu Kai divulged, I have heard that the primary motive of those black-clad figures was not the life of your father, but rather a treasure in his possession. A treasure? What treasure? Chu Fan queried, skepticism evident in his tone. I am not certain, but amidst the chaos, I vaguely overheard someone mention a pagoda, which may very well be the name of the treasure, Chu Kai elaborated. The pagoda? Was the item taken? Chu Fan pressed further. It should have been seized. Otherwise, they would not have retreated so easily, Chu Kai responded. Have you disclosed everything you know? Chu Kai nodded, humbly stating. I have said all I can. May I now be allowed to leave? Let you go? Who said you could leave? Chu Fan chuckled darkly. Chu Kai's desperation grew. Did you not promise not to kill me? I do not intend to kill you, but I never claimed that others would not, Chu Fan retorted coldly. He then turned to Su-yi and ordered, Su-yi, escort him on his way. Chu Fan, you are inhumane. You treacherous scoundrel. Chu Kai erupted in anger. Yet before he could finish his tirade, Su-yi unsheathed his sword and swiftly severed his head. With a resounding thud, Chu Kai's head rolled away, marking the demise of all 250 traitors. However, these casualties constituted only a fraction of the vast Chu family. The Chu clan, expansive and flourishing, could not possibly be limited to just over 200 individuals. The deceased were merely a contingent of direct descendants residing within the Chu estate. The collateral relatives, who typically managed their enterprises scattered throughout Tianhai City, represented the majority. These branches of the family were the true backbone, the essential workforce of the clan. Sui, recognizing this crucial point, inquired, Young master, with the traitors dealt with, what shall we do about the collateral relatives outside? Despite the recent devastating blow to the Chu family, there are still over 700 collateral relatives beyond our walls. Indeed, if you wish to reclaim the family, it is imperative to secure their loyalty swiftly. Yet, we currently number only 20. Subduing all of them may prove challenging. The young master possesses the extraordinary spirit-devouring array, which should simplify matters, came a voice. However, such formations require prior arrangement, do they not? The 700 will not conveniently enter the array simultaneously. The other 19 cultivators echoed their apprehensions. To reclaim the family through mere persuasion is futile. The young master's greatest asset lies in the array. But it can only be effective at a fixed location and must be set up in advance, which imposes significant limitations. The first utilization of the array may yield remarkable results, but the enemy will inevitably be on guard thereafter. In response to their concerns, Chu Fan merely smiled and replied, Fear not, I have already devised a plan. Sui, take the brothers back to the estate and spread the word. Chu Fan has returned and will convene a family meeting tonight to revitalize the clan. Sui immediately grasped the implication. By calling for a family meeting at this juncture, Chu Fan was essentially declaring war against Chu Jianyuan. Consequently, even if Chu Jianyuan were currently in seclusion, he would have no choice but to emerge. The matter of the family head was of utmost importance, ensuring that all clan members, whether direct or collateral, would be compelled to attend. With the young master's character and prowess, he would surely garner greater support from the clan's folk. Indeed, I am confident, Sui asserted. Yet, Chu Fan chuckled lightly. Support? I have never intended to seek the allegiance of anyone. Those who wish to stand with me shall be regarded as brothers, just as you are. Those who do not will perish alongside Chu Jianyuan. This family meeting is merely a means to gather everyone together. Sui was taken aback. The young master's tone suggested he had little regard for Chu Jianyuan or the entire clan. Was it that anyone who attended the family meeting would either die or submit? Though it seemed irrational, there was an undeniable, overwhelming aura about the young master. Perhaps he truly could accomplish this. We shall disseminate the news immediately, Sui resolved, choosing to place his trust in Chu Fan, and promptly departed with his companions. Meanwhile, outside Tianhai City, near the entrance to the forbidden area, a few farmers passed by, casting a glance from a distance. Hey, where has that young man by the gate gone? Indeed, is he not stationed at the seal of the demon clan? Has he taken a leisurely respite? I have long heard that the seal of the demon clan is but a fabrication, and that Chu Fan has been scheming for personal gain all along. It is likely he has been exposed. He deserves it, having squandered such an abundance of spirit stones, which has caused our taxes to rise. Wait a moment. I sense something amiss in that area. Is it the neck of that golden dragon? I too have noticed it. At first, I presumed it to be a mere gap between the scales, but upon closer inspection, it is not. I frequently pass through here, and during my last visit, there was certainly no such fissure. Could the great gate be deteriorating? Do not speak nonsense. The gate of the Forbidden Land has stood for millennia. How could it possibly be failing? Yet, I remain uneasy. Perhaps we should return and report this. That would be prudent. Who knows? We might even receive a reward. Chapter 10. The Chaotic Pagoda, Chu Family Cemetery. After Su Yi and the others departed, Chu Fan inquired of Chu Wanner. Chu Kai mentioned that the man in black came for the pagoda. Have you ever heard your father mention anything about a pagoda? Chu Wanner's expression turned serious as she replied. I recall that in my father's study, there was a small tower-like sculpture, entirely gray and exquisitely crafted, certainly not an ordinary piece. After the black-clad individuals ravaged the Chu family, that small tower sculpture disappeared. Could that little tower sculpture be the treasure they seek? Chu Fan murmured. Chu Wanner shook her head, saying, I think it might not be. Brother, look at this. As she spoke, she produced a circular jade pendant. The pendant was modest in size, fitting perfectly in the palm of her hand, adorned with intricate patterns and inscribed with 2 characters, Pagoda. I have had this jade pendant since childhood. Father said it belonged to our mother, and I hadn't thought much of it until pagoda came to mind. However, this circular object hardly resembles a tower, Chu Wanner elaborated. Chu Fan took the pendant, examining it closely, and soon had a realization. He then retrieved another jade pendant from his spatial ring. Its shape and color were similar to Wanner's. It has borne no inscription of pagoda, but rather the characters for chaos. Chu Fan had possessed this pendant since he was young, previously regarding it as an ordinary ornament. Now, placing the 2 pendants together, he discerned their unusual connection. One bore chaos, the other pagoda. Individually, they seemed unremarkable. Yet together, they formed the chaotic pagoda. Chaotic pagoda? How could these 2 pendants be linked to a tower? Wanna pondered, increasingly perplexed. Chu Fan scrutinized the patterns on the pendants, suddenly enlightened. It is a spatial seal. These 2 pendants are merely the surface. They conceal an independent space within. This space is sealed by a special formation, akin to being locked. Only by deciphering the formation can the hidden space be accessed. Previously, with just one pendant, he sensed the patterns held special significance, but alone, he could not discern their meaning. Now, with both together, they revealed a complete formation diagram. Of course, even if an ordinary person possessed both pendants, they would not perceive anything extraordinary. Chu Fan, having 3,000 years of experience with formations from his past life, possessed a keen sensitivity to them. Even the most subtle formations within the pendants could not elude his keen eye. Brother, do you have a way? Wanner's eyes sparkled with hope. The formation within the pendants is exceedingly concealed and profound. I shall attempt to decipher it. Chu Fan said, invigorated. The intricacy of the formation was remarkable. To construct such a unique sealing formation using merely 2 pendants was astounding. Though he had not explicitly studied this formation, the principles of the Great Path are interconnected, and his comprehension of formations was profound. After careful examination for a while, he finally grasped it. He then held 1 pendant in each hand, palms facing each other, channeling his spiritual energy into the pendants. The ethereal energy on both sides flowed like fine strands of hair, weaving through the jade pendants and striking certain points. Before long, a radiant purplish-golden glow emanated from the 2 circular jade pieces. This luminescence, in opposition, formed a cylindrical area between the pendants. Within this region, everything transformed into a vivid purplish gold, distinctly resembling an independent space. Once the formation was broken, the concealed space within the jade pendants finally revealed itself. Soon, a small tower-like object gradually emerged from the purplish gold cylinder. This tower was not merely an illusion but a tangible entity. Subsequently, it burst forth from the light column with a resounding crash. The newly revealed small space rapidly disintegrated into countless purplish golden specks. After its emergence, the small tower began to hover above Chu Fan's head. Chu Wanner, observing this, felt a profound shock. So, this is the Chaos Tower? Only by connecting the 2 jade pendants and deciphering the formation could this small space be unveiled. The Chaos Tower had always been hidden within this minuscule realm. Had it not been for her brother's intervention, who could have fathomed that these seemingly ordinary pendants concealed such a grand secret? For an average person, acquiring the pendants would likely prove utterly futile. As the tower circled above Chu Fan's head, it emitted an extraordinary wave of energy. A sudden voice echoed within Chu Fan's heart. After countless ages, someone has finally allowed the tower to see the light of day. Chaos Tower, acknowledge your master. Thereafter, the small tower descended directly into Chu Fan's hand, transforming into a beam of light that seamlessly integrated into his palm. Chu Fan was astounded. Could this small tower truly vanish so effortlessly? However, he noticed a small tower-shaped mark had appeared on his palm, resembling a birthmark. "Brother, what is this?" Chu Fan blinked and inquired. Chu Fan explained, "This small tower is the Chaos Tower. It has automatically recognized me as its master." Chu Fan beamed with joy, saying, "Though I am uncertain of the tower's purpose, it must be significant, surely a boon for you, brother." Yet, Chu Fan felt a twinge of guilt. The two jade pendants must coexist to summon the tower. Logically, this tower is partly yours. After all, you are my sister. Why should we make distinctions? The artifact possesses a spirit. It naturally acknowledges you since you deciphered the formation, Chu Fan replied with a smile. She then became serious, stating, "So, the cloaked figures mistakenly believed that the small tower statue in our father's study was the Chaos Tower, prompting them to snatch it away. If they discover the truth, they may very well return." Chu Fan's pupils contracted. "Return? I could not wish for anything more," he chuckled ominously. A fierce aura of vengeance radiated from him. The debt of blood for his father's death must be repaid. However, Chu Fan quickly suppressed his murderous intent, suggesting, "Let us return home. I wish to study the capabilities of the Chaos Tower." At the Chu residence, over 200 traders had perished recently, and Sui and others were busy announcing the news of the clan meeting. The estate now felt even more desolate, with only a few servants remaining. Chu Fan relished the tranquility and promptly returned to his residence. Gazing at the small tower-shaped birthmark in his palm, a thought crossed his mind, and to his astonishment, the mark materialized, transforming into a tangible little tower that hovered before him. The tower stood approximately half a foot tall, perfectly fitting in his hand. It appeared quite enigmatic. Leaving him curious about its contents, he pondered how delightful it would be to explore its interior. No sooner had this thought emerged than he felt a powerful suction emanating from the tower, drawing him in instantaneously. Chu Fan experienced a fleeting blur before finding himself in an expansive, level space. Could it be? I truly can enter? Such a diminutive tower conceals such a vast realm within? Welcome, Master, to the Chaos Treasure Tower. First floor. A deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Chapter 11. The Demon Prison. With the sound, an elderly man appeared before Chu Fan, his hair and beard as white as snow, exuding an ethereal aura. "You are the spirit of the Chaos Tower?" Chu Fan remarked thoughtfully. "Legendary artifacts are said to possess spirits, and this old man must be one of them." The elder nodded and replied, "Indeed, my master has become the lord of the Chaos Tower, and all within it belongs to you. You mentioned the first level. How many levels does this tower possess?" Chu Fan inquired further. 9 levels, the elder responded. "Your cultivation is still shallow, and you may currently access only the first level. Do you have a name?" Chu Fan asked. "My master may bestow one upon me," the elder replied. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Fan smiled and said, "As the spirit of the tower, I shall call you Little Bao." "Thank you, my master." The elder bowed respectfully, and in an instant, transformed into the form of a young child. Chu Fan gasped in astonishment. "How did you change?" Little Bao, with a youthful voice, explained, "The spirit may freely alter its form. Since my master has named me Little Bao, I ought to match my appearance to my name." "That seems reasonable," Chu Fan remarked. "Can you become an unparalleled beauty?" "Indeed. Does my master desire that?" Little Bao asked. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. After seeing your elder form, I cannot accept you as a woman." As they conversed, Chu Fan's gaze was drawn to a distant, square structure. Rather than a building, it resembled a colossal cage, surrounded by thick iron pillars and chains. Through the gaps in the enclosure, he could faintly discern numerous figures. Instinctively wary, Chu Fan asked, "Little Bao, who is imprisoned inside?" Little Bao explained, "In the past, when the demon clan invaded the human realm, most were driven to the gates of the Forbidden Lands. A small portion, however, remains confined within the Chaos Tower. This first level is essentially a vast prison, housing many powerful demons." Demons? Chu Fan felt a mixture of shock and curiosity as he approached the cage. Upon closer inspection, he noted at least 1,000 demons within. Their forms were similar to humans, but taller and more robust, their eyes a deep crimson, shrouded in a faint layer of dark mist. As Chu Fan neared, countless blood-red eyes fixed upon him intently. Many demons rushed forward, only to be thwarted by the cage, their hoarse roars echoing within. Little Bao's gaze turned icy, and he admonished, "Silence, you wretches." As soon as the words left his lips, a powerful pressure erupted from the prison, suffocating all the demons, rendering them breathless and subdued. "You possess such power?" Chu Fan praised. Little Bao replied, "This is the capability of the Chaos Tower. As the master, you can control everything within it. With but a thought, you can inflict torment upon these prisoners. Chu Fan's eyes sparkled as he turned his attention to a green-faced, brawny man. The man, who had just shouted the loudest moments ago, now stood there grinning menacingly. Bind. Chu Fan silently uttered a single word in his mind. Instantly, chains materialized beside the burly figure, ensnaring him tightly. The chains constricted further, causing veins to bulge painfully on his forehead. Rather than plead for mercy, the robust man scoffed. The human race has fallen so low that a mere chi-gathering waste can command the treasure tower. Huh? Are you defying me? With a slight chuckle, Chu Fan increased the intensity of the chains. They tightened violently, contorting the man's body. Gritting his teeth, he refrained from uttering a sound, only managing to spit out venomously. Once we escape, we will exterminate the human race. Chu Fan rolled his eyes and retorted, Who are you trying to intimidate? The annihilation of the human race has nothing to do with me. The burly man paused for a moment, then remarked, You are rather intriguing. Unlike the others of your kind. With a serious expression, Chu Fan stated, I have heard that your demon clan possesses formidable techniques. Teach them to me. Furious, the man exclaimed, What? Are you dreaming? The techniques of the demon clan cannot be imparted to the despicable human race. Furrowing his brow, Chu Fan asserted, I am commanding you, not seeking your opinion. With that, the chains constricted once more, causing the man's flesh to tear, blood seeping through the gaps. Hissing in pain, the man gasped, Are you insane? You are a human. Even if I taught you the techniques, would you dare to learn them? If you practice the demon clan's techniques, can you still call yourself a human? Chu Fan let out a derisive laugh. Human? In my past life, I devoted 3,000 years to the human race. And what was the result? Whether human or demon, it no longer matters. Strength is the only true path. Though his mastery of formations had reached remarkable heights, his cultivation level remained too low. It was said that those of the demon clan who practiced the same technique became exceedingly powerful. Thus, their overall strength far surpassed that of the human race. However, demon techniques were not to be shared. The human side deemed demon techniques as heretical, rejecting everything about the demon race. Under normal circumstances, humans could not learn demon techniques. Yet, Chu Fan now found himself with an opportunity. The demon prisoners in the cage were his slaves. They would eventually speak. Crack, crack. The chains produced a chilling sound, reminiscent of bones being crushed. The burly man, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, You truly wish to learn? Huh, then I shall teach you. That's the spirit, Chu Fan thought. And with a mere flick of his mind, he released the chains. The man's body was already a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled. He grinned wickedly, You asked for this. Haha. Under normal circumstances, the techniques of the demon clan could never be shared with humans, and even under severe torture, he would not yield. However, it suddenly dawned on him that this man was the Tower Master. According to prophetic fates, the master of the Chaos Treasure Tower would one day become the leader of the human race. The leader of the human race pondered. If one were to learn the techniques of the demon clan, it would indeed be intriguing. Once the human race uncovers this secret, the Tower Master would inevitably be branded a traitor. A leader turned traitor? Such a scenario could plunge the human race into chaos. It is entirely possible that this Tower Master might be coerced into joining the ranks of the demon clan. If that is the case, what harm could come from imparting this technique? Subsequently, the robust figure gently closed his eyes and swiftly formed several hand seals. A dark golden light gradually emanated from his forehead, coalescing into a small orb of light. The techniques of the demon clan cannot be articulated. They can only be directly manifested through one's consciousness. By consuming this small orb, one may grasp the technique, he elucidated. Chu Fan cast a glance at Xiao Bao, who nodded in affirmation, Master, it is of no concern. Only then did Chu Fan take the orb of light. However, Xiao Bao's expression turned troubled as he remarked, Master, are you truly intent on absorbing the techniques of the demon clan? If so, you may face ostracism from the human race. Chu Fan laughed heartily. Ostracism from the human race? Who cares? Are the techniques of the demon clan powerful? Xiao Bao inquired. Indeed, they are formidable, came the reply. That is sufficient. Chu Fan then pressed the orb of light directly onto his forehead. The orb rapidly dissipated as torrents of complex and obscure information forcefully infused themselves into Chu Fan's mind. Chapter 12. The devouring technique. The arcane arts of the demon clan are enigmatic and formidable. At this moment, as the radiant orb was absorbed by Chu Fan, he finally mastered the technique known as the devouring technique. It was then that he comprehended the source of the demon clan's immense power. Conventional techniques can only slowly absorb the spiritual essence of the world to enhance one's cultivation, whereas those who practice the devouring technique can directly consume the spiritual energy of others and transform it for their own use. Furthermore, they possess the ability to devour various heavenly materials and treasures, as well as the cores of beasts and demonic pills, substances that ordinary individuals cannot absorb directly and must instead refine into elixirs or artifacts. With the devouring technique, one can consume anything in sight. It is no wonder that progress in cultivation can be astonishingly rapid. "What is your name?" Chu Fan inquired, casting another glance at the burly man. "Black Tiger," came the response. "I shall remember that," Chu Fan replied. After grasping the technique, Chu Fan did not linger long, contemplating the exit before departing from the tower's space. In the next instant, he found himself back in his room in the external world. The small tower hovered in midair. With a gentle beckon, it rejoined his palm, transforming into a birthmark-like insignia. My cultivation. Chu Fan soon noted a shift in the spiritual fluctuations at his dantian, as his cultivation level had astonishingly ascended to the 8th layer of the Qi-gathering realm. "Little treasure, I have suddenly advanced 7 levels of cultivation. This must be related to the Chaos Tower, correct?" Chu Fan mused inwardly. Even outside the tower, he could communicate freely with the spirit of the artifact. Little treasure elucidated. The Chaos Tower is an ancient divine artifact. Since the Master has subdued it and entered the tower, the influence of its divine power naturally leads to a cultivation enhancement. Chu Fan was enlightened. So this is a supplementary effect of acknowledging ownership? The Chaos Tower truly is remarkable. Little treasure continued. The primary reason is that the Master's foundational realm was too low, hence the rapid breakthrough of several levels. In truth, there is little distinction between the 1st and 8th layers of Qi gathering. Moreover, this is merely a single enhancement, albeit better than nothing. A Chu Fan was rendered speechless. From Little Treasure's perspective, the statement held validity. However, for the average person, the disparity between the 1st and 8th layers is as vast as a chasm. Next, it was time to test the devouring technique. With the clan gathering imminent, increasing his strength would provide additional security. Chu Fan rose and headed towards the family storeroom. Finding a suitable target for devouring humans would be challenging. Yet the Chu family had amassed a considerable collection of heavenly materials. Upon reaching the storeroom, however, he discovered that many items were missing. The shelves, once brimming, now bore only a few scattered remnants. It appeared that after the second branch usurped power, most of the treasures had been relocated. Chu Fan felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over him. Fortunately, the devouring technique was not particularly finicky. The remaining items, though mostly possessing volatile medicinal properties and difficult to utilize, could still be absorbed by the technique. Chu Fan casually selected a spirit herb known as the infinite grass, placing it in his palm and silently channeling his energy. Indeed, the power within the herb was swiftly consumed, transforming into his own spiritual energy and integrating into his dantian. As Chu Fan voraciously devoured the spirit herb, members of the collateral branches throughout the city received news of the clan gathering. What? Chu Fan has returned? And a clan gathering is to be convened? This lad seeks to provoke the family patriarch. Speaking of which, the current patriarch holds his position unjustly. Does he not? But does that truly matter? We cultivators are bound to speak through our strength. The upcoming clan meeting will certainly see the patriarch in attendance. In our show of loyalty, we must also be present, and it serves as a perfect opportunity to observe what tricks Chu Fan might employ. This inexperienced youth, does he truly believe he can outmaneuver the patriarch? It would merely be a self-inflicted humiliation. The patriarch has emerged from seclusion. Moreover, he has achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. Upon discovering the corpse of Chu Hao, the patriarch was filled with fury. As night gradually enveloped the Chu family estate, Chu Fan had absorbed the remaining spiritual herbs from the storeroom and had come to a halt. Though the technique allowed for absorption, his body could not endure indefinitely. He had reached his limit. "Young master." At that moment, a voice from outside called, belonging to Su Yi. Chu Fan stepped outside to find Su Yi drenched in sweat, anxiously exclaiming, "There's been a change in circumstances." "Calm yourself. What has happened?" Chu Fan inquired. With a distressed expression, Su Yi replied, "Chu Jianyuan has altered the venue for the clan meeting. He is hosting a banquet at the Fengfu courtyard and expects your attendance. The clansmen from various places have already departed for Fengfu courtyard. No wonder we waited so long without anyone arriving," Chu Fan mused. Over 200 individuals perished in the cemetery. News could not possibly remain contained. Chu Jianyuan is cunning and cautious. He must fear an ambush at the family estate. Hence the change in location. Fengfu Courtyard is indeed one of the Chu family's properties, so holding the meeting there is not unreasonable. Young master, shall we still go? Sui inquired. Chu Fan chuckled lightly and responded, of course we shall go. Since all the clansmen have gathered at the courtyard, how can we keep them waiting? Just like that? The majority of those at Fengfu Courtyard are Chu Jianyuan's people. If we go directly, it may be perilous, Sui expressed unease. Chu Fan scoffed dismissively. They are but a bunch of fence-sitters. They pose no real threat. With that, he strode confidently towards the estate's exit. Sui, aware of the danger yet unable to resist, followed suit, calling, young master, wait for me. As the two reached the entrance, they encountered a group of cultivators approaching with an imposing demeanor, yet they were not members of the Chu family. Leading the group was Tang Xiong, an elder from the Tang family, whom Chu Fan had encountered earlier at the gate of the forbidden area. Tang Xiong's expression was grim as he directly obstructed Chu Fan's path, stating, Chu Fan, there is an anomaly at the forbidden area gate. You would do well to provide an explanation. What has happened at the forbidden area gate? Did I not assure you that within a month, I would return the 10,000 spirit stones? Chu Fan replied, perplexed. Tang Xiong, visibly displeased, retorted. We have received word that several farmers observed a fissure at the forbidden area gate. It was perfectly intact until you departed. Did you secretly sabotage it before leaving? Do I seem capable of causing such damage to the forbidden area gate? Chu Fan responded, uninterested in defending himself. That is indeed a curious claim. Tang Xiong murmured. Chu Fan smiled and remarked, in my view, what do those farmers truly understand? They must have misinterpreted what they saw. The door was adorned with 99 intricately carved golden dragons, each bearing countless lines and marks, resembling the hairs of cattle. It was understandable to misinterpret. I shared this sentiment. Yet an inexplicable unease lingered within me. Tang Xiong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Chu Fan sighed, exclaiming, You yourselves have acknowledged that the door to the forbidden realm was left by ancient powerhouses, as solid as bronze. How could it possibly crack? However, the crowd exchanged glances of uncertainty. Chu Fan continued, even if it were to fracture, do you expect me to seal it? As a mere charlatan, I lack such prowess. Perhaps you could offer me 10,000 spiritual stones annually, and I might consider it? Indeed, why would we discuss anything with a swindler? The group suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over them. Tang Xiong then straightened his expression and said, let us return to the matter at hand. How is the preparation for the 10,000 spiritual stones you owe us coming along? Chu Fan let out a deep sigh and replied, I am diligently gathering them. In truth, over the years, I have secretly funneled the spiritual stones I acquired to my family. Now that my second uncle has ascended to the position of family head, he no longer provides me with any stones. What? Is Chu Jianyuan truly so shameless? Tang Xiong exclaimed in fury. So, Chu Fan has been draining our resources only to have them siphoned off by that old dog, Chu Jianyuan? Despicable. Chu Fan cleared his throat and said, the Chu family assembly is imminent. Why don't you all approach my second uncle directly for the stones? The 10,000 spiritual stones are a necessity. Tang Xiong urged urgently. Let us go swiftly. Chapter 13. The Debt Collection Assembly at the Fufeng Courtyard. The assembly hall was filled with members of the Chu family. At the head seat sat a middle-aged man adorned in splendid attire, a sword hanging at his waist, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. He was none other than the current head of the Chu family, Chu Jianyuan. Today, he had experienced a notable enhancement in his cultivation, a cause for celebration. However, he was taken aback to learn that during his seclusion, Chu Fan had returned, not only bringing about the demise of his son, but also daring to usurp his position. Chu Jianyuan harbored a deep-seated animosity, wishing to devour him alive. Yet he opted for caution. It was rumored that the young Chu Fan had received guidance from a master and possessed knowledge of formations. The Chu residence was undoubtedly laden with traps set by him. Hence, Chu Jianyuan decided to relocate the clan meeting to the Fufeng Courtyard. How ungrateful of Chu Fan. Would it not have been wiser for him to remain outside guarding the forbidden grounds? Instead, he chose to return and provoke the family head. As though he had a death wish. Did he truly believe he could reclaim the family's legacy? He fancied himself a legitimate heir. Legitimate? Whoever assumes the role of family head becomes the true heir. Yet, I fear he may not show. This youth only dares to engage in underhanded tactics. He would not confront the family head openly. As the crowd murmured, casting glances towards the outside, Chu Jianyuan narrowed his eyes and spoke ominously. If he does not come, it signifies his abandonment of everything the Chu family stands for. He is too arrogant. He will certainly appear. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from outside. It was evident that a group of people was approaching, causing the members of the Chu family to exchange doubtful looks. Could it be Chu Fan? No. There were too many, and their collective strength was formidable. How could a mirror have such numerous allies? As the crowd held their breath, Chu Fan, along with Tang Xiong and others, arrived at the entrance of the hall. Upon seeing Chu Fan, a murderous intent flickered in Chu Jianyuan's eyes as he remarked, "My dear nephew, you have finally arrived. Haha, had I known my second uncle missed me so dearly, I would have returned sooner," Chu Fan replied with a chuckle. Sui pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Jianyuan, exclaiming fiercely, "Chu Jianyuan, you conspired against your own brother and resorted to despicable means to ascend to power. Now that the eldest young master has returned, will you not swiftly admit your wrongdoing and relinquish the position of family head?" The assembly erupted in laughter at the foolishness of his words. However, Chu Jianyuan refrained from immediate action, for he noticed that standing beside Chu Fan was none other than the elder of the Tang family, Tang Xiong. The Tang family was one of the four great families, and any elder from their ranks was not to be trifled with. The other cultivators present were also from various powerful factions, their strength not to be underestimated. Could this be the backing that Chu Fan had sought? Chu Jianyuan shifted his gaze towards Tang Xiong, probing, "Elder Tang Xiong, it has been a while. Yet, I am curious as to the purpose of your presence at the Chu clan assembly?" Tang Xiong replied with a fierce demeanor, "Debt collection." What? Chu Jianyuan was taken aback. Utterly perplexed, Tang Xiong continued, "During the 5 years Chu Fan guarded against the demonic forces, he squandered and embezzled a substantial amount of spirit stones. He owes us 10,000 spirit stones. I represent Tianhai City and have established this debt collection assembly to pursue this debt." Upon hearing this, the members of the Chu family displayed their discontent. "Chu Fan, you truly are a scoundrel. It turns out that your so-called myriad calamities formation is but a fabrication. You have committed misdeeds and now seek to tarnish the reputation of our family." As they berated him, a sense of relief washed over them. Regardless of whether it was a debt collection agency or some other organization, as long as it did not serve as Chu Fan's support, there was no cause for concern. Chu Jianyuan also relinquished his worries, declaring with righteous indignation, "Repayment of debts is a matter of principle." Since it is indeed a matter of principle, head of the Chu family, hand over the spirit stones, Tang Xiong urged. "What?" Chu Jianyuan was taken aback. "Am I to hand over spirit stones? Aren't you here to collect debts from Chu Fan?" His cousin rolled his eyes and retorted, "What are you pretending for? The spirit stones embezzled by Chu Fan have already been transferred to the family. Now that you are at the helm of the Chu family, you must repay." "But when did he give the family spirit stones? I haven't benefited from any of that." Chu Jianyuan grew anxious. "That is a sum of 10,000. Where am I to procure such a substantial amount of spirit stones?" Tang Xiong scoffed. "Do you think us fools? Chu Fan has already admitted it. Hand them over quickly, lest we be forced to take more drastic measures." Chu Fan chimed in. "Indeed, second uncle, do not hide it any longer. Originally, my father was the head of the family, and the spirit stones I acquired were under his guardianship. Now that you have taken over his position, you must be the one to repay the debt. You. Chu Jianyuan's face turned a shade of fury. Chu Fan sighed lightly. "Those spirit stones were painstakingly gathered by the citizens of Tianhai City. How can you shamelessly claim them as your own?" Chu Jianyuan was nearly driven to madness. This rascal was willing to tarnish his own reputation, forcing the Chu family to bear a debt of 10,000. No matter how he explained, no one would believe him. If the spirit stones were not surrendered, the debt collectors might very well obliterate the Chu family. "Chu Fan, you are despicable." Chu Jianyuan ground his teeth in anger. Tang Xiong, growing impatient, remarked, "I have no desire to meddle in your family affairs. After all, Chu Jianyuan, you are in charge. If you do not provide the spirit stones, we will have no choice but to resort to forceful measures." Chu Jianyuan, in a state of panic, replied, "That is unnecessary. I shall indeed procure the spirit stones. After all, he is a person capable of assuming the role of head of the family, displaying considerable resolve." Tang Xiong nodded in satisfaction. Chu Jianyuan, suppressing his ire, stated, "However, I must ascertain that there is truly no other relationship between you all and Chu Fan. If I provide the spirit stones, will you depart? What relationship could we have with him? It is merely a matter of debt. However, this debt must be borne collectively by the Chu family," Tang Xiong responded. Chu Jianyuan continued. Very well. Once you have received the spirit stones, you must leave at once and refrain from disturbing the Chu family assembly. That is understood, the debt collectors echoed in unison. Chu Jianyuan then added, however, 10,000 spirit stones is still too large a sum. I cannot manage that at present and can only provide 2,000 for now. 2,000? The crowd expressed their discontent. Chu Jianyuan supplemented, I will expedite the sale of some family assets, and the remaining 8,000 will be repaid within 3 days. Very well, then you may provide the 2,000 first, Tang Xiong agreed. Suppressing his discomfort, Chu Jianyuan retrieved 2,000 spirit stones from his spatial ring. Having saved for half a lifetime, he finally accumulated these spirit stones, only to be forced to part with them all at once. It is all Chu Fan's fault for placing this burden upon him. Once the debt collectors depart, he shall ensure this wretch meets his demise. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Transformation. Tang Xiong meticulously counted the spirit stones and remarked, indeed, precisely 2,000. Now, gentlemen, may we take our leave? Chu Jianyuan chuckled awkwardly. Let us depart. The remaining 8,000, remember your words, must be returned within 3 days. With a grand gesture, Tang Xiong led the others away. As the debt collectors moved further away, Chu Jianyuan clenched his teeth in frustration, finally unleashing his anger. Chu Fan, you truly are my esteemed nephew, returning to bestow upon me such a delightful surprise. A mere token of our reunion. Dear second uncle, I hope you find it to your liking, Chu Fan replied, his tone laced with mockery. Chu Jianyuan's eyes glinted with malice as he retorted, yet your actions merely buy you a short reprieve, devoid of any substantial merit. The debt collectors are indeed formidable. A source of great concern, however, once they have taken their stones, they cannot genuinely protect you. Indeed, they have departed now. Let us see what tricks you have left. Such petty tactics only serve to annoy the family head. Tricks? Chu Fan chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe I require tricks to reclaim my place within the family? The crowd erupted in laughter. Surely, you do not believe that mere bloodline will elevate you to the position of family head? Do you think gathering us for a clan meeting will earn our support? With your father gone, you are not but a shadow. And you dare contend for power against your uncle? After all, he is the family head. Perhaps if you kneel and admit your mistakes, you might secure a more favorable outcome. Contend for power? Chu Fan scoffed. Do you believe you are worthy of the word contend? A presumptuous youth. I had expected you possessed some means, yet you merely bark like a wild dog. Chu Jianyuan snorted coldly, raising his arm with a flourish. Swish, swish, swish. A throng of Chu family members immediately dispersed, sealing off the entire hall, leaving no room for even a fly to escape. Su-yi gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Are you truly intending to devour your own master? You fool! You fail to comprehend who the true master is. Many spectators regarded him as if he were a simpleton. Chu Jianyuan fixed his gaze upon Chu Fan, speaking indifferently. You are ultimately the son of my late brother, out of old affection. I shall refrain from personally ending your life. If you take your own life now, I may allow you to remain intact. The family head is indeed merciful. Several sycophants chimed in, showering him with flattery. Yet, Chu Fan remained calm and composed, surveying the entire assembly. Those willing to follow me, step forward now. I shall spare your lives this evening. What did he just say? Surely I did not mishear? Laughter erupted. He barely has Su-yi at his side. And yet he speaks of sparing us? Has he lost his mind? 5 years at the gate, and his wits have gone awry. The room filled with derisive laughter. Chu Fan chose not to elaborate further. He firmly believed that among the more than 700 present, there remained individuals akin to Su-yi, though their numbers were few. These were the true essence of the Chu family, the most invaluable treasure. What Chu Fan sought was not the authority of the family head, nor the family's possessions. Instead, it is these individuals of noble heart and unwavering loyalty. When the demonic forces descended, he could not carry away the assets of the Chu family. Yet he could take these brothers with him. How absurd. Chu Jianyuan stood with his hands clasped over his chest, a mocking expression adorning his face. He was not in a hurry. If someone were to rise in support of Chu Fan, it would serve to sift through the ranks. Whoever stood forth would accompany Chu Fan to his demise. I am willing. At last, the first person stepped forward. Ever since the tragic death of the former head of the family, I have been restless, but upon seeing the young master, I finally found peace. A voice within urged me to follow the young master. In this life, I seek only to act in accordance with my conscience. To follow the traitor Chu Jianyuan would be worse than death. Soon, more individuals stepped forward. In total, 52 stood, barely a fraction of the total. Well, you all are commendable. Chu Jianyuan snorted in anger. He had already purged a segment of the family, dealing with the remnants of Chu Xinghe. To his surprise, some had evaded his efforts. Chu Fan, I ought to thank you. Had it not been for your emergence, they would not have revealed themselves. Chu Jianyuan articulated each word with precision, ensuring their complete eradication, leaving no future threats. The 52 righteous souls stood beside Chu Fan, vehemently denouncing. Chu Jianyuan, you wretched creature. We have been biding our time, waiting for an opportunity. Now that the young master has returned, we finally have a pillar of support. Though we are few, we will fight to the death. The outcome is yet uncertain. Each of the 50-odd individuals exuded a fierce determination, prepared to face death. However, they understood their own weakness and lack of odds. Yet even if they were to perish, they would take a few down with them. A cacophony of voices arose. Since they had revealed themselves, they would all be slain. Whoever first beheads Chu Fan shall be rewarded with a bounty of 10,000 taels. Chu Jianyuan revealed a sinister grin and issued the command. His subordinates surged forth, ready to attack. With only 50-odd on Chu Fan's side, it seemed a hopeless endeavor. Yet at that moment, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from Chu Fan. The first wave of attacking enemies instinctively paused. According to their intelligence, Chu Fan was merely at the first level of Qi gathering. Given that the family head had changed the venue, there should be no formations present. Thus, no one regarded Chu Fan seriously. Yet this surge of spiritual energy was decidedly unusual, far beyond that of the first level of Qi gathering. Before the first wave could react, Chu Fan soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick towards the approaching cultivator. Bang! The kick struck, shattering the unfortunate cultivator's ribs and pulverizing his internal organs. His body was sent flying backward. As he flew, blood mixed with shattered viscera erupted from his mouth. Thud. Upon landing, he was already a lifeless corpse. What? Dead? How did he die? The crowd was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. How could it be that Ma Tingyun had fallen? Ma Tingyun, the right-hand man of the family head, was a formidable force, boasting the strength of the 9th level of the Qi gathering realm. Yet, he had been dispatched by Chu Fan with a single kick? Wasn't Chu Fan merely at the first level of the Qi gathering realm? How could he have grown so powerful after guarding the formation for 5 years? Before the onlookers could fully grasp the enormity of the event, another series of bodies were sent flying. Following Ma Tingyun's demise, Chu Fan's leg technique remained relentless as he swept forward. The energy around his legs surged wildly, akin to invisible tidal waves. Nothing could withstand his advance. He is not at the first level of the Qi gathering realm. He has transcended to the first level of the transforming mysterious realm. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Transforming mysterious realm? Who claimed he was merely in the Qi gathering realm? The difference was staggering. Heavens! I passed by the Forbidden Gate last month and sensed his cultivation. He was undoubtedly at the first level of Qi gathering. Suddenly, Chu Fan unleashed his prowess in the transforming mysterious realm, catching everyone off guard. In a mere series of rapid leg techniques, he dispatched over 20 individuals. After recognizing the tower, his realm ascended to the 8th level of Qi gathering. Subsequently, through the devouring sky technique, he voraciously consumed spiritual herbs, breaking through the confines of the Qi gathering realm to reach the first level of the transforming mysterious realm. Even Chu Fan himself was somewhat astonished. Despite possessing the devouring sky technique, his ascent felt remarkably swift. It seemed that his compatibility with the technique was exceedingly high, surpassing even that of the Demon Clan practitioners. He could only attribute this to the 3,000 years of experience from his past life, which endowed him with a deeper understanding of spiritual energy and cultivation, allowing him to unlock the potential of his techniques more effectively. In summary, after an afternoon of devouring, he successfully entered the transforming mysterious realm, which became the source of his confidence. Most cultivators in this world were merely at the body refinement realm, while those at the Qi gathering realm served as the backbone of their families. Even the formidable Captain Zhao Tianlong and the family head S trusted aide Ma Tingyun had not surpassed the thresholds of the Qi gathering realm. In contrast, Chu Fan overshadowed them by an entire realm. Among the hundreds present, the only one capable of contending with him was Chu Jianyuan. As over 20 corpses fell to the ground, Chu Fan did not pause, moving like lightning as he charged toward Chu Jianyuan. How can he be this strong? Chu Jianyuan realized the gravity of the situation. Without time to be shocked, he immediately summoned his spiritual energy, launching a palm strike from a distance. With a whoosh, the spiritual energy coalesced into a palm imprint, crashing down fiercely. Chapter 15. The Art of Tao. As Chu Jianyuan unleashed his strike, Numerous onlookers displayed expressions of awe and envy. The family head had truly broken through. The fluctuation of spiritual energy was undeniably at the third level of the transformation realm, astoundingly powerful. Although the means by which Chu Fan had reached the first level of the transformation realm remained a mystery, he was evidently far inferior to the family head. Many believed that Chu Fan's life had reached its conclusion. At this level, every advancement was exceedingly arduous, and the disparity in strength was colossal. The family head was significantly stronger than Chu Fan, possessing decades more experience. He could dispatch Chu Fan in no more than 3 moves. In an instant, Chu Jianyuan's palm technique was already upon Chu Fan. With a focused gaze, Chu Fan swung his hand outward. Smack! To everyone's astonishment. Chu Jianyuan's palm imprint was shattered as if it were nothing, the might of the technique dissipating into thin air. What? Chu Jianyuan was taken aback. He was a practitioner of the third level of the transformation realm, delivering a merciless strike, yet it was vanquished by a mere first-level practitioner? What had transpired with Chu Fan? Before he could ponder these questions further, Chu Fan had already appeared before him. The previous technique had merely served to slightly impede Chu Fan's advance. Now, with explosive force, Chu Fan's right arm surged forward to strike Chu Jianyuan directly. A chill ran down Chu Jianyuan's spine. The opponent was clearly only at the first level of the transformation realm, yet his control over spiritual energy was remarkably refined, rendering the potency of his punch extraordinary. The trajectory and angle of the fist were acutely calculated, instilling within Chu Jianyuan an overwhelming sense of inevitability, as if he were confronting not a young man, but a cunning ancient demon. Damn it! Chu Jianyuan clenched his teeth, instinctively channeling his spiritual energy, which coalesced in his chest to form an invisible defensive barrier. If he could not evade, he would have to endure the blow. Whoosh! Bang! A sound of air being ruptured was followed by a solid, muffled thud. Chu Fan's fist struck Chu Jianyuan squarely in the chest, forcefully driving him back more than 10 paces. Chu Jianyuan felt as though a tempest roiled within him, unmistakably suffering internal injuries. His complexion darkened considerably. Before so many clan members, he had been injured by Chu Fan. Where could he hide his old face now? How would he maintain authority? This Chu Fan was rather peculiar. Although he was merely at the first level of the transformation realm, the power of his techniques surpassed their apparent realm. His mastery over spiritual energy was extraordinary. He had managed to challenge 2 levels above him through impeccable control of his spiritual force. The onlookers were further astonished. Enraged and humiliated, Chu Jianyuan suddenly drew the treasured sword from his waist, declaring, "Chu Fan, if you can compel me to resort to weaponry, it is enough for you to boast about even if it leads to your demise." However, Chu Fan paid no heed to his words, feeling a tinge of regret within. Thinking, the first level of the transformation realm is still somewhat lacking. Initially, he had anticipated that, drawing upon his past life's experience, he could dispatch Chu Jianyuan with a single blow. Alas, he had failed. He still had to rely on the spirit-gathering array. A thought flickered in Chu Fan's mind, and the spiritual energy within him surged rapidly. In an instant, the spirit-gathering array took form. During the day, he was at the first level of Qi gathering, and by activating the array within his body, he could rival those at the 7th level of Qi gathering, effectively augmenting his cultivation by 6 levels. However, now that he was at the first level of transcendence, such a 6th-level enhancement was unattainable. After all, the higher the realm, the greater the disparity between levels. Chu Fan estimated that this time, the increase in power would only equate to 3 levels of cultivation. Yet, this was 3 levels of transcendence. Once the spirit-gathering array formed, his spiritual energy surged dramatically. Certain techniques that had previously been difficult to execute could now be performed with ease. Without hesitation, Chu Fan swiftly formed a hand seal, channeling a point of azure light between his fingers. This azure glow, conjured from spiritual energy, was visibly vibrant. Just as Chu Jianyuan was about to strike with his sword, he caught sight of the rapidly expanding azure light, and his expression changed drastically. What? Dao technique? His subordinates, too, were struck with shock. Dao technique? How can he, at the first level of transcendence, wield a Dao technique? The events unfolding before them shattered their understanding. The various techniques employed by cultivators are primarily divided into 2 categories: martial arts and Dao techniques. Martial arts can be simply understood as actions based on physical prowess, with a modest infusion of spiritual energy to achieve offensive and defensive effects. Ultimately, martial arts remain within the realm of physical combat, with spiritual energy serving as a supplementary aspect. Dao techniques, however, are wholly reliant on spiritual energy. The threshold for learning Tao techniques is exceptionally high, requiring profound mastery over spiritual energy and substantial consumption of it. Generally, only cultivators in the mid to late stages of transcendence could hope to learn them. At this level, their control and the quality of their spiritual energy could support the execution of Tao techniques. And this was merely the possibility of learning. In Tianhai City, those who could successfully utilize Tao techniques typically had to reach the next major realm, Spirit Sea. Such individuals were exceedingly rare and renowned for their formidable prowess. Yet, at this moment, Chu Jianyuan astonishingly perceived traces of a Tao technique in Chu Fan's hands. He felt urgency. This child was far too dangerous. If not eradicated today, he would become a great threat. With a face full of murderous intent, Chu Jianyuan swung his sword fiercely. Spiritual energy surged violently into the treasured sword, as he recklessly expended it to unleash his most powerful strike. The violent spiritual energy erupted from the sword, showcasing the characteristics of martial arts, capable of harnessing spiritual energy, yet incredibly direct and crude, akin to a deluge. In stark contrast, the azure light on Chu Fan's fingertip, though modest and devoid of alarming fluctuations, instilled a sense of dread. The 7 absolute sword technique, Void Slash. With bloodshot eyes, Chu Jianyuan aimed his sword at Chu Fan's head. Yet, Chu Fan did not flinch. Instead, he flicked his finger. Azure Ming finger. The azure light coalesced into a substantial giant finger that shot forth, striking precisely at the sword. Clang. The azure giant finger swept across, rendering Chu Jianyuan's most formidable sword strike utterly ineffective. Even the sword itself shattered on the spot, clattering to the ground. Yet, the azure giant finger did not dissipate. Instead, it crashed directly into Chu Jianyuan's body. With a chilling sound, Chu Jianyuan felt his heart seize with fear. And with a desperate exertion of will, he managed to twist slightly. The giant finger did not strike his vital points directly, but it landed heavily upon his shoulder. The azure light crushed down, severing his right shoulder and arm completely. Blood gushed forth, flesh mangled, as if he had been bitten by a monstrous beast, a sight both horrific and tragic. Such was the might of the Taoist arts. Earlier, Chu Jianyuan had executed a palm technique, leaving behind a mere imprint. However, that was merely martial skill. His imprint was nothing more than a mere outpouring of spiritual energy, akin to a stronger gust of wind. In contrast, Chu Fan's Qiming finger was a Taoist technique he had mastered in a previous life. The giant finger formed by the Qiming finger represented a higher manifestation of spiritual energy, far beyond what mere flesh could withstand. Chu Jianyuan writhed in agony, his face ashen. He then glared fiercely at the gathered crowd, bellowing, "You useless fools! What are you waiting for? Do you wish to see me duel with Chu Fan alone? Hurry, take action, spare no cost, and eliminate him." Chapter 16. The fence-sitter. At the sound of Chu Jianyuan's roar, over 700 members of the Chu family finally regained their senses. It was not out of a desire to witness a spectacle, but rather due to the sheer abruptness of the events that had unfolded. As they surrounded Chu Fan, he had swiftly dispatched more than 20 of them with a single flying kick, subsequently forcing the family head back. Before they could react, the head of the family had unsheathed his sword, only for Chu Fan to employ a technique of Taoism. In the blink of an eye, the head's body was shattered beyond recognition. Everything happened too rapidly. In such a brief span, so much transpired that their minds were still buzzing. But now, clarity returned. A few of Chu Jianyuan's most loyal followers were the first to act, lunging at Chu Fan with wild abandon. Chu Fan frowned slightly and retaliated with a swift slap. Like a hurricane, several were instantly reduced to mere husks, their organs crushed, and they fell, bloodied and lifeless. If Chu Jianyuan was unable to withstand a single blow, what threat could these body-refining and chi-gathering cultivators pose? Unless all 700 banded together, disregarding their own lives to create chaos for him. Such a scenario was clearly implausible. For apart from these few diehards, the rest of the family members remained motionless, too fearful even to meet Chu Fan's gaze. Seeing this, Chu Jianyuan's face turned green with rage as he shouted, "What are you doing? Are you no longer heeding the family head's orders?" The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to respond, each calculating in their hearts. This was a moment of upheaval for the Chu family. Most were sideline relatives or mercenaries recruited by the Chu family, lacking any deep familial ties to Chu Jianyuan. Their allegiance stemmed from his formidable strength and ruthless nature. Following the demise of Chu Xinghe, Chu Jianyuan had become the sole powerful figure within the family, his seniority unquestioned. Moreover, he had established connections with the Li family in the northern part of the city. Thus, they had no choice but to accept him as their leader. But now, Chu Jianyuan was on the brink of death, unlikely to survive the night. What was left to follow? In stark contrast, Chu Fan had effortlessly overwhelmed Chu Jianyuan. The future of the Chu family, and who would take the helm, was painfully evident. Those willing to submit had never been swayed by the family head, but rather by strength. Soon, someone revealed a sycophantic smile and proclaimed, "Indeed, the young master is magnificent." "Well done, young master. Chu Jianyuan has usurped the position of family head and must be punished harshly. In you, I see the shadow of Uncle Xing'e. A tiger begets no dog. Welcome back, young master. Please take charge of the family and restore the glory of the Chu clan." As if spurred on, more voices joined in, clamoring for Chu Fan to assume the role of family head. Cough, cough. Witnessing this, Chu Jianyuan's complexion turned a ghastly shade as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Just moments ago, these individuals had fawned over him, addressing him as the family head, while cursing Chu Fan's name. Yet now, they all bowed before Chu Fan. You have betrayed me, betrayed the family. Does your conscience not stir?" Chu Jianyuan bellowed. Unfortunately, no one paid him any heed. The collateral relatives feared that even a single word exchanged with him might implicate them. Chu Fan chuckled softly and remarked, "Chu Jianyuan, they were quick to submit to you, and naturally, they are equally swift in their betrayal. Did you truly believe they would lay down their lives for you?" Chu Jianyuan's teeth clenched together, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, Sui and dozens of Chu Fan's loyalists finally found their voice. Pointing at Chu Jianyuan and denouncing him, "You are the greatest traitor. Betraying others will ultimately lead to your own betrayal. You despicable scoundrel. You are not worthy of entering the ancestral graves of the Chu family. Look at you now, huh? You deserve this." They had initially resolved to die alongside Chu Fan, seeking to preserve their integrity. Little did they expect that Chu Fan would so brazenly incapacitate Chu Jianyuan before the eyes of hundreds. No wonder the young master had stated before his departure that these were mere opportunists, not worth concerning oneself with, Sui thought to himself. He now understood the meaning of a disorganized mob. The more than 700 individuals appeared to be a formidable force. If they had united as one, they could certainly have posed a threat to Chu Fan. However, their alliance was forged from self-interest rather than shared conviction. Once Chu Jianyuan was rendered powerless, this coalition would undoubtedly disintegrate. Thus, the young master had foreseen this. By employing decisive measures to eliminate Chu Jianyuan, the remaining 700 would inevitably turn against him. The young master not only possessed great strength, but also exhibited remarkable acuity in assessing the situation. Chu Jianyuan, you wretched cur, quickly apologized to the young master. Kneel down at once. Do you think you are fit to be the head of the family? The young master is the rightful heir. We endured your presence while he was away, but now that he has returned, do you still wish to cling to the position of head? Our loyalty lies solely with the young master. In the hall, as the crowd hurled insults at Chu Jianyuan, they simultaneously expressed their allegiance to Chu Fan. A hint of disdain flickered across Chu Fan's face. It is easy to add embellishments to a tapestry, but difficult to provide aid in times of need. Their declarations of loyalty now were far too late. Chu Jianyuan, unable to contain his fury, spat and retorted, "You fickle turncoats. Do you truly believe I will never rise again? I shall remember all of you who currently grovel before Chu Fan." "Ha! What a futile outburst. You have fallen to such depths, and yet you still aspire to reclaim your position? With an arm lost, you will find it increasingly difficult to cultivate your skills. You should be more concerned with surviving the night. Humph. Ungrateful wretches, why hasn't the young master simply crushed your skull?" The crowd gazed at him as if he were a fool, reciprocating the humiliation they had once heaped upon Chu Fan now onto Chu Jianyuan. Yet, Chu Jianyuan threw back his head and laughed, proclaiming, "The Li family of the northern city is now my support. As long as they back me, what does it matter if Chu Fan is powerful?" "The Li family of the northern city?" With a slight furrow of his brow, Chu Fan accused. "You have indeed conspired with outsiders to harm my father." Chu Jianyuan scoffed lightly. "Thus, you dare not kill me. Do you truly believe I lack the courage?" Chu Fan retorted. With unwavering confidence, Chu Jianyuan proclaimed, "I am gravely injured. If you had the audacity to kill me, you would have done so by now, huh?" Chu Fan laughed derisively. "Do you genuinely think that the Qiming finger was evaded by your own prowess?" Chu Jianyuan momentarily froze. He had narrowly escaped a fatal blow by exhausting his strength. Could it be that Chu Fan had deliberately aimed away? Given the formidable power of that technique, shattering one's skull would hardly be a challenge. As this thought crossed his mind, an involuntary shiver ran down Chu Jianyuan's spine, leaving him feeling uneasy. Chu Fan spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. The reason you remain alive is simply that the dead cannot speak. What? What do you want? Chu Jianyuan recoiled slightly. Who revealed my father's vulnerability? Chu Fan demanded. Was it you? Who was the cloaked figure that night who attacked my father? The Li family from the north of the city? I do not know. Chu Jianyuan stammered, shaking his head repeatedly. Chu Fan's expression darkened as he seized Chu Jianyuan by the neck, stating, I grant you one opportunity to answer anew. Chapter 17. The steward of the Li residence, Chu Jianyuan gasped for breath. His face flushed as he stammered. I admit it. I truly wish to usurp my elder brother and become the head of the family, but I am no match for him, so I conspired with the Li family. What treachery! The Li family is the sworn enemy of the Chu clan, and he dared to collude with them. How despicable! To betray his own brother is a vile act indeed. He must be dealt with according to family law. I implore the eldest young master to eradicate this traitor. Once loyal subordinates of Chu Jianyuan were filled with righteous indignation, their expressions resolute. At that moment, a robust voice resonated from the back door of the hall. Young man, one should show mercy when possible. As the voice faded, an elder in his 50s stepped forward. Li Cheng? Isn't he a member of the Li family? When did he arrive? Everyone recognized him. He was Li Cheng, the steward of the Li residence. Originally a distant relative of the Li family, he had gained the head of the family's favor and risen to the position of steward. Virtually all matters concerning the Li family passed through his hands. It could be said that Li Cheng represented the Li family in external affairs. His presence in the Chu family's estate, entering through the back door, suggested he had been there for some time. Was there truly a member of the Li family present at the Chu family assembly? It appeared that Chu Jianyuan had not merely allied with the Li family, but had become their pawn. How brazen that the Li family would not even attempt to conceal their involvement. Chu Fan regarded Li Cheng with a discerning gaze. Li Cheng stood alone, yet his demeanor remained composed as he remarked, the eldest young master is indeed a youthful hero. I admire your prowess. Now that Chu Jianyuan has surrendered, our Li family feels compelled to intervene. Chu Jianyuan, tears and snot streaming down his face, pleaded, Old steward, save me. You must advocate for me. Li Cheng's expression soured slightly as he retorted, you pitiful creature. Although he was displeased with Chu Jianyuan's display, he felt compelled to protect him. After all, Chu Jianyuan had actively sought the Li family's support and had become their puppet. If he did not safeguard Chu Jianyuan today, who would dare to ally with the Li family in the future? Eldest young master, might you grant me a favor and spare Chu Jianyuan for now? There are matters we can discuss, Li Cheng said, offering a smile to Chu Fan. His tone, though warm, carried an undercurrent of veiled threat. Chu Fan scoffed. Who do you think you are to demand my favor? With that, he exerted force through his palm, lifting Chu Jianyuan entirely off the ground. In a state of utter terror, Chu Jianyuan let out a hoarse cry. Chu Fan, do you dare to kill me? The Li family will not let you off easily. Furthermore, I am your own second uncle. You are your father's younger brother. If you kill me, do you not fear the wrath of heaven? Crack. Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Fan snapped his neck. The lifeless body was carelessly discarded onto the ground, causing the family members present to gasp in shock. The head of the family. Has he truly perished? You. Witnessing the scene, Li Cheng's expression darkened considerably. You think I am unworthy of your respect? You are showing disrespect to the Li family. With a chuckle, Chu Fan remarked, the Li family has caused my father's demise. Do you truly believe the Li family can continue to exist? Li Cheng paused momentarily, then, finding the situation absurd, replied, you little rascal, killing Chu Jianyuan certainly has inflated your confidence. Do you genuinely think you can contend with the Li family? As his words echoed, Su Yi and the others adopted grave expressions. Historically, the strength of the Chu family paled in comparison to that of the Li family. The balance of power between the two families had relied upon Chu Xinghe, who singularly elevated the Chu family to a new echelon. Now, bereft of Chu Xinghe and having suffered substantial losses in their ranks, the Chu family stood no chance against the Li family. Li Cheng, with an air of arrogance, continued, Chu Fan, you are astute and should comprehend the current predicament. You have two paths before you. The first is to submit to the Li family, providing them with tributes on a regular basis. This way, you may ensure your safety and secure the longevity of the Chu family. Wasn't that precisely what Chu Jianyuan did? Chu Fan retorted mockingly. Indeed, Li Cheng affirmed. He reached out to the Li family to ally against Chu Xinghe. Subsequently, The Li family assisted him in eliminating Chu Xinghe's loyalists and supported his rise to power, rendering him a mere puppet of the Li family. Good riddance. He sold out his entire family. Sui spat disdainfully at the corpse of Chu Jinyuan. Li Qing shot him a glance and stated, "Is that not a favorable outcome?" With Chu Xinghe gone, the Li family could have annihilated the entire Chu family. Only by becoming a vassal of the Li family can the Chu family hope to endure. Chu Fan, as long as you emulate Chu Jianyuan and submit to the Li family, they will not only forgive you but also protect you. And if I refuse? Chu Fan countered. Li Cheng narrowed his aged eyes, declaring, "Then you must choose the second path, to accompany Chu Jianyuan in his grave. I'm afraid I shall opt for a third path." With a derisive laugh, Chu Fan stomped his foot lightly. Suddenly, the shattered sword on the ground soared into the air. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a torrent of fierce spiritual energy enveloped over a dozen sharp iron shards, hurling them with great force. Whoosh! The shards, glimmering like silver lightning, penetrated deeply into Li Qing's body in an instant. Flesh was torn, and blood gushed from more than 10 wounds. Li Qing gasped sharply. Collapsing to the ground, he strained to lift his head to gaze at Chu Fan, wishing to utter something, but he could only feel his life ebbing away. Unable to produce a sound, he had never anticipated that Chu Fan would strike at him. In terms of strength, he was indeed inferior to Chu Jianyuan, who, as the head of the family, enjoyed vast resources, a stark contrast to a mere steward. Yet, Li Cheng had never feared Chu Fan. He represented the Li family. Who would dare to harm him? To do so would be tantamount to provoking the Li family, a certain path to death. Thus, he felt emboldened to coerce Chu Fan into submission. But Chu Fan was a madman, unrestrained, willing to kill without hesitation. How pathetic. Unable to evade even a fragment of a broken sword, Chu Fan scoffed. Like the final straw that broke the camel's back, Li Cheng's throat convulsed, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood before finally succumbing to death. Sui and the others exchanged awkward chuckles. How weak. Though Li Qing was not the pinnacle of martial prowess within the Li family, he had nonetheless reached the first level of the transformational realm. This caliber, and yet, how weak. Yet, it made sense. The young master had already slain Chu Jianyuan. Dispatching a Li Qing would hardly pose a challenge. However, the true complications would arise after Li Qing's demise. The Li family would undoubtedly seek retribution. Dead? Li Qing is really dead. While this was a cause for some satisfaction, he was still the steward of the Li residence. What now? How could we face the wrath of the Li family? The opportunistic members of the Chu family grew increasingly anxious. Initially, they had rallied behind Chu Jianyuan, but upon witnessing Chu Fan's rise, they quickly shifted their allegiance. They had hoped to bask in the prosperity alongside Chu Fan. But now that Chu Fan had also slain Li Cheng, panic ensued. The conflict between Chu Fan and the Li family was bound to be relentless. Chu Fan may have relished the act of killing, yet he would drag the entire Chu family into the fray. If we continued to support Chu Fan, would we not share in the fate of being obliterated by the Li family? We must find a way to distance ourselves from Chu Fan. However, his ruthless nature complicates matters greatly. The crowd's emotions were tumultuous as they cast furtive glances at Chu Fan, hesitating to voice their thoughts. Chapter 18. 7 million. Upon noticing the change in the expressions of those around him, Chu Fan could not help but smirk inwardly. He had never harbored any expectations for these fickle individuals, nor did he intend to claim them as his own. Thus, he proclaimed selflessly, "The Li family harbors a deep-seated grudge against me. There shall inevitably be a confrontation between us. I offer you an opportunity. You may voluntarily withdraw from the Chu family. In doing so, the enmity between the Li family and myself will not implicate you." "What are you saying, young master? How could we possibly leave the Chu family?" "We stand with you in seeking vengeance," exclaimed Sui and several others. From the very beginning, they had supported Chu Fan wholeheartedly, indifferent to the prospect of life and death, and thus retreat was not an option for them. Conversely, the opportunistic bystanders displayed expressions of delight. To extricate themselves from the family? How splendid. If Chu Fan sought his own demise, they wished not to accompany him. Cough, cough, since the young master has stated so. I find it reasonable. Our strength is lacking, and we cannot offer much assistance. If conflict arises between the two families, we would merely be a burden. Indeed, I am willing to sever ties with the Chu family to avoid becoming a vulnerability for the young master. I too am willing, many echoed, feigning reluctance upon their faces. Do you not have any shame? A group without backbone. Is it merely the Li family that intimidates you so? Sui and the others rebuked sternly. Chu Fan waved his hand, stating, Sui, each person has their own aspirations. There is no need for further words. Thank you. Young Master Xie, for your understanding. The crowd erupted in joy. With a serious countenance, Chu Fan continued, many of the family's enterprises and shops are managed by you. Upon your departure from the family, these establishments should logically be returned to the main house. At this, the smiles of the crowd faltered. Handing over the shops meant what would they eat in the future? However, it was undeniable that the ownership of these establishments belonged to the Chu family. Having severed ties with the Chu family, they naturally had no right to continue enjoying the profits. Chu Fan then shifted his tone, as we are all of the same kin, I shall not reclaim the shops. They shall remain with you. However, each of you must pay a sum of 10,000 taels of silver, as if purchasing the shops. What say you? 10,000 taels? Such a high price, but it is acceptable. Thank you, head of the family, for your generosity. After a moment's contemplation, they collectively resolved, agreeing to the terms. 10,000 taels was indeed a considerable amount, yet with this payment, they could not only claim the shops as their own but also disentangle themselves from the Chu family. Which was well worth it. Time was on their side. They could earn that sum again in the future. The pressing matter was to sever ties with Chu Fan. Head of the family, how can you allow them such a bargain? Sui exclaimed, stamping his foot. He believed that these shops should be discarded rather than sold to these fickle individuals. Chu Fan, in a magnanimous tone, declared, we are all family. I shall bear some losses. Yet, inwardly, he scoffed, shops? Soon, the demonic army shall descend, and Tian'ai City will transform into a hell on earth. In due course, these shops will be left behind, rendered utterly worthless. With the head of the family transformed into mere wealth, what is there to hesitate? The young master truly possesses a compassionate heart. Let us extend our best wishes for the young master's successful vengeance, to trample upon the Li family. When the time comes, we shall return collectively to celebrate the young master's triumph. The crowd displayed genuine expressions, yet each harbored the grim understanding that Chu Fan was doomed. Whoever remained in the Chu family would share his fate. Chu Fan then declared, 10,000 taels, you may not have such sums on your persons. I shall grant you an hour to gather the necessary funds, and I will provide you with all the deeds and titles of the shops. Indeed, the crowd rejoiced, hastily departing to retrieve their money from their respective establishments. Chu Fan was unperturbed by the prospect of their absence. 10,000 taels for the acquisition of shops and the assurance of safety was a coveted opportunity. Before long, they began to return in succession. Young master, I am the head of the market, managing a total of 11 clansmen, and with myself included, I have gathered 120,000 taels. I oversee a protection agency with 20 bodyguards, totaling 210,000. As the owner of a cloth shop, I have few clansmen, but I present 3,000 taels. The process unfolded smoothly. In the end, Chu Fan amassed a total of 710,000 taels in banknotes. He was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. The entirety of the Chu family's assets, if sold, might not even yield 7 million. Moreover, the sale would require considerable time, a luxury Chu Fan could not afford. Seizing the moment presented by the Li family's threat to liquidate everything at once was indeed a splendid strategy. Naturally, those who had distanced themselves from the Chu family were equally satisfied. Henceforth, all profits from the shops would be theirs alone. In the future, should the Li family eliminate Chu Fan and the Chu clan, it would bear no consequence for them. Brothers, let us go. After gathering the funds, Chu Fan waved his hand grandly, leading Su Yi and several loyal followers away from the courtyard. Even the Fufeng courtyard had been sold, leaving only the Chu family estate. Upon returning home, Chu Fan summoned all the cultivators. During the day at the cemetery, 20 had vowed to follow him unto death. That evening, in the Fufeng courtyard, 52 had gathered. A total of 72 individuals congregated in the grand courtyard, all sensing that Chu Fan was about to announce something significant. Yet, Chu Fan made no announcements. He merely gazed at each individual, asking, the Chu family is numerous, and some of you I do not recognize. What is your name? Sui. One responded with a grin. No need for introductions, right? Young master, I am Chu Ao Tian. We share a great-grandfather. You still call him young master? He is now the head of the family. Head of the family, I am Chu Zhendong. Chu Yuan. Chu Jingshu. My life was granted by your father, and it shall now be yours. Chu Fan memorized each name, declaring, as long as you are present, the Chu family endures. As for those inept individuals outside, their departure is a blessing. Indeed, we are willing to live and die alongside the young master. For the late head of the family, we shall exact our revenge. The crowd echoed in unison. Chu Fan smiled lightly and said, do not carelessly utter the word death. How could I allow you to meet such a fate if I have chosen to keep you with me? Are we not seeking vengeance against the Li family? This journey is fraught with peril, and casualties are inevitable. A young man spoke up. Chu Fan recognized him as Chu Outyin, a distant cousin with a slight familial connection. The lad, merely 14 or 15 years old, possessed limited cultivation. Yet his gaze was resolute, hinting at a promising future. Indeed, the Li family must be eradicated, and I have my own plans. You all should rest well tonight. Conserve your energy and await my command tomorrow, Chu Fan instructed. Yes, master. The crowd responded in unison. Having settled this matter, Chu Fan departed from the residence. Li Qing was dead, and it was likely that the Li family would be informed before long. Chu Fan preferred to take the initiative, thus, by dawn at the latest. He intended to raise the Li family to avenge his father. The Li family was formidable. Currently, Chu Fan was at the first level of the transformation realm. And with the advantage of his previous life's experiences, he could contend with cultivators at the fourth level of the transformation realm. Moreover, considering the enhancement provided by the spirit gathering array, he effectively equated to a typical 7th-level transformation realm practitioner. However, the Li family boasted numerous cultivators, including a formidable expert who had reached the 9th level of the transformation realm. Consequently, Chu Fan refrained from acting impulsively. Should he lead an assault now? He could ensure his own safety, yet his companions would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses. Therefore, he resolved to make preparations tonight in order to deliver a grand surprise to the Li family. For this purpose, he required special materials. The optimal place to procure these materials was the Baidao Pavilion. Renowned as the most famous establishment in Tian'ai City, Baidao Pavilion offered a plethora of treasures, including rare materials, spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, and formidable weapons. The pavilion was open all day, including the night. Upon entering the shop, Chu Fan was greeted by a melodious voice. Welcome. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? The voice was somewhat familiar. Turning to look, Chu Fan beheld a charming young girl with a polite smile. However, upon recognizing the guest's face, she was taken aback. Chu Fan, is it truly you? Chapter 19. Can you afford it? Upon seeing the young woman, memories flooded Chu Fan's mind. 5 years prior, he was engaged to Su Kaiwei, the daughter of the Su family. At that time, Chu Fan made the decision to guard against the demonic forces and proactively sought to negotiate with the Su family to annul their engagement. Once he entered the Great Abyss formation, he would essentially be a living corpse, and it was unnecessary to delay Su Kaiwei's future. The elders of the Su family expressed their support for his decision. However, Su Kaiwei herself vehemently opposed it, stating, "Our engagement is a commitment. It cannot be easily dissolved. If you go to guard the Forbidden Gate, I cannot agree to annul it. By entering the formation, you become a hero of Tian'ai City. And I take pride in that. Even if we cannot be together, I am willing to wait for you. Whenever you return, I shall marry you. If you do not return, I shall never marry. If you perish, I shall remain in mourning for you." Despite Chu Fan's earnest attempts to persuade her not to wait foolishly, Su Kaiwei remained resolute, declaring that in this lifetime, she would only recognize him, even if it meant living in solitude. Left with no other choice, Chu Fan had to acquiesce. The young woman before him was Yu Shui, Su Kaiwei's personal maid. After 5 years, the girl had blossomed into a graceful young lady. "Yu Shui, where is your mistress?" Chu Fan inquired, a tumult of emotions churning within him. Yu Shui's expression seemed somewhat unnatural as she replied, "Chu Fan, aren't you supposed to be guarding the Forbidden Gate? How have you returned?" Chu Fan responded nonchalantly, "I am no longer guarding it." With a dismissive huff, Yu Shui retorted, "No longer guarding it? Surely, you must be unable to forget my mistress and have come to cling to her, hoping to benefit from her status." "You think too much," Chu Fan said, bemused. The relationship between him and Su Kaiwei had never transcended the bounds of mere engagement. It was solely a bond forged by duty. His feelings for her were complex. To say he liked her would be an understatement. Admiration would be more fitting. A girl of such integrity and loyalty was indeed rare. Yet, more than anything, he felt a profound sense of guilt. She had cried and expressed her willingness to wait for him, while he had chosen to guard the formation. It was precisely this guilt that compelled Chu Fan to wish for Su Kaiwei's happiness. As for clinging to her, that was out of the question. Although the engagement had not been formally annulled, he had considered himself dead the moment he entered the formation. And the matter of their engagement had long since been put to rest. It was best that they each find peace in their respective lives. "You think too much?" Yu Shui frowned and said, "Then why are you at Baidao Pavilion? Surely you must have learned that my mistress has become a direct disciple of the pavilion master. And you are here to seek her favor, hoping to thrive off her elevation. She has become a disciple of the pavilion master?" Chu Fan was taken aback. The pavilion master was the ruler of Baibao Pavilion, a treasure trove of countless riches. To establish such a shop within the city, the master's strength and connections were undoubtedly formidable, and even the most powerful families within the city dared not provoke the master. A direct disciple of the pavilion master held a status that was unparalleled, with a boundless future ahead. Chu Fan felt genuinely pleased for Su Kaiwei to have obtained such an opportunity. I must inform you that the young lady has long since moved on from you. Do not even think of revisiting the engagement and jeopardizing her future, since the young lady became a disciple of the pavilion master. I too have remained at the Baibao Pavilion. Given your current standing, you are hardly worthy of my company, let alone hers, Yu Shui said sharply. Her tone was so abrasive that it irked Chu Fan, who replied, I am unaware of her relationship with the pavilion master. I merely came here to purchase some items. Just some items? It is best that way. Yu Shui scoffed. Speak, what do you wish to buy? I will fetch it for you, and once you are done, make haste to leave. Chu Fan stated, I require second-tier beast cores. Beast cores? What do you need those for? Very well, suit yourself. We have many varieties of ferocious beast cores here. Which type do you require? Yu Shui inquired. Any type will do. I need 72, Chu Fan continued. Yu Shui's expression darkened immediately. What did you say? 72? Surely you cannot be oblivious to the value of beast cores, Chu Fan. I have no time to waste with you. Yu Shui increasingly suspected that Chu Fan intended to use this as an opportunity to draw near the young lady. The purchase of beast cores was merely a ruse. The price for second-tier beast cores typically ranges from 10,000 to 30,000 taels. If Chu Fan had mentioned buying one or two, it would have seemed reasonable. However, 72? Clearly absurd. At an average price of 20,000. That totals 144,000 taels. What is the annual revenue of the Chu family? Moreover, it is rumored that the Chu family has changed hands. How could a down-and-out scion like him possess over 1 million taels? Is he here to toy with me? The more Yu Shui pondered, the more irate she became. Chu Fan, I did not expect that after 5 years, you have become so laughable and pitiable. Are you attempting to feign wealth to impress the young lady? Do you truly believe this will aid your pursuit of her? Have you lost your mind? Chu Fan felt a surge of anger. He had found Yu Shui quite unlikable from the outset, yet out of guilt towards Su Kaiwei, and knowing Yu Shui was a maid of the Su household, he had refrained from confronting her. Unexpectedly, this girl had become increasingly presumptuous. Yu Shui coldly snorted. Having worked at the Baibao Pavilion for an extended period, I have encountered many men like you, who often boast to attract women's attention. Spare yourself. You will not even have the opportunity to see the young lady. You are unwelcome here. Leave at once. Is the Baibao Pavilion not a place of commerce? Chu Fan's brow furrowed in confusion. Yu Shui replied sarcastically, commerce? Can you even afford 72 second-tier beast cores? Hurry and leave. Do not embarrass yourself here. If you do not depart, I shall summon someone. And then you will lose even the last shred of dignity as the young master of the Chu family. Just as her words fell, a fleeting shadow suddenly flashed before her. Chu Fan struck out with a swift hand, landing a resounding slap across Yu Shui's face. The crack echoed loudly, leaving a mark on the corner of her mouth and swelling half her face. The stinging pain elicited a sharp scream from her. Ah, Chu Fan, you wretched scoundrel. How dare you strike me? Help! Help! There is a ruckus at the Baibao Pavilion. Soon, a number of figures surged in through the back door. With a swift glance, Chu Fan noted approximately a dozen individuals. Though few in number, their imposing presence indicated they were anything but weak. The store was filled with countless treasures, surely not lacking in protective forces. Meanwhile, on the staircase, an elderly man with a white beard hastened down, inquiring, what has transpired? Master, someone is causing trouble and even struck me. Yu Shui replied, wiping away her tears in a fit of grievance. The elder's expression soured as he turned to Chu Fan. Is it you who has assaulted someone within the Baibao Pavilion? Chu Fan's demeanor remained composed as he replied, indeed. He recognized the elder as Fan Hongfu, the master of the Baibao Pavilion. In his youth, Chu Fan, the young master of the Chu family, had occasionally visited the Baibao Pavilion and had encountered the master on several occasions. Fan Hongfu, taken aback by the immediate admission, grew increasingly displeased. From your tone, it seems you are provoking the Baibao Pavilion? With a chuckle, Chu Fan responded, Master Fan, you jest. I merely came to purchase goods. There is no provocation intended. Fan Hongfu furrowed his brows and retorted, then why did you strike my attendant? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, you may find it difficult to leave here unscathed. The dignity of the Baibao Pavilion shall not be trampled upon. She insulted a customer and refused to sell goods. Shouldn't she be reprimanded? Chu Fan replied coldly. I find it quite curious, master, that the Baibao Pavilion employs such attendants. How dare you say such a thing? Is that your way of purchasing goods? You opened your mouth with a demand for 72 second-tier beast cores. Do you think you are worthy of such a request? Do you plan to purchase with your head? Yu Shui interjected, sharply rebuking him. Chapter 20. Su Kaiwei. After Yu Shui berated Chu Fan, she turned her gaze towards Fan Hongfu and said, Master, it is not that I am unwilling to sell, but I am well acquainted with this person and fully aware of his background. He is none other than Chu Fan of the Chu family. Chu Fan. No wonder he seems somewhat familiar. I have seen him a few times in the past. Fan Hongfu mused thoughtfully. Yu Shui continued. The Chu family has recently faced calamity and suffered significant losses. They can hardly spare any funds. More importantly, the head of the family has been replaced, and Chu Fan is no longer even the young master, inevitably marginalized by the second branch. He possesses neither wealth nor power. How could he possibly present a sum exceeding 100,000 taels? Furthermore, who in their right mind would purchase such an exorbitant quantity of beast cores? Would anyone truly utilize them all? The guards in the vicinity could not help but silently nod in agreement. Yu Shui spoke truthfully. There was no rationale or capacity for this Chu Fan to acquire such a vast number of beast cores. Such pretentious guests, lacking funds, were not uncommon and were typically dismissed without ceremony. However, a penniless individual resorting to violence was an entirely different matter. To maintain the long-term deterrence of Baibao, disturbances could not be tolerated. Chu Fan, although I share a past with your father, Baibao has its rules. Do not hold it against me for my lack of leniency. Fan Hongfu declared, his expression darkening as an aura of formidable pressure enveloped him. Yu Shui, feeling triumphant, declared, Chu Fan, how dare you show me such disrespect? Master, this fellow is far too arrogant. It would be best to cripple his limbs as a warning. Yet, before she could finish, a fleeting shadow darted past her. Chu Fan's palm swung out once more. Slap. This time, the sound was even louder. Yu Shui was sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth, accompanied by two of her teeth. She crashed to the ground, clutching her mouth, her eyes filled with venom as she glared at Chu Fan and cursed. You deserve to die for daring to strike in front of the master. But her words were abruptly halted, lodged in her throat. For she noticed that the hand which had just struck her was now clutching a thick stack of silver notes, each note worth 10,000 taels. A hefty pile. Although she could not ascertain the exact number, it certainly exceeded 100. So, it turned out she had been struck by silver notes? Where did Chu Fan acquire such wealth? The corners of Yu Shui's mouth twitched, suddenly at a loss for words. Master Fan, if she refuses to sell, will you? Chu Fan directed his inquiry towards Fan Hongfu. Fan Hongfu had already retracted his oppressive aura, chuckling awkwardly. I will sell. Initially, he had been swayed by Yu Shui's assertions and nearly resorted to violence against Chu Fan. Now, upon witnessing the abundance of silver notes, his demeanor was exceedingly awkward. Here was a customer presenting over 100,000 for a purchase, only to be scolded by a servant without acquiring anything. If this incident were to spread, Baibao's reputation would be tarnished, jeopardizing their business. Fan Hongfu quickly cleared his throat and forced a smile. Chu Fan, I sincerely apologize for the grievances you have faced today at Baibao. Master Fan, you are being too courteous. This matter does not rest on your shoulders. Chu Fan replied with a smile. This old man possessed immense strength and was willing to lower his stance solely to uphold the image of Baibao, not out of fear of anyone. Chu Fan, recognizing the advantageous position, chose to graciously accept the resolution. Fan Hongfu continued, you are correct. The quality of the attendants at Baibao deserves mention. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Yu Shui, who lay on the ground. Her expression a mixture of shock and confusion. How could this happen? How could he possess such wealth? Is he truly going to purchase so many beast cores? It makes no sense. His banknotes must be counterfeit. Yu Shui suddenly had a revelation, her eyes widening in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Fan Hongfu's anger flared, and he raised his hand. Despite the distance between them, his slightly wrinkled palm emitted an invisible force that drew Yu Shui toward him. Startled, she had no time to react before being flung at Chu Fan's feet, where she was admonished, do not think that just because your young lady is my disciple, you can act with impunity. Kneel and apologize to Chu Fan at once. Yu Shui's face flushed crimson. Moments earlier, upon seeing Chu Fan, she had experienced a surge of superiority. Now, that feeling was utterly crushed, leaving only humiliation in its wake. She was unwilling to kneel, yet feeling the master's wrath. She had no choice but to lower herself, articulating with difficulty, Chu Fan, I was wrong. Chu Fan? Is that a name you may utter so casually? Fan Hongfu expressed his dissatisfaction. Yes, I apologize, young Master Chu. I was blind to your merits. Yu Shui, tears streaming down her face, bowed repeatedly in a frenzied manner. Fan Hongfu commanded, someone, throw her out. She is never to enter Bai Baoge again. Yu Shui's heart sank, and she exclaimed, Master. What do you mean? Please, I do not wish to leave Bai Baoge. My lady is your esteemed disciple, isn't she? I wish to remain and serve her. I cannot leave. Desperation gripped Yu Shui. She could endure punishment and kneeling, but the thought of departing from Bai Baoge was unbearable. All her pride, confidence, and arrogance stemmed from her association with Bai Baoge. Even as a mere attendant, she felt elevated, deriving immense satisfaction from it. She could not lose this identity. However, Fan Hongfu paid her no heed. Two guards swiftly approached and seized her arms, dragging her towards the exit. No, I do not wish to leave. Yu Shui screamed in desperation. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, and a graceful figure entered the hall. The newcomer was a young woman, around 20. Slender and enchanting, exuding an air of poise. Su Kaiwei. Chu Fan recognized her at a glance. 5 years ago, at the age of 15. Su Kaiwei was already a beauty. Now, 5 years later, her features appeared even more refined, her gaze imbued with a hint of maturity. Yet, at first sight, she remained unmistakably herself. Miss, Wu, Miss, save me. Please intercede on my behalf. The master wants to expel me. Yu Shui clung desperately to this lifeline, calling out loudly. Su Kaiwei approached swiftly, asking, what has happened? Chu Fan? As she spoke, she suddenly caught sight of Chu Fan, causing her to tremble slightly and freeze in place. Miss Su, it has been many years. How have you fared? Chu Fan greeted her with a gentle smile. Su Kaiwei regained her composure and stammered, Is it truly you, Chu Fan? Are you no longer guarding the forbidden gate? I am not, Chu Fan replied. Su Kaiwei took a deep breath, feeling somewhat flustered, her delicate face reflecting a mix of surprise, anxiety, and disbelief. Yu Shui had already been cast out to the entrance. But instead of leaving, she shouted from within, Miss, this sudden return of Chu Fan must be to rekindle your past. Do not give him the chance to approach you, lest he ruins your future. Su Kaiwei's expression shifted, and she reprimanded, Yu Shui, what are you saying? Am I not speaking the truth? How can a stray dog be worthy of the disciple of the pavilion master? Yu Shui's tone held a hint of bitterness. Furious, Su Kaiwei stepped outside and personally struck Yu Shui across the face, declaring, Silence. Chu Fan is my betrothed. How can there be talk of approaching me? I am meant to be his. Stunned by the slap, Yu Shui stammered, Miss, did you not also? Su Kaiwei shot her a glance, silently signaling her to be quiet. With a swift roll of her eyes, Yu Shui promptly fell silent. Chapter 21. Persona Yu Shui is Su Kaiwei's devoted maid, and she is acutely aware that her mistress harbors a deep disdain for men, including Chu Fan. 5 years ago, Su Kaiwei held Chu Fan in utter contempt. At that time, she boldly declared her refusal to annul their engagement, proclaiming that she would marry no one but him, a stance driven by hidden motives. Although she is the daughter of the Su family, her position as a woman within the family hierarchy is precarious, destined to become a mere pawn in the game of marriage alliances. Even if she were to break off her engagement with Chu Fan, she would still be compelled to marry Zhao Fan, Zhang Fan, Chen Fan, and so forth. She yearned to escape the fate predetermined by her family. Coincidentally, Chu Fan was to be stationed at the border to guard against the demon clan, never to return. A lifeless corpse, one who could never touch her, would serve as the perfect fiancé. Thus, Su Kaiwei feigned unwavering loyalty, declaring that she was his in life and would be his ghost in death, vowing never to cancel the engagement. This matter escalated, becoming widely known throughout the city. From the common folk of Tianhai City to the highest-ranking cultivators, all praised Su Kaiwei. Despite the fact that Chu Fan would never return, she remained steadfast in her devotion. Such a principled and devoted young woman became a moral exemplar in Tianhai City, a refreshing presence in the world of cultivation. Consequently, the reputation of the Su family improved significantly due to her virtuous standing. As a result, the Su family could not allow Su Kaiwei to marry another, and other families dared not propose, for the engagement remained intact and publicly acknowledged. Su Kaiwei was, in essence, Chu Fan's woman, merely awaiting marriage. Many sympathized with Su Kaiwei, deeming her a tragic figure, unaware that this was precisely the outcome she desired. Having a publicly acknowledged fiancé freed her from the anxiety of being used for marriage alliances. With her fiancé trapped behind the gates of a forbidden land, she remained unencumbered, not reduced to a mere appendage of a man. As for those who accused her of living as a widow, she was utterly indifferent. At this moment, Yu Shui, upon catching Su Caiwei's implied glance, suddenly realized, while she could insult Chu Fan, her mistress could not. Su Caiwei's persona was that of an educated and principled woman, deeply committed to her affections. In the presence of the sect leader, she could never admit to her disdain for Chu Fan, especially since she had publicly declared 5 years ago her eternal love for him. Thinking of this, Yu Shui quickly lowered her head in contrition, saying, "Mistress, you are right. I, a lowly servant, should not presume to criticize young Master Chu. He is your fiancé, and upon his return, I should be elated." "At least you recognize your mistake," Su Caiwei replied with a huff. "I still stand by what I said 5 years ago, regardless of others' opinions of Chu Fan. He remains my fiancé, and I will not tolerate a single word against him." Yes, I shall not dare again." Yu Shui nodded vigorously. "Return to the Su residence and reflect upon your actions," Su Caiwei commanded. With a forlorn expression, Yu Shui murmured, "Mistress, I still wish to remain at the Baidao Pavilion." Su Caiwei retorted with irritation, "You have committed a grave error, and your master has already shown you leniency. Do not continue to bring shame upon yourself." Yes, I will return and reflect." Yu Shui understood that she was undoubtedly unqualified to remain, and thus she left with a noticeable limp. It was only then that Su Caiwei returned to the hall, offering a slight bow to her master, saying, "Master, this girl has been somewhat willful. I have not disciplined her adequately." Fan Hongfu waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Enough of that. I bear some responsibility as well for having arranged her presence here." Su Caiwei then turned her gaze to Chu Fan and said, "Chu Fan, do not take today's events to heart." Chu Fan smiled and remarked, "She is merely a maid. She is not worth my concern." Fan Hongfu interjected, "Now, returning to the matter at hand, Chu Fan, you require 72 second-tier beast cores, correct?" "Indeed. Any variety will suffice, as long as they are second-tier," Chu Fan nodded. "I shall personally procure them for you." After a brief absence, Fan Hongfu returned with a bag filled to the brim with beast cores, stating, "There are 72 in total. The original price was 144 million taels. As a gesture of goodwill, I will offer you a discount, bringing it down to 120 million. How does that sound?" Fan Hongfu had generously removed over 20 million from the total, demonstrating a sincere apology. Chu Fan, in turn, expressed his gratitude, saying, "I appreciate it. Master Fan, by the way, you must have some foundation strengthening pills here, correct?" "Yes, how many do you need?" Fan Hongfu inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fan replied, 3 will suffice." Fan Hongfu stated, "The standard price for the foundation strengthening pill is 50,000 each. Let us do this, for the beast cores and the pills combined. I will charge you a total of 130 million. "You are quite generous, master," Chu Fan remarked as he quickly counted the banknotes, completing the transaction. Just moments ago, he had effectively liquidated all of the Chu family's assets, amounting to over 7 million, which seemed considerable. Yet, after merely a visit to the Baidao Pavilion, he had already spent over 1 million. The costs of cultivation truly are exorbitant, Chu Fan reflected with a sigh. Fan Hongfu chuckled, saying, "Typically, individuals purchase beast cores one at a time. How can one not spend lavishly when you buy in bulk? By the way, I am somewhat curious. What do you intend to do with so many beast cores?" Chu Fan replied, "This matter is not convenient to disclose at present." "I hope for your understanding, master." "No worries. I merely asked out of curiosity," Fan Hongfu responded. "Master, I have completed my purchases. Allow me to see Chu Fan off." Su Caiwei interjected once more. Fan Hongfu suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "You two were originally betrothed, were you not? 5 years ago." Caiwei steadfastly declared her willingness to wait for Chu Fan for a lifetime. "Now that Chu Fan has returned, how about I, as your master, take it upon myself to arrange your wedding? It would not be in vain for my foolish disciple to wait for 5 years." Su Caiwei's expression turned somewhat unnatural. Her greatest fear had indeed come to pass. 5 years prior, she had been lauded for upholding the engagement. It was after that incident that the master had taken notice of her. Renowned for his integrity and sense of duty, he greatly appreciated Su Caiwei, even making an exception to accept her as a direct disciple, imparting his knowledge. One could say that her status as a direct disciple was a gift from Chu Fan. If Chu Fan had not returned, everything would have continued smoothly and beautifully. But now Chu Fan was back. The engagement was once again thrust into the limelight. What would become of it? Fan Hongfu noticed his disciple lost in thought and inquired, Su Kaiwei hurriedly replied, "No, nothing, just a bit of a dreamlike feeling. I once believed I would live a life of solitude, never expecting to wait for Chu Fan." As she uttered these words, a radiant smile illuminated Su Kaiwei's face. Yet, deep within her heart, she felt a discomfort far worse than ingesting a fly. She held Chu Fan in utter disdain, even harboring feelings of aversion, and had no desire to marry him. However, 5 years ago, her devotion was unwavering, and now she found herself eagerly anticipating the wedding. The persona she had cultivated in her master's eyes had already been established. It was precisely due to this impeccable image that her master had taken her as a disciple. Su Kaiwei was unequivocally certain that if her master were to discover her true feelings, he would sever their mentor-disciple bond. She must not allow her image to shatter. Even if she had to feign it, she would don the guise of being deeply affectionate, of wanting to be with Chu Fan for eternity. "Haha. I am genuinely happy for you both," her master exclaimed joyfully, then turned to Chu Fan and asked, "Chu Fan, what are your thoughts on me arranging your wedding?" Chapter 22, Please retreat once more. Fan Hongfu's words caught Chu Fan off guard. 5 years prior, he had expressed at the Su family residence that Su Kaiwei was free to pursue her own happiness, unbound by the constraints of their engagement. However, Su Kaiwei had resolutely rejected this notion. At that time, Chu Fan had not contemplated leaving the forbidden zone, nor had he considered the possibility of marrying Su Kaiwei. Yet, with Fan Hongfu broaching the subject, it became impossible to evade the reality of their situation. The engagement between the Chu and Su families had never been annulled. Logically, the two should hasten towards marriage. Nevertheless, Chu Fan felt that such a decision seemed rather hasty. "Master, when I went to guard the forbidden zone, I did not anticipate returning. My initial hope was for Miss Su to gradually let go of me," Chu Fan stated with a serious expression. Fan Hongfu responded, "But she has not let go. It is merely a piece of paper. She could easily disregard it and seek another, yet she has remained waiting for you." Chu Fan fell into silence. A woman willing to go to such lengths for a man would soften even the hardest of hearts. Moreover, Chu Fan harbored a certain fondness for Su Kaiwei. What was there to contemplate? Fan Hongfu thumped his thigh, exclaiming, "My disciple possesses extraordinary beauty, exceptional talent, and a commendable character. You both share profound feelings. She has been unwavering in her loyalty. How can you possibly turn your back on her?" "No, that is not the case at all." Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Then that settles it. Young man, you must understand that encountering a woman who harbors only love for you is perhaps rarer than immortality. Cherish it," Fan Hongfu advised. Su Kaiwei let out a soft sigh, adopting a dejected expression. "Master, let it be. It is ultimately a misplaced affection. Since he is unwilling, why force the issue?" Chu Fan finally resolved his turmoil, declaring, "I am willing. How could I not be? Master, I must trouble you with the wedding preparations." Chu Fan had come to a realization. In terms of emotions, Su Kaiwei had waited for 5 long years, investing so much, she should not be disappointed. He had feelings for her and needed to worry less. With the abilities he had amassed over 3 millennia, he would ensure that Su Kaiwei would never suffer. In terms of reason, the two were already engaged. They should have been husband and wife long ago. Now, they were merely completing the wedding ceremony, fulfilling a promise made during his father's lifetime, thereby easing his father's concerns. Chu Fan's readiness to proceed pleased Fan Hongfu greatly, who exclaimed, "Excellent. That is the spirit of youth. Act according to your heart and leave no regrets." However, Su Kaiwei was left in disbelief. "Wait, what? You actually agreed? I was trying to guide you to refuse, master. I said I would only marry you, and you really intend to marry me? What do you think you are? How could you possibly think you are worthy of me? After all my efforts to change my fate and escape from men, am I truly to become a wife? And to a fool who willingly guards the forbidden zone and abandons his own cultivation. The key point is, your father, Chu Xinghe, is dead. You have no support left." Su Kaiwei's mental state was on the verge of collapse, yet she forced a smile and said, "I appreciate your concern, master." "Kaiwei, why do you appear to be less than pleased?" Fan Hongfu inquired. Su Kaiwei lightly huffed, "Master, as a young lady, should I not maintain some decorum?" "Haha, indeed." Fan Hongfu laughed heartily. "In any case, I am truly delighted that you two have finally achieved your union. I shall meticulously prepare a gift for your wedding, hoping that you will cherish one another and remain true to your original intentions." "Thank you, master," replied Su Kaiwei. "Thank you, sect leader," added Chu Fan. Fan Hongfu then calculated with his fingers and declared, 7 days hence shall be an auspicious day. Let us set the wedding for that date." "Very well," Su Kaiwei said. Her cheeks flushed. "Oh dear, Master, please cease. I am nearly mortified. Fan Hongfu chuckled. All right, I shall refrain. You may escort Chu Fan home now. It would be a fine opportunity for you to converse and rekindle your feelings. Sect leader, I take my leave, Chu Fan said with a slight bow. Su Kaiwei felt a sense of relief wash over her and hurriedly led Chu Fan outside. After walking a considerable distance, Chu Fan remarked, Miss Su, this is far enough. You need not accompany me further. At that moment, he noticed that Su Kaiwei had shed her earlier shyness and delight, her expression now serious and tinged with anger. Chu Fan, I have a task for you, Su Kaiwei declared, looking at him intently. Speak, he replied. Su Kaiwei let out a soft huff and said, Chu Fan, let me be frank, you and I inhabit different worlds. You are unworthy of me, and I shall not accept you. The transformation in her demeanor left Chu Fan slightly furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? He asked. Su Kaiwei continued, never mind. I shall not keep you in the dark any longer. 5 years ago, I upheld our engagement and deliberately made a scene because you were like a living corpse. With you as my ostensibly betrothed, other families were deterred from pursuing the Su family for marriage. I hold no feelings for you. I merely sought to make use of the situation. Of course, do not take offense. After all, you intended to guard the forbidden grounds, rendering you akin to the dead. My feelings for you are inconsequential. She added, now that I am a disciple of the sect leader, my future is boundless. I cannot afford to be encumbered by a man. Yu Shui was correct. You would only hinder my progress. You should not have returned to seek me. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was taken aback, saying, I did not expect such cunning from someone so young. Su Kaiwei, slightly displeased, retorted, you are merely a few months my elder. There is no need to adopt such a lecturing tone. Chu Fan chuckled. So, what is it that you wish for me to do? Su Kaiwei said earnestly. In Master S eyes, I am a well-mannered, loyal girl of integrity, which is why he has taken me as a disciple. I cannot refuse this marriage. It would tarnish my reputation. Thus, I hope you will take the initiative to visit Master and the Su family to annul our engagement once more. Chu Fan found her request amusing, saying, haha, 5 years ago I withdrew once, and did you not vehemently oppose it? Su Kaiwei bit her lip in frustration, replying, 5 years ago, I had no inkling you would return. Now, will you withdraw or not? Is this how you approach a request? With a teasing tone, Chu Fan remarked. As for this marriage, I have no intention of withdrawing, having lived for over 3,000 years. He harbored no notions of being unable to find a spouse, nor was he swayed by mere beauty. However, the more this young lady insisted on his withdrawal, the more he found himself unwilling to concede. Su Kaiwei, infuriated, stamped her foot and exclaimed, Chu Fan, do not mistake my kindness for weakness. What do you intend to do? Chu Fan replied with a smile, oh, what are your thoughts? With her silver teeth clenched, Su Kaiwei declared, Chu Fan, your willingness to defend the citizens of Tian'ai City demonstrates your noble character, and thus, I do not wish to harm you. However, should you truly marry me, I shall take your life on our wedding night. Feigning terror, Chu Fan exclaimed, what? You intend to kill me? So, you're determined to become a widow? Su Tsaiwei's face flushed with indignation. She felt that Chu Fan had changed significantly. The upright man from 5 years ago now exuded an unruly demeanor, resembling a rogue. Fine. If I cannot win you over with words, can I not best you in strength? She shouted angrily. Let me show you some hardship, and see how long you can maintain your bravado. No sooner had she spoken than her delicate hand shot forward. That seemingly frail hand unleashed a force that belied its appearance. Pure and potent spiritual energy surged forth, following the trajectory of her palm as it struck directly at Chu Fan's chest. Chapter 23, Second Floor with a crisp sound. Su Tsaiwei's palm came to a sudden halt midair. Chu Fan gently raised his hand and met her palm head-on. What? Su Tsaiwei's expression changed drastically. Although this strike was not delivered with full force, it was certainly beyond Chu Fan's capability to block. Level 9 of Qi Gathering? No wonder she was so arrogant. Chu Fan, with a teasing smile, marveled at her progress. He recalled that 5 years ago, Su Kaiwei was merely at level 8 of body refinement, not quite a genius, but rather of above-average talent. In the span of 5 years, she had astonishingly advanced to level 9 of Qi Gathering, a leap that many scions from prestigious families and numerous prodigies could scarcely achieve. It seemed that Fan Hongfu from Baidao Pavilion was indeed investing considerable effort in her training. Hearing Chu Fan's tone, Su Kaiwei was filled with indignation and embarrassment. She yanked her hand back, intent on delivering another strike. Yet, with a deft twist, Chu Fan firmly grasped her wrist. In an instant, her strength dissipated, and her entire arm felt weak. as she sensed the warmth and power of Chu Fan's hand. Her face flushed crimson, and she playfully chided, "You rogue, let go." A rogue? Chu Fan found himself inexplicably amused. After all, she had initiated the confrontation. Therefore, he deliberately squeezed her wrist and remarked, "To be honest, your hands are quite pleasant to the touch." Such Saiwei's embarrassment deepened as she raised her other arm to strike him fiercely. At level 9 of Qi Gathering, her speed was indeed impressive. Yet, Chu Fan was swifter. The moment Su Kaiwei moved, he seized her hands, rendering her unable to escape his grasp. With both of her palms firmly held, Su Kaiwei could do nothing but glare at Chu Fan and exclaim, "What kind of man bullies a woman?" Chu Fan retorted, "Wasn't it you who struck first?" You shameless cat." Su Kaiwei's teeth ground together in frustration. "Shameless? We are on the verge of marriage. There are far more shameless things ahead." Chu Fan chuckled. Relishing the control he had over her hands, filled with rage and embarrassment, Su Kaiwei began to channel her energy, secretly gathering her spiritual power. Suddenly, her legs erupted with formidable strength, propelling her backward in an attempt to break free from Chu Fan's grasp. Logically, this sudden push should have liberated her. However, to her astonishment, the force not only failed to free her arms but also dislocated one in the process. Su Kaiwei's momentum faltered, pain contorting her face, and tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. Only then did Chu Fan release her, remarking, crying, "You brought this upon yourself. Chu Fan, you are utterly despicable." Su Kaiwei seethed. "I absolutely refuse to marry you." "Then perhaps you should seek the pavilion master to call off the wedding?" Chu Fan chuckled lightly before striding away. The little minx still dared to confront me. Had she approached me with civility, I might have been inclined to assist her in canceling the marriage once more. But since she was so obstinate, let her remain steadfast. Watching Chu Fan's retreating figure, Su Kaiwei stamped her foot, inwardly cursing, "What a vile character. Hiding his true self so deeply. Are you not merely at the first level of the Gathering Qi realm? Why do you presume to be superior to me?" 5 years prior, her cultivation had been inferior to Chu Fan's. She had believed that after 5 years of confinement at the gate of the Forbidden Land, Chu Fan would have made no progress, and at last, she could proudly trample him underfoot. Yet unexpectedly, despite being at the 9th level of the Gathering Qi realm, she found herself humiliated and toyed with by Chu Fan. The fleeting surge of spiritual energy he had just exhibited, although brief, was undeniably at the level of the Transformation realm. Transformation realm. Why is it that I, a paragon of the Baibao Pavilion, after striving so diligently, cannot even measure up to someone like Chu Fan? Su Kaiwei felt a profound sense of resentment and vowed silently, "Chu Fan, you have subjected me to this humiliation. I will ensure you come to regret it." She then retraced her steps back to the Baibao Pavilion. Fan Hongfu was still in the hall. Upon seeing his beloved disciple with her arms hanging limply and beads of cold sweat on her forehead, he inquired with concern, "Kaiwei, what happened to your arm?" Su Kaiwei let out a dry laugh and replied, "Master, I dislocated it." "How could you dislocate it?" Fan Hongfu asked, worried. "Oh, it's nothing. On my way back, I suddenly had an epiphany regarding a palm technique and tried to practice it, but I lost control and ended up dislocating it," Su Kaiwei explained. She certainly could not reveal that her wrist had been injured by Chu Fan. Otherwise, her master would undoubtedly probe further into the matter. "You, my child, are simply too diligent. How many times have you been injured during your training now? Be more careful next time." Fan Hongfu admonished as he proceeded to assist her in treating her injury. Su Kaiwei hesitated, torn between her thoughts. Since Chu Fan was unwilling to mention the annulment of their engagement, perhaps she should be forthright with her master about her decision not to marry. Yet, she restrained this impulse. If she uttered such words, her master would undoubtedly be deeply disappointed. Given her master's principled nature, he might not only refuse to help her heal, but could even sever their master-disciple relationship. She did not wish to lose everything she currently possessed. The most prudent course of action would be to let Chu Fan propose the annulment. Let him bear the burden of being the villain. There were still 7 days. She was certain a solution could be found. Meanwhile, Chu Fan hurriedly returned to the Chu family. It was already midnight, and he had much to attend to. First, he consumed 3 foundation establishment pills. Such elixirs are costly, but immensely beneficial to cultivators. Different pills yield varying effects. The purpose of the foundation establishment pill is to solidify one's foundation, thereby stabilizing one's cultivation. Within a single day, Chu Fan had advanced from the first level of Gathering Qi to the first level of Transformation Realm, even with his prior cultivation experience. Such rapid advancement inevitably felt somewhat precarious. The Foundation Establishment Pill would assist him in stabilizing his cultivation. Without a solid foundation, future progress would become exceedingly difficult. After consuming the 3 pills, he felt the medicinal power coursing through him, clearly reinforcing both his dantian and meridians. After meditating for a while to recuperate, Chu Fan retrieved 72 beast cores and instructed Su Yi to gather some basic materials. He intended to forge array flags. Typically, formations are laid out in fixed locations. During the day within the cemetery, Chu Fan meticulously prepared the spirit-devouring formation, awaiting the enemies to unwittingly fall into his trap. However, his intention to obliterate the Li family could not be executed in such a manner. Even if he could draw formations in midair and set them up with remarkable speed, time was still required. The members of the Li family were not blind. They would not stand idly by while he arranged formations in their midst. Thus, Chu Fan resolved to utilize formation flags. He had crafted these flags in advance, carrying them with him to activate the formations at any moment. In essence, the formation flags served as a portable, mobile formation. The advantage lay in their high flexibility in the element of surprise. Conversely, the drawbacks included a diminished effectiveness of the formation, and the crafting of formation flags was rather intricate, demanding greater resources. In contrast, a conventional formation could typically be set up using mere spirit stones. However, the creation of formation flags required the use of expensive beast cores. Nevertheless, spending over $1 million to secure the lives of the entire Li family was indeed worthwhile. As Chu Fan gathered the necessary materials, he prepared to begin the crafting process when a voice resonated in his mind. "Master, are you intending to forge formation flags?" "Indeed. Do you comprehend formation flags?" Chu Fan replied. "If you wish to forge formation flags, Master, it would be prudent to do so within the tower. There are beneficial items suited for you on the 2nd floor." The 2nd floor? Am I not only permitted to enter the 1st floor? Chu Fan inquired. Chapter 24. The vast 8 trigrams furnace Xiaobao elucidated. As I previously mentioned, once the master enhances his cultivation, he may ascend to a higher level. During the last visit to the tower, the master had merely reached the 1st layer of qi gathering. Now that he has attained the transformation realm, he is eligible to enter the 2nd layer. Excellent! Chu Fan exclaimed, filled with joy. With a mere thought, the small tower floated out from his palm, and he was promptly drawn into it. Upon arriving in the space of the treasure tower, Chu Fan was greeted by the familiar sight of the prison. The black tiger, crouching near the bars, cast a glance at Chu Fan. Initially, the black tiger appeared indifferent and sullen, but upon seeing Chu Fan, his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Transformation realm? 1st layer? How have you cultivated so swiftly?" "What do you mean swiftly? Is it not the merit of the demon clan's devouring heaven technique?" Chu Fan replied, puzzled. "Are you not aware of how formidable your own techniques are?" The black tiger, both astonished and skeptical, responded, "No, while the devouring technique is indeed powerful, it does not facilitate such rapid advancement. If everyone could progress this quickly, the demon clan would be invincible. Only you possess such speed. Even a demon lord would not achieve this." "That may be true. Perhaps I am simply innately suited to this technique," Chu Fan replied nonchalantly. "Rapid cultivation, after all, is a boon. The reason is inconsequential. By the way, this afternoon, I utilized the technique to absorb spiritual herbs, leaping from the 8th layer of qi gathering to the 1st layer of the transformation realm in one go. However, I could not continue further. Is that your experience as well?" Chu Fan inquired suddenly. The black tiger, in exasperation, retorted, "You consume 2 layers of cultivation in one go and are still unsatisfied? Are you even human? That is utterly preposterous. There is a limit to absorbing heavenly materials, extraordinary treasures, or even living beings within a short span. You have already reached your limit and must rest before continuing. It's akin to a person who has overeaten and cannot immediately consume more." The black tiger felt deeply disheartened. Among the demon clan, no one had ever faced the conundrum that Chu Fan experienced. Their absorption pace was not nearly as rapid, making it impossible to reach the limit in one sitting. For instance, the black tiger himself took over half a year to progress from the 8th layer of qi gathering to the 1st layer of the transformation realm, which was already a source of pride among the demon clan. Given such an extensive time frame, one could not encounter the scenario of being too full to continue. Yet, Chu Fan managed to overindulge in a single afternoon. This indicated that his absorption speed and capacity were indeed formidable. Even a demon lord would struggle to keep pace. "I am not of the demon clan. Rather, you must be the true demon among us, Chu Fan." The black tiger could not help but exclaim. Chu Fan remained unfazed and asked, "How long must one rest after reaching the limit before being able to continue absorption? Under normal circumstances." "Oh, forget it. You are anything but normal. You can increase 2 layers of cultivation in one go, so your recovery must also be rapid. I estimate you would need about 2 or 3 days," the black tiger lamented. If only the demon clan had a few more anomalies like Chu Fan, they would not have been defeated and sealed by the human clan. One must admit, the top-tier geniuses of the human clan are indeed formidable. 2 or 3 days seems a bit slow, Chu Fan murmured to himself, realizing that before visiting the Li family, he would have to remain at the first layer of the transformation realm. The black tiger was on the verge of collapse, exclaiming, "2 days is too slow. Leave. Just leave. Don't let me see you or speak to me. I crave solitude." After uttering these words, he crossed his arms over his chest. His face clouded with despair, plunged into a state of existential doubt. At that moment, Xiaobao approached Chu Fan respectfully and said, "Master, please follow me to the second level." Chu Fan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two figures flickered, and the scenery before them transformed dramatically. The second level was in stark contrast to the first. A glance revealed no prison, but rather a serene landscape of quaint bridges and flowing water, evoking a deep sense of contentment. "Is there no imprisonment of the demon race on this level?" Chu Fan inquired. Xiaobao chuckled softly and replied, "The first level suffices for confinement. There is no need to occupy additional floors. The first level serves as a prison, while the second level is a realm of opportunities for you, Master." "Oh?" Chu Fan perked up with interest. Xiaobao waved his hand gently, and a colossal golden cauldron materialized before them. The cauldron was adorned with mysterious patterns, and merely gazing at it caused Chu Fan's heart to race. "What is this?" he asked. "This is the Tai Su Bagua Cauldron," Xiaobao answered. "The Tai Su Bagua Cauldron?" Chu Fan echoed, feeling as if this artifact hailed from ancient times, its name alone exuding an inexplicable aura of authority. Xiaobao continued, "The Tai Su Bagua Cauldron can be used for alchemy as well as artifact refinement. It is the most formidable refining tool in existence." The introduction was succinct, yet it was sufficient to leave Chu Fan astounded. It was no wonder Xiaobao mentioned the crafting of formation flags within. Crafting formation flags is indeed a branch of artifact refinement. With a superior cauldron, the results of the refinement would naturally be enhanced. The Tai Su Bagua Cauldron has automatically recognized its master. "You may begin using it now," Xiaobao reminded. Chu Fan was filled with anticipation as he placed his palm upon the cauldron. Instantly, he felt as though his body and mind were intertwined with the Tai Su Bagua Cauldron, allowing him to exert perfect control over everything within. With a flourish, he retrieved the beast cores and various materials, arranging them meticulously before commencing the refinement. A blaze of intense flames erupted within the cauldron. Materials were added in succession as Chu Fan proceeded with methodical precision. With 3,000 years of experience from his previous life, he was already adept at formations. Even without the Tai Su Bagua Cauldron, he could craft formation flags. Now, with the cauldron's assistance, his efforts were vastly amplified. The process unfolded seamlessly, swift, and superb. In but a brief moment, the first formation flag took shape, followed by the second, the third. In just over 2 hours, 72 formation flags were completed. With these flags, he could employ formations at any time and place. "I did not expect the master to be so proficient in formations," Xiaobao remarked, observing Chu Fan's refinement process with admiration. Chu Fan smiled and replied, "In truth, I was most skilled in swordsmanship as a child. But upon meeting my master, who insisted that I was a genius in formations, I was compelled to become a master of formations. Geniuses often excel in multiple domains. The master finds it increasingly difficult to progress in formations. It would be wiser to refocus on the sword path. Formations tend to be external, ultimately proving somewhat cumbersome." Xiaobao remarked. Chu Fan nodded in agreement, stating, "I share this sentiment. While formations possess great power, nothing compares to the sheer thrill of a swift strike." As Chu Fan emerged from the tower's inner realm, dawn was just breaking. Retrieving the small tower, he summoned the 72 cultivators of the estate, proclaiming, "Esteemed colleagues, the enmity between the Li and Chu families runs deep. Are you willing to join me in laying waste to the Li family?" "Absolutely, for the vengeance of our old patriarch, for the fallen kin," they responded fervently. "We shall not rest until the Li family is annihilated." Su Yi, Chu Outyin, and Chu Zhendong, among others, brimmed with martial spirit. Despite their awareness that their group was no match for the Li family on paper, they had faith in their young master. They believed he must possess some hidden card, a sufficient degree of assurance. Very well. Each of you shall receive one of these formation flags. Heed my command when the time comes. Chu Fan swiftly distributed the 72 flags. Meanwhile, at the Li family estate in the northern part of the city, the patriarch, Li Jinglong, was resting in his chamber when he was abruptly awakened by a servant's urgent call. Patriarch, there's trouble. Li Jinglong, startled, leaped from his bed in anger, delivering a sharp slap to the servant's face. Why are you shouting so loudly before the rooster has crowed? I was on the verge of a breakthrough in my dreams, and you've disrupted my progress. The servant, too frightened to whimper, quickly knelt, pleading, Patriarch, I was wrong. I beseech you to punish me. Li Jinglong scoffed. How many times have I instructed you not to panic in the face of adversity? Speak calmly. There's no need for haste. What sort of status does the Li family hold? What tempests have we not weathered? Yes, your wisdom is undeniable, Patriarch. The servant replied repeatedly. But what has happened? Speak. Li Jinglong's irritation grew, and he slapped the servant again. The servant, with a pained expression, replied, Patriarch, the steward, Li Qing, has died. What? The weariness vanished from Li Jinglong's face, replaced by shock and fury. Chapter 25. Master Li Jinglong was under the impression that he had misheard. Li Cheng was his steward, representing the Li family when he stepped outside. Now that the Li family had subdued Chu Jianyuan, their strength had escalated to new heights. Who in Tianhai City would dare to offend the Li family? The servant, grieved, reported, We have just received word. Several hours ago, Li Cheng covertly participated in a family meeting of the Chu clan and met his demise at their estate. What? The Chu family? Is Chu Jianyuan unwilling to remain a mere dog? Li Jinglong seethed with rage. And Chu Jianyuan is dead. Does the head of the family still remember Chu Fan? He has returned and instigated internal turmoil. The servant hastily elucidated the sequence of events. At the family meeting, numerous collateral relatives had departed, and someone managed to leak the news. After pondering for a while, Li Jinglong furrowed his brow and remarked, Chu Fan? That fool who devoted himself to guarding the gateway of the forbidden grounds? Indeed, the servant affirmed with a nod. Li Jinglong's ire intensified as he retorted, I have heard that Chu Fan is merely at the first level of qi condensation. His cultivation stagnated. How could Chu Jianyuan, such a fool, allow Chu Fan to usurp power? It is said that Chu Jianyuan's cultivation was inflated, and it appears to be true. The servant broke into a cold sweat as he added, It is rumored that the aura Chu Fan has exhibited has reached the first level of transformation realm, and his actual combat prowess far exceeds that level. Li Jinglong scoffed. Regardless, he is still merely at the first level of transformation realm? Humph. Since the Chu family cannot serve as vassals to the Li family, they are no longer necessary. I will gather our forces and directly annihilate the Chu family, tearing Chu Fan to shreds to avenge Li Qing. Just then, a loud shout came from outside. Report. Head of the family. Our informant within the city has reported that Chu Fan is leading dozens of Chu family members towards us. What? Chu Fan is coming? He dares to come himself? Excellent. I was just about to seek him out. Li Jinglong's initial fury transformed into a strange expression as he queried, Wait, how many people is he bringing? Dozens. The informant replied. Li Jinglong burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. What a foolish lad. Does he believe he can reason with me verbally? Bring in the guests. He assumed that Chu Fan's audacity in approaching was an attempt to persuade him with logic. Indeed, the Li family was ruthless and unscrupulous. Logically, the Li family should apologize to Chu Fan. However, in this world, reason must be established upon strength. If your father, Chu Xinghe, were still alive, the Li family would be willing to discuss matters. But as a fallen scion, who would reason with you? An ignorant lad, coming here is akin to courting death. More than half an hour later, Chu Fan's figure approached the gates of the Li family. Two guards stood at the entrance, and upon seeing Chu Fan approach, their expressions darkened as they barked, This is the Li family. No idle persons are permitted to approach. Leave immediately. Chu Fan, undeterred, continued his advance. Enraged, one of the guards shouted, Boy, are you deaf? Take another step forward and die. With that, one of the guards drew his sword and swung it fiercely towards Chu Fan's neck. With an impassive expression, Chu Fan swiftly struck out with his palm. Bang! The great sword shattered into fragments, and the guard's entire arm was crushed. You dare, the man seethed with murderous intent. However, before he could complete his sentence, Chu Fan stepped forward and seized his wrist. The severed blade was abruptly reversed, deeply plunging into the man's chest. The guard collapsed on the spot, lifeblood spilling forth. Another guard's face paled in horror as he stammered. Who are you? Chu Fan replied nonchalantly, I am Chu Fan. The guard hesitated for a moment. Chu Fan? Wasn't he said to have brought dozens of men? Why is it only? Unfortunately, no one answered his bewilderment. Chu Fan advanced with resolute strides, casually striking out once more. Slap. The next guard also met a grim fate, his skull shattered, blood oozing from every orifice. Kicking aside the two corpses, Chu Fan officially stepped into the Li family estate. In that moment, his demeanor was remarkably serene, though his heart simmered with boundless fury and a thirst for vengeance. For years, he had stood guard over the Demon Clan, safeguarding the people of Tianhai City. Had they ever expressed gratitude? Upon his rebirth, he was filled with joy, believing he would finally reunite with his father. Instead, he discovered his father's tragic demise and the family facing utter ruin. Although not all his kin were dead, those who had truly been close to Chu Fan and loyal to his father had nearly all perished. Xiao Fan, to comprehend spiritual energy, one must quiet the mind. Excellent. Your progress is swift, but do not become complacent. With your father overseeing the Chu family, should anyone bully you in Tianhai City, you are to retaliate. Your father will bear the brunt of it all. I have arranged a marriage for you, the daughter of the Su family, a match befitting your status. Do you truly wish to guard the demon seal? No matter, Xiao Fan has grown, and your father is greatly reassured. Visions of the past flooded Chu Fan's mind, each recollection morphing into a resolve for vengeance. The entire Li family would serve as a grave for the sacrificed members of the Chu clan. Swish, swish, swish. Just a few steps into the estate, shadows surged forth around him. Hundreds of Li family cultivators swiftly surrounded Chu Fan. At the forefront stood a tall, robust middle-aged man, his dark skin glistening, bare-chested, exuding explosive strength. A long spear, gleaming with a silvery hue and radiating an aura of slaughter, was slung across his back. Chu Fan recognized this man, Li Changfeng, the patriarch's younger brother. Renowned as an experienced Qian transformation realm powerhouse, he was known for his bloodthirsty and combative nature. Reputed to have mastered a formidable spear technique that had claimed countless lives. Encountering Li Changfeng upon entering was indicative that the Li family had been anticipating his arrival. Chu Fan scanned the crowd, chuckling softly. Where is your family head? You, a mere greenhorn, lack the qualifications to summon the family head. The crowd scoffed. They had just received orders from their master to remain on standby, ready to wipe out anyone from the Chu family upon their entrance. Yet, upon seeing Chu Fan, they felt a flicker of doubt. Did the family head not say that Chu Fan brought dozens of people with him? The young man has come alone, without any companions. Does he truly intend to reason with mere words? Foolishness, he is unworthy of a long life. The crowd, while expressing disdain, also felt a tinge of regret. They had anticipated facing dozens of adversaries, expecting to relish in a delightful slaughter, only to find that it was just Chu Fan who had arrived. Such a waste of the 100-odd individuals present. Chu Fan disregarded their mockery and declared, if your master were to bind his own hands and kneel before me in self-sacrifice, you might be spared from the calamity of annihilation. What? What did you say? Ha! What audacity! Annihilation? You don't truly believe you can leave here alive, do you? Li Changfeng cast a cursory glance at Chu Fan and remarked, I initially thought you had brought allies. My master instructed me to gather 100 guards from the Li family, anticipating your arrival. Who would have imagined you would dare come alone? I commend your courage. Chu Fan chuckled lightly. And what of it? Li Changfeng, filled with pride, asserted, since you have come alone, I shall not summon reinforcements. Upon finishing his words, he grasped the spear at his back and continued, I have heard you have reached the transformation realm. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall spare your life. With a gentle sigh, Chu Fan replied, in that case, I shall unleash a massacre. You dare underestimate me. When I was in the transformation realm, you were still merely practicing your stances. Li Changfeng roared in fury, thrusting his spear directly towards Chu Fan. Chapter 26. We cannot stop. With a swift motion, Li Changfeng's spear surged forth, as if tearing through the very fabric of control. Imbued with an unstoppable force of spiritual energy, Chu Fan, observing from the sidelines, felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He had long been aware that Li Changfeng was a master at the transformation realm. Now, the spiritual energy manifesting from his spear clearly indicated he had reached the 4th level. In stark contrast, on the Chu family's side, Chu Jianyuan barely managed to attain the 3rd level of the transformation realm, his foundation somewhat tenuous. Li Changfeng's cultivation was evidently far more solid. In the blink of an eye, as Li Chafeng launched his attack, Chu Fan also drew his weapon. The previous night, while clearing out their family estate, he had come upon his father's weapon, the Qingyan sword. Hidden away by Chu Jinyuan in the Fufeng courtyard, Chu Fan had taken it with him. Whoosh! As the spear approached within mere feet of Chu Fan, he executed a powerful upward strike, colliding forcefully with the spear. Clang! A sharp sound echoed. Sparks flying in all directions. Both figures were sent reeling backward, yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that Li Changfeng had retreated much farther, nearly tumbling into the crowd. In contrast, Chu Fan had only taken 3 or 4 steps back. In the aftermath of their clash, Chu Fan confirmed that even without employing any hidden trump cards, he could indeed hold his own against a 4th-level transformation realm cultivator, perhaps even gaining the upper hand. This left the members of the Li family in a state of disbelief, exchanging glances filled with incredulity. Did the third master seem to be at a disadvantage? This young man had managed to withstand Li Changfeng's spear thrust. Surely, Uncle Feng had not exerted his full strength. Indeed, how could a mere Chu Fan compel even half of the third master's power? After a few murmurs among the onlookers, some began contemplating a collective assault on Chu Fan. However, Li Changfeng bellowed, "Stand down. Withdraw. I require no assistance. Do I need to save face? Does the Li family wish to become the laughingstock of the city?" He had initially believed that a single thrust would suffice to dispatch Chu Fan, yet after their exchange, he found himself at a disadvantage. It was an utter humiliation. He had to reclaim his honor. Upon hearing his words, those eager to leap into action halted in their tracks. They all understood that the combative third master would not tolerate interference. Anyone daring to assist might find themselves at his mercy. Taking a deep breath, Li Changfeng declared, "Chu Fan, you possess some skill. I said that if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall let you depart unharmed. You have 2 more to endure." As the final word left his lips, he stomped his foot, and with weapon in hand, soared into the air. Spiritual energy surged around him. In the spear amassed boundless power. The man and his weapon seemed to merge into one. The 10,000 June Overlord spear. A fierce expression crossed Li Changfeng's face as the spearhead descended with the weight of 1,000 mountains, crashing down upon Chu Fan like a meteor. The 10,000 June Overlord spear was his most prized technique. He intended to employ it in the most domineering manner to obliterate Chu Fan. Only by doing so could he restore his reputation. Yet, as the spear approached Chu Fan, Li Changfeng suddenly sensed something amiss in Chu Fan's aura. An instinctual unease began to stir within him. Alas, it was already too late. Within Chu Fan's body, the formation had been successfully activated. Spirit Gathering Formation, Arise. A visible azure glow materialized at the tip of the sword. The entire Qishan sword seemed to be enveloped in a delicate blue flame. What is this? It resembles a Dao technique? A shiver ran through Li Changfeng's heart as this thought crossed his mind. He had no time to react. The Qishan sword cleaved through the air. The azure light transformed into a massive crescent-shaped sword energy, slicing directly towards Li Changfeng. Before his spear could even touch Chu Fan, he was struck down by the sword energy. Crack! The azure light shot skyward, severing Li Changfeng's body in 2, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. The spear landed between the broken halves of his body, stained red with blood, a gruesome sight to behold. Li Changfeng, despite his considerable cultivation, retained a flicker of consciousness even after being bisected. He struggled to move his eyes, gazing at Chu Fan's sword with disbelief and resentment. The previous sword energy was undeniably not a mere release of spiritual power, but rather a Dao technique. The fusion of Dao techniques and swordsmanship made the sword merely a vessel. Even without a sword, even if Chu Fan wielded a mere branch, he could achieve the same effect. Such was the power of Dao techniques. Yet, how could someone at the first level of the transformation realm wield such prowess? "You are a respectable opponent. I shall grant you a swift end," Chu Fan remarked, plunging his sword into Li Changfeng's throat. He had come to kill, not to spar. Allowing one move was a tribute to Li Changfeng's bravery. With a final tilt of his head, Li Changfeng's life slipped away. The remaining disciples of the Li family were left aghast, crying out, "Third Master! Changfeng! Uncle!" They had anticipated that within 3 moves, Chu Fan would surely perish. Little did they expect that Li Changfeng would be cut down by Chu Fan in merely 2 strikes. Moreover, Chu Fan's sword had been so swift that by the time they reacted, the man was already dead. With no time to mourn Li Changfeng, the crowd regained their senses and, in a frenzy, charged at Chu Fan. With Li Changfeng dead, they were even more determined to dismember him. Faced with the assault of over 100 individuals, Chu Fan remained utterly unperturbed. With the formation's enhancement, He was equivalent to the 7th level of the transformation realm. Furthermore, he had his greatest trump card, the formation flags, still in use. Of course, he would not deploy this ace until he confirmed the presence of the family head, Li Jinglong. The surrounding cultivators were mostly at the body refinement and chi gathering stages, posing no threat to Chu Fan's life. Kill, kill, kill. You brat. Pay for the third master's life. The Li family is not a place you can invade. The crowd frantically besieged Chu Fan. Yet amidst the chaos of battle, they found themselves utterly incapable of dealing with him, as he continued to slay them with his sword techniques. Many Li family cultivators felt that this individual's moves were completely inscrutable, making him seem like a cunning and seasoned monster. Screams of agony echoed throughout the courtyard. Punctuating the air as chaos ensued. The Li family was vast, and Chu Fan fought his way inward. Meanwhile, Li Jinglong sat cross-legged beneath a pavilion, inhaling the essence of heaven and earth. Each morning presented the most opportune time for cultivation, a ritual he never neglected. Dealing with a trifling matter such as Chu Fan was hardly worthy of his personal involvement. As the esteemed head of the family, if he were to attend to every petty issue, he would surely exhaust himself. Allowing his third brother to lead a contingent of guards was more than sufficient to deal with Chu Fan, a mere fledgling at the first level of the transformational realm, accompanied by a ragtag group, was no match for his brother's capabilities. After absorbing the spiritual energy for several cycles, Li Jinglong opened his eyes and inquired, "Shao Hai, why hasn't my third brother arrived yet?" A young attendant approached and replied, "Master, perhaps Chu Fan is late or dares not show up." Indeed, he considered, as I specifically instructed my brother to intercept him. If that brat were to flee midway, my brother would undoubtedly be furious. His restlessness has lingered for too long. The attendant, Shao Hai, chuckled. Where could Chu Fan possibly run? If he fails to appear, we can simply send more men to annihilate the Chu family. The authority of our master is overwhelming. It would terrify that young wretch. Quite right, Li Jinglong praised. Your eloquence is commendable. If you continue to perform well, you may have the opportunity to succeed Li Cheng. However, his expression soon turned pensive as he remarked, Why do I sense a disturbance? Master, it's bad. Chu Fan has broken in. A blood-soaked guard barged in, disregarding decorum. Cannot withstand him? What nonsense is this? Li Jinglong sprang to his feet, glaring fiercely. You cannot even fend off that ragtag group from the Chu family? Do they have allies? How many men did Chu Fan bring? And are there others from different families? He came alone, the guard replied, his face a mask of despair. Chapter 27. The banner takes effect one person? Are you jesting with me? Li Jinglong seethed with rage, delivering a sharp slap. How could Old Third, accompanied by over 100 clan cultivators, possibly be vanquished by a mere individual like Chu Fan? The guard, bloodied and in pain, managed to utter, Master, it's absolutely true. Chu Fan is approaching rapidly. Cultivators below the transformation realm cannot withstand even a single strike from him. Bang! Thud! With a sudden commotion, several lifeless bodies flew into the courtyard. In the next instant, Chu Fan brandished the crimson Qingyan sword, cleaving through the surrounding wall. Chu Fan. No, please don't. The guard who had just reported was stricken with terror, feeling as though he faced not a mere opponent, but a harbinger of death itself. What a disgrace. Li Jinglong, consumed by fury, soared into the air and delivered a kick to the man's head. The impact was catastrophic, blood and brain matter scattering like a burst watermelon. Ah! The head of the Li family truly possesses a ruthless heart, Chu Fan remarked in astonishment. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, dozens of Li family cultivators had rushed in. Their total number had been 100, all of whom had encircled Chu Fan, yet not only had they failed to eliminate him, but he had penetrated into the heart of their clan's territory. Moreover, they had suffered a loss of 30 men in the process. What a bunch of useless fools. To employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and yet be brought to tears by a single person. Li Jinglong glanced at the remaining members, his teeth grinding in frustration. The others were equally despondent, feeling utterly wronged. Was it not said that Chu Fan was merely at the first layer of Qi gathering? Were there not whispers suggesting he was at the 7th or 8th layer of the transformation realm? Is my third brother truly dead? Li Jinglong forced down his fury and addressed the crowd. Has third master really? Someone replied quietly. Oh. Li Jinglong's anguished roar echoed, his heart heavy with grief. The most trusted steward had perished, and now his dearest brother was lost as well. All of this was thanks to Chu Fan. As his anguished cries reverberated, more cultivators from the Li family gathered throughout the estate. The 100 men led by Li Chanfeng were far from the entirety of the clan's strength. With dawn barely breaking, The number of cultivators in the manor was at its peak. The uproar caused by Chu Fan ensured that the others could not remain in slumber. In mere moments, the courtyard of the family head was surrounded by a throng of figures. Chu Fan surveyed the encirclement with a calm demeanor, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Everyone has arrived? Excellent. Chu Fan, I shall personally rend you into 1,000 pieces. Li Jinglong's eyes glinted like copper bells as he suddenly drew a treasured sword. The head of the family, of such esteemed stature, need not sully his hands directly. As a ninth-layer elder of the transformation realm, to take action against this youth would tarnish his dignity. We shall capture him alive and leave his fate in the hands of the family head. From the crowd, 2 imposing cultivators stepped forward with resolute strides. The 2 individuals were not young, being the other 2 practitioners of the transformation realm from the Li family. In total, there were 4 practitioners of the transformation realm within the Li family. The family head, Li Jinglong, was the strongest at the 9th level of the transformation realm, renowned for his prowess. Li Chafeng at the 4th level was particularly combative. The remaining 2 were the ones before us, Li Wei and Xia Haoqiang. As soon as they finished speaking, Chu Fan let out a hearty laugh and declared, "There is no need for contention. All of you shall perish." What? Has he lost his mind or gone mad? Many members of the Li family felt a sense of doubt. Li Jinglong could hardly contain himself, disregarding his status as he leaped forward, sword in hand, aiming a fierce strike at Chu Fan. The attack was ruthless, the sword's blade aimed directly at Chu Fan's throat. In that moment, Chu Fan had already formed a hand seal with a single hand. Suddenly, beams of dazzling light surged from outside the Li residence. These beams emitted a faint red hue, clearly visible to the naked eye, as if they were erupting from the ground, ultimately converging above the Li family estate. The formation flags were activated. A total of 72 beams coalesced into a massive luminous screen, resembling a pot lid, enveloping the entire Li family. Chu Fan had not come alone. He had assigned his brothers a more crucial task. He instructed Su Yi and the others to hold the 72 formation flags and discreetly position themselves around the perimeter of the Li family estate, as per his directives. Thus, the formation flags could be deployed in advance. At that time, Su Yi and the others had struggled to grasp the meaning of this. However, as the beams enveloped the Li family and the flags emitted profound fluctuations, they finally understood Chu Fan's intention. It turned out that these flags could instantly activate the formation. The family had possessed such capabilities. Employing this method to establish the formation was nearly instantaneous, leaving the Li family members with no opportunity to intervene. Although they were unaware of the specifics of this formation, they vividly recalled the effects of the soul-devouring array. They firmly believed that within the confines of the formation, the family head was invincible. Suddenly, in a blink, before Li Jinglong's sword could reach Chu Fan, his peripheral vision caught sight of the crimson beams overhead. The activation of the formation was far swifter than his strike. What sort of fanciful trickery was this? As this thought crossed the minds of many Li family members, their expressions changed dramatically. They suddenly felt their spiritual energy surging uncontrollably within them. Even their vital blood was in a state of tumult. The unforeseen turn of events left everyone in shock. Even the 3 formidable practitioners of the transformation realm, Li Jinglong, Li Wei, and Xia Haoqiang, were no exceptions. Li Jinglong's sword technique faltered immediately, his body weakened, and his sword plunged into the ground. What was happening? There was something amiss with the luminous barrier above. Ah, the pain, it is unbearable. No, please, not my arm. A sudden, anguished cry echoed through the scene. They attempted to channel their energy to resist, but it had the opposite effect. They felt as though their bodies were completely sealed, unable to release the chaotic spiritual energy surging within them. As a result of the chaotic flow of spiritual energy, the vital essence surged violently, and the body could no longer endure. Soon, individuals began to suffer from cracked skin, blood gushing forth. They watched helplessly as their bodies tore apart, even exploding, with no means of escape. They could only savor the agony, succumbing to despair and death. Within mere moments, all members of the Li family beneath the Qi-gathering realm perished in gruesome explosions. The cultivators of the Qi-gathering realm managed to endure only a short while longer. A multitude of mangled corpses lay piled upon the ground, transforming the family courtyard into a veritable hell on earth. The stench of blood permeated the air, reaching even the noses of the 72 members of the Chu family outside, who recoiled at the acrid scent. Sui and the others were perplexed, murmuring to one another, what transpired within. It appears that many have perished since the formation activated. It does not seem to be the soul-devouring array. Could it be that the head of the family possesses even more terrifying methods than the soul-devouring array? Li family. Li Jinglong gazed in despair and anguish as his kin succumbed one by one, bloodied and lifeless. He longed to slay Chu Fan immediately. Yet, the turbulent energy within him obstructed the normal flow of spiritual force, rendering him incapable of manifesting even a fraction of his cultivation. Moreover, he too was enduring that excruciating pain. Merely standing required all of his strength. Chu Fan, is this your doing? Li Jinglong exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot and filled with venomous hatred. Chapter 28. Not me. Who killed the blood-red curtain in the sky loomed like the hand of death, grasping the lives of all. Chu Fan mockingly remarked, Master Li, despite your formidable cultivation, it appears you have no means to utilize it. What sorcery is this? You are a demon, not a human. Li Jinglong exclaimed in utter terror. He felt the chaotic flow of spiritual energy and vital essence clawing at his body from within. Like countless ghostly talents, even as a ninth-layer practitioner of the transformation realm, he could not endure for long, destined to meet the same fate as the corpses strewn upon the ground. If this was not sorcery, what was? Chu Fan merely chuckled. How could these individuals comprehend the profound nature of formations? The formation he had inscribed within the flags was known as the Annihilation Array. Chu Fan was well versed in numerous formations, each distinct. If one were to consider the most vicious, the Annihilation Array certainly ranked among them. Unlike the Soul-Eating Array, which ultimately did not lead to direct death, but merely drained one's spiritual energy, the Annihilation Array was the most direct and malevolent killing formation. Within the array, the human spiritual energy and vital essence surged uncontrollably, completely evading the control of the cultivators. If timely guidance were possible, there might be a glimmer of hope. However, the formation directly sealed the body, akin to a boiler on the brink of explosion, with flames raging within while being tightly confined on the outside. Ultimately, it would surely erupt. The deceased Li family cultivators had their bodies torn apart, blown to pieces by the chaotic energies. Everyone within the array, save for the one who said it, would meet a gruesome end. Thus, the array bore the name of Annihilation. It was an unequivocal slaughter formation, not to be wielded lightly. It would not only inflict backlash upon the array's creator, but could also profoundly affect their temperament, potentially leading them into madness. Yet, Chu Fan was determined to employ it, and only the Li family deserved such a grim honor. No, don't. It's impossible. Get up, quickly. In but a brief moment, only Li Jinglong, Li Wei, and Xia Haoqiang remained of the Li family. All other clan members, along with servants and lackeys, lay dead. The remaining 3 ninth-layer practitioners of the transformation realm had already begun to experience their skin cracking, oozing blood. Their eyes were filled with despair and fear. They had never envisioned that in confronting Chu Fan, they would not even have the chance to retaliate. What did it matter that the family head was a ninth-layer practitioner? Beneath the curtain of light, he had been reduced to a mere shell of a man. Not merely a shell, but half dead. Li Jinglong, drenched in blood, fixed his gaze on Chu Fan and declared, Chu Fan, you practice demonic arts. May you meet a wretched end. Chu Fan could not help but chuckle. You annihilated my kin and dare to utter such words? How amusing. No, please. Master, I do not wish to die. At that moment, Li Wei, overcome with madness, began to scream. He watched helplessly as his skin ruptured, his life force swiftly waning, his mental state unraveling. Enduring the agony, he fell to his knees and pleaded, Chu Fan, I beg you, grant me a path to survival. In the future, I am willing to serve you. I shall be the most loyal hound of the Chu family. I have no need for a dog, Chu Fan scoffed. Li Wei, tears streaming down his face, pleaded, spare my life. I can still be of use. What benefit is there in killing us? Chu Fan replied indifferently, the benefit? I simply desire the death of the Li family, nothing more. Ah, no. Li Wei cried out in agony, his body unable to withstand the torment, suddenly bursting apart. Flesh and blood flew, drenching Li Jinglong and Xia Haoqiang. The two were utterly shattered. They had never witnessed a practitioner of the transformation realm perish so helplessly and humiliatingly. Xia Haoqiang, overwhelmed, felt an odd sense of envy towards those weaker clan members who died instantly upon the emergence of the red glow, avoiding prolonged suffering. Suddenly, he summoned all his strength and violently slammed his neck against Li Jinglong's sword. Crack! The head rolled away as Xia Haoqiang prematurely ended his torment. Huff, huff. Li Jinglong's breath quickened as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Fan, saying, Chu Fan, must you truly be so inhumane? The head of the Li family, after all. was at the 9th level of the transformation realm and could endure quite a bit. Chu Fan replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, he raised the Qingyan sword, preparing to send Li Jinglong off early. Wait. Li Jinglong gritted his teeth. Chu Fan, your father was not killed by me, even if you seek revenge. You ought to find the right person, should you not? Chu Fan pressed the sword against his throat, stating, at this juncture, do you believe your excuses hold any weight? Li Jinglong hastily explained, your father, when alive, was ostensibly my equal in cultivation, but in truth, he could easily surpass me. I once suspected he had already attained the next realm. Thus, despite the Li family's seemingly superior strength, I dared not provoke your father. Consequently, I bribed Chu Jinyuan. Chu Fan coldly interjected, Chu Jinyuan, taking advantage of my father's weakness, leaked information to you, and thus you acted. Li Jinglong admitted, indeed, that was the plan. Chu Jianyuan instructed me to wait for the right moment. However, before I could act, the Chu family was attacked by the men in black. You mean to say the men in black were not from the Li family? Chu Fan furrowed his brow. Li Jinglong coughed up blood, asserting, precisely. Why should I believe your mere words? Chu Fan retorted coldly. Li Jinglong chuckled weakly, saying, am I in a position to deceive you now? That night, I had intended to act at the hour of the pig. Unexpectedly, the men in black slaughtered the Chu family at the hour of the rat. By the time I was ready to move, your father had already perished. That night, at the hour of the rat, I passed by Chuanxiang building and heard a tune. You may verify it if you wish. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a sense of disquiet. The words of Li Jinglong were easily verifiable. There was no merit in fabricating such a lie. Thus, why did Chu Jianyuan confess to you? Chu Fan inquired again. Li Jinglong responded. Chu Jianyuan knew I was to act that night, but was unaware of the exact time. Hence he genuinely believed the men in black to be from the Li family. I later realized the truth, but saw no need to explain. After all, I desire for Chu Jianyuan to respect and fear me. He believes that I was the one who killed Chu Xinghe, which makes him more willing to serve me like a dog. Chu Fan furrowed his brow tightly. Why did you not speak up when I first arrived at the Li family? Li Jinglong let out a dry laugh and replied, at that time, I held you in contempt and merely wished to eliminate you without a second thought. I never considered explaining myself. However, now that I seek a chance for survival, I must clear my name. Chu Fan fell into deep contemplation. Li Jinglong quickly raised his hands towards the sky and declared, I swear, I have not deceived you in any way, or else I would face divine retribution. I have said all this merely to plead for a chance at life. Regardless of the situation, your father was not killed by my hand. If you seek vengeance, you should pursue the true identity of the man in black. Chu Fan, surely you do not wish to commit acts of indiscriminate slaughter? Chapter 29 Annihilation Massacre of the Innocent? Haha. Chu Fan laughed heartily. What are you laughing at? Li Jinglong stammered. After that night, you supported the second house's rise to power, purged our father's loyal confidants, and assassinated the faithful members of the Chu family, leaving our clan in a state of near extinction. Today, I have come to the Li family, and you seek to eradicate me entirely. You harbored intentions of exterminating the Chu family, and you have acted upon them. After all this, you claim innocence? Ha! Li Jinglong retorted, just say it. Did I not kill your father with my own hands? Do you not have any sense of reason? Reason? I desire your death, and that is my sole justification. Chu Fan scoffed, drawing his Qingyan sword. Crack! Li Jinglong's head was severed, his body obliterated by the formation, blood and flesh scattered. With his hand raised. Even if Li Jinglong spoke the truth, there was no reason to leave him alive. Why allow a future threat? Once the slaughter commenced, it must be thorough, leaving no remnants of danger. Moreover, the Li family bore no innocence. When the Chu family faced calamity, the Li family and the men in black were complicit. Annihilating the Li family served as a reckoning for the fallen kin. As for the men in black, they needed verification of Li Jinglong's assertions before his demise. Chu Fan murmured to himself and swiftly departed from the Li residence, seeking out Su Yi and the others. The head of the family has returned. He appears unscathed. The 72 members collectively exhaled in relief. Though they trusted Chu Fan completely and adhered to his orders regarding the formation flags, they could not witness the events firsthand and were naturally anxious. Now, seeing Chu Fan return safely, their worries dissipated. Master, how did it go with the Li family? Su Yi inquired. Chu Fan replied, they are dead. Dead? When you say dead, who exactly do you mean? Several voices interrupted. Primarily, Li Jinglong. Chu Fan added. Gasps of astonishment erupted. What? The entire Li estate. They are all dead. The crowd was taken aback, inhaling sharply. They had envisioned the best outcome would be the death of Li Jinglong. They never anticipated the complete annihilation of the Li family. How ruthless, how powerful, yet how exhilarating. The Li family had long been adversaries of the Chu family, employing every means possible. Now, they had finally received their just desserts. Good, splendid. They deserved it. A great relief to the heart. The master is formidable. The master is invincible. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. At that moment, the 72 formation flags in their hands turned dull, disintegrating into dust that scattered through the air. The great extinguishing formation above the Li estate also began to dissipate. Wait, the little flag you gave me has vanished. Mine too. It has turned to ash. Is it disposable? The crowd speculated with uncertainty. Chu Fan smiled and said, "Of course, they are one-time use. Within a set of array flags, only one formation can be refined. Once used, the flags will become ineffective." Indeed. If these could be reused, it would be too extraordinary. The crowd sighed in relief. Everyone, this matter is settled. There should still be some valuables in the Li residence. Feel free to search for them as today's spoils of war. Be swift, and once you finish, leave to avoid unnecessary troubles. With a wave of his hand, Chu Fan continued, "Ha ha ha, splendid. The Li family has likely amassed quite a fortune over the years. They must have some treasures." The crowd, filled with joy, hastened to clear the battlefield. Chu Fan then called over Sui and inquired, "Sui, do you remember the exact time the black-clad assailants attacked the Chu family?" Sui pondered for a moment and replied, "Approximately at midnight." "Master, why do you ask?" "It's nothing. I wish to investigate some details." "You may go with the others," Chu Fan said before departing. At this point, if it could be confirmed that Li Jinglong was indeed at Chuanxiang building during midnight, it would indicate that the black-clad individuals belonged to another faction. Chuanxiang building is renowned as the most elegant establishment in Tianhai City, essentially a high-end brothel. Despite the exorbitant costs, it is perpetually filled with patrons. Within its walls, beauty abounds, attracting many literati and noble families who often linger there. Although Chu Fan is a native of Tianhai City, he had never visited Chuanxiang building. It was not due to any moral stance. Rather, he had spent the past years defending against the demon clan and had no time for such indulgences. Upon arrival, the sun had already risen significantly. The grand doors of Chuanxiang building stood wide open, yet the hall was devoid of any patrons. Chu Fan strode in and called out a few times before a heavily made-up woman approached him. "Oh dear, sir. Should I say you have arrived too early or too late?" she said, swaying her hips and warmly linking her arm with Chu Fan's. "What should I call you, miss?" Chu Fan inquired politely. The woman giggled. "Your words are truly charming, sir. At such a young age, how can an old woman like me be worthy of the title sister? I am merely the matron of the young ladies. You may call me Aunt Hong." "Very well, Aunt Hong," Chu Fan replied with a slight bow. Aunt Hong sighed lightly. "However, if you wish to indulge, perhaps you should choose another time. During broad daylight, which brothel operates? Perhaps you could visit again in the evening?" Chu Fan waved his hand and said, "Aunt Hong, I primarily wish to inquire about something." "Please, do not hesitate, sir," she encouraged. "Do you know the Li family? Specifically Li Jinglong?" Chu Fan asked directly. Aunt Hong nodded. Though the Li family may not rival the four great families, they are still considered one of the prominent families in the city. I certainly know their head. Chu Fan continued. "Did Li Jinglong visit Chuanxiang building on the 15th of last month?" Aunt Hong, looking somewhat helpless, replied, "Sir, I receive countless guests daily. How could I possibly remember? It's not that I wish to withhold information, I simply cannot recall." "What about the other ladies? Has anyone remembered?" Chu Fan inquired further. Aunt Hong pointed upstairs, chuckling softly. "Most of the other young ladies are attending to clients and have yet to rise." "Surely, young sir, you cannot go from room to room inquiring?" Chu Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, to ask in such a manner would be somewhat improper. Who knows, some may be engaged in intimate moments. Aunt Hong continued, "However, on the 15th of last month, our premier courtesan, Lu Yao, made her debut. With an extraordinary memory, she should be able to answer your queries." Chu Fan's heart brightened. "Is Lu Yao currently, attending to clients? Might I have the opportunity to meet her once she awakens?" Lu Yao mumbled, "Young sir, do not speak so frivolously. Lu Yao offers her talents, not her body. Even I cannot command her. She is not in the establishment at present. Should you wish to see her, you must return tonight. However, Lu Yao has a peculiar temperament, and her thoughts are elusive. Many wealthy patrons have spent lavishly, yet she scarcely casts them a glance. Whether you can converse with her will depend on your own capabilities. Very well. I shall return this evening. Thank you, and Hong. For the information, Chu Fan replied. With a lead to follow, he felt no urgency to rush. Then I shall await your arrival, Leo said with a slight bow. Just as Chu Fan was about to take his leave, a burly man appeared outside, carrying a large black cloth bag. The man tossed the bag onto the ground and said, "And Hong, we have a new arrival. Interested in purchasing? Take a look at her quality." And Hong responded coolly, "Let us see." The man opened the bag, revealing a young girl, her mouth covered and hands bound. She appeared to be around 18 or 19. Strikingly beautiful and evoking a sense of pity. And Hong remarked, "Whose daughter is this? She possesses quite the allure." The man chuckled, then glared at the girl, saying, "You wretched thing, refusing to drink the sweet wine shall earn you the bitter cup. From now on, you shall serve as a courtesan here." The girl, her face awash with terror, struggled desperately, but to no avail. Upon catching sight of Chu Fan, she paused and made an effort to emit a sound. MMM. MMM. Chapter 30. Chu Fan's gaze also fell upon the young maiden. After observing her for a few moments, he expressed his surprise. Xiaoyan, is that you? The young girl before him was none other than his maid from years past, Xiaoyan. She had entered the Chu family in her early teens, accompanying Chu Fan. 5 years prior, when Chu Fan went to guard the formation, Xiaoyan was still quite youthful. Now, she had blossomed into a striking beauty, exuding a newfound womanly charm. Upon returning home yesterday, Chu Fan had not seen Xiaoyan and had feared she too had perished in the nighttime raid. Little did he know. She had been sold to a brothel. Chu Fan's expression darkened as he immediately removed the gag from her mouth, intent on freeing her from her restraints. However, a burly man, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "What are you doing, kid?" Chu Fan furrowed his brow and retorted, "I haven't even asked you yet." With tear-filled eyes, Xiaoyan pleaded, "Young master, he is He Yang's guard. He Yang intends to sell me to a brothel." Boo-hoo. He Yang? The name was unfamiliar to Chu Fan. Yet, he had no desire to ponder it further and reached directly for the ropes binding her. The burly man, infuriated, seized Chu Fan's wrist and snarled, "You little brat, having heard the illustrious name of He Xiao, you dare act so recklessly? Be gone." With a cold scoff, Chu Fan swung his arm outward. Whoosh. Bang. The hulking figure of the man was sent flying, crashing onto the cobblestone street with a resounding thud that shattered several stones. Chu Fan swiftly untied Xiaoyan's bonds and turned to Hong Yi, saying, "And Hong, I wish to take this young lady with me. Is that acceptable?" And Hong, smiling, replied, "I haven't purchased her yet. She is not from my establishment, so you may do as you please." The burly man, witnessing this, roared, "And Hong, what do you mean by this? I brought you fine goods, and you refuse to buy." And Hong shrugged casually, saying, "The girl's original owner has arrived. How could I possibly buy her? Chuan Xianglu never engages in disputes. We operate our business steadily. I do not accept girls of unknown origin." Was Aunt Hong showing favoritism towards this young man, ignoring the face of He Xiao? The burly man gritted his teeth. Aunt Hong's brows furrowed slightly as she replied, "He Xiao? Even if your esteemed He Xiao's grandfather were present, he would not dare claim I show favoritism." Though her voice was soft, it carried an inexplicable sense of authority that sent chills down the man's spine. The burly man inhaled sharply, seemingly awakened from a daze, and lowered his head, saying, "Aunt Hong, I was reckless." "Humph. Handle your own matters as you see fit." Aunt Hong huffed disdainfully and waved her sleeve, departing. The burly man then fixed his glare upon Chu Fan, gritting his teeth. "Kid, you dare lay hands on a woman chosen by He Xiao?" Though he dared not defy Aunt Hong, he felt emboldened against a mere pretty boy, simply because he was associated with He Xiao. Taking Xiaoyan's hand, Chu Fan stepped outside with a chuckle. "It seems I was too lenient just now." The burly man sprang back to his feet and brandished a knife, declaring, "You little brat, hand over Xiaoyan and kneel to apologize, and I may choose not to inform He Xiao. Otherwise, you shall not survive today." Not survive today? Chu Fan's gaze turned icy as he suddenly lunged forward. The burly man's pupils contracted sharply. Moments ago, he had been sent flying by Chu Fan's strike, and yet he had managed to endure it. But now, he found himself unable to discern the movements of his opponent. How could someone so young possess such speed? A mix of dread and panic surged within him, prompting him to slash wildly with his blade. As he swung, Chu Fan's palm made contact with the blade's edge. With a mere flex of his index finger, the massive sword was redirected entirely, now aimed at the burly man's forehead. The sound of a crack echoed, followed by the silver blade plunging deep into the man's skull. Blood flowed from the wound, and despite his grip on the hilt, the man succumbed to death. collapsing backward with a thud. Xiaoyan's face paled, exclaiming, "He is dead? Young master, we must flee." She immediately grasped Chu Fan's arm, attempting to pull him away. "Xiaoyan, hold on a moment. Tell me what is happening," Chu Fan replied. "Young master, he was a lackey of He Yang, one of the He family. One of the 4 great clans," Xiaoyan explained anxiously. "The He family? I have not heard of anyone named He Yang in that clan," Chu Fan responded, puzzled. "The strongest forces within Tianhai City are the 4 great clans, and the He family is among them." While Chu Fan was not well acquainted with them, he had certainly heard of several of their young masters, but He Yang was not one of them. Xiaoyan clarified. "He Yang is merely a distant relative of the He family, so it is understandable that you have not heard of him. Yet, a side branch dares to act with such audacity." Chu Fan expressed his displeasure. "It is rather bold of a distant branch to behave in such a manner." Xiaoyan sighed. "Young master, the former Chu family had no fear of a mere side branch of the He family. But now," her voice trailed off, and she struggled to hold back tears. "The former patriarch had been murdered, and the second branch had usurped power. The Chu family was no longer what it once was." Thankfully, the young master had returned. She gently wiped away her tears. Chu Fan reassured her, "I have dealt with Chu Jian Yuan and Li Jinglong. The remaining members of the Chu family may be few, but they are all loyal to me." "Ah? The second elder is dead?" Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Fan smiled slightly. "Have I ever deceived you? From now on, with my presence, no one in the Chu family will be bullied, and that includes you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan could no longer contain her tears and threw herself into Chu Fan's embrace, saying, "Wu, young master, this is wonderful. We have a home again. Now, tell me about what transpired after that night. I did not see you when I returned home and feared you had also been killed." Chu Fan gently patted her back. Xiaoyan quickly recounted, "That night, the Chu family was attacked, and I managed to escape by sheer luck. Later, I discovered that the second branch was purging the loyalists of the former patriarch, so I did not dare return. However, as a mere maid, I was of little consequence. Afterward, I returned to live with my parents. Without the patriarch and you, there was no reason to return to the Chu family. Days ago, He Yang sought to seize a portion of land from the village, which included our old house. He took the land and offered no compensation. My parents and I have lost our home. Several cultivators from the village sought a confrontation with He Yang, and reluctantly, they agreed to provide financial support. However, He Yang insisted that I marry him as a concubine. Otherwise, he would refuse to pay my parents' rent. When I declined his proposal, he threatened to sell me to a brothel. It was then that I encountered the young master." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was filled with indignation, such audacity from a mere branch of the He family. Xiaoyan sighed bitterly, stating, "I once believed that the He family, being a prominent clan, would possess a sense of honor. To my dismay, they have no moral boundaries whatsoever. I truly do not know what to do. Although the young master has rescued me, you have killed his guard in public, and he will undoubtedly seek revenge." "Revenge? Once a life is extinguished, there can be no retribution," Chu Fan chuckled darkly. Xiaoyan felt a shiver run down her spine and implored, "Young master, please do not frighten me. Do not act impulsively. That is the He family we are dealing with. Even if they are merely a collateral branch, they should not be trifled with lightly." Chapter 31. Chen Family Village. Having recently endured the calamity of the Chu family, Xiaoyan was deeply concerned for Chu Fan's safety. Nevertheless, Chu Fan spoke with unwavering determination, stating, "First, take me to your home. I shall handle the matters that follow." Xiaoyan suddenly felt that the young master had changed, and significantly so. She chose not to dissuade him further, saying, "This morning, He Yang came to the village to transact property deeds. They should still be at the ancestral hall." Tianhai City is vast, with the main city serving as the core area, surrounded by numerous towns and villages. Xiaoyan, whose full name is Chen Yan, was born in Chun Family Village. Originally, she was named Chun Yan, as a fortune teller had proclaimed at her birth that she lacked the element of fire. Hence the name. She had always harbored a dislike for this name. Eventually, it was Chu Fan who took it upon himself to rename her Chen Yan. Over the years, she had not only served as Chu Fan's maid, but had also grown up alongside him. Chu Fan never regarded her as a mere servant, which fostered a close bond between them. Upon entering the village, they headed directly to the ancestral hall. Outside the hall, a considerable number of villagers had gathered, lining up to await the transaction. "Alas, we must ultimately leave our homeland," one lamented. "There is no choice. At least He Xiao is offering compensation. Yet, the amount he offers is merely 50% of the market value, hardly sufficient for our relocation. What can be done? Shall you reason with them? Forget it. Let it be. Some villagers murmured quietly, daring only to speak in hushed tones. The most formidable individuals in the village were a handful of body refinement practitioners who would not dare provoke Hiyang. Hiyang acquired their homes at a low price, and not only could they not resist, but they also had to thank him for the compensation. In truth, much of this misfortune could be attributed to that impudent girl, Chen Yan. Had she dutifully accepted her role as He Xiao's concubine, they might have received 70% of the market value. One villager voiced this sentiment, his displeasure evident. Upon hearing this, many villagers nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is one of us, yet shows no inclination to contribute to our cause. After serving a few years in the Chu household, she has grown wings. Were she to obediently become He Xiao's woman, perhaps Chen family village could benefit from her connection. Now, however, He Xiao is angered. Not only had he sold her to a brothel, but he had also reduced the compensation for their homes by an additional 20%. That wretched girl is worthless. If I had such an opportunity, I would gladly serve He Xiao and become his woman. Many sharp-tongued women began to curse. They dared not blame or insult Hiyang, opting instead to target the weaker among them. As the crowd spoke, they soon observed Chen Yin arriving with a young man. Wasn't she sold to a brothel? How has she returned? Who is this man beside her? They sneered. No wonder she refused to submit to He Xiao. It appears she is taken up with a rogue. Such a young age, and yet she strays from virtue. The villagers exhibited expressions of reproach. They believed that the cause of their plight lay with Chen Yin. Had she heeded He Xiao's words, they would have at least secured a greater sum for their properties. Upon hearing the disparaging remarks, Xiaoyan's face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "You! How dare you demand such of me?" At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward, proclaiming, "How dare you? We are all members of Chun family village, and it is our duty to serve our village and clan. You are a member of this lineage as well. Must you be so selfish?" The speaker was none other than the village chief, Chen Jixing. His righteous words rendered Xiaoyan momentarily speechless. He was indeed correct. One should not be excessively self-serving. Marrying He Xiao is not a misfortune. Being He Xiao's concubine brings honor to the family. Many others echoed his sentiments. Xiaoyan's fist turned pale with tension, while Chu Fan's face contorted with palpable disdain. His past experiences had instilled in him a deep aversion to such hypocritical individuals. Must one sacrifice oneself for the clan, the community, or humanity? Why not demand their own sacrifice? Anger surged within Chu Fan as he retorted, "You old wretch. If you enjoy playing the dog so much, why not marry Hiyang yourself?" What? What did you say? Chen Jixing's aging face trembled with fury. At his advanced age, he had never encountered such vile insults. Who dared to humiliate the village chief in such a manner, showing no respect for their elders? The villagers expressed their discontent, bewildered as to where Chen Yin had found such a boorish ruffian, deeming it a disgrace to their community. Chen Jixing pointed at Chen Yin, chastising, "Chen Yin, so you have consorted with this wild rascal. You are ashamed of Chen family village. Village chief, you mustn't speak ill of my family." Chen Yin retorted fiercely. She could endure a few insults directed at herself, but she would not stand idly by while Chu Fan was humiliated. Yet, as she spoke, her words faltered, for Chu Fan had swiftly grasped the village chief's finger and, with a decisive snap, broke it. The motion was fluid and devoid of hesitation. "Ah!" Chen Jixing let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The villagers gasped in shock, exclaiming, He has harmed the village chief. Such audacity! How could an outsider wreak havoc in Chun family village?" Many hot-blooded villagers instinctively moved to subdue Chu Fan, but then hesitated, exchanging glances. They understood that the village chief was a cultivator at the 8th level of body refinement. Such prowess was standard among prominent families, yet in Chun family village, he was the foremost expert. These with which this youth had broken the village chief's finger indicated he was no ordinary individual, likely a master of the gathering chi realm. Should you continue to point at her, it will not merely be a finger you lose, Chu Fan warned coldly, fixing his gaze on Chen Jixing. Gritting his teeth, Chen Jixing defiantly raised his finger once more, declaring, "Chen Yin, you treacherous wretch. Not only do you refuse to assist us in negotiating with He Xiao, but you also dare to bring an outsider to assault your village chief. I shall have you expelled from the clan." Chu Fan raised an eyebrow, lifting his hand as he suddenly struck toward Chen Jixing's head, with a resounding crack. His palm descended heavily. Chen Jixing's skull was brutally shattered, sending him hurtling through the air. When the villagers regained their senses, they beheld the village chief, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, his eyes nearly obliterated, lying motionless on the ground. "Dead? He is dead? You have slain the village chief." You wretched fiend. So vicious and malevolent. This is utterly outrageous. In their shock and fury, the crowd immediately surrounded Chu Fan, forming a barricade. However, this circle maintained a considerable distance from him. On one hand, they were incensed by the chief's demise. On the other, they dared not approach Chu Fan, content to keep a safe distance. After all, this was the man who had killed the chief with a single slap. Chu Fan scoffed at these hypocritical cowards, who could only unleash their malice upon a young girl. When faced with true danger, they were more timid than infants. You, young man, your fate is sealed. One of them proclaimed from within the ancestral hall. He Xiao is inside. By committing murder here, you are slapping He Xiao's face. You need not worry about us. He Xiao will ensure your demise. The crowd, unwilling to attack, invoked the name of Yang. Chu Fan chuckled softly and said to Xiaoyan, "It would be best if you no longer linger in this village." With tears in her eyes, Xiaoyan replied, "Yes, since the young master has returned. I shall follow you from now on." At that moment, a young gentleman clad in white emerged from the ancestral hall, his expression one of discontent. "What is all this commotion? Have you all no desire for wealth?" Chapter 32. Ancestral Hall. The young gentleman clad in white is none other than Yang. Behind him stand several composed cultivators, serving as his personal protectors. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Yang assumed it was the villagers expressing discontent over the price of the houses being acquired. He rolled his eyes, remarking, "Offering you 50% of the market price is already a great act of kindness on my part. With my father's esteemed reputation, even if I were to give nothing at all, you would still be obliged to hand over the deeds." Young master, it's not about the money. "We are truly grateful," the villagers responded, their faces adorned with humble smiles. Just moments ago, they had dared to whisper among themselves, but now, in He Yang's presence, they did not even dare to breathe audibly. "Young master, our village chief has been slain. This scoundrel knew you were here and still dared to commit murder in public. A blatant affront to the He family's honor. We implore you, young master, to take justice for Chun family village." Many villagers, their faces etched with sorrow, pleaded earnestly. He Yang furrowed his brow, his gaze falling upon Chen Yin. "You little wretch, how dare you return? Where is Zhang Long?" This morning, he had made his last request for Chen Yin to become his concubine, but she had refused. He never forced women against their will. As the illustrious young master, he could have any woman he desired. To choose you would be a privilege. Forcing the issue would only diminish his own stature. Thus, in a fit of rage, he had ordered his guard Zhang Long to sell Chen Yin to a brothel. "If you refuse to serve me, then you may as well become a courtesan." Now seeing Chen Yin again, He Yang could not help but wonder if the little girl had somehow escaped Zhang Long's grasp. "Impossible. You are He Yang?" Chu Fan cast a glance at He Yang. He Yang's frown deepened. "It seems you are the one who rescued Chen Yin. What has become of Zhang Long?" "Ah, he is dead," Chu Fan replied nonchalantly. He Yang's fury ignited. "You dare to lay a hand on my people?" As he spoke, several of his guards stepped forward, their imposing presence directed at Chu Fan. Though only 4 in number, they were the foremost cultivators of the He family. The moment they exhibited their formidable aura, the villagers trembled in fear. Some even fell to their knees, exclaiming, "Young master, Zhang Long's death has nothing to do with us. Chen Yin has been expelled from the clan. All her actions are her own. We beseech you not to involve us. If necessary, we are willing to further reduce the price of the houses." He Yang could not be bothered to engage with these lowly peasants. He looked mockingly at Chen Yin, saying, "Little girl, you are quite fetching. I find myself somewhat reluctant to part with you. Since you have returned, I shall grant you another opportunity. Apologize and submit to me as my woman tonight, serving me well, and I shall overlook the past. As for the money your parents are owed for the houses, I will pay you in full. No, I shall offer you 5-fold, even 10-fold. Chen Yin, infuriated and humiliated, retorted, "He Yang, how shameless you are. You seek to claim the land of Chen family village, and yet you should be compensating us. Now, you dare to use the house money to extort us." He Yang laughed heartily and said, "Should I call you foolish or endearing? I am the young master of the He family. Money? I can give as much as I please. Not a single coin. What of it? Chen Yin, why don't you quickly concede and agree to be with young master He? What is wrong with becoming young master He's woman? If I had such an opportunity, I would be overjoyed. Even if not for yourself, consider us. Once you become a member of the He family, you could also uplift Qinjia village," the villagers urged. Speaking earnestly, Xiaoyan clenched her teeth lightly and replied, "Didn't you just say you would expel me from the clan? How can you be so ungrateful? You will come to regret this." The crowd's expression shifted from pale to flushed. He Young sighed softly, saying, I find it curious. You, a mere girl, possess such audacity. Is it this wild man who has emboldened you? Do not speak of the young master that way. Xiaoyan retorted angrily. The young master? He Young pondered for a moment. Then realization washed over him. I remember now, you are Chu Fan. Chu Fan, the one from the Chu family? Has Ti been guarding the gates? He must have fled back, unable to endure it. How laughable, returning only to find his father deceased and his family gone. Several He family cultivators nearby also grasped the situation and began to mock. So you were relying on him for support? He Young laughed until his stomach ached. 5 years ago, the Chu family, while not among the 4 great families, was still considered upper middle class. But now, it is worth nothing. Chu Fan, a mere stray dog. He Young then sneered, it seems you two share quite the bond, little wench. If you do not wish for Chu Fan to meet his end, you should obediently submit to me, kneel at my feet, and please me. Otherwise, I shall have his blood spill here. Qin Yan's face changed drastically. However, before she could speak, Chu Fan smiled gently and said, Young master, he desires my death? Huh, it would be effortless for me to end your life. He Yang's expression was filled with disdain. In an instant, Chu Fan unsheathed his sword. As the Qin Yan's sword emerged, his internal spirit formation had already activated. This strike was as swift as lightning. The spiritual energy surged along the blade, almost visibly glowing. The fierce sword technique aimed precisely at He Yang's neck. He Yang's pupils constricted. Though he could not clearly perceive Chu Fan's movements, he instinctively felt a looming danger and sought refuge behind his 4 bodyguards. Unfortunately, Chu Fan's sword was too swift. The blade flickered, a blinding flash of blood arced high. The Qin Yan sword sliced across He Yang's neck. He Yang's mouth opened. Yet no sound emerged as his body fell into a pool of blood. The 4 bodyguards turned pale with horror. Young master, how is this possible? Wasn't this Chu Fan guarding the gate for 5 years? How did he become so powerful? They never imagined that Chu Fan could slay He Young with a single strike. After all, He Young is the young master of the He family, even as a collateral branch. He enjoys abundant resources and has already reached the 4th layer of the Qi gathering realm. How could he have fallen to a mere wretch? As the 4 were engulfed in anger, a fierce killing intent flickered in their eyes. With their master slain, they had no means to report to their family if they failed to eliminate the murderer. You insolent wretch, prepare to meet your end. The 4 cultivators simultaneously launched their attacks against Chu Fan. At the moment of their assault, Chu Fan discerned their capabilities. None of the 4 guards had reached the transformation realm, collectively standing at the 8th or 9th layer of Qi gathering. Such a level of guardianship is indeed formidable. As cultivators of the transformation realm are rarely found, typically occupying positions as elders or heads of prominent families, seldom taking on roles as guards. Yet, this He Young, merely a side branch of the He family, commands 4 guards at the 8th or 9th layer of Qi gathering, which speaks volumes about the family's prestige. However, to Chu Fan, the distinction between the 8th and 9th layers of Qi gathering and He Young was inconsequential. To eliminate him would require but a single strike. Chapter 33. Aspiring greatness. As the guards approached, Chu Fan merely raised his Qin Yan sword, transforming into a fleeting shadow. What? So swift? The 4 were struck with terror. They discerned that Chu Fan had not employed any intricate martial techniques. He merely unleashed the fundamental speed of his physical form. Yet even so, they could scarcely keep up with his movements. Whoosh! Chu Fan's figure suddenly swept past one of them, and simultaneously, the Qin Yan sword glided through the air. Crack! Blood gushed forth as a deep gash appeared on the guard's neck. He had no opportunity to even touch Chu Fan before he was instantaneously deprived of life. But Chu Fan's actions did not cease. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he flickered through the air, the Qin Yan sword consecutively swept across the necks of the remaining 3. Crack, crack, crack. All 4 guards fell into a pool of blood, almost without pause. In the blink of an eye, 4 lives were extinguished. The villagers stood in stunned silence. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by these guards. Otherwise, they would not have been so fearful of the He family. Yet, such formidable experts perish so easily? To slay 4 in an instant, Chu Fan was nothing short of a monster. The crowd involuntarily stepped back a few paces, their faces etched with terror. Reflecting on their earlier intentions to encircle Chu Fan, they were now filled with trepidation, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Chu Fan scoffed, taking Xiaoyan's hand as they departed the crowd. The villagers hurriedly dispersed in fear. Upon leaving the ancestral hall, Xiaoyan, still in disbelief, remarked, young master. You have grown immensely powerful. Some have claimed that after guarding the gate for 5 years and being unable to cultivate, you are no longer the prodigy you once were. Chu Fan smiled and replied, I ceased my vigil, and naturally, I have grown stronger. Humph, those people are ungrateful wretches, taking advantage of you while simultaneously looking down on you. Young master, you won't guard the gate any longer, will you? Xiaoyan inquired. Chu Fan responded, no more guarding. That is for the best. Xiaoyan exclaimed joyfully. Chu Fan countered, if I stop guarding, will you not fear the emergence of the demonic army? I do not understand these matters. I only know that your choices, young master, must be right, Xiaoyan declared with unwavering conviction. Chu Fan chuckled and said, even if the demonic army emerges, I shall ensure your safety. Come, let us go to your home and bring your parents to the Chu family. Xiaoyan nodded deeply. Having lost all faith in the villagers and feeling no need to remain. Upon arriving at Xiaoyan's home, Chu Fan discovered that her parents had sustained injuries. Previously, when Hiyang sought to requisition land, the elderly couple had taken the lead in negotiating for the villagers, only to be severely beaten by He family's lackeys. Consequently, Xiaoyan had to handle the subsequent dealings alone. It turned out that Xiaoyan had caught Yang's attention, seeing her parents lying in bed. Chu Fan was filled with indignation, exclaiming, what a fortunate fate for that scoundrel Hiyang, allowing him to die so easily. He then explained the situation, expressing his intent to take Xiaoyan back to the Chu family, and that they would accompany them as well. The couple had no objections to this plan. To lead a fulfilling life, an ordinary person ought to align themselves with a powerful clan. Otherwise, life becomes as insignificant as a blade of grass, and the weak are perpetually at risk of being crushed by the strong. Moreover, the cultivation resources possessed by these prominent families are beyond the reach of those at the lower strata. Although the world purports that everyone has the opportunity to cultivate and that chances are equitable, in reality, the underprivileged lack resources. For the inhabitants of Qinjia village, a lifetime of toil culminates in merely reaching the body refinement stage. This is precisely why the couple hastily sent Xiaoyan to serve as a maid in the Chu family. Being associated with a prominent clan offers far more prospects than mere commonality. After giving his instructions, Chu Fan watched as Xiaoyan helped her parents pack their belongings, preparing for their departure. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside. Quick! They must be here. I saw that little wench bringing Chu Fan home. Fifth Master. Grievances have their roots and debts their sources. Please do not implicate our Qinjia village. He Xiao's death has nothing to do with us. We did our utmost to protect him. Fifth Master, we are willing to serve you in the future. When Chu Fan stepped outside, he was greeted by a lively scene. The area outside Xinyan's home was surrounded by layers of people. All the villagers who had gathered near the ancestral hall had come, each bowing humbly. Amongst their ranks was a group of imposing cultivators, at the center of which stood a middle-aged man bearing a resemblance to Hiyang. Young Master. That man is Hiyang's father, known as Fifth Master He. Although he is from a collateral branch and not young anymore, he has made remarkable breakthroughs in his cultivation in recent years. It is said he has reached the 8th layer of the transformation realm and is highly regarded by the clan leader, Xiaoyan explained anxiously. No wonder Hiyang is so arrogant, Chu Fan murmured. Cultivators enjoy long lifespans, and many achieve greatness later in life. Numerous individuals who were unremarkable in their youth can rise dramatically in their later years. A cultivator at the transformation realm can live up to 300 years, and one can never predict when they might attain enlightenment or encounter fortuitous circumstances that allow them to metamorphose. This fifth master evidently belongs to that category. Hiyang has certainly benefited from his father's influence. A master at the 8th layer of the transformation realm is a pillar in any family, and being from a collateral lineage becomes inconsequential. Fifth master, it is he. He is the one who killed your son. He is the source of all this turmoil. Any matters regarding him should be directed at him. We were merely coincidentally present and bear no relation to this affair. If you wish to exact vengeance, let it be upon Chu Fan, and the Chen family of 3 should perish as well. They ought to accompany He Xiao to the grave. We, the people of Qinjia village, are not familiar with her. Upon seeing Chu Fan and Chen Yan, the villagers immediately pointed at them, their voices sharp and accusatory. Xiaoyan, infuriated, stamped her feet and exclaimed, "How can you harbor such hatred towards us when it is Hiyang who has so brazenly humiliated us? You do not resent him, yet you direct all your animosity towards the young master? Silence yourself, you traitor of Qinjia village. Had you complied with He Xiao from the beginning, none of this would have transpired. It is all your fault for bringing this Chu Fan into the picture." Many villagers erupted in furious curses, Xiaoyan's eyes were slightly red, filled with profound disappointment and anger. Chu Fan gently patted her and remarked, "Human nature is such. There is no need to be saddened by it." In his previous life, when the demonic army breached the gates of the Forbidden Land, those pious cultivators bore a striking resemblance to the villagers at this moment. Chu Fan found it utterly laughable. "Shut your mouths. Get lost." Elder Wu, his head throbbing from the villagers' clamor, shouted angrily, swatting a few of them away with a flick of his hand. The scene finally settled into silence. He fixed his gaze on Chu Fan, demanding, "It was you who killed my son? And if it was?" Chu Fan replied, his expression calm, though his hand had stealthily grasped the Qingyan sword. After all, the opponent was at the 8th level of the transformation realm, and Chu Fan did not dare to relax in the slightest. Although he had previously annihilated the Li family and slain Li Jinglong, who was at the 9th level of the transformation realm, that was primarily due to the extermination formation. Without preparation, Chu Fan was confident he could overcome a 7th level opponent. However, facing an 8th level adversary posed a significant challenge. Seeing Chu Fan reach for his sword, Elder Wu couldn't help but scoff. "Heh, boy. Do you really think you can resist me?" Chapter 34. The city rallying to his defense upon witnessing the scene. The villagers displayed expressions of schadenfreude, reveling in the spectacle. Such arrogance. At a moment like this, why not hastily kneel and seek forgiveness? Perhaps he might secure a complete corpse. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed intent on confronting Master He. A foolish youth, he would shatter upon contact. To perish at the hands of Master He would indeed be his fortune. As the crowd mocked Chu Fan, they lavished praise upon Master He, so much so that one might mistake them for members of the He family. Suddenly, Master He's pupils constricted, and he bellowed, "You wretch, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I shall rend your body into pieces to avenge my son." No sooner had the words left his lips than his form surged forward like a falcon in flight, hurtling directly toward Chu Fan. Simultaneously, a tempestuous spiritual force emanated from his right hand, transforming it into a claw imbued with boundless murderous intent, aimed directly at Chu Fan's heart. This initial strike unleashed his unique technique, the Savage Spirit Claw. His intent was clear, to crush his opponent's heart. The nearby villagers, utterly bewildered, were left in stunned silence. The oppressive aura of a cultivator at the 8th level of the transformation realm left them scarcely daring to breathe. Chu Fan's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly leaned back. Master He's claw narrowly grazed the air above him, producing a piercing sound akin to a sonic boom. In that moment of evasion, the Qingyan sword was drawn, sweeping outward with precision to target Master He's chin. Spiraling spiritual energy coursed through the tip of the sword, rendering what appeared to be an ordinary strike imbued with unmatched power. Master He was taken aback. This boy possesses such strength? Instinctively, he shifted from offense to defense, slamming his palms outward in a powerful counter. 2 palm strikes collided with the Qingyan sword, propelling him backward with the force of the impact. Clang! The reverberation of the 2 strikes sent the Qingyan sword vibrating violently, emitting a shrill metallic sound. Chu Fan, having thrust the sword into the air, was also pushed back considerably, his feet leaving deep impressions in the ground. Indeed, Master He was a genuine cultivator at the 8th level of the transformation realm. Despite Chu Fan's past experiences and the presence of a gathering spirit formation within him, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage, even slightly faltering. Regardless, his cultivation was still too low, being merely at the 1st level of the transformation realm. Battling 7 levels higher posed a considerable challenge. Meanwhile, the villagers were left even more dumbfounded. What is happening? Although I couldn't see clearly, it seems both have retreated simultaneously. Could it be a stalemate? Impossible. How could a mere boy withstand Master He's strikes? The crowd had expected Master He to dispatch Chu Fan in a single blow. Yet here stood Chu Fan, unscathed and composed, while Master He, though unharmed, exhibited a noticeable shift in demeanor. "Master He, we shall assist you." The group of He family cultivators rallied to his side. Master He's face turned ashen, filled with indignation and fury, as he exclaimed, "Get back. Do I need assistance to deal with a cornered dog? To vanquish this child in a single move would be a disgrace. This matter transcends mere vengeance for my son. It is a matter of preserving my own dignity. You insolent wretch, if you can compel me to unleash a second attack, then your death shall indeed be a source of pride." With a thunderous roar, Hiwia's aura intensified remarkably. Chu Fan's expression turned solemn as he thought, "It seems I must resort to my trump card." After weighing his options, he realized that relying solely on his internal formations would scarcely remedy the current predicament. Though he might possess a modicum of strength to confront his adversary, he could not hope to conclude the battle. Moreover, He Wuye was not without allies. They could not remain idle indefinitely. The trump card was something Chu Fan had hoped to reserve, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet, it appeared that withholding it was no longer an option. At that moment, a new wave of unexpected guests hurriedly arrived. Wait, He Wuye, hold on. He Jiwei, cease your actions. The calls startled He Wuye, who regarded them with suspicion. He Jiwei was indeed his full name. In Tianhai City, most individuals, upon encountering him, would politely address him as He Wuye. Few were privileged enough to call him by his name directly, typically reserved for the elite of other noble families. Turning to see a throng of cultivators rushing towards him, he noted their varied attire, suggesting they hailed from disparate factions. Yet, he recognized the leader among them, Tang Xiong, an elder of the Tang family. The Tang family was one of the 4 prominent clans, and Tang Xiong held a central role, enjoying significant prestige. He Jiwei, wary of acting impulsively, inquired, Tang Xiong, what brings you here? Tang Xiong cast a glance at Chu Fan, relieved to see him unscathed, and exhaled, saying, Brother Jiwei, you must not harm this Chu Fan. Furrowing his brow, He Jiwei retorted, he harbors a vendetta against me. Why should I spare him? Tang Xiong's lips twitched, internally lamenting, Chu Fan, you truly fear not for your life, returning only to slay He Wuye's son? Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise, your fate would have been sealed. With a forced chuckle, Tang Xiong urged, Jiwei, this Chu Fan is of great significance. His life must be preserved. I trust you will consider the greater picture. Initially puzzled by Tang Xiong's sudden intervention, Chu Fan quickly deduced the reason. Something must have transpired at the gate of the Forbidden Land. He Jiwei's complexion turned ashen as he demanded, Tang Xiong, what greater picture? Is it more important than my son's life? If you do not provide an explanation, I shall kill this child today, even if it means incurring the wrath of the Tang family. Tang Xiong, with a troubled expression, replied, the gate of the Forbidden Land has cracked. As you know, it has been under his guard for the past few years, but he resigned yesterday. He Jiwei scoffed. How could a mere child possibly guard the gate of the Forbidden Land? I suspect he has been deceiving us all along, embezzling funds in secret. We thought the same initially, hence the formation of a debt collection committee. However, this morning, I witnessed a massive fissure on the gate of the Forbidden Land myself. Tang Xiong exclaimed, his frustration evident. Just yesterday, they had driven Chu Fan away, delighting in his debt of 10,000 spirit stones. Although it was afternoon, a farmer remarked that there seemed to be a crack in the door. Yet, the fissure appeared merely as a gap in the scales, and no one paid it any mind. However, today, while the farmers were tilling the fields, they happened to pass by the grand entrance and were astonished to find that the crack had widened. They hurried back to report their discovery. Tang Xiong sensed something amiss and decided to investigate personally. Upon inspection, he was drenched in cold sweat. The crack extended the length of a forearm and was unmistakably distinct from the original patterns of the door. Although the fissure was still shallow, an overwhelming sense of unease gripped Tang Xiong. What if the door indeed led to a forbidden realm? What if the demonic beings within could emerge? In his desperation, he thought of Chu Fan. Previously, when Chu Fan stood guard, the door remained unscathed. Now that Chu Fan was gone, the door had cracked. Was it merely a coincidence? Or did Chu Fan possess some intrinsic value? It hardly seemed like mere happenstance. Upon learning of the situation, the city lord refrained from taking any risks and issued a stern command to the Debt Collection Association, by any means necessary. They must ensure that Chu Fan returns to guard the demonic realm, safeguarding the door to the Forbidden Land. Thus, Tang Xiong hastened to gather his men and sought out the location. He had just witnessed He Jiwei's intent to kill Chu Fan, and his anxiety nearly made his legs buckle. If Chu Fan were to perish, Tianhai City would be doomed. After briefly outlining the situation, Tang Xiong implored earnestly, Jiwei, regardless of the grievances between you and Chu Fan, you must set them aside for now. Is your son's life truly more precious than the fate of Tianhai City and its citizens? He Jiwei, his teeth gritted in fury, cried out, no, I must kill him. Tang Xiong's expression hardened as he retorted, He Jiwei, I am showing you courtesy. Do not reject it. Today's endeavor to protect Chu Fan is not just for the Tang family, but for the entirety of Tianhai City. If anything were to happen to Chu Fan, the He family would not be able to atone for the crime. Chapter 35. Village Destruction. It was the first time He Jiwei had witnessed Tang Xiong's stern demeanor, and he realized the gravity of the situation. It appeared that the other party was not jesting. If Chu Fan truly posed a threat to the safety of Tianhai City, then he must not be harmed. Whoever dared to act against him would be opposing the entire city and risk the annihilation of their clan. The thought sent shivers down He Jiwei's spine, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Very well, for the sake of Brother Tang and the citizens of our city, I shall spare him." Only then did Tang Xiong resume a courteous tone, remarking, "Jiwei, your profound sense of justice will surely be rewarded." He Jiwei cast a fierce glare at Chu Fan and stated slowly, "You, young man, are fortunate today." Chu Fan gave a light chuckle but refrained from responding. However, in his heart, he had already sentenced He Jiwei to death. Yet, given the current circumstances, there was no need to confront He Jiwei to the bitter end. Some cards needed to be kept close to the chest, revealed only in dire situations. The sudden intervention of those seeking repayment was fortuitous, allowing him to buy some time. "Tang Xiong, the rift at the entrance to the forbidden area has widened. You must come with me to address this immediately," Tang Xiong commanded, directing his attention to Chu Fan with an authoritative gesture. Chu Fan replied earnestly, "Elder Tang, are you so certain that I will comply with your request?" Tang Xiong responded as if it were a matter of course. "The safety of Tianhai City and the welfare of countless citizens are at stake. How could you refuse? Moreover, the moment you depart, the formation will falter, and it is your responsibility to rectify it. Should you decline, I have ample means to compel you to comply." The latter part of his statement dripped with a menacing undertone. Chu Fan threw back his head and laughed heartily before declaring with righteous fervor, "If it is for the sake of Tianhai City, I shall not hesitate. Elder Tang, let us proceed." "At last, you show understanding," Tang Xiong said, visibly pleased. Xiaoyan, anxious, tugged at Chu Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Young master, are you truly going again?" She had only just welcomed Chu Fan back and feared that his departure would stretch into another 5 years, or perhaps a lifetime. Chu Fan exchanged a knowing glance with her and assured, "Do not worry, accompany me, and we shall return to the Chu family in due course." "All right." Xiaoyan nodded instinctively and followed Chu Fan. He Jiwei watched Chu Fan's retreating figure, seething with indignation. Yet, aware of the gravity of the situation, he suppressed his fury. Exhaling a few heavy breaths, the nearby villagers exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered. Had their journey been in vain if they could not avenge Fifth Master? A few bolder villagers approached, attempting to curry favor, saying, "Fifth Master, please take heart. Though Chu Fan lives, his future will be worse than death. If young master he knew, he would find solace. Should you not mind, I would be willing to become your son, providing for you in your old age." Upon hearing this, He Jiwei cast a cold glance at the crowd and retorted, "A pack of despicable curs. Do you think you are worthy to associate with me? If I cannot kill Chu Fan, do you think I cannot dispose of you?" What do you mean, Fifth Master?" The villagers gasped in horror. He Jiwei spoke in a sinister tone, "My son perished here, and you all bear responsibility. Let you all accompany him in death." With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the disciples of the He family surged into the crowd, mercilessly slaughtering. "No, please. Fifth Master, we are willing to be your dogs. Is there truly a fault in that?" He Xiao cannot be blamed. A sudden gasp echoed through the air, followed by the cries of despair. The He family reveled in the harvest of lives. Meanwhile, Chu Fan and the members of the Debt Collection Society swiftly arrived at the southern mountain outside the city. The entrance to the Forbidden Ground stood as imposing as ever atop the peak. Upon their arrival, they indeed spotted a conspicuous crack. Although shallow, it extended the length of a forearm. It had certainly not been there yesterday. Could it be that the demonic clan was truly sealed within? While I remain skeptical, I dare not gamble on it. Regardless, it is prudent for Chu Fan to mend the fissure first. All eyes turned towards Chu Fan, who appeared unfazed, showing no sign of surprise. When he dismantled the 10,000 calamities great array, he had anticipated the rate at which the crack would expand. 1 day later, its lengthening was entirely within expectations. However, the fissure was not yet deep enough. Once it penetrated the gate, matters would become intriguing. Of course, Chu Fan had to feign a sense of shock. He exclaimed, "Oh, there truly is a crack. What a large one it is. You are to blame for not maintaining the array." Many chastised. Chu Fan chuckled, "You all are quite amusing. Was it not you who urged me to abandon my post?" The crowd fell silent. Indeed, they had deemed Chu Fan a fraud, pursuing personal gain while applying pressure on him time and again. They had felt quite satisfied when they forced him away yesterday, never anticipating such consequences. However, whether the appearance of the crack was linked to the dissolution of the array remained a matter of debate. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. The crack was destined to manifest, coinciding perfectly with the dismantling of the array. Thus, they had no choice but to test Chu Fan. Tang Xiong spoke earnestly. Chu Fan, you now have an opportunity for redemption. Immediately re-establish the 10,000 calamities great array. If the crack vanishes, it will demonstrate the efficacy of the array and affirm your innocence. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. No, there is no need for proof. I truly am a fraud. I maintain the array solely to deceive you for spirit stones. You have all exposed me. How could I deny it? We know you are a fraud. Yet now, with no alternatives available, they could only attempt to salvage the situation. Should it prove effective, it would serve as your atonement. Just set up the array and spare us the unnecessary chatter. Many expressed their impatience. Despite their inner belief that the 10,000 calamities great array might indeed be beneficial, they felt compelled to publicly label Chu Fan a fraud. For if he were not a fraud, would that not imply they had driven away the guardian of Tianhai City? In the interest of maintaining their dignity and avoiding scorn, they found themselves unable to retract their statements, instead feigning to offer him an opportunity for redemption. Within Chu Fan's heart simmered a cold laughter. You once dismissed me as too costly, and now, doubting my worth, you wish for my return to arrange the formation? Should I successfully establish the 10,000 catastrophes formation and it prove ineffective, I would bear the brunt of even greater condemnation. Conversely, if it proves successful, I would be ensnared within the formation, tasked with guarding the demon clan. How naive you are to think so. With a shrug, he remarked, esteemed colleagues, the breach in the gate of this forbidden land is, in truth, not my concern. As for mending the gate, I lack the capability. Do you truly believe I am not a charlatan? Tang Xiong spoke with gravity. Chu Fan, let us set aside our past grievances. Regardless of your sincerity, we earnestly hope that you can intervene and once again deploy that formidable formation. Should it prove effective, not only will you vindicate yourself, but you will also earn monumental accolades, becoming a hero of Tianhai City. At that time, I and the others present will extend our apologies to you. However, should you decline to arrange the formation, do not blame me for taking advantage of the youth. For the safety of Tianhai City, you must take action. His words were delivered with earnestness and authority, creating an undeniable sense of pressure among those present. Yet, Chu Fan found amusement in the situation. If I succeed in establishing the formation, you think a mere apology suffices? Have I lost my mind or lived a life devoid of peril? Such an opportunity, so rife with potential, should be cherished. His cousin spoke with heartfelt sincerity, acknowledging Tang Elder's insight. Indeed, this is a remarkable opportunity. Should I fail to appreciate it, I would appear ungrateful. Initially, Chu Fan exuded righteous indignation. But then he shifted his tone, saying, however, Chapter 36, the testing array. But what? The debt-collecting group gathered, their attention fully captured. Chu Fan sighed and said, however, once the 10,000 calamities great array is dismantled, it can never be set up again. What? Are you jesting? You truly are a fraud. Many voices rose in alarm. Tang Xiong strove to maintain his composure and inquired, why can it not be set up again? Chu Fan explained. The 10,000 calamities great array was meticulously arranged by my master during his final moments. The majority of the setup was his doing. All I can manage is to sustain the array. By my own strength, I cannot establish it. In truth, his words were not entirely deceitful. Had it not been for his rebirth, the 20-year-old him would indeed be incapable of independently arranging the 10,000 calamities great array. However, in his previous life, he had dedicated 3,000 years to the study of formations, even evolving the 10,000 calamities great array 3,000 times, ultimately surpassing his master's understanding of array techniques. Thus, armed with the memories of his past life, Chu Fan could indeed accomplish the formation alone. Though he was resolute in avoiding such folly. Didn't your master pass away 5 years ago? Without him, the array cannot be established? Tang Xiong stomped his foot in frustration. Chu Fan shrugged his shoulders, expressing helplessness. Internally, he murmured, Master, I hope you won't blame me for this. I have protected them for 3,000 years and wish to be free from this burden. A disciple, after all, is merely a mortal and cannot act like a sage. 5 years prior, foreseeing the impending collapse of the Forbidden Land's gate and sensing his own lifespan dwindling, his master had come to Tianhai City and took Chu Fan as his disciple. Thereafter, he imparted all his lifelong knowledge. It was then that Chu Fan discovered his master was, in fact, a deity of formations, whereas others merely understood that Chu Fan had encountered a master proficient in array techniques and had become his disciple. The distinction between being adept in formations and being a god of formations was monumental. The path of array techniques was indeed esoteric. Few pursued it. Thus it garnered little attention. Until one day, the Forbidden Land's gate began to tremble ominously. The citizens of Tianhai City were filled with dread and rallied behind Chu Fan and his master to address the matter. With his master's assistance, Chu Fan completed the 10,000 calamities great array, quelling the anomaly at the gate. Thereafter, his master, having exhausted his strength, passed away. Your master was so formidable. Couldn't you have learned more? The crowd lamented. Without your master, is it truly impossible? Has he taught you nothing substantial? Chu Fan chuckled softly, saying, You, who are all of considerable age, cannot manage it. What reason is there for a mere youth of 20 to succeed? The crowd turned crimson in their frustration. Tang Xiang furrowed his brow and stated, I will tentatively believe you that the 10,000 calamities great array cannot be arranged. However, your master was a master of formations. Surely you must have acquired other techniques? Without the 10,000 calamities array, what of the 1,000 calamities array or the 100 calamities array? In any case, consider whether there are other formations to fortify the gate of the Forbidden Land. I will ponder this. Chu Fan feigned deep thought, relishing the opportunity to extract a significant concession. In any case, whatever means you employ, I must witness the fissures repaired. Tang Xiang pressed assertively. Indeed, it is imperative to make the repairs. If not, do not expect to have it easy. Others echoed in agreement. Chu Fan then slowly spoke, saying, The fissure has just appeared, and I do possess a method to mend it. However, it necessitates a substantial amount of spirit stones. More spirit stones? How many have you squandered over the past 5 years? Now you seek more? Surely, this is not another scheme to line your own pockets? Many expressed their dissatisfaction. Some even leaped forth, exclaiming loudly, Chu Fan, do not forget, you still owe us 10,000 spirit stones. Chu Fan couldn't help but laugh in anger. You truly have the audacity to bring that up. Tang Xiang's face turned slightly red. He too felt that such words were exceedingly unreasonable. The debt arose from Chu Fan's formation being ineffective. Since it was ineffective, how could one ask him to fix the fissure? Was that not akin to slapping oneself in the face? Tang Xiang could no longer maintain his dignity and declared, Silence. That debt was transferred to Chu Jianyuan yesterday. Chu Jianyuan has already repaid us 2,000. The remaining 8,000, he promised to settle within 3 days. The debt is no longer related to Chu Fan. He then turned to Chu Fan, speaking earnestly. Chu Fan, state your demands. How many spirit stones do you require? As long as you can mend the fissure, we shall gather whatever you need. It is still Elder Tang who possesses the wisdom. Chu Fan smiled slightly, responding, I have a formation known as the 9-Chi Sealing Array. Although it does not compare to the 10,000 calamities great array, it is quite effective for repairing the fissure. To arrange the 9-Chi Sealing Array, I require 9,000 spirit stones. 9,000 stones. Are you jesting? Why not go rob a bank instead? You surely cannot be coveting these spirit stones. Such greed, to demand 9,000 stones. You must be toying with us, young man. Elder Tang, this boy speaks outrageous nonsense. He must be taught a stern lesson. The crowd erupted in fury. 9,000 spirit stones. What a staggering sum. Previously, Chu Fan had embezzled for 5 years and only compensated a mere 10,000. Moreover, during those 5 years, the actual consumption of the 10,000 calamities great array was only 6 or 7,000. The 10,000 was merely a sum with interest added. 9,000 spirit stones, no faction save the 4 great families could readily produce such an amount. Chu Fan's demand of 9,000 was clearly treating them as fools. Tang Xiang could scarcely contain his wrath, bellowing, Chu Fan, I have repeatedly shown you leniency. Do not take advantage of my patience. Chu Fan remained unfazed, replying, I merely speak the truth. What is your haste? Tang Xiang's pressure emanated, nearly leading him to strike. Yet recognizing that Chu Fan was the most likely to repair the fissure, he dared not act recklessly, gritting his teeth and saying, Very well. Explain to me why you require 9,000 stones? You used less than 10,000 over the past 5 years. Chu Fan helplessly replied, I have stated that the 10,000 calamities great array was arranged by my master. What level of expertise does he possess? His array techniques are unparalleled, thus the consumption of spirit stones is naturally lower. Were it not for my master, the consumption over the past 5 years would have multiplied tenfold. At this point, Chu Fan's ire flared, feeling indignant on behalf of his master. Originally, the master could have lived a few more years, but in his quest to enhance the longevity of the Wanjia Great Array, he devoted immense effort to perfecting it, striving to minimize the consumption of spirit stones. The master was concerned that excessive expenditure on spirit stones would be untenable for Tianhai City. Yet, what was the outcome? They did not express their gratitude. This time, Chu Fan would never sacrifice himself for the sake of others. Your master's skills are indeed remarkable in this context. His reasoning holds merit, murmured Tang Xiong. Even without studying array formations, he could discern that a novice like Chu Fan could not be compared to his master. The two might arrange formations yielding similar effects, yet the consumption would undoubtedly differ. However, to claim 9,000 spirit stones outright seems exceedingly unreasonable, Tang Xiong challenged. Chu Fan replied, the 9-chi sealing array, utilizing 9,000 spirit stones, is quite justifiable, wouldn't you agree? If you find it excessive, then I shall first require 1/10 of that amount to set up a test array. What do you think? A test array? Tang Xiong inquired, perplexed. Suppressing a smile, Chu Fan responded with feigned seriousness. The test array will have a weaker sealing effect and lesser durability. Nevertheless, it will allow you to gauge its efficacy. Should the test array prove ineffective, you would only incur a loss of 900 spirit stones, which is a minor risk. Conversely, if the test array is successful, you can then provide additional spirit stones for me to establish the formal array, ensuring a more secure arrangement. Wouldn't that be prudent? Chapter 37. The Boiling Frog, the Testing Array? It is indeed a commendable approach. Upon hearing Chu Fan's explanation, the crowd was inevitably swayed. An expenditure of 9,000 was, without a doubt, exorbitant. If it proved futile, it would all be for naught. However, parting with 900 for a preliminary test seemed far more palatable. Chu Fan continued, stating that the testing array was essentially a simplified version of the 9-chi sealing array. Though its efficacy would be diminished, it would suffice temporarily. How long can it hold? Tang Xiong inquired. The testing array can be sustained for 3 days, Chu Fan replied. Very well, we accept your proposition. You shall first set up the testing array. If it can contain the fissure, after 3 days, you will proceed to establish the complete array, Tang Xiong declared. The other cultivators had no objections. With so many individuals contributing, gathering 900 spirit stones was hardly a challenge. Soon after, Tang Xiong handed the spirit stones to Chu Fan, saying, you may begin. Chu Fan nodded. Just wait and see. Suddenly, Tang Xiong's expression grew stern. Let me be clear. If the testing array proves ineffective, you must return these 900 spirit stones. Inwardly, Chu Fan derided their audacity. Nonetheless, he maintained a cheerful facade, assuring, rest assured, should the testing array fail, I will return double the amount. Hearing this, Tang Xiong displayed a satisfied smile. Well then, young man, should you indeed be able to mend the fissure, we shall all rejoice, and my courtesy towards you will not be in vain. However, if you cannot deliver, we will settle both old and new accounts. The other cultivators fixed their gaze on Chu Fan, resembling overseers. They were intent on observing the array's effectiveness while simultaneously ensuring that Chu Fan did not abscond with the spirit stones, their eyes darting anxiously. Unfazed, Chu Fan walked directly to the center of the entrance, beginning the array's formation. Yet, what he was crafting was not the 9-chi sealing array. Rather, it was a legitimate sealing array, one that would indeed prove effective. Although it could not compare to the 10,000 calamities array, it would still exert a certain degree of suppression. Having faced death once, he was certainly not foolish enough to squander such an opportunity. He merely sought to acquire some spirit stones. The cultivation of skills requires spirit stones, as does the formation of arrays, alchemy, and artifact crafting. There would always be a need for spirit stones in the future. When opportunity knocks, one should not let it pass by. The array Chu Fan intended to set up was, in fact, the bewildering heart and obscuring eye array. Given his level of expertise, no one would comprehend the array he was crafting. To put it simply, the bewildering heart and obscuring eye array served as an extraordinary method of concealment. The manner in which the elements within the array were presented to outsiders was entirely under Chu Fan's control. Whatever he wished others to perceive, they would see. Although the bewildering heart and obscuring eye array lacked direct lethality, its complexity surpassed that of the soul-biting array by a considerable margin. After all, obscuring perception and bewildering the mind is no trivial feat. However, with Chu Fan's skill, the formation would not take much time, merely a cup of tea's worth. Of course, Chu Fan did not rush the process. In the presence of so many potential adversaries, there was no need to reveal all his capabilities, as it would only invite danger. Most importantly, he must make others perceive that this formation is exceedingly challenging to set up, and that the expenditure of 900 spirit stones is entirely justified. If it is completed swiftly, this group of ingrates must feel as though they have incurred a loss. With utmost seriousness, Chu Fan meticulously observed, calculated, and deduced, furrowing his brow for quite some time before he began to place the spirit stones. drawing spiritual energy as a thread to connect them, thereby forming intricate patterns of the formation. These patterns gradually coalesced into the formation itself. Throughout the process, Chu Fan made numerous adjustments, leaving him drenched in sweat. Tang Xiong and the others could only watch this intricate endeavor, their heads aching, whispering among themselves. Setting up formations is indeed troublesome. No wonder so few wish to learn. Indeed, mastering formations is both time-consuming and labor-intensive, far less practical than directly enhancing one's cultivation. Chu Fan, too, was somewhat foolish. Having the rare opportunity to take on a master, he chose one who specialized in formations. No matter how skilled the master, formations ultimately remain external tools. It is true that his study of formations serves to aid us in the end, yet let us not be distracted by idle chatter. We must keep a keen eye and ensure he does not secretly hoard spirit stones. As time passed slowly, after a full hour, Chu Fan, unwilling to linger any longer, wiped his brow and declared, it is complete. In truth, he had already established the bewildering heart and eye formation. Once the formation was completed, the spectacle outside was merely an illusion conjured by the formation. After its establishment, Chu Fan reclined within, conveniently appropriating the spirit stones. With his exquisite skill, the direct consumption of setting up the formation, along with the maintenance required in the subsequent days, only necessitated 60 spirit stones. The remaining 840 stones he claimed as his own. However, the outsiders remained oblivious, believing that Chu Fan had exhausted all the spirit stones. Tirelessly at work throughout. At that moment, as Chu Fan's voice fell, everyone beheld a golden light enveloping the entrance to the forbidden area. This golden veil seemed to exude formidable sealing power, suppressing the entrance. The fissure, which was the length of an arm, gradually shrank until it completely vanished. Look, the fissure has diminished. This golden light is quite formidable. Is this the 9-chi sealing formation? Remarkable indeed. Chu Fan certainly possessed some talent. His study of formations was not in vain. To serve Tianhai City is a source of pride for him. Indeed, it was worth our efforts. The group felt a sense of satisfaction, finally revealing relieved smiles. Chu Fan hurried over, panting, and inquired, "How is it?" "Excellent, excellent. Chu Fan, you have done splendidly." Tang Yong praised enthusiastically. With the fissure repaired, everyone rejoiced, considering the rest to be minor issues. Yet, Chu Fan's expression remained grave as he cautioned, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not rejoice too hastily. As I mentioned, this formation was merely a test. Its effectiveness and durability are insufficient. The fissure is temporarily sealed, but at most, it will last 3 days before the formation can no longer endure." "I recall this," Tang Xiong nodded, reassured as long as the formation proved effective. Chu Fan continued, "To maintain a long-term suppression of the entrance, a complete 9-chi sealing formation must be established, which requires 9,000 spirit stones." Chu Fan advised. The crowd exchanged glances, murmuring, "Since the test has proven effective, it is time to employ the complete formation." However, 9,000 spirit stones are rather exorbitant. After all, it is not a burden borne by one alone. Nonetheless, they acknowledged the virtue of frugality, especially for the sake of the citizens of Tianhai City. "This testing array can last for a few days, can it? Perhaps we should wait until it falters and the fissure reemerges before we set up the full formation." Indeed, Chu Fan speculated that the testing array might endure for 3 days, but what if it lasted 30 or even 300 days? They agreed. "Let us first extract all the value from the testing array." The group quickly reached a consensus and turned to Chu Fan, saying, "Chu Fan, let us utilize this testing array for now, and when it fails, you can then arrange the formal formation. What do you say?" "I have no objections." Chu Fan replied readily, thinking to himself, "The gate of the forbidden land lies within the bewildering heart obscuring array. The reemergence of the fissure is contingent upon my whims." Having just acquired 900 spirit stones, these individuals are reluctant to part with more, showing no urgency. The strategy of gently simmering the frog is indeed the best approach. In a few days, they will come to present me with spirit stones, flowing in abundance. Chapter 38. The senior sister and the master. Now that the matter has been resolved, everyone should return. I will report to the city lord and, in passing, reimburse everyone with 900 spirit stones. In the coming days, I will frequently visit the entrance to the forbidden land to remain vigilant. With a grand gesture, Tang Xiong led the group back to the city. Chu Fan, however, chose not to accompany them, as he wished to pay his respects to his master. At the foot of Nanshan stood a simple tombstone. All who passed by believed it to be the grave of an ordinary citizen. unaware that it sheltered the remains of the legendary god of arrays, Song Tiangong. Finding his master's resting place, Chu Fan knelt and spoke, "Master, your disciple has failed to fulfill your wishes. If you were here, would you blame me?" In his past life, he had forsaken everything to guard against the demon clan, ultimately meeting a death without a grave and causing distress to his senior sister. In this life, he yearned to choose a different path. "If I were you, Master, even if betrayed by humanity 1,000 times, perhaps I would still continue to protect them. Yet, I cannot do so. In this second life, I wish to first be worthy of those around me. If I cannot protect them, what meaning is there in safeguarding this world? Master, I long to spend more time by your side." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, despite having lived for 3,000 years. In the presence of his father, Chu Xinghe, and his master, Song Tiangong, he remained that 15-year-old boy. Thud, thud, thud. Chu Fan bowed several times before the tombstone and continued, "Master, in this life, I will live splendidly, and I shall not disappoint your legacy." Rising, he slowly surveyed his surroundings. The mountains were tranquil, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of a bird. Yet, Chu Fan knew that his senior sister was likely nearby. Years ago, his master had only 2 disciples. After the completion of the 10,000 Calamities Great Array, Chu Fan entered the formation and could not leave. This tombstone was erected by his senior sister. Before his passing, his master had said, "Dust to dust, earth to earth. A simple burial at the foot of the mountain will suffice, allowing me to accompany Chu Fan in guarding the forbidden land." After interring their master, his senior sister bid farewell to Chu Fan and was never heard from again. At that time, he believed she had pursued her own path. However, 3,000 years later, when the demon army descended, Chu Fan was slaughtered by humanity. Just before his demise, he beheld a familiar figure descending from the clouds. It turned out that his senior sister had never left. She had been quietly protecting him for 3,000 years. The last scene he witnessed in his past life was of his senior sister charging into the fray, confronting the demon army. He did not witness the outcome. Yet, he understood that she too must have perished in that moment. At this moment, Chu Fan longed to see his senior sister once more. Alas, she seemed disinclined to reveal herself. He lingered in place for quite some time, and apart from the rustling wind and the songs of birds, there was no other sound. With his current cultivation, he could not detect the presence of his senior sister. "In my past life, I guarded the demon clan for 3,000 years. You protected me for 3,000 years. In this lifetime, it is my turn to protect you." Chu Fan murmured to himself before departing from that place. Shortly after his departure, a graceful figure soared out from the dense forest, arriving beside the tombstone. "Master, you instructed me to remain here, ensuring that my junior brother could faithfully guard the eternal formation. Yet now, with my junior brother no longer on watch, I find myself at a loss. Where shall I go?" Strangely, upon witnessing his abandonment of duty, I felt an inexplicable lightness, a profound joy swelling within me. As Chu Fan journeyed back, he began to converse with Xiaobao. He expressed a desire to learn the art of alchemy. He recalled that his senior sister possessed a unique constitution, one afflicted by innate cold poison. Each time the cold toxin surged, it was as though she were being invaded by the frigid grip of millennia, enduring unbearable pain. Although their master had sought various remedies to alleviate her suffering, none offered a permanent solution. Only a legendary elixir known as the yin-yang divine pill could counteract the congenital cold poison. Alchemy itself was notoriously difficult, and alchemists were exceedingly rare. The yin-yang divine pill was a divine-grade concoction, one that even their master had never encountered. It was said that crafting this pill was as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Perhaps it did not even exist within the mortal realm. This matter had long weighed heavily on the hearts of both Chu Fan and his master. Now, with the acquisition of the Tai Su Bagua furnace, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. If this elixir did not exist in the world, then he would concoct it himself. "Xiaobao, you previously mentioned that the Tai Su Bagua furnace could not only forge weapons, but also refine pills, correct?" Chu Fan pondered internally. Xiaobao promptly replied, "Indeed. The Tai Su Bagua furnace was originally designed for alchemy. It merely happens to excel at forging as well." Chu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "Have you heard of the yin-yang divine pill?" Xiaobao replied, "The yin-yang divine pill is an exceptionally high-tier elixir, nearly the pinnacle of what the mortal realm can offer, and even within the immortal realm, it commands a hefty price. Do I stand a chance at crafting this pill?" Chu Fan asked. Xiaobao chuckled and said, "For an ordinary person to voice such aspirations is akin to a dreamer lost in fantasy. Yet, with your possession of the Chaos Treasure Tower, It is indeed possible. Chu Fan rejoiced immensely, asking, "What precisely must I do?" To be honest, I have some familiarity with alchemists, but I have never studied the art of alchemy nor had the opportunity to learn. Xiao Bao explained. Given your extraordinary grasp of formation techniques, it is understandable that you had little time to delve into alchemy. However, for you, the practice of alchemy will not be arduous. You have already accessed the second tier of the treasure tower, which houses not only the Tai Su Bagua furnace, but also a grand hall. Within the hall lies a wealth of secrets pertaining to alchemy and forging. You should take some time to explore. Last time, in your haste, you did not enter the grand hall. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan recalled that during his previous visit to the second tier, he had encountered a picturesque scene with small bridges and flowing water, featuring pavilions and a grand hall. However, he had not paid it much mind, thinking it natural to construct a few buildings within such a vast space. He had been preoccupied with refining formation flags, hastily moving on to confront the Li family, never taking the opportunity to properly explore. It turned out that the Grand Hall contained the secrets of alchemy and forging. Indeed, the chaotic tower, being such a precious artifact, must surely come with its accompanying secret manuals. Otherwise, the furnace alone would be rendered ineffective, amounting to naught. In this desolate wilderness, it is rather inconvenient. I shall enter the tower upon my return home. Chu Fan quickened his pace, hastening towards the Chu residence. However, upon his arrival at the estate's periphery, he sensed that the atmosphere was decidedly off. Signs of battle marred the outer grounds. Just then, Sui was clearing the aftermath, and upon sighting Chu Fan, he wore a troubled expression and said, "Master, you have finally returned. What has transpired?" Chu Fan furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is going on?" As he spoke, a familiar figure emerged from within, none other than Su Kaiwei. She cast a glance at Chu Fan and snorted lightly. "Chu Fan, I heard you ventured to the forbidden door again. I thought you would not return." Chu Fan chuckled and replied, "Oh, I have returned. Are you disappointed?" "Haha. With the wedding night approaching, it seems your wish of living as a widow will not come to fruition." "You!" Su Kaiwei exclaimed sharply, her words cutting like daggers. "You shall come to regret this." Chu Fan, shifting the topic, gestured towards the devastation around them and coldly asked, "Did you do all of this?" Chapter 39. Preparation. The scene bore the marks of a struggle, and with Su Kaiwei present, it was difficult for Chu Fan not to suspect her intentions were to instigate trouble. Su Kaiwei disdainfully remarked, "I am but a disciple of the sect leader, with countless eyes upon me. Even if I wished to compel you to annul your engagement, I would never resort to such despicable means. My master awaits you in the guest room. You should pay him a visit." "The sect leader has arrived?" Chu Fan hurried into the manor, simultaneously inquiring of Sui, "What has transpired at home?" Sui, with a grim expression, replied, "Master, just an hour ago, Yijiwei came by." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's brows furrowed deeply. "Did you engage him in combat?" Sui, still shaken, answered, "Yes. Yijiwei claimed that you had killed his son, and he refused to leave the Chu family unscathed in his quest for vengeance. Although Yijiwei is merely a collateral member of the He family, his strength is formidable, and he brought many subordinates. Our 70-odd members were no match for them. Fortunately, just as Yijiwei launched his assault, the sect leader arrived in time. Enraged, he drove them off. Though Yijiwei is arrogant, he dared not offend the sect leader and retreated, albeit reluctantly." Chu Fan's expression turned icy at these words. Back in Xinjia village, Yijiwei had seemingly accepted defeat, but it was evident he had no intention of letting the matter rest. His audacity to attack the Chu family revealed the depths of his treachery, discarding any semblance of honor. In truth, while Chu Fan had been cultivating at home the previous day, he had taken the opportunity to set up a rudimentary protective formation. If any member of the family faced life-threatening danger, the formation would activate automatically to safeguard them. However, due to the pressing time constraints and lack of resources, the formation was rather simplistic and only served emergency purposes. If Yijiwei persisted in his relentless siege, the family would not endure for long. Had the sect leader not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. I had initially contemplated eliminating Yijiwei myself. It appears he is growing increasingly anxious. Chu Fan's pupils constricted, filled with murderous intent. Su Kaiwei could not help but roll her eyes. Such grandiose claims. Yijiwei has reached the 8th level of the transformation realm, and even disregarding the He family's backing, what do you possess to slay him? Sui, greatly displeased, retorted, "What do you know? Our master single-handedly," but he abruptly halted, recalling the warning given to them. Yesterday, He had witnessed Chu Fan decimate the Li family in the northern part of the city. Even the formidable Li Jinglong, a ninth-level practitioner of the transformation realm, had been reduced to a mere puddle of shattered remains. He Jiwei was of a lower cultivation level. What was he truly worth? If the master wished to kill, it would surely be within his power. Sui had intended to use this as a rebuttal against Su Kaiwei, but suddenly remembered the master's instruction to keep the annihilation of the Li family a secret. That formation was exceedingly insidious and cruel, a veritable slaughter array, and every casualty had met a gruesome end. Should outsiders learn that Chu Fan possessed such a devastating formation, panic would ensue, and they would seek to eliminate him. Thus, Sui promptly fell silent. Su Kaiwei, with a hint of disdain, queried, "What of your master yesterday? Why the sudden silence?" "Nothing much," Sui grumbled in response. Su Kaiwei chuckled softly and remarked, "What you are implying is that Chu Fan has eliminated his uncle, Chu Jinyuan, and now stands in a position of power. How did you come to know this?" Sui responded, "It's obvious. Originally, Chu Jinyuan had assumed the role of the clan leader. But now that Chu Fan has regained control, it clearly indicates the downfall of Chu Jinyuan's faction. In the struggle for power, defeat equates to demise. You are quite perceptive." Chu Fan teased. Su Kaiwei sighed and admitted, "Chu Fan, I concede that you are formidable. At such a young age, you have managed to outmaneuver Chu Jinyuan. However, He Jiwei is not a fool like your uncle. It would be wise for you to avoid provoking him, lest you face certain death." Chu Fan smiled and replied, "If I were to perish, wouldn't that suit you just fine?" Su Kaiwei huffed lightly and said, "Indeed. It would be better for you to be gone so I wouldn't have to bear the burden of a man." As their conversation unfolded, they reached the guest room where Fan Hongfu was sipping tea. Upon seeing Chu Fan's return, he greeted him with a warm smile and said, "Chu Fan, you have returned." "Greetings, master," Chu Fan responded with a slight bow. "I appreciate your assistance in fending off He Jiwei earlier." Fan Hongfu, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "You truly are a handful. You've already offended He Jiwei upon your arrival. The Baibao Pavilion has always maintained neutrality, although I helped you today. I cannot do so every time. If he returns, what will you do?" "Thank you for your concern, master. I will find a way," Chu Fan assured him. Fan Hongfu continued, "However, I have already made public the news of your impending marriage to my disciple. This will deter He Jiwei from acting against you, at least overtly. As for his underhanded tactics, you will have to fend for yourself." Chu Fan nodded, affirming, "I will exercise caution." Fan Hongfu then said, "I came to discuss the arrangements for your wedding. I will officiate the ceremony for you too, and the Su family has already consented." Chu Fan was not surprised by this news. It was expected that the Su family would not oppose Fan Hongfu's decisions. "On our side, with your parents having passed, some matters will fall solely upon you," Fan Hongfu added. "Today, you should pay a visit to the Su family to discuss the wedding details and observe the necessary formalities. It coincides with the birthday celebration of the Su family's elder, so you can also extend your congratulations." "Understood," Chu Fan replied. Since the master had suggested it, he felt obliged to comply. Fan Hongfu whispered, "Given that the Su family is a prominent clan, you cannot attend the birthday banquet empty-handed. Since the Chu family is currently in decline, if you lack an appropriate gift, I can retrieve a few treasures from the Baibao Pavilion for you, as a loan." "Thank you for your kind offer, master, but there is no need. I will prepare something myself," Chu Fan stated. Su Kaiwei, standing nearby, could not help but roll her eyes, thinking, how foolishly prideful. The Chu family is in such a state that what decent gift could they possibly present? Attending would only be a source of embarrassment. "Then I shall take my leave." "Prepare well," Fan Hongfu said as he stood up. "Kaiwei, would you like to stay and converse with Chu Fan?" Kaiwei blushed and replied, "Oh, master, they are not even married yet. What would be the propriety of my remaining here?" With a hearty laugh, Fan Hongfu beckoned Su Kaiwei to follow him. As she departed, Su Kaiwei discreetly glanced back at Chu Fan, biting her lips seemingly forming the words, "Will you truly call off the engagement? Do not force my hand." A scoff escaped Chu Fan's lips, his expression tinged with mockery. Su Kaiwei stomped her foot in frustration and resolutely turned away, refusing to cast another glance at him. Once the master and disciple had left, Chu Fan retreated to his room to activate the pagoda. He held no enthusiasm for the impending marriage, having lived a second life. His aim was to pursue freedom and attain a state of enlightenment. The decision to proceed with or withdraw from the engagement rested solely upon his disposition. Su Kaiwei's actions undoubtedly displeased him. However, he would not escalate the matter to involve the entire Su family. The Chu and Su families had long been close allies, and Chu Fan was still inclined to attend the elder Su's birthday celebration. As for the gift, a few medicinal pills would suffice. For him, the pressing concern was the grand hall on the second level of the pagoda. Chapter 40. The Alchemy Hall. After bidding farewell to the guests, Chu Fan retreated to his chamber and summoned the Chaos Treasure Tower. With a mere thought, he traversed to the second layer of space. Xiao Bao had been awaiting his arrival, gesturing towards a magnificent hall in the distance, saying, "Master, please follow me." Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, Chu Fan beheld 3 robust characters inscribed above, Alchemy Hall. The second layer not only provided the master with a furnace but also boasted an array of alchemical and artifact forging manuals, all contained within the hall. Essentially, every alchemical formula known to the world was preserved here, as Xiao Bao elucidated. All formulas? Chu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Although he had never studied alchemy, he was well aware of the immense value of such formulas. Many alchemists might only learn a handful of concoctions in their lifetimes. Yet here was a compendium that included every known formula. Eagerly, Chu Fan stepped inside, where he found the hall adorned with an assortment of jade slips. Each slip represented a unique alchemical formula. While there were some pertaining to artifact forging, their numbers were comparatively few, serving merely as a complement, Xiao Bao remarked. Such an abundance. But can I truly absorb all this? Chu Fan pondered aloud. From what I understand, alchemy is exceedingly challenging and demands exceptional talent. With a gentle smile, Xiao Bao replied, as the master of the tower, learning these formulas will be a breeze for you. Simply grasp a jade slip and infuse it with your spirit. The information will flow into your mind effortlessly, allowing you to master it instantly. Is it truly that miraculous? Chu Fan was both astonished and elated. If I had to learn each jade slip individually, it could take me hundreds, if not thousands, of years. With a subtle wave of his hand, a jade slip floated towards him. You may try this one, Master. It is a relatively fundamental elixir known as the Qi Recovery Pill. Chu Fan accepted the jade slip, closing his eyes to concentrate his spirit within it. The slip transformed into a beam of azure light, converging before his forehead and gradually merging into his being. An overwhelming amount of information was etched into his mind, as if he had always possessed this knowledge. Have I truly mastered it? Splendid. Chu Fan rejoiced upon sensing the transformation within himself. He had never anticipated that learning alchemy could be so effortless. In this world, elixirs were categorized into 9 grades: first grade, second grade, third grade, and so forth, culminating in the 9th grade. The first grade was the lowest, while the 9th grade was the highest. Correspondingly, alchemists were also classified into 9 tiers. An individual capable of refining first-grade elixirs was deemed a first-grade alchemist, with the pinnacle being a 9th-grade alchemist. However, in reality, the majority of elixirs one encounters are typically of the first or second grade. As becoming an alchemist is an arduous endeavor. Firstly, one must possess exceptional talent, not only in cultivation but also in a profound understanding and mastery of fire. Those who meet such criteria are exceedingly rare. Even with talent, one must engage in rigorous study and practice. Alchemical materials are often costly, and the expense of honing one's skills can be overwhelming, rendering it unaffordable for the average person. This scarcity of alchemists contributes to their esteemed status, as most can only produce first-grade elixirs. A second-grade alchemist stands as a paragon within the realm of alchemy. Regarding the alchemists of the 3rd and 4th ranks, ordinary individuals are seldom in contact with them. The elixirs of these grades are often exorbitantly priced, accessible only to those from esteemed cultivation families. The return energy pill that Chu Fan has just mastered is a second-grade elixir. This signifies that he has already achieved the status of a second-grade alchemist. Many alchemists spend their entire lives unable to advance beyond the first grade, so Chu Fan's direct ascent to the second grade is indeed cause for joy. However, what delights him even more is the ease with which he learns. Thus, the coveted Sunfire Divine Pill should also be within his grasp. His senior sister's cold poison finally has a remedy. Xiao Bao, do you possess the formula for the Sunfire Divine Pill? Chu Fan inquired eagerly. Xiao Bao chuckled awkwardly and replied, the formula exists, but the master is not yet capable of learning it. Why? Chu Fan asked. Xiao Bao explained. The grade of elixirs varies, and the information contained within the jade slips differs accordingly. The return energy pill is merely second grade, allowing the master to absorb it without strain. However, the Sunfire Divine Pill is a 9th grade elixir, and its formula is exceedingly complex and volatile. Given the master's current cultivation level, he is unable to withstand the impact of a 9th grade formula. If he attempts to forcefully learn it, he risks backlash. Chu Fan felt a pang of regret, but understood that the challenges posed by 9th grade elixirs and 2nd grade elixirs were indeed not the same. Xiao Bao continued, moreover, alchemy requires the support of cultivation. Even if the master were to forcibly acquire the 9th grade jade slip, his insufficient cultivation would likely result in a catastrophic failure. Chu Fan nodded silently, acknowledging the truth of this statement. His current low cultivation level diminished even the potency of formations. The principle applied equally to alchemy. Cultivation is ultimately the foundation of all. Xiao Bao added, additionally, the materials required to concoct 9th grade elixirs are not available to the master. There is no rush for the Sunfire Divine Pill. Chu Fan sighed softly and remarked, then my senior sister must endure a little longer. Xiao Bao said, the master can currently study elixirs of the 4th grade and below without issue. It would be prudent to practice refining more elixirs recently to cultivate familiarity, which will facilitate future learning of the Sunfire Divine Pill. I share that sentiment. Please assist me in selecting a few more formulas, Chu Fan requested. Xiao Bao waved his hand again, and 3 more jade slips floated over. A 1st grade elixir, the Spirit Pill, a 3rd grade elixir, the Bone Regeneration Pill, and a 4th grade elixir, the Spiral Dragon Pill. Alongside the previously acquired 2nd grade Return Energy Pill, these should suffice for the master. Any more, and his mind may struggle to bear the burden. Chu Fan swiftly learned these jade slips and summoned the Taisu Bagua furnace, intending to attempt refining a batch. However, he encountered an awkward predicament. He lacked the necessary materials for alchemy. Xiao Bao chuckled and remarked, most materials for elixirs below the 4th grade can be purchased directly with money. The master may step outside and acquire some. Very well, I shall do so. Chu Fan responded, and with a thought, he returned to the outside world. Just as he put away the treasure tower, he heard the voice of Chu Wana calling, brother. Are you there? What is it? Chu Fan opened the door. Chu Wana appeared somewhat anxious and said, you should go outside and take a look. A number of young men have suddenly arrived and are blocking the front door. They are all scions of prominent families, clamoring for a duel with you, proclaiming, the hatred of usurping a wife cannot coexist under the same heavens. The hatred of usurping a wife? It seems that Su Kaiwei has quite a number of suitors. I shall meet them. Chu Fan chuckled lightly and swiftly exited. Outside, a considerable gathering of impeccably dressed young gentlemen awaited, most in their 20s or 30s, exuding an air of nobility. Look, Chu Fan has emerged. What a bold lad. Do you dare to show your face again? Chu Fan, you shameless wretch. How dare you aspire to court Miss Su? Miss Su is not only the jewel of the Su family, but also the heir of the Baidao Pavilion. Are you worthy? Why have you ventured to covet Miss Su instead of dutifully guarding the forbidden grounds? We do not consent to your union with Miss Su. These young gentlemen fixed their fierce gazes upon Chu Fan, their voices brimming with hostility. Chu Wana, incensed, admonished, does my brother's engagement to Su Kaiwei require your approval? I have long admired Miss Su. Why should he reap the rewards? Indeed, I have pursued Miss Su for 3 years. Only my lineage is worthy of her. Miss Su rightfully belongs to me. Chu Fan, you would do well to withdraw voluntarily, lest we become adversaries. The eyes of the crowd were laden with animosity. Chu Fan could not help but chuckle. Oh, you have admired her for so long? You have pursued her for 3 years? You boast a great lineage? But tell me, have you won her heart? Chapter 41. Rivals in love. Upon hearing Chu Fan's question, the expressions of the young masters stiffened. If they were to win over Su Kaiwei, would they still be here making a fuss? Yet, despite the awkwardness, their bravado remained intact. What if I haven't won her over? Regardless of my success, you are unworthy. Time is on my side. I have ample opportunities ahead. Though I may not have succeeded for now, my rapport with Miss Su is exceptional. She will inevitably be mine. Just last month, she and I shared tea together. I am destined to become the son-in-law of the Su family. Had it not been for your fortunate circumstances, how could you have captured her favor? You, boy, obstructing my pursuit of love, shall not go unpunished. Chu Fan scoffed inwardly, a group of fools, oblivious to the fact that Su Kaiwei was toying with them. The sudden emergence of so many rivals was clearly orchestrated by Su Kaiwei herself, deliberately spreading rumors among these young masters to incite their jealousy and lure them to exert pressure on the Chu family. These rivals were all scions of prominent families, each one remarkable in their own right. If Chu Fan were to forcibly marry Su Kaiwei, he would become the common enemy of these individuals, alienating their families. Under such circumstances, most would likely retreat in fear. However, Chu Fan was unfazed by their tactics. Chuckling lightly, you wish for me to annul the engagement? I suspect it is Su Kaiwei herself who harbors such thoughts. Preposterous. Miss Su is steadfast and unwavering. How could she ever desire to break our engagement? Given her character, she would never breach her vows. If she wished to withdraw, why would she have remained faithful for 5 long years? But we can no longer tolerate this. We do not wish to see a flower planted in dung. Her 5 years of loyalty speaks to her noble character. Yet you truly intend to marry her? That is sheer audacity. If you have any sense, you should willingly relinquish your claim and keep your distance from her. The crowd asserted with righteous indignation. And what if I choose not to? Chu Fan retorted. Should you refuse to withdraw, you must prove your worthiness, proclaimed a young man clad in white, stepping forward. I am Lu Shan, the heir of the Lu family. If you can defeat me, I shall acknowledge your right to court Miss Su. Why should I require your validation of my worthiness? Chu Fan scoffed dismissively. You have no choice. Lu Shan hissed, and in the next instant, he surged from the crowd, launching a powerful palm strike towards Chu Fan's chest. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Fan lifted his right hand, meeting Lu Shan's attack head-on. Lu Shan scoffed internally. What an arrogant brat, daring to confront me directly. You are of similar age yet have lagged behind for 5 years. How dare you accept my strike? He imagined the scene where Chu Fan's arm would shatter, leaving him to wail for mercy. A sinister grin crept across his lips. In the blink of an eye, their palms collided. Smack! Lu Shan's smile vanished instantaneously, replaced by sheer terror. He distinctly felt an overwhelming force emanating from Chu Fan's palm, as if it were a tidal wave crashing into him, nearly penetrating his very being. A tremendous force propelled him through the air. With a resounding thud, Lu Shan crashed to the ground, a tumultuous wave surging within his chest as he spat out a copious amount of blood. His arm hung in an unnatural manner, resembling a limp noodle, clearly shattered. In stark contrast, Chu Fan remained utterly composed, his demeanor unruffled. Was it really possible that Lu Shan could not withstand a single blow? I recall that Chu Fan possessed considerable talent, yet he was not significantly stronger than Lu Shan. How could this be? Furthermore, had he not spent 5 years stagnating in place? This individual is certainly peculiar. Many young aristocrats exhibited an expression of trepidation. Initially, they had intended to publicly challenge Chu Fan, to overpower and humiliate him, compelling him to withdraw from the marriage. They did not anticipate that he would prove to be anything but a soft target. Who else wishes to instruct me? Chu Fan surveyed the crowd, his gaze steady. Several individuals took a step back. They were all scions of prominent families, their cultivation levels largely comparable, with few surpassing Lu Shan. With Lu Shan still moaning on the ground, who would dare to approach? If there are none, then be gone, Chu Fan declared coldly. At that moment, a striking young man stepped forward, a light laugh escaping his lips. Chu Fan, you are quite arrogant. It was Fang Xingye. Clearly, he was preparing to intervene. If Fang were to act, trouble would surely follow for Chu Fan. Were I in his position, I would undoubtedly retreat. All eyes turned toward this young man. Fang Xingye was the pinnacle of genius within the city, regarded as the most esteemed descendant of the Fang family in nearly a century. At just over 20 years old, he had already reached the 9th level of the Qi gathering realm. Most present, hailing from respectable backgrounds, had achieved the Qi gathering stage, yet at this age, they typically ranged between the 3rd and 6th levels. For instance, Lu Shan was at the 5th level, which was already commendable. However, aspiring for higher levels proved to be exceedingly challenging. In contrast, Fang Xingye had attained the 9th level, rivaling Su Kaiwei. In this regard, they were remarkably well matched. Given Fang Xingye's talent and cultivation progress, he was certain to reach the transformation realm before the age of 30. Given my status, it would be somewhat unfair to strike now, Fang Xingye mused, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Chu Fan. However, to save Su Kaiwei, I must take action. Chu Fan, if you wish to marry Su Kaiwei, you must first pass my test. If you can endure 3 of my strikes, I shall concede victory to you and no longer contend for Su Kaiwei. With that, he gathered his energy, his internal spiritual power circulating swiftly, clearly preparing to unleash a formidable martial technique. While he verbally belittled his opponent, he displayed no hint of carelessness in his actions. Yet, Chu Fan had long since lost his patience. As Fang Xingye began to channel his energy, Chu Fan moved like a specter. With a whoosh, his palm surged forward, aiming directly for Fang Xingye's neck. That broad hand, as unyielding as iron claws, swiftly seized Fang Xingye by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Fang Xingye's martial skills had yet to be unleashed, yet he found himself suspended in midair. Under Chu Fan's formidable restraint, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped him. rendering him nearly breathless, unable even to channel his energy. Fang Xingye yearned to break free, to resist, yet found himself utterly powerless. He harbored no doubt that with even the slightest exertion from Chu Fan, his neck would be severed. Terror-stricken, his eyes brimmed with a pleading expression as he struggled to move his lips, producing a faltering and feeble whisper. I was wrong. Chu Fan chuckled softly, then nonchalantly flung him aside. With a whoosh, Fang Xingye soared more than 10 zhong before crashing onto the ground. His complexion had long turned ashen, and it was only now that he could gasp for breath, inhaling deeply before tremblingly uttering, "Thank you for sparing my life." Leaving those words behind, he fled as if escaping. There was no need to wager his life in pursuit of a woman. Silence descended upon the scene. The young masters present felt a wave of panic. Even someone as formidable as Fang Xingye was no match for a single move from Chu Fan. Moreover, Fang Xingye hadn't even had the chance to retaliate. This Chu Fan was utterly terrifying. Could it be that he had reached the transformation realm? Indeed, it must be so. Only a master of the transformation realm could so ruthlessly dominate Fang Xingye. Upon realizing this, the crowd dispersed significantly. Yet at that moment, a haughty voice emerged. "A bunch of useless fools. Do you dare compete for a beauty? Truly, only I, He Guangyao, possess the worthiness to win Su Kaiwei." Chapter 42. The He family's young master. Upon hearing this voice, some young gentlemen who were about to flee halted in their tracks. He Guangyao, it is he, the young master of the He family, one of the 4 prominent clans. It seems I shall not depart after all. A fine spectacle awaits. It appears that even the young master he is enamored with Miss Su, which confirms that my affections were well placed. He Guangyao's public declaration indicates that Su Kaiwei is destined to become a member of the He family. The crowd exhibited expressions of reverence. In Tianhai City, the 4 great families are well known, and even the likes of the Lu and Fang families must bow to them. The He family is indeed one of these esteemed clans. The mere branches of the He family surpass numerous entire families in strength. For instance, a collateral relative named He Jiwei has astonishingly reached the 8th level of the transformation realm. In many mid-tier families, he would be fit to serve as their leader. As for the main lineage of the He family, their influence is so profound that a mere stamp of their foot could alter the dynamics of Tianhai City. He Guangyao, as the heir of the main family and the future patriarch, possesses talents and resources for cultivation that are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. With such advantages, he successfully entered the transformation realm last year. Only the 4 great families could nurture such a young powerhouse in the transformation realm. Though I am of your generation, as the young master of the He family, I naturally stand above you. Should I take action against you? It would not only demean myself, but also tarnish the He family's reputation. He Guangyao proclaimed condescendingly. Chu Fan, you must now apologize and vow to distance yourself from Su Kaiwei, and I shall refrain from violence. Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle, responding, "Is it customary for members of the 4 great families to be so presumptuous?" He Guangyao retorted, "My talent, my lineage, and my family provide me with the foundation for confidence. The very fact that you vie for the affection of the same woman is already a great honor for you." With a light laugh, Chu Fan replied, "It has nothing to do with women. I simply dislike being instructed by others." He Guangyao's eyes narrowed, declaring, "I have afforded you an opportunity. Do not blame me for exercising my superiority." As he spoke, he unleashed his spiritual energy, emanating a formidable aura. Is this the 1st level of the transformation realm? Quite powerful. I have heard he is merely 22 years old. To be precise, he broke through to the transformation realm last year. A year later, his mastery over his cultivation must surely be more refined. I cannot fathom how fearsome he will become in the years to come. The young master of the 4 great families, in terms of both current strength and future potential, is beyond our comparison. The crowd was filled with a mix of envy and awe. He Guangyao relished the adulation, boasting, "Chu Fan, you were able to defeat Fang Xingye just now. You must also be at the 1st level of the transformation realm. Am I correct? I have observed your aura, and it aligns closely with that level." Hearing this, the crowd wore expressions of disbelief. They had witnessed the recent battle and could surmise that Chu Fan was indeed at the 1st level of the transformation realm. However, their lower cultivation levels prevented them from discerning the truth with clarity. It was only upon receiving He Guangyao's assessment that their suspicions were confirmed. They found it hard to believe that Chu Fan, after 5 years of guarding the formation, had leaped directly from the Qi gathering stage to the 1st level of the transformation stage. "You have discerned my cultivation level, so what?" Chu Fan remarked with a hint of mockery. He continued, "Perhaps you think that we are evenly matched, which emboldens you to challenge me and engage in battle. But allow me to inform you, there exists a disparity even within the first level of the transformation stage. My foundational strength, practical experience, and the techniques I have mastered vastly surpass those of anyone else. If you acknowledge your mistake now, you might still have a chance. The crowd nodded in agreement, firmly believing that when realms were equal, He Guangyu would undoubtedly overwhelm others. You are truly tiresome. I have grown weary of you. Begone, Chu Fan yawned, stepping forward without waiting for He Guangyu to make a move. He unsheathed the Qingyin sword and executed a simple yet powerful slash through the air. It was not a complex sword technique, merely a straightforward strike, releasing his spiritual energy with unrestrained force. He was capable of challenging 6 levels above him. Facing someone like He Guangyu, he didn't even need to exert half of his strength. He Guangyu, taken aback by Chu Fan's audacity to strike first, felt a surge of anger and humiliation. "You dare to be so audacious," he exclaimed. As he witnessed Chu Fan's sword strike, he chose to meet it head-on, intending to absorb the blow and then, with overwhelming force, shatter Chu Fan's knee, forcing him to kneel. Only in this way could he showcase the might of the He family's young master. In a fleeting moment, spiritual energy coalesced into sword aura, resembling an invisible tidal wave that surged towards He Guangyu. His pupils constricted as he swiftly gathered his spiritual energy in both palms, forming invisible palm prints. The 2 palm prints shot forth simultaneously, acting as dual shields to confront Chu Fan's sword aura. He was convinced that these palm prints would effortlessly obliterate the sword aura and then crush Chu Fan's body, leading to his demise in a shower of blood. However, in the blink of an eye, the palm prints collided directly with the sword aura. To his astonishment, the palm prints crumbled as easily as tofu, offering no resistance whatsoever. The sword aura sliced through the palm prints with unyielding force, surging forward with unabated momentum. He Guangyu's face paled in shock. He had always believed himself invincible among his peers. Yet, these 2 powerful palm prints had proven utterly ineffective. They did not even slow the sword aura's advance. By the time he realized the imminent danger, it was too late for any response. The sword aura crashed violently into his chest, causing He Guangyu to stagger backward, his chest caving in as he coughed up blood, his complexion ashen. Yet, to his surprise, a faint azure light shield suddenly enveloped him, acting as a protective barrier. Thanks to this shield, he was not directly slain by the sword aura, but was instead violently propelled backward. Ultimately, he was forced to retreat over 100 feet before he could precariously come to a halt. The ground bore deep marks from his passage, and the azure shield dissipated into nothingness. Observing this, Chu Fan murmured, "The 4 great families are indeed formidable, possessing such magical artifacts." The luminous shield just witnessed was evidently not the result of He Guangyu's own prowess, but rather the manifestation of a certain artifact's capabilities. The variety of such artifacts is vast, each possessing distinct effects. Defensive artifacts, for instance, are among the most coveted. They can prove life-saving in critical moments. Naturally, their value is exorbitant, rendering them a mere dream for the average individual. It is hardly surprising that the scions of the 4 prominent families would carry such defensive artifacts with them. The formidable sword energy just now was largely dissipated by the artifact, thus preserving He Guangyu's life. You. He Guangyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face a canvas of terror. In that fleeting moment, he had felt the chilling breath of death. He could not fathom why, despite both being at the first layer of the transformation realm, his opponent's swordsmanship was so overwhelmingly powerful. Could this Chu Fan truly be human? Had He Guangyu actually lost? Surely, I did not misjudge that. There is indeed a disparity at the first layer of the transformation realm. Nearby, the other young gentleman stared wide-eyed, increasingly incredulous. He Guangyu suddenly felt a deeper sense of humiliation and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Chu Fan, you have tarnished my reputation. I vow to see you dead." Chapter 43, Shuizhong He Guangyu, in a fit of frenzy, lunged at Chu Fan with wild abandon. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from above. "Stop." As the words fell, an elderly man clad in a gray robe suddenly appeared before He Guangyu. He effortlessly grasped He Guangyu's arm and lifted him as if he were a mere chick. He Guangyu, instantly deflated, could only emit a futile rage. "Uncle Zhong, put me down. I want to kill him." "Silence," the elder retorted. "If I do not intervene, you shall undoubtedly perish today. Do you think your treasures can shield you indefinitely?" The elder spoke with a tone of exasperation. A chill ran down He Guangyu's spine, and he finally fell silent. Chu Fan took a moment to observe the elder, recognizing his identity. Within the He family, the only individual referred to as Uncle Zhang was Shui Zhong. This man was a sworn brother to the family head and a pillar of the He family, possessing formidable strength that had long surpassed the 9th level of the transformation realm, reaching even greater heights. As soon as He Guangyao was injured, Shui Zhong had emerged. Undoubtedly, he had been discreetly protecting He Guangyao all along. Truly, as a young master of one of the 4 great families, he had such a powerful bodyguard accompanying him. Chu Fan, you are quite remarkable, Shui Zhong remarked, gazing at Chu Fan with admiration. If your father were aware, he would surely take comfort in this. He Guangyao gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Uncle Zhong, why waste words with him? Help me defeat him. Shui Zhong, infuriated, chastised, Fool, are you not embarrassed enough? I am here to save your life, to preserve the He family's dignity. With that, he cast He Guangyao onto the ground and addressed Chu Fan. Chu Fan, would you consider sparing Guangyao for my sake today? He Guangyao felt utterly humiliated and retorted sharply, Uncle Zhong, why be so courteous? Are you afraid of him? Shui Zhong, unable to contain his frustration, slapped He Guangyao across the face and declared, afraid of him? I value my reputation. The He family's honor has been tarnished by your actions. Is there truly a disparity even at the first level of the transformation realm? Indeed, there is, and it is substantial. At this point, Shui Zhong's face flushed with embarrassment. The 4 great families had dominated for many years, placing a high premium on reputation and face. As the young master, He Guangyao had access to the finest teachers and resources, proclaiming himself as a leader of the younger generation. Yet, what was the outcome? In front of so many young elites, he had been struck down by Chu Fan's sword. Had it not been for the protective treasure, his chest would have surely burst open. It was utterly humiliating. Even more disgraceful was the fact that He Guangyao, having narrowly escaped death, refused to concede and instead boasted of his intent to kill Chu Fan. He could not bear the thought of losing. In exasperation, Shui Zhong had no choice but to personally intervene, forcibly halting this farce. Conflicts among the younger generation over matters of affection were trivial at best. As a respected elder, he should not have meddled in the childish squabbles. Yet, fearing for He Guangyao's life, he intervened to put an end to the altercation. Even this intervention was a step down in status, diminishing his own face. Should he choose to strike Chu Fan, he would lose all semblance of dignity, becoming the laughingstock of the entire city. He Guangyao understood Shui Zhong's intent and clenched his fist, stating, But what? Shui Zhong retorted sharply. You instigated the conflict, so you should promptly apologize to Chu Fan. Furthermore, you are henceforth forbidden from interfering in his marriage to Su Kaiwei. Although He Guangyao was reluctant, he realized that Uncle Zhong was genuinely angry. Thus, suppressing his humiliation, he bowed deeply to Chu Fan and proclaimed, Chu Fan, I was wrong. I concede. I withdraw. I wish you and Su Kaiwei a harmonious union for 100 years. Shui Zhong then inquired, Chu Fan, does this arrangement seem acceptable to you? Chu Fan smiled and replied, Since Elder Shui has come forth, I shall indeed grant this favor. After all, He Guangyao was the heir of the He family, a stark contrast to He Yang, who had died that morning. He Yang was merely a collateral descendant, and the main family lacked the resources to concern themselves with him. Only his father, He Jiwei, would care. However, the death of the heir, He Guangyao, would be a monumental issue. At present, Chu Fan's strength could not withstand the wrath of the He family. Of course, with Shui Zhong's intervention, it was unrealistic for Chu Fan to take action. Given the other party's humble stance and their initiative to seek reconciliation, Chu Fan chose to graciously accept the gesture. Very well. Consider it an obligation owed to you from this old man. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out, Shui Zhong expressed with admiration. He greatly appreciated this young man who possessed both strength and discernment. Subsequently, Shui Zhong did not linger and hastily departed with He Guangyao. The other young masters, witnessing this, were filled with shock and fear, scattering like birds in flight. After all, if even He Guangyao could not contend with Chu Fan, who would dare vie for a woman against him? Su Kaiwei was indeed beautiful, but she was not indispensable. Chu Fan observed the retreating figures without obstruction. After all, these rivals were merely pawns in Su Kaiwei's game, and there was no blood feud with the Chu family. He would not resort to violence over such matters. Moreover, these young masters hailed from various prominent families. It was trivial for the younger generation to quarrel over women, and the elders typically refrained from intervening. However, should they perish here, the Chu family would undoubtedly face the collective wrath of all clans. Once the ruckus subsided, Chu Wanner indignantly exclaimed, Brother, these people are utterly unreasonable. How can a group oppose a marriage? What business do they have meddling in the engagement between the Chu and Su families? Chu Fan chuckled and replied, "These individuals were likely incited by Su Kaiwei. She aims to force me into breaking off the engagement." Chu Wanner, puzzled, responded, "Huh? I thought she was simple-minded. Why would she do such a thing?" Chu Fan remarked, "I have only just come to recognize her true nature. This woman possesses profound schemes. She engaged me in combat yesterday, fully aware of my capabilities in the transformation realm, yet still summoned these young masters. Her calculations are indeed astute." Chu Wanner suddenly understood, saying, "How cunning. If these young masters stir trouble at the Chu family and you falter, you would have no choice but to annul the engagement. If you accept their challenge and injure them, you will only accumulate more adversaries." Chu Fan nodded, affirming, "Precisely. Although these rivals have been driven away, it does not guarantee they will relent. They were deeply captivated by Su Kaiwei, and in the future, their focus would only intensify against me. Thankfully, my brother refrained from committing murder earlier. Otherwise, this matter would have escalated from a romantic rivalry to a familial vendetta." Chu Wanner, still trembling with trepidation, declared that Su Kaiwei was utterly unworthy of being my sister-in-law. "Indeed, she is unworthy," Chu Fan concurred. Chu Wanner stamped her foot and lamented, "This wicked woman. Marrying her is not an option, nor is abstaining. To marry her would be to diminish my brother's stature. To refrain would only embolden her and cast my brother in a villainous light." Chu Fan chuckled softly, replying, "What a trivial matter. One can always seek to annul the engagement at an opportune moment." "Oh, indeed. That is a possibility," Chu Wanner giggled, adding, "It would indeed be more amusing if my brother were to take that path. For the illustrious daughter of the Su family, heir to the Baidao Pavilion, to be cast aside would surely tarnish her reputation and reduce her to a laughingstock." As they spoke, a familiar figure approached, Yu Shui, Su Kaiwei's personal maid. Despite being ousted from the Baibao Pavilion, this woman strode forward with her head held high, exuding an air of arrogance. She approached Chu Fan directly and stated, "Chu Fan, my mistress was engaged in a conversation with the pavilion master and found it inconvenient to speak with you herself, so she has sent me to convey a message." Chu Fan responded with indifference, "Speak." Yu Shui scoffed lightly and said, "She remarked that although you have attained the Huaxian realm, you are still not the man she envisions for herself. You do not measure up to her standards. The recent arrival of your rivals was merely her initial gift to you. Should you fail to take the initiative to dissolve the engagement, my mistress has further plans, and her forthcoming actions will not be as gentle." "Ah, she is not even attempting to conceal her intentions," Chu Fan remarked with a playful tone. Chapter 44. The decapitation of Yu Shui continued. "You have offended so many young masters from various families. It will be arduous for you to establish yourself in Tian'ai City henceforth. If you agree to the lady's request, she will speak favorably on your behalf, alleviating your status as a thorn in everyone's side." Chu Fan struggled to suppress a chuckle. Su Kaiwei indeed possessed her own means. Had Chu Fan been an ordinary youth, he would have undoubtedly fallen under her influence. However, for a 3,000-year-old veteran, such tactics were simply ludicrous. Yu Shui persisted. "The lady also mentioned that attaining your current level of cultivation was no small feat, so you must not remain obstinate and ruin your future." Chu Fan burst into laughter, replying, "Return and inform Su Kaiwei to cleanse herself in anticipation of my arrival." Furious, Yu Shui retorted, "How dare you show such disrespect to the lady? Who are you to expect my mistress to serve you? Neither her heart nor her body is meant for someone of your lowly status. Even the slightest touch upon my lady would be a grave insult." "Is this also what she instructed you to convey?" Chu Fan asked calmly. "Huh. The lady is far too refined and educated to utter such words herself," Yu Shui scoffed. "I find you equally displeasing and believe you are unworthy." A frown creased Chu Fan's brow as he remarked, "It seems that my slap from last night was indeed too lenient." At this, Yu Shui's anger surged anew. After being struck by Chu Fan at the Baidao Pavilion, her face had swollen, her mouth bloodied, and the pain lingered still. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she began to curse. But before she could finish, Chu Fan's hand sliced through the air. Smack. The afterimage flickered as his palm landed forcefully on Yu Shui's mouth. This time, she was sent flying, blood mixed with saliva spewing forth, along with 2 of her front teeth. As she crashed to the ground, disoriented and gasping, she coughed up blood repeatedly. "Ah, Yu Shui wailed, pointing at Chu Fan with a face full of malice. Chu Fan coldly stated, "Though Su Kaiwei may masquerade as a virtuous lady, she is nonetheless the daughter of the Su family and a disciple of Fan Hongfu. I can afford to show some respect to the Su family and the Baibao Pavilion. What are you, A mere servant, daring to dictate to me? Yu Shui's eyes were bloodshot as she screamed in a frenzy, "You strike women? You are no man. You shall face retribution." "Oh, right, with your mother gone and your father dead, perhaps this is your retribution? You wretched lowborn, you will never earn the lady's favor. If you have the capability, why not strike me dead with a single blow? You have reduced me to this pitiful state. The Su family will not let you go unpunished. You shall not set foot into the Su family's estate during today's banquet." Just as Yu Shui reveled in her curses, a silver flash suddenly approached. Whoosh! The Qing Yin sword swept through the air, reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling arc. The invisible sword Qi descended in an instant. Crack! Yu Shui's body was severed at the waist. In that fleeting moment of consciousness, she could not emit a sound. Only witnessing her two severed halves collapsing into a pool of blood, she could hardly believe that Chu Fan had struck with lethal intent. Even when punishing a dog, one must consider its master. After all, I am but the personal maid of the young lady. How could Chu Fan face the Su family now? The vitality of Yu Shui swiftly faded, leaving her a mere lifeless corpse. "Sui, Chu Ao Tian," Chu Fan called out. Soon, the two approached. "Chu Ao Tian, please attend to the body and clear the scene." "Understood, I shall do so at once." Chu Ao Tian responded, hurrying away. Chu Fan then turned to Su Yi, saying, "Sui, fetch some paper and a pen. I need to list several ingredients for you to procure." Su Yi jogged back to the residence and returned with the requested items. Chu Fan swiftly inscribed a multitude of ingredients upon the paper. These were all necessary for alchemy. He had just emerged from the treasure pagoda with the intention of acquiring these materials, only to be delayed by the troubles outside. Having recently mastered 4 alchemical formulas, it was imperative that he familiarize himself with them promptly. "Master, these ingredients appear to be for alchemy?" Sui remarked, glancing over the list with curiosity. "What do you require these for?" "Naturally, they are for the art of alchemy," Chu Fan replied. "The master can actually practice alchemy?" Sui exclaimed in astonishment. "A master of top-tier formations dabbling in alchemy?" Moreover, many of these materials were quite valuable, evidently not for low-grade elixirs. "The master is truly extraordinary." Chu Fan smiled, producing a 1 million silver note, stating, "The paths of mastery are interconnected. Those skilled in formations can equally excel in alchemy. It is quite reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Now please procure these items swiftly." Su Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, "This amount is staggering. After selling the family assets yesterday, there was only a little over 7 million remaining. I can hardly fathom how one would spend 1 million on ingredients. Ingredients are not purchased in scant amounts. The more, the better. Should you find yourself with excess, save it for future use," Chu Fan advised. "More is better? Surely the master does not intend to refine all these materials into elixirs at once?" Sui gasped, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Elixirs are expensive primarily due to the difficulty of their refinement and the scarcity of alchemists. The raw material costs often constitute only a fraction of the selling price. Thus, 1 million in materials could yield 10 million in elixirs. How proficient must the master be in alchemy to justify such a substantial purchase? Cough, never mind. I shall refrain from further inquiries. The surprises the master has brought us are overwhelming. I am nearly desensitized, Sui chuckled, adding, "That Sukaiwei must be quite mad to disdain a 20-year-old alchemist." With that, he eagerly set off to procure the items. After assigning the task, Chu Fan returned to his own affairs. He had recently reached the limit of his cultivation using the devouring sky technique and was momentarily unable to train. So he decided to utilize this time to rearrange the formations within the residence. The recent siege on the Chu family by He Jiwei had instilled a sense of urgency within him. Previously, he had hastily set up a formation at his home, but its effectiveness was mediocre, merely a temporary measure. To ensure the safety of his kin, it was imperative to establish a proper formation. Fortunately, he had just earned 840 spirit stones that morning, sufficient for the array's requirements. For Chu Fan, the act of arranging formations was as effortless as breathing. In but a fleeting moment, the formation was complete. This formation, known as the Xuanwu Marvel Array, is an enhanced defensive array. In its dormant state, it remains concealed, as though it were non-existent. However, once an attack is detected within its boundaries, the array activates automatically to safeguard those within. Of course, Chu Fan can also actively control the array, including the timing and extent of its activation. Should an adversary intrude upon the array, they will not only be deprived of its protective benefits, but will also face suppression. This necessitates meticulous control. Someone must personally manage the formation, simultaneously shielding allies and subduing foes. Since Chu Fan cannot always be present at home, he summoned Chu Wanner and meticulously instructed her on how to manipulate the Xuanwu Marvel Array. The lessons focused on the basic operational techniques rather than the intricate art of array formation, making it relatively accessible. Utilizing tools is certainly easier than crafting them. Furthermore, this is but one among countless formations. Chu Wanner, possessing remarkable intelligence, grasped the concepts after merely 2 or 3 hours of study. Wanna. Should enemies besiege the Chu family again, you can activate the Great Array directly. If formidable foes invade the town, do not panic. Simply harness the might of the array to suppress them, rendering the adversary incapacitated. For instance, against someone like Yijiwei, while you may not match him in strength, as long as you remain within the array, you will be shielded, your lives secure. Should Yijiwei fall within the formation, you can command the array to subdue him. At that point, it will feel as though he is burdened by an immense weight, rendering him unable to move. Even at the 8th level of the transformation realm, he would be at your mercy. Chu Wanner marveled. The Xuanwu Marvel Array is truly remarkable, capable of both offense and defense. However, brother, I imagine the spirit stones required for this formation must be considerable? Chapter 45, Shuizheng's Intentions. The Xuanwu enchantment, unlike yesterday's soul-devouring array, is not merely a simplistic construct. The latter was straightforward and utilized only once, thus requiring merely 30 spirit stones. In contrast, the Xuanwu enchantment is intricate and profound, necessitating prolonged maintenance, which incurs considerable expense. Specifically, there are 2 categories of expenditure. The first pertains to the initial setup, a one-time cost. I deployed the Xuanwu enchantment to envelop the entire estate, consuming 700 spirit stones. The second category involves daily maintenance, which demands a continuous expenditure of 2 spirit stones each day. Within the heart of the array, I retained 100 spirit stones, ample for over a month. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall not remain in Tianhai City for an entire month. We must depart before the gate of the Forbidden Land is breached. Chu Fan succinctly explained this to Chu Wanner, who was increasingly astonished. Several hundred spirit stones indeed constitute a substantial sum. However, considering the capabilities of the Xuanwu enchantment, the expenditure is remarkably justified. 800 spirit stones, if allocated to hiring bodyguards, would yield far less efficacy than the mere surface of the Xuanwu enchantment. Chu Fan smiled and remarked, the essence of array formation lies in leveraging minimal resources to achieve vast outcomes. The more adept the array master, the greater the leverage they can exert. Do you recall the 10,000 calamities Great Array? My master exerted great effort to establish that formation. And with my own immersion within it, its daily maintenance requires only 4 spirit stones. Were it entrusted to another, they would struggle to maintain it even at a daily cost of 100 stones. Chu Wanner pouted, yet they remain unsatisfied. Bah, a pack of ingrates. Utterly blind to kindness. Then, she tugged at Chu Fan's arm, her face alight with glee. Brother, the art of arrays is so wondrous. I wish to learn it as well. Do you truly wish to learn? Chu Fan replied earnestly. Mastering array formation is no simple endeavor and will inevitably impede your cultivation progress. Chu Wanner nodded earnestly. I understand. It is often said that time spent studying arrays is better devoted to cultivation. Yet, I possess a deep interest in the art of arrays, and I wish to learn. Since you have made your decision, I shall teach you. Chu Fan acquiesced. Excellent. Chu Wanner beamed with joy and anticipation. With their parents no longer present, she felt she was no longer a child and could not rely solely on her brother for everything. She aspired to carve out her own path. In the ensuing time, Chu Fan introduced the foundational concepts of array formation to Wanner. Regrettably, his current cultivation was insufficient. Otherwise, he could have condensed this knowledge into a luminous sphere of consciousness to impart directly to her, akin to how the Black Tiger transmitted the Devouring Heaven technique. However, such methods demand a high level of cultivation, which Chu Fan lacked. For now, he could only teach her incrementally. Meanwhile, on a different note, He Guangyao, having been taken away, wore a sullen expression, feeling more distressed than if he had swallowed a fly. As the esteemed scion of the He family, he had lost the woman he coveted, endured a beating, and ultimately had to apologize to her. What sort of predicament was this? He had never faced such a significant setback or endured such humiliation in his life. What, are you still sulking? Shuizheng inquired. He Guangyao turned his head away and replied, Humph, how could I dare to be angry with Uncle Zheng's arrangements? The young man added, Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. Your arrogance has always been apparent, Experiencing a setback this time is not entirely a bad thing. I hope it teaches you that there are always others above you. Shui Zhang stated earnestly. He Guangyao mumbled, Uncle Zhong, I understand your concern for the He family's reputation and your reluctance to confront Chu Fan. However, must you compel me to apologize to him? He is merely a fallen scion of lowly status, and not on the same level as I am. How can I bow and admit my fault before him publicly? How will I hold my head high in the city afterward? Shuizheng chuckled lightly and said, reputation is indeed important. But do you genuinely believe that my courtesy towards Chu Fan is merely for the sake of appearances? Then what is it for? He Guangyao countered. Shuizheng, slightly irritated, replied, you have become so accustomed to your elevated position that you have lost your sense of reverence. That Chu Fan's realm is at the transformation stage. What of it? I am also at the transformation stage. Among the 4 great families, who does not possess a few young talents at that level? He Guangyao retorted defiantly. Shuizheng admonished. Consider the circumstances you enjoy. He is a descendant of a mid-tier family, orphaned, yet he can match your cultivation level. That speaks volumes. He Guangyao, unwilling to concede, asserted that merely indicates he has better talent than I. So what? He lacks my formidable background. Should I fear him? Shuizheng grew increasingly exasperated and said, are you truly foolish or merely stubborn? You may be of equal realm, yet in practical combat, he can easily overpower you. This transcends mere talent. He is a prodigy of a millennium. He Guangyao clenched his teeth, rendered speechless. Shuizheng continued, the He family has stood for centuries, dominating Tianhai City. Through foresight and vision, Chu Fan is a rare talent with boundless potential. Instead of eliminating him over trivial matters, it would be wiser to seize this opportunity to cultivate a friendship. I simply cannot swallow this humiliation, He Guangyao lamented. Shuizheng patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. You and Chu Fan share no deep-seated enmity, only a minor conflict. To kill him over this would bring only temporary satisfaction. Should you fail, the consequences could be dire. Furthermore, I suspect he has a mysterious mentor guiding him, for his rapid progress is extraordinary. Thus, to eliminate Chu Fan would be to offend that esteemed figure. The risks are immense and unnecessary. Conversely, if the He family can establish a good rapport with Chu Fan, should he rise in prominence, the He family will surely benefit. Even if he remains inconsequential, we will suffer no loss. As the He family's young master, you must not be swayed by emotions. Instead, you should prioritize the greater picture and the potential for gain. Having several promising allies is never a disadvantage. He Guangyao fell silent for a moment before replying. Uncle Zhang speaks wisely. I understand the reasoning. Shuizheng felt a sense of relief and said, this incident should serve as a catalyst for your growth. Earlier, I urged you to apologize, merely to help reconcile past grievances. Today, at the birthday banquet of the Su family, Chu Fan is certain to attend. You should also visit the Su family under the pretext of offering your congratulations, seizing the opportunity to cultivate a closer rapport with Chu Fan. Very well. He Guangyao nodded in agreement. Given that Uncle Zhong has expressed himself so clearly, he could hardly disregard such wisdom. Personal sentiments pale in comparison to the advancement of the family. At the Chu residence, Chu Fan had imparted considerable knowledge of formations to Wanner, sufficient for her to absorb and contemplate for quite some time. Just then, Sui returned, bustling with excitement, hauling numerous large boxes brimming with materials. Out of breath, Sui exclaimed, Master, as per your instructions, I endeavored to procure as many supplies as possible, but Chapter 46, Master Shangwan, however, I was unable to procure a spiritual herb known as the Crimson Moon Fruit. Sui expressed with an air of embarrassment. In the vast expanse of Tianhai City, how could one fail to obtain the Crimson Moon Fruit? Chu Fan pondered with a hint of confusion. The Crimson Moon Fruit is a critical ingredient in the concoction of the Panlong Pill, a 4th-grade elixir, which is also Chu Fan's primary objective. Without the Crimson Moon Fruit, the endeavor of alchemy loses its significance. This particular herb is indeed rare, yet it is merely a raw material, apart from alchemists. No one else has any use for it, resulting in a modest market demand, typically available for purchase with sufficient funds. Sui expressed his helplessness, stating, I scoured every herbal shop in the city, including Baidao Pavilion, but the Crimson Moon Fruit is completely sold out. Upon inquiring, I discovered that all the available fruits have been acquired by Master Shangwan. Chu Fan questioned, Master Shangwan? Sui clarified, he is that renowned alchemist, Shangwan Changming. Noticing Sui's peculiar behavior of keeping his hand hidden within his sleeve, Chu Fan inquired, what happened to your hand? Sui shook his head repeatedly, responding, My hand is fine. Chu Fan stepped forward decisively, rolling up Su Yi's sleeve, revealing a gruesome sight of blood and bruises adorning his arm, indicating a severe injury. Who did this? Chu Fan's expression darkened. Su Yi offered a feeble chuckle. I accidentally fell. I had too many goods and was in a rush. Do you take me for a fool? Such injuries cannot simply result from a fall. I have made it clear that no one shall bully the members of the Chu family. Who assaulted you? Speak freely. Chu Fan's tone was unwavering. Su Yi felt deeply moved, exclaiming, following the family head in this life is my greatest fortune. Was it Master Shangwan who struck you? Chu Fan furrowed his brow. Su Yi, with a sense of resignation, replied, it was not Master Shangwan himself. After learning that he had bought out the materials, I went to pay him a visit, hoping to purchase some at a premium. However, before I could meet Master Shangwan, his apprentice drove me away, and I sustained some abrasions on my arm. These are mere abrasions? Clearly, you were assaulted. Chu Fan expressed his dissatisfaction. Come, let us confront Master Shangwan and demand an explanation. Su Yi hurriedly interjected, family head, perhaps we should reconsider. Master Shangwan is a third-grade alchemist, and any conflict with him could lead to significant trouble for you. The Chu family has only recently been restructured. It is imperative that we maintain a low profile and avoid creating enemies. His prior reluctance to disclose his injuries stemmed from a desire to prevent Chu Fan from acting impulsively and incurring enmity with Master Shangwan. Alchemists often hold a position of great esteem, possessing extensive networks and considerable influence. After all, every cultivator has a need for elixirs, yet alchemists are exceedingly rare. First and second-grade alchemists are already esteemed guests in many prominent families. Master Shangwan, being a third-grade alchemist, commands respect even from the heads of the 4 major families. Huh, a third-grade alchemist? Who isn't an alchemist these days? Chu Fan scoffed dismissively. Enough chatter, let us proceed. Su Yi wrestled with his thoughts. Despite the family head's prior declaration that he too could practice alchemy, however, no one has ever witnessed Chu Fan refining pills. Thus Su Yi was not particularly confident. Yet, seeing the head of the family's resolute demeanor, he dared not offer further counsel and quickly led the way. Before long, the two arrived before an opulent estate. The alchemist community is seldom short of wealth. Their daily abodes and necessities far exceed those of ordinary folk. Even the 2 gatekeepers stationed at the entrance were practitioners at the gathering Qi realm. Upon Chu Fan's arrival, the 2 glowered and declared, this is Master Shangwan's private residence. No idle individuals are permitted entry. I wish to see Shangwan Changming's disciple, Chu Fan stated forthrightly. Enraged, the 2 retorted, who dares to call out Master Shangwan's name? Even a disciple is not someone a mere stray dog can meet. Depart within 3 breaths, or we shall break your legs. Chu Fan ignored their threats and boldly advanced. You little brat, you're looking for trouble. The 2 men's expressions hardened. Yet, before they could act, Chu Fan swiftly raised both arms and seized their necks. With a powerful swing, he hurled them outward. Bang, bang. Their hefty forms crashed to the ground, rendered unconscious. The commotion outside quickly drew attention, and a man who appeared to be nearly 30 years of age shouted furiously. What is going on? You're disturbing my alchemy. Upon lifting his gaze, he pointed at Su Yi and exclaimed in displeasure, you blind fool, why are you back? It seems I was too lenient last time. Su Yi whispered to Chu Fan, Master, that is Du Jian, Master Shangwan's disciple. Chu Fan chuckled softly and replied, so it was you who harmed my brother? Hearing the term brother, Su Yi's heart trembled, a wave of tears threatening to spill forth. The head of the family truly regarded them not as subordinates, but as kin, as brothers. Du Jian burst into raucous laughter, saying, what of it? I struck him. What is the matter? A nameless wretch dares to seek an audience with my master? He thinks he can purchase materials? He is not worthy. The fact that I didn't kill him is mercy. Unable to endure any longer, Su Yi shouted, You are crossing the line. I have always held Master Shangwan in high regard, and I came here with utmost respect, adhering to all formalities. I even offered to increase the price for the materials. If Master Shangwan does not wish to see me, he could simply refuse, and I would depart. Yet you, without cause, forcibly expelled me and even had me beaten, insulting my family's head. Your actions are a disgrace to Master Shangwan's reputation. Your family's head? Is this young man? Du Jian scoffed, what a fallen clan. Allowing a mere youth to assume the role of head, Chu Fan replied nonchalantly, thus, your assault on Su Yi was your own decision, unrelated to Shangwan Changming? Du Jian rolled his eyes and retorted, you lot are not even worthy of my master's awareness. if I don't teach him a lesson, anyone will dare to approach. I'll tell you this, alchemists are above others. They are not someone you can aspire to. In deference to the esteemed Shangwan Shangming, you should apologize to Sui and sever one of your own limbs, and we shall let today's incident be forgotten. Chu Fan's tone was indifferent. Du Jian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I struck your dog, and now I must apologize? Where did this dim-witted child come from? Are you attempting to reason with me? I owe no explanations to anyone, and I shall strike you as well." With that, he waved his hand, and a fresh wave of guards surged forth from the estate. Meanwhile, Chu Fan had already taken the initiative. With a swift and agile movement, he employed a technique of martial arts, his feet seemingly summoning the wind, his form becoming exceedingly swift. Just as the guards emerged, Chu Fan had already arrived before Du Jian. Startled and pale, Du Jian could hardly perceive his opponent's movements before he felt the phantom of a palm before him. Chu Fan's hand descended like a crushing force. Bang! The power of his palm technique resonated like a thunderous tide, crashing down upon Du Jian's chest. Following this was a series of crisp, resounding cracks. Crack! More than half of Du Jian's ribs were shattered, and he was sent flying, his complexion turning ashen. Even more alarming was the fact that his body continued to be propelled backward, and Chu Fan lunged forward once more, closing the distance between them. Crack! Chu Fan seized Du Jian by the throat, halting him mid-flight. Du Jian struggled to breathe, his body growing weak. He fought back feebly, yet found himself utterly powerless to resist. Casting a glance at his opponent, Du Jian's face was painted with horror and disbelief. His greatest pride had always been his talent in alchemy, which had allowed him to become a disciple of Master Shangwan and ascend to the rank of a first-tier alchemist before the age of 30. However, this did not imply that he was solely an alchemist. In martial cultivation, he was equally gifted, having reached the first level of the transformation realm. It is worth noting that even among the talented of the four great families, few could surpass him. He had never anticipated that he would one day be defeated by a peer, and a crushing defeat at that. No, not a peer. This boy was barely in his 20s, while he himself was approaching 30. Du Jian, filled with resentment, rasped out brokenly, "No, it cannot be. Who are you?" The guards who had rushed forward were also rendered speechless. Du Jian's life was grasped in the enemy's hands, and they did not dare act recklessly. Moreover, the enemy appeared exceedingly formidable, having rendered Du Jian incapable of fighting back in a single move. Even without considering the hostage situation, their dozens of guards might not fare any better. Chu Fan disregarded the gazes of the onlookers and, holding Du Jian aloft, approached Sui. Du Jian's voice grew increasingly hoarse. What do you want? I am a disciple of Master Shangwan. If you dare." Chu Fan did not respond to his inquiry, but forcefully pressed him to the ground, commanding, "Apologize to Sui." "What? With my status? How could I ever apologize to someone so lowly?" Du Jian's eyes widened in fury. Without further ado, Chu Fan lifted his leg and delivered 2 swift kicks. Crack! Crack! Du Jian suddenly knelt down, his head throbbing with veins bulging, his eyes filled with resentment and indignation. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "You brat. Once my master intervenes, he will undoubtedly support me, and you will meet your demise. When he arrives, I shall convince you with reason. Apologize now, or face death." Chu Fan's gaze turned icy, laden with murderous intent. Instantly, a shiver ran down Du Jian's spine. He sensed that his opponent was not jesting. This young man was a lunatic, truly capable of taking a life, indifferent to the status of masters. Fear enveloped Du Jian, and he deeply bowed, striking his forehead against the ground before Sui, exclaiming, I was wrong. I should not have laid a hand on you. It was my lack of reason, my arrogance." Sui stood momentarily stunned. This individual was a disciple of Master Shangwan. Setting aside that identity, Du Jian was also a renowned first-grade alchemist, well-respected in his field. Yet, he knelt solely because he had injured Sui, and the head of the family had stooped to this level. Sui's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he said, "Head of the family, please allow him to rise. After all, he is a disciple of Master Shangwan. If this escalates too far, it may not end well." Just then, a piercing roar echoed from deep within the mansion. Bang! Buzz! It sounded as if the alchemical furnace had been struck hard. Following this, an aged yet powerful voice bellowed, "Escalate? Humph, it has already escalated. Who dares to harm my beloved disciple within my residence?" Chapter 47. You are not an alchemist. As the last echoes of his voice faded, an elderly man with disheveled hair approached the front yard. His arrival was accompanied by a palpable wave of heat, unmistakably marking him as the renowned alchemist Shangguan Changming. Upon seeing his master, Du Jian could no longer contain his emotions and burst into tears, exclaiming, "Master, save me. He actually forced me to kneel." Shangguan Changming cast a sharp glance at Chu Fan and ominously stated, "Young man, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are the first to dare strike my disciple under my very nose." Du Jian added, "Master, it matters not that I was beaten, but his actions are an affront to your dignity." The old alchemist's expression darkened further. "Unless you provide me with a reasonable explanation, do not blame me for being ruthless." Chu Fan chuckled lightly. "An explanation? Your disciple requires discipline, and I merely offered him a lesson. Observe how arrogant he is, as if he holds you in contempt." Du Jian continued to embellish the tale. Sui, incensed, retorted, "You shameless individual. It was you who instigated the trouble. Had you not assaulted and humiliated me? How could the family head have reprimanded you? Did you lay hands upon him?" Shangguan Changming inquired, his brows knitting together. Du Jian replied with an air of entitlement. "A nameless nobody dared to seek the crimson moon fruit from my master. Does he have the right? I merely sent him away, albeit a bit roughly." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Changming's expression became somewhat uneasy. He understood his disciple's haughty nature. While Du Jian claimed his actions were merely a bit uncouth, the reality was undoubtedly more severe. It was indeed unreasonable to assault someone simply for expressing an interest in purchasing goods. Should he strike every visitor that came? Ultimately, his disciple judged others based on their status. Understanding his disciple's mindset yet still protective, Shangguan Changming coughed lightly. Du Jian's actions were not without cause. "You should blame yourself for your insistence on acquiring the crimson moon fruit. Du Jian likely perceived you as a troublemaker." Sui, feeling aggrieved, replied, "You old man. Despite being a senior, how can you be so unreasonable? You have purchased all the crimson moon fruits in the city, and our family head is in urgent need. I merely sought to buy some from you. How does that constitute trouble? If you are unwilling to sell, can I force you?" Du Jian interjected, "Indeed. I suspect you are here to cause chaos. You cannot possibly refine elixirs. What need do you have for the crimson moon fruit? You must have ulterior motives. I may not be an alchemist, but the family head is." Sui retorted indignantly. "An alchemist, you say?" Both Du Jian and Shangguan Changming rolled their eyes. The path to becoming an alchemist is fraught with challenges. Alchemists in Tian'ai City are few, and the circle is small, with everyone knowing one another. You claim he is an alchemist, yet I do not recognize him at all. Am I truly so uninformed? Pray tell, what is your esteemed name?" Shangguan Changming queried with a hint of sarcasm. With pride, Sui declared, "The family head is none other than Chu Fan. Chu Fan." Shangguan Changming was left utterly bewildered. He has only interacted with the elite of Tian'ai City and has never heard of Chu Fan. Du Jian, appearing contemplative, remarked, "Could it be that Chu Fan who guards the entrance to the Forbidden Land?" Shangguan Changming also seemed to recall something. Tian'ai City is vast. With a population exceeding 10 million, it is impossible for everyone to know of Chu Fan. However, the existence of someone guarding the Forbidden Land is somewhat known to them. Those willing to guard the gate are either charlatans or fools. In any case, they cannot possibly have any connection to an alchemist. Shangguan Changming expressed his disdain, saying, "An alchemist, you say? How shameless to boast. If you were an alchemist, then your master would surely be an immortal alchemist or the king of alchemy." Du Jian scoffed in agreement. Chu Fan chuckled lightly and asked, "And if I were indeed an alchemist, what would you do?" Shangguan Changming arrogantly declared, "If you truly are an alchemist, then concoct a pill right here to prove it. Should you succeed, it would suggest that Du Jian has indeed been rude, and I shall compel him to apologize and offer you all the Chi fruit as compensation. However, if you are not an alchemist but still speak such arrogance, you shall kneel before me and sever your own limbs. Do you dare?" Du Jian pressed aggressively. "Why not?" Chu Fan replied with an air of indifference. "Ah, such audacity." Shangguan Changming exclaimed in admiration. Du Jian sneered, saying, "Even at this juncture, you still cling to bravado. Let us see how long you can maintain this charade." Shangguan Changming proclaimed loudly, "A word spoken is like water spilled. It cannot be taken back. Come with me to the alchemy chamber. I wish to see how you will concoct a pill." Soon, they arrived in a grand and spacious hall. Around the hall, rows of shelves were filled with various materials. In the center stood a sturdy and robust alchemy furnace emanating a scorching heat, clearly having been used not long ago. Shangguan Changming inquired, "Where is your alchemy furnace? Bring it out." Chu Fan hesitated for a moment and replied, "I did not bring an alchemy furnace. A treasure like the Taishu Bagua furnace cannot be taken out casually. A common man without guilt can bear the weight of a jewel. This item is far too precious, and given Chu Fan's current strength, he cannot adequately safeguard such a treasure. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Changming raised an eyebrow and said, "You claim to be an alchemist yet did not bring your furnace?" Du Jian scoffed, "You are still lying. Alchemists are generally not short of funds. They possess their own spatial rings to store their furnaces for easy access. An alchemist without a furnace is akin to a swordsman without a sword. How can that be? This only further proves that you are talking nonsense." Shangguan Changming waved his hand dismissively and said, "Since he hasn't brought his furnace, he can use mine. I will provide him with the materials, the space, and the tools to prevent him from finding excuses for failure." "Such a generous master," Du Jian remarked, flattering him. Shangguan Changming then turned to Chu Fan and said, "My alchemy furnace is of exceptional quality. Should you fail to produce a pill, do not blame the furnace for being inadequate." "I shall obey your wishes," Chu Fan replied. In his heart, he mused, "From the perspective of an ordinary person, your alchemical furnace indeed possesses exceptional quality. However, when compared to the Taishu 8 trigrams furnace, it is akin to mere scrap metal. Nonetheless, this apparatus suffices for my needs." Shangguan Changming then remarked, "My expectations of you are not lofty. You may choose the type of elixir to concoct. As long as you can produce it, even if it is a low-grade first-tier elixir, I shall consider your efforts victorious." "Then I shall refine the Panlong pill," Chu Fan replied without hesitation. Currently, he was capable of concocting 4 varieties of elixirs, ranging from the first to the 4th tier. Since he was taking action, he naturally aimed for the highest tier. "What did you say? The Panlong pill?" Du Jian was initially taken aback, then widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How did you come to know of that name to dare utter it?" Shangguan Changming's expression turned stern, coldly responding, "Young man, if you continue to speak such outrageous nonsense, do you truly believe my temper is forgiving?" Chapter 48. The Rise of Shangguan Changming. Shangguan Changming's anger surged, his breathing heavy. "After years of arduous cultivation, I have only attained the rank of a 3rd-tier alchemist. Yet you, with mere words, demand the concoction of a 4th-tier Panlong pill. Are you provoking me, or do you seek to humiliate me?" Chu Fan merely cast a disdainful glance at him and retorted, "Your inability to produce it does not imply that others cannot." Shangguan Changming, both amused and infuriated, said, "Very well. I have tolerated you thus far. I am not concerned about waiting a little longer. I permit you to attempt the alchemy, and I shall provide the materials. Should you truly succeed in creating the Panlong pill, not only will I compel Du Jian to apologize to you, but I shall also bow to you in reverence as my master." Without further ado, Chu Fan approached the alchemical furnace and struck the wall of the furnace with a resounding clap. With a clang, the accumulated residues from the depths of the furnace erupted forth, scattering to the side. A brief glance at the remnants revealed to Chu Fan the answer he sought. "You were attempting to concoct the Panlong pill previously, were you not?" Shangguan Changming, unguarded, replied, "Indeed. I have lingered at the 3rd-tier level for far too long, seeking to break through to the 4th tier, hence my practice with the Panlong pill." Chu Fan understood, realizing why the old man had hoarded so many Chiwe fruits. A 3rd-tier alchemist aspiring to ascend to the 4th tier must successfully refine a 4th-tier elixir, with the Panlong pill being the most emblematic among them. Should he succeed, Shangguan Changming would undeniably be recognized as a 4th-tier alchemist. However, this was no simple feat even at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Shangguan Changming would require countless attempts and trials to achieve success. The demand for materials during this practice was immense. After another assessment of the residues, Chu Fan remarked, "You are rather hasty. With your current capabilities, you cannot yet produce the Panlong pill. Instead of blind practice, it would be wiser to accumulate experience over the years." Shangguan Changming, with an irritable huff, retorted, "You, a mere youth, dare to instruct me? I have spent over 20 years accumulating knowledge at the 3rd tier. I have more than enough. Suit yourself." Chu Fan replied dismissively, "If you wish to engage in futile efforts, so be it." Shangguan Changming could barely contain his frustration, feeling a desire to strike the young man. Yet, a sudden realization struck him. How could he discern my endeavors with but a glance at the residues? This lad may indeed possess some remarkable talent. Du Jian interjected, "Master, are you truly allowing this youth to practice alchemy? Wasting materials is one thing, but if he damages your furnace, he cannot repay you with his life." "Silence. Go and gather the materials for him," Shangguan Changming commanded sternly. "Oh," Du Jian mumbled, reluctantly obeying. After a brief cleanup and acclimatization to the furnace, The materials arrived. Shangguan Changming announced, "I have prepared 3 sets of materials for you, granting you 3 attempts." 3 sets? Why so many? Chu Fan replied with a gentle smile, striking the furnace with both palms simultaneously. Bang! Bang! The immense flow of profound energy surged into the furnace instantaneously. Such reckless abandon. "Master, his methods are crude," Du Jian scoffed. As his words faded, a pure and intense flame erupted within the alchemical furnace. With a fierce glare, Shangguan Changming murmured, "What remarkable control over fire." The essence of alchemy does not involve the burning of charcoal or firewood, but rather the practitioner's spiritual energy. The so-called talent for alchemy is, in essence, the ability to manipulate flames. For the average cultivator, the energy absorbed during practice is spiritual energy, and the techniques employed are also manifestations of that energy. It is only those cultivators of sufficient mastery who, having learned the arts, can transform their spiritual energy into various forms and attributes. Certain techniques related to the 5 elements can convert spiritual energy into flames. The advantage of an alchemist lies in their innate ability to transform spiritual energy into fire directly, without the need for supplementary arts. When an alchemist's spiritual energy reaches the cauldron, it is equivalent to flames. The flames seem to become a part of the alchemist's very being. Hence, they are able to control the fire with precision to meet the demands of alchemy. At this moment, Shangguan Changming was profoundly shaken by Chu Fan's display of flames. He questioned within himself whether his own talent for fire control was indeed inferior to that of Chu Fan. Could it be that this Chu Fan is truly a master alchemist? With a puff, after gathering sufficient flames in the cauldron, Chu Fan shifted to single-handed control of the fire, while his other hand gestured in the air. The nearby materials soared up in unison, descending into the alchemical furnace. Whoosh! Dozens of alchemical ingredients, including the red moon fruit, were cast into the cauldron. What on earth is he doing? Shangguan Changming, having initially perceived some merit in Chu Fan, now reconsidered. This lad's fire control is indeed impressive, but is he merely playing with fire? There is no such method for alchemy. Each ingredient possesses unique characteristics and medicinal properties, which must be introduced at precisely the right moment. Furthermore, meticulous refinement is required to extract a pure medicinal liquid. This process is highly intricate, demanding meticulous attention and a gradual approach. Yet here was Chu Fan, carelessly tossing all the materials together. One wouldn't he even cook in such a manner? At this rate, he would likely fail to produce even a single medicinal liquid. There's a real danger that the mixture could explode. Clearly, he had overestimated him. Shangguan Changming's expression soured with disappointment, and he lost the desire to watch further. If this were sufficient to concoct a pill, then all alchemists in the world might as well hang themselves. Du Jian, equally astonished, remarked, "Master, is he jesting with you? There's no way alchemy is done like this." "Well, it has already begun. Let him finish." Lest he continue to stubbornly assert his way, Shangguan Changming replied. Du Jian, feeling anxious, said, "I fear he might damage your precious cauldron." Shangguan Changming waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's fine, my cauldron is of exceptional quality. Even if he were to blow himself up, the cauldron would remain unscathed." "Then that is reassuring." Du Jian sighed in relief. His life may be of little value, but it does not compare to the worth of his master's cauldron. Both master and disciple believed Chu Fan to be experimenting recklessly, yet within the cauldron, the ingredients were undergoing a transformative upheaval. Though the variety of materials is abundant, they coexist harmoniously, gently suspended within the alchemical furnace, subjected to the purifying flames, while the medicinal liquid gradually takes shape. Chu Fan's approach to mastering the art of alchemy is rather unique. By directly absorbing the essence of the Panlong Dan Jade Slip, he has acquired the complete knowledge of this particular elixir. This method allows him to grasp the intricacies with utmost proficiency, attaining a level of expertise unparalleled. The Jade Slip contains the most efficient and flawless technique for concocting this elixir. Consequently, he possesses the capability to refine all ingredients simultaneously. Rather than adhering to a stepwise approach, everything lies firmly within Chu Fan's control, exuding a sense of stability. As time flows steadily, all materials have been successfully refined. Drops of liquid, each possessing distinct medicinal properties, gradually coalesce under the pressure of spiritual energy. The subsequent transformation of this liquid into pill form is no simple feat. After all, many of the ingredients are inherently incompatible, making amalgamation quite challenging. However, with the knowledge gleaned from the Jade Slip, Chu Fan executes the process with ease, devoid of any strain. Before long, the liquid fully coalesces into a singular mass. Ultimately, through the refining heat of the flames, it solidifies, transforming into a tangible pill. Once the elixir is fully formed, Chu Fan takes a deep breath and proclaims, "It is done." What nonsense is this? Has he truly succeeded in creating a pill? It is simply intolerable. He continues to feign success. Not to mention that he has been experimenting haphazardly, even if his method were correct. Such a brief period is hardly sufficient. Nonetheless, at least he hasn't blown up the furnace. Sovereign Changming and Du Jian, who had previously shown little interest, now direct their gaze towards him, expressions of bewilderment etched upon their faces. They find it incomprehensible that such unabashed audacity could exist in the world. Chu Fan, having reached this juncture, do you still dare to call yourself an alchemist? Surely, you do not intend to deny your previous assertions? Kneel and apologize. Then sever your own limbs. Du Jian, unable to contain his impatience, exclaims loudly. At that moment, Chu Fan's palm lightly trembles upon the furnace. The furnace opens once more, and a golden pill emerges, soaring gracefully through the air. It traces a brilliant arc of golden light, landing precisely in the palm of Chu Fan's hand. A wave of enchanting fragrance envelopes the entire hall. Chapter 49. Kneeling to become a disciple upon catching a whiff of the fragrant aroma. Shangguan Changming and Du Jian felt a surge of rejuvenation. This is the sin of elixirs. Such purity, such high-quality medicinal fragrance. The mocking laughter abruptly ceased as both men fixated on the golden pill in Chu Fan's hand. The aroma of the medicine emanated from it. He has truly concocted the Panlong pill. Shangguan Changming was taken aback, his breath quickening. In recent days, he had also been attempting to refine the Panlong pill. Although he had never succeeded, he had gained a profound understanding of it. He was certain that the elixir in Chu Fan's possession was indeed the Panlong pill, and of remarkably high quality. Du Jian, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth and retorted, "Master, he must be deceiving us. That pill is likely something he prepared in advance." Du Jian could not accept this. Despite his exceptional talent, he was merely a first-tier alchemist. How could this young lad, being even younger, manage to refine a fourth-tier pill? His master could not even accomplish that. Shangguan Changming's face flushed with indignation as he bellowed, "Unworthy disciple, silence. Master, I am merely making a reasonable conjecture." Du Jian stubbornly insisted. With irritation, Shangguan Changming replied, "I have spent half my life in alchemy. Do you think I lack insight? Such a rich medicinal aroma can only come from freshly refined pills. How could he have prepared it in advance? He refined the pill in my presence. Using my materials and furnace, how could he possibly cheat?" Du Jian's face twitched, rendered speechless. He knew full well that such a feat could not be fabricated. But must he truly concede that Chu Fan had succeeded? If so, what would become of their previous wager? What about his master's reputation? However, Shangguan Changming was not concerned about appearances at this moment. His emotions were consumed by excitement as he mused. "I have strived for half my life and have never attained the fourth tier. Yet this Chu Fan, nearing 20, has already achieved it. Moreover, his alchemical skills are unfathomably profound. I cannot even comprehend them. In the realm of alchemy, he surpasses me by leaps and bounds. If he could personally guide me, perhaps I might break through my limitations and discover the path to advancing to the fourth tier. It is a rare opportunity to encounter such a top-tier alchemist. I must not let this chance slip away." With this thought, a warm smile blossomed on his aged face as he said, "Chu Fan, no, Master Chu. Your alchemical techniques are truly exquisite, leaving one in awe." Chu Fan chuckled lightly and replied, "You, old man, are quite the quick-change artist. What is this, Master?" Du Jian, hearing his master address the other as Master Chu, felt a surge of urgency. "Shut your mouth." Shangguan Changming snapped, delivering a swift kick. Crack. Du Jian promptly fell to his knees, pain coursing through him as he exclaimed, "Ouch, Master, what are you doing?" With exasperation, Shangguan Changming admonished, "You blind fool. Hasten to apologize to Master Chu." "Master, I." Du Jian's face was one of unwillingness. He had originally hoped his master would support him in decisively dealing with Chu Fan. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? However, before he could retort, Shangguan Changming's palm struck swiftly. With a resounding smack, Du Jian was sent reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. Fearing further reprimand, he hastily bowed to Chu Fan, exclaiming, "Master Chu, I was wrong. I was wrong. What did you err in?" Shangguan Changming demanded sternly. In a state of utter trepidation, Du Jian stammered, I was wrong to be unreasonable and struck Master Chu's brother. More grievously, I lacked the foresight to question Master Chu's abilities." As he spoke, Tears of frustration welled in his heart. How was I to know that Chu Fan was a fourth-tier alchemist? Had I known, I would not have dared provoke him. Even with 10 lives. Shangguan Changming remained unsatisfied, retorting sharply, originally, Sui intended to purchase some red moon fruits. What a splendid opportunity it was for me to establish a connection with Master Chu. It is all your fault for nearly turning me against him. Fortunately, there is still a chance for redemption. Du Jian nodded fervently, yes, yes. Thankfully, it did not escalate too far. Master, please forgive me. I have already apologized to Master Chu. With a cold demeanor, Shangguan Changming replied, an apology alone is insufficient. Before Master Chu concocts his elixirs, you boasted that if he failed, you would bow in contrition and sever your own limbs. Am I mistaken? Du Jian panicked. I spoke in haste. In haste? Shangguan scoffed. You have already bowed in apology. Now, sever your limbs and then depart. Our master-disciple bond ends here. Shangguan Changming was resolute, willing to pay any price to reconcile with Master Chu. As for this unworthy disciple, what harm was there in abandoning him? What? Master, what are you saying? It cannot be. How could you cast me out? Du Jian's face flushed crimson as he burst into tears. He could accept kneeling in apology or even severing his limbs, but he could not bear the thought of leaving his master. Despite his natural talent for alchemy, without guidance, his prospects for advancement would be bleak. His current standing was solely due to being Shangguan's disciple. Master, please. I can apologize again. I can serve as a dog to Chu Fan. Just please. Du Jian clung desperately to Shangguan Changming's leg, weeping inconsolably. Yet, Shangguan regarded him with disdain, kicking him away with contempt. Then unleashed 4 strikes of spiritual energy from a distance. Smack, 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 smack. 4 waves of power struck precisely at Du Jian's limbs. Ah! He screamed in agony, his limbs severed, a wretched sound akin to that of a slaughtered pig. He had not anticipated his master's ruthless demeanor. And so he tore off the facade of submission, venomously declaring, fine, fine. I accept my defeat. But what of you? Previously, you declared that should Chu Fan succeed in concocting the Panlong pill, you would offer all the red moon fruits and bow to him as a disciple. Surely, you would not be so untrustworthy? With that, Du Jian's expression twisted into a grimace, harboring resentment for the old man who, in his eagerness to curry favor with Chu Fan, had destroyed him. He vowed that Shangguan would not fare well either. To Du Jian's astonishment, Master Shangguan did not hesitate in the slightest. He knelt down and proclaimed, Master Chu, I too have erred in today's matter. It is my failure in guiding my disciples, coupled with my excessive protectiveness, that has led to this conflict. Thus, I sincerely apologize to you. I, Shangguan Changming, am a person who can accept defeat. And I am willing to take you, Master Chu, as my teacher and serve you loyally. Du Jian was taken aback. Old fellow, you can really kneel? Have you no shame left? You could very well be Chu Fan's grandfather. Have you no regard for your reputation? After a lengthy pause, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, he was unaware that Shangguan Changming felt no sense of humiliation. Rather, he experienced a flicker of joy and anticipation. Humph. Even if you do not mention it, I am eager to seek guidance from Master Chu. If I can become his disciple, what joy would that not bring? I am grateful you brought it up. Otherwise, I might have found it difficult to voice my intentions. A top-tier 4th-grade alchemist is undoubtedly qualified to be my teacher. As for age, it is of no consequence. As long as I can follow Master Chu and seize the opportunity to advance to the 4th grade, it would all be worthwhile. Master Chu, I am also willing to bet and accept defeat. Shangguan Changming stated once more. Yet, Chu Fan merely cast a glance at him and replied, Are you all right? You wish to take me as your teacher, but I have no intention of accepting you. Chapter 50. He Jiwei's visit upon hearing Chu Fan's response. Shangguan Changming was momentarily taken aback. Ah, what? Rejected? I kneel to apprentice and fulfill my wager, yet he disregards me? Shangguan Changming found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Neither continuing to kneel nor rising seemed appropriate. Ha! Du Jian roared with laughter, exclaiming, Old dog. You have truly lost face beyond redemption, groveling for someone's favor only to be spurned. Someone, drag him out and bury him. Shangguan Changming's face turned ashen as he bellowed in protest. Soon, several loyal confidants rushed in and carried Du Jian away. Despite his near demise, Du Jian laughed maniacally, the sound echoing until it finally faded. Shangguan Changming, after the laughter subsided, managed a dry chuckle and said, Master Chu, do you truly not wish to accept me as a disciple? Chu Fan retorted with irritation, I am not so idle as to take on disciples. Ah, indeed. I have overstepped, Shangguan Changming quickly replied, realizing his greatest asset, the status of a third-tier alchemist, held little value for someone like Chu Fan, who had no need for a disciple. Why would he take on a burden? Chu Fan continued, moreover, the most significant factor is your age. Shangguan Changming lamented, yes, I am indeed too old. Should I become your disciple, others would surely find it peculiar. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, no, it is not about being peculiar. My point is, at your advanced age, being merely a third-tier alchemist showcases a lack of talent unworthy of my mentorship. Ah, so it is not that you find me too old, but rather that you deem me inadequate. Shangguan Changming mused. At my age, achieving third-tier status is quite commendable. Otherwise, I would not hold such a position. Yet, in comparison to Master Chu, my abilities indeed seem mediocre. Sighing, he ultimately offered a bitter smile, admitting, it appears I lack the fortune. Chu Fan said, enough. Please rise. Given your respectful demeanor, let us consider this matter concluded, and do not bring up apprenticeship again. Thank you, Master Chu, Shangguan Changming replied as he stood. He then personally fetched the hoarded Chiwei fruit and presented it to Chu Fan, saying, Master Chu, as per our agreement, these are all yours. Chu Fan inquired, will you not practice concocting the Panlong pill any longer? Shangguan Changming, feeling ashamed, admitted, Master Chu is correct. My skills are insufficient. Forcing practice would be futile. I should accumulate experience for several more years. Chu Fan smiled gently and remarked, indeed, progress as an alchemist often begins with the recognition of one's own shortcomings. Given time, I believe you will achieve your desired advancement. He then handed over a Panlong pill, stating, keep this pill for yourself. What? This is a fourth-tier elixir. Personally refined by Master Chu. I am unworthy to accept such a gift. Shangguan Changming exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Fan replied, I shall not take your materials without compensation. This elixir shall serve as my remuneration. It was initially agreed upon, and thus, I owe you nothing further. Shangguan Changming waved his hand dismissively. Chu Fan urged, take it. I do not wish to owe anyone. Besides, with my capabilities, do I truly need this single elixir? Ah, indeed. Shangguan Changming cautiously accepted it and remarked, Master Chu, my alchemical skills pale in comparison to yours, yet I have accumulated a wealth of alchemical materials over the years and established numerous connections. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Very well. Chu Fan nodded. Although this elder initially exhibited arrogance and protectiveness, he was wise enough to acknowledge his mistakes, making him a potentially valuable ally in the future. Chu Fan did not mind forging a friendship with such a person and politely added, while I am not in a position to take on disciples, should you encounter any challenges in alchemy, feel free to consult me at the Chu residence. Thank you, Master Chu. Shangguan Changming exclaimed with delight. I shall not impose further. Chu Fan offered a slight bow and departed with Sui. Sui still felt as if he were dreaming. Did the family head just take Shangguan Changming as a junior? How astonishing. What other talents does the family head possess? Shangguan Changming personally escorted Chu Fan to the entrance, only returning after seeing him off a considerable distance. He understood that, although there was no master-disciple relationship between himself and Chu Fan, they had established a cordial rapport, which he deemed a great fortune. Upon returning to his residence, Chu Fan entered the pagoda and began the process of refining elixirs. Although he had utilized Shangguan Changming's alchemical furnace, the quality of the elixirs produced could not quite match that of the Tai Su Bagua furnace. Chu Fan had gathered over 1 million taels worth of materials. Today would indeed be busy. His objectives in concocting elixirs were twofold. First, to cultivate a deeper understanding and lay the groundwork for mastering advanced formulas, particularly the coveted yin-yang divine elixir. Second, because elixirs were inherently vital resources for cultivation. The Chu family was comprised of loyal individuals, and Chu Fan intended to nurture them diligently. A conflict between the demon race and the human race was inevitable. To ensure their survival, it was imperative to strengthen his own faction. Since he possessed the ability to refine elixirs, it was only logical to first provide his kin with a batch of elixirs to aid in their cultivation and enhancement. With a whoosh and a roar, flames and materials merged within the Tai Su Bagua furnace, occasionally emitting a piercing sound. Chu Fan commenced his work with a first-grade spirit elixir. In comparison to the fourth-grade Panlong elixir, crafting the spirit elixir was remarkably simple. The process for a batch of spirit elixirs took merely the time it takes to brew tea. As he progressed, he even managed to produce multiple elixirs in a single batch. For this basic elixir, Creating 10 or so at once was not a daunting task. Moreover, thanks to the enhancement of the Tai Su Bagua furnace, even with multiple elixirs produced simultaneously, the quality remained exceptionally high, nearly reaching the limit. Having mastered the spirit elixir, he moved on to the second-grade Qi recovery elixir. While deeply engrossed in his work, Xiao Bao interjected, "Master, there are visitors outside." While within the pagoda, Xiao Bao was always able to monitor external movements. He could sense anyone approaching the residence. "It appears to be Sui," Xiao Bao added. "I shall step outside for a moment." With a thought, Chu Fan exited the pagoda space. Just as the pagoda shrank back into his palm, a knock sounded at the door. "Master." "Sui, what is the matter?" Chu Fan opened the door. Sui, his face etched with anxiety, replied, "Master, it is dire news. He Jiwei has come to attack again." "He Jiwei?" Chu Fan's pupils contracted, a murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Earlier that day, at the entrance of the Forbidden Ground, He Jiwei had approached the Chu family, vowing to annihilate them in vengeance for his son. Fortunately, the pavilion master had arrived in time to repel He Jiwei. It is unexpected that this old dog has returned. It is indeed He Jiwei. This time, he has brought even more men with him. It seems he is resolute in his intent to eradicate us, Su Yi said, his heart racing with trepidation. Chu Fan chuckled softly. I had yet to seek him out, and he has come knocking at our door. How fortuitous. With that, he strode out confidently. Sui hurried to follow, inquiring, "Master, do we still have those battle flags we used against the Li family yesterday?" "None remain," Chu Fan replied. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi clenched his fists, stating, "Since we lack the battle flags, let us defend our family with our very flesh and blood." Chu Fan smiled, saying, "This is our territory. We need no battle flags." It is an opportune moment to let him experience the might of the Xuanwu formation. Chapter 51. The Protective Shield. As Chu Fan made his way outside, he unexpectedly encountered Chu Waner. "Brother, has Sui spoken to you?" "He Jiwei has arrived," she said with a serious expression. Chu Fan nodded, replying, "That's fortuitous. You'll be in charge of controlling the formation shortly." "Ah, such an important task." Chu Waner hesitated. Chu Fan smiled reassuringly. "You have learned remarkably well. Trust in your abilities. Besides, when I am away from home, the formation will rely on your control." "Very well." Chu Waner clenched her fist resolutely. Chu Fan continued, "Do not be overly anxious. Remain composed and perform to the best of your abilities. Even without the formation, He Jiwei poses no threat to me." Outside the Chu residence, He Jiwei had just arrived. Instead of storming in directly, he commanded his subordinates to encircle the estate first. Then called out loudly, "Master Fan? Is Master Fan present?" Upon confirming that Fan Hongfu was absent, He Jiwei let out a cold snort and declared viciously, "It seems the master has departed. There is no need for further hesitation. Brothers, charge in. Spare no one, man, woman, or child. Kill them all." The dozens of Chu family members stood ready, prepared for a fierce battle. At that moment, Chu Fan strode forth, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, He Jiwei. How considerate of you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep." Chu Fan, you have returned?" He Jiwei was taken aback. Earlier that morning in Xinjia village, just as he was about to kill Chu Fan and collect debts, a sudden appearance had whisked him away, necessitating his continued guarding of the forbidden gate. He had presumed that, like before, once Chu Fan went to guard the gate, he would not be able to return. Thus, unable to slay Chu Fan directly, he resolved to annihilate Chu Fan's kin as a means of revenge for his son. Unexpectedly, Chu Fan had managed to come back. After the initial shock, He Jiwei was consumed by elation. "Ha ha ha, your return is fortuitous. You are the one who deserves to die the most. Killing your kin cannot compare to slaying you personally." With that, he raised his arm, signaling his men to charge forward. In this endeavor to eliminate the Chu family, He Jiwei had unleashed his entire force. Although he belonged to a collateral line of the He family, his own formidable strength earned him significant regard, commanding over 400 followers. Furthermore, these 400 were not to be underestimated. Their collective prowess far surpassed that of ordinary clans. The Chu family members were mere rabble, easily crushed. The only one of notable strength was Chu Fan himself. He Jiwei recalled that during the encounter in Xinjia village, Chu Fan had managed to withstand 2 of his palm strikes. Hence, he resolved to confront Chu Fan personally. Last time, he had not exerted his full strength. Failing to strike him down directly, this time, he would see how many of his blows Chu Fan could endure. With a murderous intent radiating from him, He Jiwei surged forward alongside his subordinates, unleashing a flurry of attacks with both palms. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Waves of palm strikes forged from spiritual energy cascaded toward Chu Fan. At that moment, a transparent shield suddenly manifested above the Chu residence, enveloping everything below. This shield shimmered with a faint golden hue, though its presence was subtle. It was nonetheless visible to the naked eye. As the luminous barrier materialized, He Jiwei's relentless palm strikes, along with the assaults from the He family cultivators, all collided against it. Bang! The barrier quivered slightly, absorbing and dissipating all incoming attacks. The expressions of He Jiwei and his companions shifted dramatically, prompting them to retreat cautiously. What is happening? My martial technique has been nullified. I am experiencing the same. That transparent barrier is peculiar. When I struck it, the sensation was odd. It was evidently resilient and solid, yet felt akin to cotton, completely dissipating my spiritual energy. Even the family head's palm technique was thwarted. As the family members were engulfed in uncertainty, Chu Fan discreetly cast an appreciative glance at Wanner. The appearance of this barrier was a result of Wanner actively activating the mysterious tortoise formation. The most prudent moment to employ a defensive formation is indeed before the enemy makes a move. Of course, had it been Chu Fan himself, he would have directly enticed the adversaries inside the formation to eliminate them. However, since it was Wanner's first real battle, her cautious approach was commendable. The fact that she successfully activated the formation to envelop the estate in an instant was already quite remarkable. I recall that Chu Fan possesses knowledge of formations, so this must be his tactic. He Jiwei soon realized something as well. Almost forgot, he is adept at arranging formations. I heard he even had a formation teacher 5 years ago. It seems he truly learned a thing or two. Utilizing a formation to create a protective barrier? Quite intriguing indeed. Alas, formations are ultimately external tools, less effective than one's inherent strength. No matter how formidable a formation may be, it can still be breached. The group quickly set aside their wariness and launched another assault. Their reasoning was simple. Since there was a barrier in place, they could simply shatter it. With over 400 individuals, breaking this barrier was hardly a challenge. Once the barrier fell, it would be a massacre. Thus, techniques and spiritual energy rained down upon the barrier like a torrential downpour. Moreover, they focused their attacks on the same spot. Although they lacked understanding of formations, their rudimentary logic suggested that striking the same area would surely increase their chances of breaching it. However, what they failed to anticipate was that with such a level of assault, even if they were to strike for a month, they would never breach the mysterious tortoise formation. Concentrating their efforts in one area would prove futile. Bang, bang, bang. Under the relentless bombardment of the He family's cultivators, golden ripples danced across the surface of the barrier, reminiscent of water's surface. Beyond that, there was no discernible change. All attacks were neutralized, and some of the lower-ranked He family cultivators began to tire from their exertions. Wanner, hands forming seals to control the formation, was utterly astonished. She had heard her brother speak of the effects of the mysterious tortoise formation, but witnessing it firsthand was a revelation. This delicate barrier, as thin as a cicada's wing, could effortlessly thwart the enemies. It was truly astonishing. The mastery of formations is indeed formidable. In her heart, Wanner's resolve to delve into the study of formations grew ever stronger. Damn it. This wretched barrier is exceedingly difficult to break. Why not borrow some people from the main house? The main house? I fear they would not involve themselves in such matters. Enough of this chatter. Continue the assault. No matter how sturdy, there is always a moment it can be shattered. Outside, the cultivators were cursing while attacking. Chu Fan sensed that Wanner had sufficiently practiced, so he exchanged a knowing glance with her. Wanner understood that her brother intended to let these individuals in. Although she recognized the enemy's formidable strength, her faith in her brother was unwavering. Thus, she did not hesitate, swiftly altering her hand seals to subtly adjust the formation. Bang! Crack! Pop! Suddenly, a massive fissure appeared on the transparent protective shield. The crowd outside rejoiced. It has cracked. It has broken. Humph. I thought it was truly impenetrable, but it is nothing of the sort. Brothers, intensify your efforts and focus your attack on the breach. Strike. Strike. The crowd exerted themselves even more, launching another fervent onslaught. Finally, the fissure expanded rapidly, spreading and affecting every corner of the luminous shield. Bang! The protective barrier enveloping the Chu family shattered like a brittle eggshell, exploding into countless fragments, vanishing into the void. Chapter 52. Wanner's talent. When the protective shield shattered, Wanner felt a twinge of guilt. Although it appeared to have been broken, she had actually withdrawn the array's power voluntarily. To avoid raising suspicion, she deliberately displayed a look of terror. However, aside from Chu Fan, it seemed that no one else was aware of the truth. Chu Fan, is this your trump card? He Jiwei laughed heartily as the light shield vanished. Indeed. It's somewhat impressive, but that's all it amounts to. An array is ultimately an external force. It cannot alter your fate. This mere formation can only delay us for a short while. This morning, we fortuitously encountered the Pavilion Master, allowing you to escape a calamity. Now, let us see who can save you. The Baobao Pavilion has always maintained neutrality. The Pavilion Master is unlikely to return. Brothers, it is time to reap our rewards. Charge. The other cultivators from the He family were equally pleased, eagerly rushing forward. They had grown weary of battling the feeble barrier, and now they could unleash their fury. Without the obstruction of the protective shield, they effortlessly stormed into the Chu residence. He Jiwei himself drew a long sword, pointing it at Chu Fan. Your swordsmanship seems commendable. Allow me to be serious and let you experience the disparity between us. Before he could finish speaking, he and his sword soared into the air, darting towards Chu Fan with lightning speed. Whoosh! Chu Fan was unperturbed, drawing the Qingyan sword. He Jiwei, at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm, possessed slightly superior combat capabilities, making him an excellent target for practice. Just as Chu Fan intended to exchange a few moves, he suddenly witnessed He Jiwei plummeting like a bird with severed wings. He Jiwei's expression changed dramatically. He was at a loss for what had transpired, feeling as though a tremendous weight had descended upon him. In confrontations between masters, one is unafraid of visible adversaries, but is most apprehensive of unforeseen circumstances. While He Jiwei wielded his sword in midair, he was unexpectedly beset by an inexplicable pressure, leaving him momentarily dazed. Before he could react, his body was pinned to the ground, face down, in a most undignified position. What terrified him further was that this mountain-like pressure did not dissipate. It clung to him as if it had taken residence upon his very being. Humph. Ugh. He Jiwei stifled a groan, frantically circulating his energy to unleash a formidable force, which finally allowed him to stand. To his astonishment, he saw that all his underlings were also sprawled on the ground. 400 individuals, without exception, were as if crushed beneath an immense weight, unable to move. He Jiwei himself was better off. Being at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm, at least he could still stand. The others, however, were in dire straits. Most lay motionless on the ground, feeling as if their chests and abdomens were about to burst from the pressure, struggling to breathe. Those slightly better off could barely crouch. What is this? You all, He Jiwei exclaimed in horror, quickly scanning his surroundings before shouting, is there a senior here? Unbeknownst to the younger generation, they have unwittingly provoked the ire of their elders, and thus they humbly beseech forgiveness. The younger disciples, filled with trepidation, respectfully implore. We do not comprehend how we have offended. Please, esteemed elder, show us mercy. Suddenly confronted with such oppression, their first thought is that a formidable expert lurks in the shadows, one of immense prowess. It is this venerable figure who has unleashed a palpable pressure, subduing all present. Yet, He Jiwei finds himself perplexed. When did such a monster emerge in Tianhai City? He has not wronged anyone, so why does an elder take action against him? Elder, though we do not understand the reason, we acknowledge our error. Please forgive us. We implore you to lift this pressure. The crowd pleads desperately, but alas, there is no elder to be found, not even a shadow. At this moment, Chuana leans closer to her brother Chu Fan and whispers, Brother, have I perhaps gone a bit too far? Chu Fan chuckles dryly, replying, Indeed, it has exceeded my expectations. I initially intended to buy you some time. The Xuanwu formation not only conjures a protective barrier to fend off external threats, but also imposes tremendous pressure on adversaries within its bounds. Applying pressure to foes is a more intricate task, demanding greater finesse from the controller of the formation. After all, one must manage the suppression range without inadvertently subduing allies. Chu Fan had anticipated that Wanner would not act so swiftly, allowing him to engage He Jiwei and practice his techniques. To his surprise, Wanner's control of the formation was astoundingly quick, precise, and fierce. Before a single move had elapsed, the suppression took effect, rendering He Jiwei as defenseless as a turtle. This was far beyond the capabilities of a novice. Hiki, brother, your talent in formations is unparalleled. As your sister, I am naturally not far behind, Chuana remarked, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. The siblings conversed softly, oblivious to He Jiwei's inability to hear them. However, upon witnessing the Chu family's unscathed demeanor, his expression darkened. The other cultivators of the He family, too, abruptly awakened to the truth. No longer did they plead for mercy from an elder, but instead fixated on Chu Fan in disbelief. How is he unscathed? The members of the Chu family behind him are also unharmed. Only we are subjected to this mysterious pressure. Could it be that there is no elder at all, and this is all the work of Chu Fan? Impossible. How could he possess such formidable pressure? Perhaps it is not pressure at all, but rather the power of the formation? Wasn't the formation supposed to be broken? Gasps of shock echoed among the crowd as they began to panic. If that were the case, were they not merely fish on a chopping board? At the mercy of Chu Fan? A chorus of cries erupted as numerous cultivators attempted to break free from the pressure, but alas, they could barely move. Their actions hampered. Their prowess rendered ineffective. Chu Fan, is this truly your doing? He Jiwei ground his teeth in frustration. Chu Fan chuckled, responding, does it matter to the dead? He Jiwei's face turned pale with dread. What do you intend to do? You cannot kill me. I am a member of the He family. He is merely a collateral relative. Chu Fan scoffed and thrust his sword forward. Clang. To his surprise, He Jiwei managed to withstand the pressure, raising his longsword just in time to parry the attack. He understood that despite risking his life, he could only fend off this single strike. Thus, disregarding his dignity, he knelt down and implored, Chu Fan, I was wrong. It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. I am willing to be your friend, which would make you an ally of the He family, benefiting you greatly. Chu Fan coldly snorted, you wish to murder my kin, and you expect me to befriend you? Realizing that persuasion was futile, He Jiwei clenched his teeth and resorted to threats. Friendship is mutually beneficial. But if I perish, can you bear the consequences? Though I am merely a collateral member of the He family, I still. Before he could finish, a flash of silver light darted before him. The Qingyan sword, imbued with pure and immense spiritual energy, swept fiercely towards He Jiwei. He sought to block it once more, but found himself utterly powerless. This was no casual thrust. It was Chu Fan's full-powered strike. Chapter 53. Who is truly one of us? Crack. He Jiwei's head flew off, accompanied by a flash of sword light. Landing amidst a pool of blood, his eyes still wide open in shock. The other members of the He family were engulfed in sheer terror, desperately attempting to flee, longing to distance themselves from Chu Fan. If he dared to kill He Jiwei, what chance did they have to survive? Yet, constrained by the mysterious Xuanwu formation, their legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, allowing only the faintest movement, rendering escape impossible. Chu Fan, we were wrong. Please, do not kill us. We didn't mean to intrude. It's all a misunderstanding. If you let us go, we will do anything you ask. Their faces were etched with desperation as they implored. He Jiwei is dead. Surely you are satisfied now? Amidst the crowd, a resolute voice emerged. Silence. This Chu Fan is ruthless, killing without a second thought. Do you think your pleas will be of any use? The crowd turned to see that the speaker was none other than He Jiwei's younger brother, He Wenin. He Jiwei's faction had flourished, growing considerably under his leadership. Following He Jiwei, He Wenin was the most influential voice. Although his cultivation was inferior to that of his brother, his cunning was unmatched. Witnessing his brother's tragic demise, He Wenin felt an overwhelming sorrow but maintained his composure. With his brother gone, he had to uphold the situation. Wenin, you stand there blithely while we are powerless. What else can we do but plead for mercy? Even walking is a challenge, with no strength to resist, they lamented, their faces clouded with despair. If it weren't for their dire circumstances, who would willingly grovel for mercy? He Wenin chuckled softly and replied, Dear friends and brothers, do not despair. The moment I felt the peculiar pressure, I realized something was amiss and discreetly shattered the main family's distress token. The distress token? Excellent. Uncle Wenin, you have truly prepared for contingencies. The main family will arrive and ensure our safety. The crowd seized this glimmer of hope. The distress token served as a signet for a select few members of the clan. When shattered, the main family would dispatch aid immediately. Since He Wenin had just destroyed the token, it was likely that assistance was on its way. Chu Fan, you are audacious indeed. My brother mentioned the main family. Yet you dared to kill him. Aren't you afraid of the main family's wrath? When they arrive, let us see if you can maintain your bravado. He Wenin glared at Chu Fan, enunciating each word with disdain. Chu Fan replied nonchalantly, Are you threatening me? He Wenin chuckled again. It is not a threat. Merely a statement of fact. Regardless, the distress token has been shattered. It is too late for you to prevent the message from reaching them. Chu Fan retorted. Are you so certain that your threats will have any effect on me? He Wenin replied haughtily, Whether it has an effect is of little consequence. Even if you were to slay us all right now, reinforcements from the master family would soon arrive, and they would exact vengeance upon the Chu clan for us. You must comprehend that ceasing your actions now may grant you the opportunity to negotiate with them later. Should you choose to kill me, then there would be no room for retreat. As he spoke, He Yuan bore an expression of fearless defiance, brimming with the audacity that dared you to kill him. He understood that to ensure his survival at this moment, he must not exhibit any signs of weakness. Since you are so confident, very well. I shall wait and see how your master family intends to rescue you. Chu Fan chuckled softly, plunging his sword into the ground. He Yuan, feeling a sense of pride, remarked, in the end, you do harbor some apprehension towards the He family. Indeed, who would not fear the reputation of the 4 great clans? Chu Fan, feeling vexed, delivered a resounding slap. I am genuinely curious to witness whether it will be I who perishes or you when your master family arrives. The sound of the slap echoed, leaving He Yuan's mouth stained with blood and his face swollen. Yet, he refrained from uttering another word. As long as he could delay until the master family arrived, everything would be negotiable. They could decide how to deal with Chu Fan at that time. Before long, 2 figures appeared outside the Chu residence, one old and one young. Uncle Zhong, why have we returned to the Chu family? Asked the young one. My boy, it seems significant events are unfolding at the Chu family. Come and see. It may prove beneficial to you. The 2 speakers were Shui Zhong and He Guangyao. Just moments ago, the He family had received news of a shattered distress signal, tracing its origin to He Jiwei's faction. Though these brothers shared a distant lineage with the family head, both were exceptionally talented, and the clan had always held them in high regard. Thus, the family head promptly decided to send someone to ascertain the situation. Shui Zhong, upon discovering that the incident occurred near the Chu family, felt that something was amiss and volunteered to confront it personally, bringing the young master along. Upon arriving outside the Chu residence, Shui Zhong was met with a pungent scent of blood. Focusing his gaze, he beheld the lifeless body of He Jiwei. Not far from the corpse stood Chu Fan, alongside numerous He family cultivators, some crouched, others sprawled in the courtyard, seemingly gasping for breath. This is astonishing. Shui Zhong was taken aback. He Guangyao's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The events unfolding before them were truly shocking, while the specifics remained unclear. The outcome was evident. He Jiwei had perished in the Chu residence, and hundreds of cultivators had lost all combat capability. No wonder the distress signal was shattered. But how did Chu Fan accomplish this? The uncle and nephew exchanged glances, hesitating to proceed further. Lord Shui, how splendid. Even he has arrived. Help us. Save us. He Yuan and the others, upon seeing Shui Zhong and He Guangyao, were overwhelmed with emotion, nearly in tears. They understood that Shui Zhong's standing within the master family and his prowess were second only to that of the family head. Although Shui Zhong had not brought many followers, his presence alone sufficed. Master Shui Zhong alone possesses the capability to annihilate Chu Fan and bring forth a bloody reckoning upon the Chu family. Yet, Chu Fan remains composed, gazing outside, and states, Senior Shui, we meet again. Since you have arrived, why not step inside? Resolutely, Shui Zhong and He Guangyao cautiously enter the estate. Chu Waner immediately regains her focus, preparing to exert pressure and control the situation. However, Chu Fan discreetly signals her to hold off for the moment. During their previous encounter, Shui Zhong had displayed a friendly demeanor and expressed a desire for camaraderie, leaving Chu Fan with a favorable impression. Thus, Chu Fan wishes to present him with an opportunity for choice. Upon entering, Shui Zhong notices the absence of ambush or traps, which brings him a measure of relief. He Yin exclaims, Master Shui, swiftly eliminate Chu Fan. This scoundrel has slain my brother and shows utter disdain for the He family. If he is not dealt with, our family's reputation will be tarnished. Are you suggesting that He Jiwei, accompanied by so many, was slain by Chu Fan? Shui Zhong inquires gravely. Indeed, this Chu Fan is exceedingly cunning. He Yin, overwhelmed with emotion, responds with tears and snot, Fortunately, I shattered the token in time. It was crucial that Master Shui arrive promptly, or we would have perished here. Unexpectedly, as he weeps fervently, Shui Zhong's anger ignites, and he strides forward, delivering a forceful kick. You blind fool! How dare you oppose my young friend Chu Fan? Bang! He Yin receives a solid kick to the chest, sending him flying across the room. Chapter 54. The realm of spiritual sees unexpectedly. As he wept earnestly, Shui Zhong was consumed by fury, striding forward with determination and delivering a kick. How dare you, blind fool, oppose my young friend Chu Fan? Thud! He Yin took the full force of the kick to his chest, sending him soaring through the air. Plop! After enduring such a blow, He Yin was left dazed. What is happening? Were you not here to rescue me? Why strike me instead of Chu Fan? Alas, my ribs feel as though they are about to shatter. Shuizhong, are you out of your mind? He Wenyan cursed inwardly, yet dared not show disrespect. Merely voicing his grievance. Lord Shui, what is the meaning of this? Humph, what meaning? Chu Fan is a friend of mine and the young master. Your brother and you attacking the Chu family is a direct affront to the entire He clan. It is utterly despicable. Shuizhong rebuked sharply. The moment he entered, he had already weighed his options. Who was Chu Fan? A prodigious talent. Shuizhong, a man of absolute rationality, understood the importance of weighing advantages and disadvantages. His previous assessment of Chu Fan was this, a superlative prospect, far exceeding his peers. Rather than offend him, it would be more prudent to befriend him. Yet now, Chu Fan had once again reshaped his understanding. He could even slay He Jiwei. Moreover, He Jiwei had brought so many others with him. This Chu Fan had transcended mere genius. He was extraordinary. With this realization, Shuizhong was even more eager to forge a connection with Chu Fan. As for He Jiwei, he was indeed a significant member of the family. However, faced with a choice, he would undoubtedly select Chu Fan. Furthermore, He Jiwei was already deceased. Is it worth severing ties with Chu Fan over a dead man? Am I to be condemned as well? He Wenyan, dazed by the scolding, instinctively retorted. He killed my brother. I sought aid from the main family. What wrong have I committed? Would you have perished had you not instigated trouble? Shuizhong countered. He Wenyan grimly persisted. This is not a matter of right or wrong, Lord Shui. I am a member of the He family. I am one of our own. How can you assist an outsider? Shuizhong retorted curtly, young friend Chu Fan is a friend of mine and the young master. He is one of us. What are you? If it were not for your brother's influence, you would not even have the right to stand before me. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan could not help but stifle a laugh. This old man is quite amusing, directly calling me a friend. The He clan's success is certainly not without his contribution. Meanwhile, He Wenyan's face grew pale, unable to utter a word. The other cultivators remained silent. Their lips pressed tight, fully aware that Shuizhong was not there to protect He Wenyan, but rather to assist Chu Fan. You wretched creature. Come here and kneel before young friend Chu Fan to confess your wrongs. And you others, what are you waiting for? Kneel as well. To offend young friend Chu Fan is to offend me. Shuizhong barked again. He Wenyan, filled with resentment, dared not resist further. Struggling to crawl over and kneel before Chu Fan. The other cultivators, following his example, likewise knelt down. They were oppressed by the grand formation, struggling to kneel. Those with lower cultivation could only lie prostrate, unable even to kneel. Shuizhong, witnessing this scene, felt a deep sense of shock. They all seemed as if their bodies were laden with lead, their movements hindered. How had Chu Fan accomplished this? Why was I not affected? This Chu Fan is truly enigmatic. Master Chu, we were mistaken. The crowd, having knelt, dared not raise their heads and collectively offered their apologies. He Wenyan, his complexion ashen, admitted, Chu Fan, I was wrong. My elder brother was even more at fault. But alas, he has passed and cannot apologize in person. I kneel on his behalf. Shuizhong turned to Chu Fan and said, young friend Chu, these individuals sought to harm you, but now they are entirely at your mercy. How you choose to deal with them is entirely your decision. Even if you were to execute them all, the He family would not utter a word. Master Shui, the crowd was alarmed. If you refuse to save us, must you allow Chu Fan to slay us all? We have shed blood and sweat for the He family. Chu Fan waved his hand, saying, Senior Shui, you are too courteous. They came here under He Jiwei's orders and bear no personal enmity with me. Since He Jiwei is deceased, let these lower-tier clan members go. Though the option to kill them all was presented, Chu Fan had no intention of doing so. Firstly, they were merely following orders and did not deserve death. Secondly, these cultivators were ultimately a resource for the He family. Even in the wake of He Jiwei's demise, they could still contribute to the family's future. Shuizhong had already afforded Chu Fan a significant amount of respect. It would be excessive to continue the slaughter. You truly possess a magnanimous heart. Shuizhong thought to himself, feeling pleased. The young man, though passionate, was not excessive, truly commendable. Then, he shifted his tone, stating, while others may be spared, He Wenyan cannot. With that, he abruptly raised his palm and struck toward He Wenyan's forehead. He Wenyan, believing that bowing and admitting fault would suffice, was caught completely off guard, and his head burst open. Thud! His lifeless body collapsed to the ground, and the others were struck with panic, each feeling a sense of dread. Shuizhong remarked, What are you all afraid of? Young friend Chu has declared he will not harm you, and he shall not. As for He Wenyan, His transgressions were too grave. He must perish. Thank you, Master Shui. Thank you, Master Chu. The crowd felt as though a great weight had been lifted and bowed deeply once more. In truth, Shuizhong had another reason for his actions. He Wenyin was He Jiwei's brother. To spare him would be to leave a potential threat for Chu Fan. Since the He family intended to forge an alliance with Chu Fan, there could be no lingering animosity. This strike was a gesture of goodwill. If you extend courtesy, I shall reciprocate. It was then that Chu Fan glanced at Chu Wanner, conveying a subtle signal. She understood immediately and lifted the oppressive effect of the grand formation. The cultivators who had been on the brink of death finally felt a rush of relief, exhaling deeply. All is well, I am well. How delightful it is to feel unburdened. Such lightness is indeed a form of bliss. Yet, the ache persists. Speaking of which, how was that pressure achieved? Hush. Do not inquire further. Shuizhong, taken aback, cautiously suggested. Young friend Chu Fan, could it be that they were influenced by certain formations? Chu Fan smiled and replied, Senior, your insights are vast and profound. Indeed, you are correct. Shuizhong, understanding the nuances, refrained from probing deeper and shifted the conversation, given that this formation can suppress adversaries. Why did you not impose it upon me when I entered the estate? Are you not concerned that I might eliminate you before the suppression takes effect? At this mention, Chu Wanner listened intently. When Shuizhong had entered, Chu Fan had signaled her not to initiate the suppression, which had made her quite anxious. For Shuizhong was exceedingly formidable. Without the formation's restraint, he could sweep away all in his path. If he struck first, and then she attempted to impose the formation, it would likely be too late. Such a course of action was exceedingly perilous. Chu Fan responded, Because I have faith that you, Senior Shui, will not strike. What brings you to such unwavering confidence? Shuizhong inquired. Chu Fan earnestly stated, This morning, when a dispute arose, Senior Shui acted with fairness and justice, compelling the young master to apologize to me. Such integrity speaks volumes of your character, hence my trust in you. Shuizhong chuckled heartily, saying, Though young, you possess the cunning of a seasoned fox. Trusting in character? Who would dare gamble on the integrity of an enemy? Both men were acutely aware. Shuizhong sought to forge a bond, and Chu Fan could discern this, thus feeling no trepidation regarding Shuizhong's potential aggression. However, Shuizhong's gaze sharpened, and he remarked, Have you never considered the possibility of error? What if you're mistaken? What if I choose to support you when you on? What then? His tone bore a hint of arrogance. This question, although posed as an inquiry, subtly indicated to the other, I am ultimately the dominant force. I could have annihilated the Chu family, but chose not to. Remember my leniency in the future. Chu Fan chuckled lightly and retorted, Senior Shui, you must have attained the Sea of Spirit realm, have you not? Yet, based solely on that, should you truly harbor murderous intent against me, it is unlikely you would leave the Chu family alive. Chapter 55, each to their own. Chu Fan's tone was remarkably tranquil. Yet it caused Shuizhong's expression to alter drastically. How could he possibly know I am at the Spirit Sea realm? The realms of cultivation include body refinement, chi gathering, and transformation of the profound, with the Spirit Sea realm being the pinnacle beyond these. While the transformation of the profound is within reach for many, the Spirit Sea realm is an elusive sight within Tianhai City. The few individuals who attain such heights are often of the highest caliber, remaining exceedingly discreet. Shuizhong is one of them. However, he had never disclosed his cultivation level, nor had he ever revealed it in front of Chu Fan. How could the latter know? After all, one's realm is not inscribed upon their visage. The assessment of a cultivator's level primarily relies upon the intensity and fluctuations of their spiritual energy. Each realm exhibits distinct patterns of spiritual energy. Generally speaking, if a master chooses to conceal their prowess, it is nearly impossible for others to discern it, unless the observer vastly surpasses them. The more Shuizhong pondered, the more his heart raced with trepidation. If a cultivator of the same level could see through him, it would be less alarming. Yet, Chu Fan, at merely the first level of the transformation of the profound, was able to comprehend the intricacies of a Spirit Sea realm expert. This was truly unfathomable and sent shivers down his spine. At this moment, Shuizhong realized he had never truly seen through Chu Fan. The words spoken by Chu Fan, if I truly harbored murderous intent, could I still leave the Chu family? Were likely not mere jest. Who would dare act recklessly in front of a Spirit Sea realm expert without sufficient confidence? This Chu Fan could genuinely slay those of the Spirit Sea realm. As for how he achieved such prowess, perhaps he had someone backing him, perhaps he possessed hidden cards, or perhaps he was merely feigning weakness to deceive the strong. Shuizhong understood that he could not inquire further, nor did he wish to test it himself. In a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. After a brief lapse in concentration, he managed a wry smile and remarked, "Ah, young friend Chu Fan. You possess remarkable insight." Since the other party had discerned his realm, there was no longer any need for concealment. Senior Shui is indeed an open-minded individual. Chu Fan replied with a smile. Shuizhong, initially unfazed by being addressed as senior, now felt a tinge of embarrassment and said, "Young friend Chu Fan, I am unworthy of such a title." Chu Fan replied, "I call you senior, not solely for your strength, but because you are an elder whose character warrants such respect." Shuizhong, slightly bemused, realized that Chu Fan's politeness stemmed not from fear, but from acknowledging his age. He then said earnestly, "However, calling me senior feels a bit distant. Today, as you have spared the lives of hundreds from the He family, we may consider ourselves friends, if you do not mind. You may henceforth refer to me as Old Shui, and we shall regard each other as equals." "Very well," Chu Fan nodded in agreement. Shuizhong then beckoned He Guangyao over and stated, "From now on, since Chu Fan and I are peers, you shall address him as Uncle Chu." He Guangyao was momentarily taken aback, but then inclined his body slightly and said, "Guangyao pays his respects to Uncle Chu." This address flowed naturally, devoid of any reluctance. Earlier that morning, he had apologized to Chu Fan primarily at the behest of Uncle Zhong. He could comprehend the proposal to befriend Chu Fan, yet deep within, he still held a sense of reluctance towards him. However, at this moment, He Guangyao was utterly defeated. He Jiwei had brought hundreds of men, only to be effortlessly countered by Chu Fan. Even Uncle Zhong's realm had long been discerned by Chu Fan. He Guangyao deeply realized that he and Chu Fan were simply not on the same level. If the opponent were merely slightly stronger, he would feel defiant and resentful. Yet, if the disparity were too vast, defiance would transform into reverence. He Guangyao felt that addressing Chu Fan as Uncle Chu was undoubtedly a wise move. "Please, refrain from such frivolities." Chu Fan nearly spat blood. This lad had come to vie for women just that morning. How could the He family be so cunning? He Guangyao inquired, "What is the matter? Does Uncle Chu disapprove?" Chu Fan retorted with irritation, "You are several years my senior. Why would you call me uncle? Don't you feel uncomfortable? I find it rather distasteful. But you are on equal footing with Uncle Zhong. Surely, I cannot address you as Brother Chu? That would be even more inappropriate." He Guangyu replied earnestly. Shuizhong cleared his throat and suggested, "Let us simply refer to him as the head of the Chu family to avoid confusion." "Agreed." He Guangyao nodded repeatedly. "Since there is nothing further, head of the Chu family, we shall take our leave." Shuizhong clasped his hands in respect to Chu Fan. Finally, Chu Fan saw the two off and returned to his chamber to refine elixirs. After this brief interlude, nightfall was approaching. He still needed to gather intelligence at the Chuanxiang Tower that evening and had little time to spare, so he concocted a few Panlong pills. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Su family in Tianhai City, the atmosphere was tense. "What? Yu Shui is dead?" Su Kaiwei erupted in fury upon receiving the news from a servant. Earlier that morning, she had dispatched Yu Shui to warn Chu Fan to be prudent. Having waited so long for Yu Shui's return, she had assumed the girl had merely gone off to indulge in some leisure. Yu Shui, although merely a maid, had been devotedly by Su Kaiwei's side since childhood. The thought that she had been killed by Chu Fan was unfathomable. "Chu Fan, you so blatantly disregard me. How can you be worthy of being my husband?" Su Kaiwei bit her silver teeth in anger. "Humph, this Chu Fan is intolerably arrogant. Though Yu Shui was a servant, she belonged to the Su family. For him to kill her is akin to slapping the Su family in the face. I cannot allow Kaiwei to marry such a man." The other family members present echoed her sentiments. 5 years ago, Su Kaiwei had merely been a pawn for marriage alliances, lacking the qualifications to participate in court meetings. However, since becoming a disciple of the pavilion master, her status had drastically changed. Within the Su family, her actual influence was second only to her grandfather, the family head, Su Xin. The purpose of this clan meeting was to discuss her impending marriage to Chu Fan. 5 years prior, the Su family had been eager to ally with the Chu family. Yet now, buoyed by Su Kaiwei's emergence, the family's strength had significantly increased, while the Chu family had fallen into decline. The two families were no longer equal in standing. A marriage alliance held no advantage for the Su family. Furthermore, Su Kaiwei herself had no desire to be encumbered by a man. Thus, the assembly of individuals convened to deliberate on how to extricate themselves from this predicament. Since Chu Fan has slain Yu Shui, why not use this as a pretext to propose an annulment of the engagement? Suggested one. Su Kaiwei raised her hand in objection, stating, "No, the Su family must not initiate the dissolution. Doing so would betray my oath and render the Su family untrustworthy. My master places great importance on such matters, and we cannot afford to take that risk. After all, Yu Shui was merely a maid. This triviality should not affect the marriage." The family head, Su Xindao, proposed, "Let us create a scene at the birthday banquet instead. Kaiwei, will Chu Fan attend my celebration?" Su Kaiwei nodded, affirming, though Chu Fan is arrogant, he holds considerable respect for the master. He has promised that he will come to the Su family tonight, and he will indeed arrive. Since he is coming, we shall await his presence. At that moment, we will assert our authority, making him acutely aware of his own insignificance. If necessary, we can offer him a sum of money to persuade him to withdraw voluntarily from the engagement, Su Xindao remarked. Indeed. Today's banquet will attract attendees from all prominent families, including many talented youths. We can leverage this opportunity to apply pressure on Chu Fan through our guests. He will undoubtedly find it overwhelming, the clan members concurred. Chapter 56. Su Zixin. Very well, let us proceed as such. You may make the necessary arrangements. Su Xian proclaimed with a grand gesture. This evening's banquet would be filled with familiar faces once Chu Fan arrived. There would certainly be means to compel him to withdraw from the engagement willingly. At that moment, a timid voice emerged from the crowd. Esteemed guests, must we truly force Chu Fan to annul the engagement? The speaker, having summoned immense courage, was none other than Su Saiwei's younger sister, Su Zixin. What is it, Zixin? Do you have an opinion? Su Xian inquired casually. Gathering her resolve, Su Zixin replied, 5 years ago, when Chu Fan sought to cancel the engagement, my sister was adamant in her refusal. Now, compelling him to withdraw again seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Su Kaiwei frowned, retorting, Zixin, why do you speak in defense of an outsider? Su Zixin responded, but Chu Fan is your betrothed. How can he be considered an outsider? When the Su and Chu families forged this union, we became one family. Additionally, Chu Fan's grandfather and father have extended considerable kindness to our family over the years. I simply believe that we should not act in this manner. The past is the past, the present is the present. In any case, the current Chu Fan is unworthy of me. Su Kaiwei snapped dismissively. Su Zixin continued, Sister, do you genuinely believe that you will find a better suitor in the future? We have known Chu Fan for many years and are familiar with his character and talents. Why not? Silence. Su Kaiwei interrupted vehemently. Not only do I look down upon Chu Fan, but I disdain all men in the world. No one is worthy of Su Kaiwei. Feeling somewhat helpless, Su Zixin hesitated to speak further. With a huff, Su Kaiwei added, if you hold Chu Fan in such high regard, once he has annulled our engagement, you may marry him yourself, ha. Many clan members expressed their discontent, exclaiming, no, Su Zixin cannot marry Chu Fan. We wish for her to form alliances with other families. If only she could ascend to one of the 4 great families. Su Kaiwei, saying nothing, felt a sense of relief within. Were it not for my own efforts to alter my fate, I might have become a mere tool of the family, like Su Zixin. Ah. Hearing her clansmen's discussions, Su Zixin's face flushed with indignation as she stormed off. Enough of her. Do not forget why you are able to sit here. Su Xian said, slightly annoyed. At the Chu residence, Chu Fan emerged from the treasure tower after refining a batch of pills, preparing to visit Chuanxiang building to meet the courtesan, Lu Yao. Before his demise, Li Jinglong had claimed, in an effort to prove his innocence regarding the murder of Chu Xinghe, that he had been at Chuanxiang building that night. Chu Fan needed to confirm this with her. If Li Jinglong was indeed present, then the true culprit must be someone else, and they should not be spared. As Chu Fan stepped outside, he spotted a somewhat familiar young lady disembarking from a carriage, exclaiming loudly, brother-in-law. The girl was petite, with striking features, particularly her sparkling eyes that seemed to communicate their own stories. After a moment of surprise, Chu Fan exclaimed, you are Su Zixin. Despite the passage of several years, he still discerned echoes of the past in the other's demeanor and contours. The younger sister of the Su family, once a mere child 5 years ago, has undergone considerable transformation, her figure now unapologetically full. Yet, her essence remains largely unchanged, still exuding that exquisite and endearing charm. Following the engagement between the Chu and Su families, both clans grew closer, allowing Chu Fan to indirectly interact with Su Zixin. Back then, the young Su Zixin would often exclaim that Chu Fan was a perfect match for her sister, even playfully referring to him as brother-in-law in private. Now, As Chu Fan hears this title once more, he cannot help but feel the bittersweet pang of nostalgia. Brother-in-law, do you still recognize me now that I've become so beautiful? Su Zixin giggled, approaching Chu Fan. However, she quickly realized the inappropriateness of her words and corrected herself. Oh dear, I'm no longer a child. I shouldn't call you that. Chu Fan chuckled and replied, what brings you here to seek me out? Surely your sister has sent you as a negotiator? Su Zixin appeared somewhat embarrassed and replied, my sister. Ever since she became a disciple of the sect leader, her temperament has changed significantly. Perhaps she was always like this, but it's only now that it is manifesting. Chu Fan responded nonchalantly, it is what it is. With a sigh, Su Zixin said, I apologize on behalf of my sister. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. What do you need to apologize for? She is her own person, and you are yours. Su Zixin breathed a sigh of relief, asking, so, does this mean that you and I are still friends, Brother Chu Fan? He smiled warmly, replying, of course. With a sudden seriousness, Su Zixin lowered her voice. I came to warn you that at my grandfather's birthday banquet today, they intend to create difficulties for you. This is the trap they have set. Chu Fan, amused yet incredulous, responded, is that all? You call this a minor issue? I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but they likely plan to make an example of you at the banquet, compelling you to withdraw from the engagement, Su Zixin explained, stamping her foot in frustration. Chu Fan reassured her, thank you for the heads up, I appreciate it. Concerned, Su Zixin urged, how can you be so calm about such a tricky situation? I suggest you don't intend to avoid being targeted. How could I not go? I am eager to see how they plan to confront me. He replied with a cheerful demeanor. Su Zixin, growing anxious, admonished, why do you ignore my advice? Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, why venture into their lair? Rest assured, I will be fine, Chu Fan assured her. Realizing his resolve, Su Zixin conceded, well, I cannot assist you further, but I can offer you this. While speaking, she gently touched her spatial ring and produced a gift box, handing it to Chu Fan. What is this? He inquired, puzzled. Su Zixin continued, at the banquet. Many guests will bring gifts, most of considerable value. If your offering seems inadequate, they might refuse you entry, embarrassing you in front of everyone. Knowing the Chu family's current difficulties, I feared you might struggle to find an appropriate gift. Take this as a birthday present for my grandfather. With this, they will have no reason to target you overtly. A warmth enveloped Chu Fan's heart. The young lady's character was truly far superior to that of her sister. However, he did not accept it, saying, you should take this back. I have prepared my own gift. Oh, why are you being so polite with me? Just take it. Su Zixin insisted, forcefully shoving the gift box into Chu Fan's hands. Fearing he might refuse, she added, by the way, don't feel embarrassed. This item was actually left with me by your father during his lifetime. Now it can be returned to its rightful owner. With that, she hurriedly climbed into her carriage. Anxious that Chu Fan might attempt to return the gift. Watching the carriage fade into the distance, Chu Fan found himself both amused and perplexed, thinking, oh, dear girl, do you truly believe the tale you have spun? Even if my father had left me an inheritance, it should not have been left in your possession. He then opened the gift box, and upon seeing its contents, he was profoundly moved. Chapter 57, Lu Yao within the gift box sent by Su Zixin. There lay a striking piece of ancient jade, round and roughly the size of a palm, resplendent in its emerald hue. Chu Fan immediately recognized it as a magical artifact. The specific effects remained unknown until tested. However, anything associated with such artifacts was inherently valuable. Gazing at the jade, Chu Fan recalled certain information from his previous life. In a certain year, he had heard that Su Zixin had stumbled upon a mysterious ancient jade, which granted her access to a divine skill, propelling her cultivation to astonishing heights and ultimately leading her to join a prestigious sect. Could it be that this opportunity was linked to this very jade? Chu Fan pondered thoughtfully. What a foolish girl, to give such a treasure. It seemed she had yet to realize the jade's potential. This artifact was pivotal to Su Zixin's future. He certainly would not keep it for himself, nor would he use it as a birthday gift. Upon glancing back at the gift box, he noticed beneath the jade lay a small dish containing silver notes, totaling 200,000 taels. To him, this amount was not significant. However, as a junior member of the Su family, Su Zixin was not as favored as Su Kaiwei, and accumulating such a sum would have been no trivial endeavor. One could only imagine the effort she had expended to gather these silver notes, perhaps even resorting to borrowing. Even without the pretext of a birthday gift, it was likely that Su Zixin would offer these notes to Chu Fan to help him through his difficulties. With a silent sigh of appreciation, he hastened away. Aware that the Su family had set a trap for him today, he felt compelled to attend. At the very least, he needed to return the ancient jade to Su Zixin and remind her of its significance. Before heading to the Su residence, he adhered to his plan and visited Chunxiang Tower. The banquet had not yet commenced, and it was conveniently on his way. After nightfall, Chunxiang Tower became particularly lively. From a distance, Chu Fan could hear the enthusiastic calls. Esteemed sir, do come and play. This young gentleman is quite handsome. May I offer you a drink? Why so shy, sir? Come in. Tonight, a courtesan will make her appearance, an opportunity not to be missed. As Chu Fan approached the entrance, several young women eagerly welcomed him, surrounding him and ushering him inside. This gentleman seems a bit unfamiliar to us. Tonight, allow me to keep you company, they chimed. I wish to see Lu Yao and have a conversation with her, Chu Fan stated. The girls erupted in laughter. Lu Yao? She is our tower's courtesan. You may see her, but whether you can converse with her depends on her mood. What do you mean? Chu Fan inquired. The women explained, Lu Yao is quite independent. Even Aunt Hong cannot command her. After her performance tonight, she will select a patron to ascend and admire the moon, sharing heartfelt conversation. Only the chosen one may speak with her. Others can merely watch the performance. Is money not sufficient? Chu Fan asked again. The young women giggled. If she does not wish to engage with you, no amount of money will suffice. However, if you desire to chat and share your thoughts, we are more than willing. Esteemed sir, you are quite the charming figure. We would be happy to entertain you without any payment. Amidst the laughter and chatter, Chu Fan had already entered the grand hall. At the center of the hall stood a circular elevated platform, surrounded by a delicate veil of lavender silk. Through the translucent drapes, a graceful silhouette could be discerned, faint yet enchanting. Although her true visage remained concealed, the mere presence of this shadow exuded an alluring charm. Within the hall, many guests cast fervent glances, fixated upon this figure. Indeed, that was Lu Yao. It seemed that the young master had come for her. I must remind you to adhere to the rules. Should Lu Yao not extend an invitation, do not dare to breach the curtain, lest your life be in peril. Thank you. You may leave now. Chu Fan distributed a few silver ingots to the maidens, who, delighted to receive a reward without the need to attend to anyone, happily departed. Chu Fan then settled into a seat, contemplating how to inquire about matters concerning Lu Yao without rashly intruding. The maiden's warning was not to be taken lightly. The woman behind the curtain possessed formidable strength. Anyone who dared to enter uninvited could indeed face dire consequences. Many men in the hall, despite their eager expressions, dared only to observe from a distance, none daring to overstep boundaries. It was indeed peculiar for such an adept to perform at Chunxiang Tower, Chu Fan mused. At that moment, Aunt Hong, with a serpentine grace, sashayed into the hall, cheerfully announcing, Esteemed guests, I appreciate your patience. Since Lu Yao graced our Chunxiang Tower, many distinguished patrons have visited daily. We are truly grateful for your support. Aunt Hong, spare us the pleasantries. Let Lu Yao perform at once. Yes, begone. We wish to see Lu Yao dance. Ha ha ha. Though unable to share a night with Lu Yao, I find great satisfaction in witnessing her dance and hear her music. Pathetic. Aunt Hong, I would offer 100,000 taels just for a single night with Lu Yao. 100,000? I offered 200,000 last time, and it was in vain. Ha ha. If it were possible, I would bid 500,000. If I could but share a moment of intimacy, I would gladly sacrifice my life. You are indeed something. A wave of murmurs swept through the hall. Aunt Hong raised her voice. Gentlemen, do not make it difficult for me. You all understand Lu Yao's rules. If she takes a liking to you, you may enter her chamber without spending a dime. Thus, I wish you all good fortune. Humph. I made a special effort to groom myself. Today, Lu Yu will surely notice me. In terms of handsomeness, I am second to none. Lu Yao is not one to be swayed by mere looks. She favors those of talent, such as myself. What use is talent? It ultimately depends on one's background. Tonight, she will choose me. The crowd erupted again in a clamor. And Hong gently clapped her hands. Clap, clap. Instantly, silence fell upon the assembly, for it was now time for Lu Yao to perform. Most understood that they had no real chance of winning Lu Yao's favor. Their purpose for being here was solely to witness her artistry. Even to observe from afar was a profound joy. After Aunt Hong's applause, more than 10 scantily clad dancers stepped forward to draw back the curtain. All eyes were wide open, fearful that a mere blink would cause them to miss the extraordinary beauty before them. As the curtain lifted, the dancers remained on stage, serving as accompaniment. Among them stood the star of the evening. Lu Yao gracefully rose and proclaimed, with so many esteemed guests present today, I shall first offer you a dance. With that, she lightly tapped her toes and began to dance elegantly. Chu Fan's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her. Even veiled, her beauty was undeniable. The upper portion of her face alone was enough to drive countless men to madness. Her skin was delicately fair, smooth as jade. Especially captivating were her eyes, imbued with an inexplicable allure, as if they could ensnare one's very soul. Many dared not meet her gaze directly. Yet, diverting one's attention elsewhere was equally exhilarating. The dozen or so accompanying dancers were indeed of remarkable beauty, but in comparison to the main attraction, they faded into mere embellishments. Liu donned a long gown of exotic charm, intricately embroidered with elaborate patterns that shimmered in the candlelight, resembling a cascade of radiant stars. This attire clung closely to her figure, revealing her nearly flawless curves in their entirety. As she danced, she twirled and leaped, resembling a blossom in full bloom. Her movements were exquisitely graceful, and her alabaster thighs occasionally peeked out from beneath her gown's hem. Many guests, upon witnessing this striking display, found their breaths quickening. Whether admiring her face or elsewhere, it was nearly unbearable. This woman seemed to have been born to drive men wild. Even a paragon of virtue like Chu Fan found himself engrossed, earnestly savoring the spectacle. Having come this far, a mere glance seemed harmless. After a brief moment, the performance concluded. The accompanying dancers bowed slightly to the guest before descending from the stage. Below, the audience erupted in a frenzy, bidding high prices to retain the dancers for their own entertainment. Though they had no chance of securing Lu Yao, having danced alongside her, these women were seen as imbued with her ethereal essence. Keeping them close was akin to having brushed against Lu Yao herself. On stage, Lu Yao slightly inclined her body and asked, "That concludes today's performance. How did you find the dance?" The audience immediately perked up, mentally scrambling for the right words. Whether they would be granted an audience with Lu Yao for the night hinged on their forthcoming responses. Her question demanded a thoughtful answer. The more resonant the reply, the greater the chance of selection. Soon, someone spoke up. "Miss Lu's dance was truly exquisite. Having witnessed it tonight, I have no regrets in this life. When you danced, it was as if a celestial being had descended, and my heart is now filled with your presence." Such a dance could only exist in the heavens, rarely seen on earth. Miss Lu's performance resembled a painting, akin to an ancient poem, rich in resonance. I perceived a group of lecherous old men feigning cultured sophistication. "I, Tangjia, speak candidly. Lu Yao, I wish to marry you. I yearn to witness your dance every day." Alas, what a beautiful fantasy. The crowd, while commenting, craned their necks, fearful that Lu Yao might overlook them. Some guests, believing themselves to be handsome and charming, stood up, ostentatiously brandishing folding fans, reciting poetry and prose in an attempt to capture Lu Yao's attention and win her favor. Yet, their praises were largely laced with insincerity. "I am deeply honored by your kind words." Lu Yao smiled faintly. This smile melted many hearts. She smiled at me. Could she possibly choose me? So exquisite. Truly a bewitching enchantress. If only I could spend a night with her. I would gladly give my life for her. Meanwhile, Chu Fan indulged in his own drink, remaining silent. Lu Yu was indeed extraordinary. Her selection of whom to accompany her upstairs would surely not depend on the flattery received. He had observed her discreetly for quite some time and had formulated his own strategy. Lu Yao's dance was breathtaking, and her beauty unparalleled. The guests continued their sycophantic flattery. Lu Yu periodically scanned the room, feeling rather disappointed. None of this lot were worthy. At that moment, she noticed a striking young gentleman who had yet to utter a word, piquing her interest as she inquired, "That young man, do you have nothing to say after tonight's performance?" Chu Fan met her gaze and replied, "Me?" Chapter 58. Why choose him indeed? Lu Yu gently nodded. The crowd turned their gazes towards Chu Fan, their expressions a mix of envy and hostility. What a lucky lad, to be singled out for conversation by Lu Yao. Alas, had I known, I too would have feigned indifference. Chu Fan looked at Lu Yao and inquired, "What perspective would you like me to share, my lady?" "Feel free to express yourself. It need not pertain to the dance," Lu Yao replied. However, Chu Fan pretended to hesitate, saying, with so many present, "It may not be appropriate for me to speak openly. Perhaps we could discuss this privately?" Bah, what a delusion. How shameless to desire a private conversation with Miss Lu. Claiming inappropriateness? Merely an excuse. Humph, what a charade. To think such a flimsy pretext could deceive her. The crowd looked on with disdain. Lu Yao chuckled lightly, saying, "If you have something to say, please do not hold back. There is nothing inappropriate in sharing." Chu Fan then spoke earnestly. "Then I shall say, this dance is indeed enchanting, yet the dancer's fate is tragically fleeting. Historically, beautiful women often meet untimely ends. What a pity." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in shock. What did he just say? How dare he curse Miss Lu? This scoundrel, does he truly believe such a statement will capture her attention? Regardless of the circumstances. He should not have uttered those words. I cannot bear it. I must confront him. The guests were incensed. Lu Yao furrowed her brow and asked, "What do you mean by that, sir?" Unfazed, Chu Fan replied, "If I continue to explain, I fear it may tarnish your reputation, my lady. Should I proceed?" Humph. Lu Yao scoffed lightly but did not respond directly. The other guests, however, were growing more agitated and shouted, "You insolent fool! Red Ant! May I take action to remove this man?" Lu Yu coughed softly and said, "Enough, enough. Let us cease this matter." "So, who will you choose to ascend the stairs today, Miss Lu?" someone inquired. Lu Yu paused for a moment, then pointed at Chu Fan and declared, "Him." "What? How could it be that lad? Does Lu Yu enjoy being insulted?" "Nonsense. Could it be that such brazen remarks actually hold merit? It makes no sense, Miss Lu. Why would you choose him after he spoke so ill of you?" Many expressed their dissatisfaction. Lu Yao calmly stated, "My choice is based solely on my feelings. Do not speculate further. This gentleman claims my fate is brief, and I wish to learn more from him." "Ah, is this truly acceptable? Why should it be so? He has succeeded in this audacious endeavor. Next time, I shall do likewise and hurl a few curses. How could one dare to wish ill upon a beauty like Miss Lu?" The crowd was deeply discontented, yet they dared not act. Such were the rules. Within the Spring Fragrance Tower, no one would dare cause a disturbance. Once, Lu Yao had chosen her lucky one. But someone was dissatisfied and attempted to forcefully take her upstairs. In the end, that individual vanished without a trace, not even leaving a body behind. From that moment on, the patrons of Chuanxiang Tower remained docile and compliant. With a smile, Lu Yao turned to Chu Fan and said, "Tonight, let us enjoy the bright moon together. I wonder if you would be inclined to join me?" Naturally, Chu Fan replied, rising to accompany her upstairs. In truth, when he had mentioned Lu Yao's impending demise, it was not mere rhetoric. This was something that eluded others, but not him. The reasons for her imminent fate, along with certain secrets, were not suitable for outsiders to know. Lu Yao must have been curious as to how Chu Fan discerned these truths. Such curiosity would inevitably lead her to choose him. Thus, everything unfolded according to Chu Fan's design, while others merely assumed he was fortunate enough to have garnered this opportunity. Soon, Chu Fan arrived at Lu Yao's boudoir on the second floor. As the door closed with a soft click, Lu Yao leaned slightly and fell into Chu Fan's arms. Lu Yao exclaimed playfully, gazing at Chu Fan with longing in her eyes. "Your chest is so sturdy and warm." However, Chu Fan remained unperturbed, gently pushing her away. "Miss Lu, I have come today to inquire about something." Lu Yao felt a flicker of doubt within her. Is he truly a normal man? How can he remain unaffected by my allure? Here we are, a man and a woman alone together, and he is still thinking of other matters? Even if he harbors ulterior motives, he has already been chosen to come upstairs. Would he willingly forfeit such an opportunity? He must possess some desire. Outside, countless men dream of entering my chamber. I shall see how long he can maintain this facade of propriety. Suddenly spurred by her competitive spirit, Lu Yao leaned back into Chu Fan's embrace and playfully chided, "A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold pieces, even if there are pressing matters. They can wait until morning." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Chu Fan felt a warmth rise within him, his internal energy quickening. Fortunately, having lived for 3,000 years in his past life, his willpower far surpassed that of ordinary men, preventing him from succumbing to desire. He then swept Lu Yao into his arms and strode purposefully toward the bed. Lu Yu scoffed internally. Is this all? He pretends to be unaffected. A mere test of my charms, and he falters. Just as she reveled in her triumph, she felt herself lifted and then forcefully thrown onto the bed. Yet, Chu Fan did not join her. Instead, he said with irritation, "Just lie there. Must you always be so clingy? Your seductive skills have no effect on me." Lu Yao's expression changed as she retorted, "How do you know I practice seductive arts?" "I also know you are close to death," Chu Fan replied. Lu Yao bit her lip in frustration. "No, even if you know I practice seductive arts, you should not be able to resist my allure." With that, she defiantly removed her veil. As the veil descended, that exquisite visage was finally unveiled in its entirety, with a heart-shaped face, porcelain skin, and luscious crimson lips. She was a sight to behold. Even when only half of her face was visible, it had already taken one's breath away. Now, fully revealed, Chu Fan felt a momentary shock. Despite the fact that this woman had not mastered the art of seduction, her beauty was utterly stunning, imbued with an ethereal quality while also possessing a hint of allure. It was difficult for any man to remain unmoved. The art of seduction could ensnare the hearts and minds of many, especially men. Earlier, upon seeing only her half-visage, Chu Fan had managed to maintain his composure. But now he found himself somewhat entranced. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Master, do not fall into her trap." This voice, unheard by others, resonated in Chu Fan's ears like a thunderclap, instantly awakening him and restoring clarity to his gaze. "How is this possible?" Liu exclaimed, increasingly astonished. "I have exerted my seduction technique to its utmost limit, yet this fellow can still resist?" Chu Fan chuckled lightly and replied, "Is this how you intend to beguile me?" Liu huffed softly and retorted, "The fact that you can see through my seduction technique is quite suspicious. Naturally, I wish to manipulate your mind to reveal your true origins. You wish to know? I shall tell you directly. Tianhai City, Chu family, Chu Fan. Are you not a member of the sect?" Liu asked, her skepticism evident. Chu Fan sighed in exasperation. "You are quite the suspicious woman. I merely wish to inquire whether Li Jinglong visited Chuanxiang Tower on the 15th of last month." Liu Yao's expression turned serious. "You must first answer me. How did you know I practiced the art of seduction? Why did you claim my life is in peril? You must tell me first." Chu Fan insisted. Liu playfully replied, "I asked you first, so you must answer me, and I shall then divulge my own secrets." Unfazed by her potential change of heart, Chu Fan calmly elaborated, "You have been afflicted by the backlash of your seduction technique, accumulating a significant amount of malevolent energy within. To suppress this dark energy, you required daily sustenance from the vitality of men. Hence, you orchestrated a sort of selection of brides program, did you not?" Liu suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Chu Fan, are you truly a native of Tianhai City?" She felt as though all her secrets had been laid bare before him. Chu Fan continued, "It is laughable how those guests below believe they can win your heart through flattery. The men you select each day are those with robust vitality. You likely only absorb a portion of their essence, ensuring their survival. Otherwise, this program would not be sustainable." Liu Yao felt a pang of fear. It was fortunate that she had not allowed him to continue speaking downstairs, for had her secret been exposed, she would truly have become a female tyrant. Chu Fan spoke earnestly, "While this method may temporarily suppress the dark energy, it is not a lasting solution. Within half a year, the malevolent energy will surge forth, leading to your demise." Liu Yao's breath quickened. This was her greatest secret, and every word spoken by him was undeniably accurate. She initially regarded Chu Fan merely as a plaything, yet found herself compelled to reassess him. "So, do you remember Li Jinglong?" Chu Fan shifted the conversation. "You are aware of my predicament. Can you possibly save me?" Liu Yao inquired cautiously. Chu Fan pondered briefly. "I possess a method to cleanse the malevolent energy, though I cannot guarantee success. If you are unafraid of death, I am willing to assist you." Liu Yao nodded earnestly, stating, "I am already destined for demise. Even without complete assurance, it is imperative that I attempt this. As for Li Jinglong, you refer to the one from the Li family in the northern part of the city, correct?" After a moment of careful recollection, Liu Yao continued, "I am familiar with the core figures of the major families within the city. On the 15th of last month, Li Jinglong indeed visited Chuanxiang Tower, and he even fancied throwing money at me. He left after experiencing a setback, around the time of the high hour. It truly was not him." Chu Fan furrowed his brow. On the 15th of last month, the cloaked figures had arranged to strike at the Z hour, mercilessly slaughtering the Chu family and claiming his father's life. During that time frame, Li Jinglong was indeed absent. Thus, his words before his death were undeniably true. Those cloaked figures belonged to another faction. Yet, the trail abruptly ended. From which force did these cloaked figures emerge? What are you contemplating? Liu gently tapped Chu Fan's forehead with her index finger, inquiring. "Nothing of consequence. Thank you for the information," Chu Fan replied, regaining his focus. Liu Yao let out a soft huff and asked, "So, what are your plans to save me? That malevolent energy is difficult to manage." Chu Fan, feeling slightly awkward, admitted, "Regrettably, I do have a plan, but my current cultivation is insufficient to enact it." Liu Yao, blushing with indignation, retorted, "Not possible at this moment? You cannot be deceiving me, can you? Just to trick me into answering your questions, and then abandon me afterward." Chu Fan, with utmost sincerity, responded, "I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. I must reach the spiritual sea realm to expel the malevolent energy from you." Liu Yao's face flushed with frustration as she exclaimed, "Your current aura is merely at the first level of the transformation realm. By the time you reach the spiritual sea realm, I will have grass growing on my grave. With my talent, reaching the spiritual sea realm could take at most a month, or as little as 10 days, Chu Fan explained. "Do you take me for a fool?" Lu Yu was even more incensed. You scoundrel, you are indeed deceiving me. To break through to the spiritual sea realm in just over 10 days? What sort of nonsense are you fabricating? She sighed. Forget it. I cannot rely on anyone else. I shall proceed to absorb yang energy as usual. Tonight, I will let you experience the pinnacle of earthly bliss. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Lu Yao's eyes, and Chu Fan suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over him, followed by a fragrant breeze caressing his face. Chapter 59. Rebound. Before Chu Fan could comprehend the situation, he was abruptly pulled onto the bed by Lu Yao. Instinctively, he attempted to leap away, yet Lu Yao held him firmly in place. Her cultivation level was on par with Xue Zhong's. Under normal circumstances, Chu Fan would stand no chance against her. At that moment, her seductive prowess reached its zenith, and even with Chu Fan's steadfastness, he could not suppress the primal urges of his body. How infuriating! Was he truly destined to have his vital essence siphoned away by her? In light of this, Chu Fan gazed into Lu Yao's languorous eyes and, unable to restrain himself any longer, he pressed his lips against hers passionately. The faint, intoxicating scent of her body enveloped him. Just then, an unprecedented surge of spiritual energy erupted within his meridians, swirling violently as if it were about to explode. This tumultuous energy then converged and surged forth, streaming directly into Lu Yao's body through their embrace. The spiritual energy behaved like a searing flame, recklessly coursing through Lu Yao's meridians, causing her complexion to change dramatically as her delicate form was violently thrown back. Why you? Lu Yao was utterly astonished. Moments ago, she had felt an overwhelming influx of foreign spiritual energy invade her body without warning, akin to an invading army wreaking havoc. Her blood surged chaotically, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. No longer could she continue their dual cultivation. Lu Yao promptly sat down in meditation, striving to stabilize her internal energy. Are you all right? Chu Fan inquired, somewhat taken aback and concerned. He had intended to surrender to her allure, yet she had suddenly been flung away, seemingly injured. Lu Yao was wholly focused on her recovery, indifferent to Chu Fan's presence. Recognizing the situation, Chu Fan thought it best to take his leave, clasping his fists and saying, Farewell. When I reach the spiritual sea realm, I shall return to expel the dark energy from you. With that, he exited the room. Lu Yao remained seated, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Fan's retreating figure, her teeth biting into her lower lip in frustration. You little brat, how dare you scheme against me? Today, I may not have drained your essence, but next time, I shall ensure you are completely depleted. After stepping outside, Chu Fan meticulously recalled the earlier events, pondering. My devouring technique suddenly surged into overdrive, and Lu Yao suffered a backlash. Could it be due to the technique? With this thought in mind, he directed a fragment of his consciousness to the first level of the pagoda, calling out, Black Tiger. In the demon clan's prison, Black Tiger slowly opened his eyes and asked, What is it? This devouring technique is a demon clan practice. Do you understand why the technique would? Chu Fan briefly recounted the events. Black Tiger chuckled. What a foolish woman, attempting to siphon your vital essence. The devouring technique is designed to absorb from others. It cannot be used to absorb you. Should anyone try to draw upon your power, including your vital essence, the devouring technique retaliates by unleashing the most violent spiritual energy directly into the opponent's meridians. Had that woman not been significantly more powerful than you, she would likely have perished on the spot. Indeed, it was the power of the technique. Realization dawned upon Chu Fan. As the devouring technique attacked, Lu Yao attempted to absorb, resulting in a double backlash. No wonder it was impossible for her to escape unscathed. This devouring technique, which had earned its reputation as the most formidable practice of the demon clan, was truly extraordinary. Soon, Chu Fan descended the stairs and passed through the lobby on the first floor. He made his way to Lu Yao's room, which took only a brief moment. Most of the guests downstairs had yet to depart. Upon seeing Chu Fan return, the crowd couldn't help but express their skepticism. Wait, how long has it been? That was remarkably swift. I've only just poured this cup of tea and haven't even taken a sip. Without accounting for the time spent going up and down, did he accomplish nothing at all? He can't possibly be. No way, right? Surely that's the case. My wife still finds me lacking. This is simply outrageous. TSK, I was once quite envious of him. But now I feel none of that. Initially, the crowd was astonished, but then sympathy and schadenfreude washed over them. Chu Fan sensed the peculiar glances directed at him, but he shrugged them off and hastily departed. Next, he needed to visit the Su family. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of the Su family, a lively atmosphere prevailed. Besides members of the Su clan, many families from within the city had sent representatives to celebrate Su Xin's birthday. The Su family, already a prominent clan, had recently gained even more prestige with a disciple of the pavilion master among them. Various factions in the city sought to forge connections with the Su family. Just as the festivities reached a crescendo, a servant rushed in with news. "Master, Chu Fan has arrived." Someone remarked, "Chu Fan? I've heard the pavilion master has publicly declared his intention to officiate the marriage between Chu Fan and Su Kaiwei." Guests unfamiliar with the details chimed in with laughter. "Congratulations, Su family, on acquiring such a distinguished son-in-law. I heard Su Kaiwei waited 5 years for Chu Fan, and now they've finally achieved their happy ending. The pavilion master truly values Miss Su, personally overseeing her wedding." Su Kaiwei managed a forced laugh and replied, "Thank you." However, some discerning individuals had already grasped the underlying tension. The Su family's demeanor towards this prospective son-in-law was markedly peculiar, suggesting that today's birthday celebration might unveil some drama. "It's Chu Fan, yet he is not being welcomed? Humph, the banquet has already commenced, and he arrives now." Master Su Xin's smile was as thin as paper, concealing his irritation. Su Zixin, on the other hand, appeared worried. She had hoped Chu Fan would not show up at all. Yet, here he was. She wondered if the silver notes in the gift box would be of any assistance. Before long, Chu Fan strode in. As he surveyed the banquet hall, he immediately sensed the discord in the atmosphere. Although the Su family members had yet to utter a word, their disdain was unmistakable. Chu Fan sighed inwardly. It seemed Su Zixin was right. This truly was a banquet set for his downfall. In the past, the relationship between the Su and Chu families had been quite amicable, and Chu Fan had always regarded the Su family as friends. However, after reuniting with Su Kaiwei yesterday, he had come to recognize her duplicity. Nonetheless, he still held on to hope. Such a large family as the Su clan could not possibly have every member share Su Kaiwei's sentiments. Thus, when the pavilion master suggested he visit, Chu Fan had readily agreed. As long as the Su family remained true to their principles, he was willing to consider them friends. Regrettably, in this moment, he was acutely aware of the many hostile gazes directed towards him, leaving him utterly disheartened. How could a family, whose eyes were solely fixed on profit, care for any past affections? "Chu Fan, why do you linger in the doorway? Come in and pay your respects to the head of the family." The steward of the Su residence bellowed. At the head of the hall, Su Xin regarded Chu Fan with a hint of displeasure in his aged eyes. "Chu Fan, it has been several years. Have you become so lacking in manners? Your father would address me as Uncle Su upon seeing me. What, have I become invisible to you now? Now that you seem to disregard the old man? If you were fortunate enough to marry the eldest daughter in the future, won't you become even more arrogant?" Several members of the Su family interjected. Chu Fan felt a chuckle rising within him. "I have just arrived, and you are already eager to exert your dominance over me?" However, Su Kaiwei stepped forward, admonishing. "How outrageous! Chu Fan is to be my future husband. How dare you speak to him in such a manner?" The family members who had spoken earlier immediately fell silent. With a teasing glance at Su Kaiwei, Chu Fan couldn't help but admire her remarkable ability to uphold her dignity. Su Kaiwei, feigning ignorance of his expression, graciously said, "Chu Fan, please come in and take a seat." Yet, within the vast banquet hall, there was not a single vacant chair to be found. Chapter 60, A Collective Proposal. Many guests exchanged glances, silently thinking that it was evident the intention was to embarrass Chu Fan publicly. Indeed, being the husband of Su Zixin was no easy feat at that moment. Su Zixin rose and said, "Sister, Brother Chu Fan, please come and sit here. I shall have the servants bring more chairs." Su Kaiwei furrowed her brow and glanced at her sister. Chu Fan chuckled lightly and replied, "There is no need." However, before he could finish his sentence, a haughty young man stood up and declared loudly, "Indeed, there is no need. What merit or capability does Chu Fan possess to deserve a seat here? He is utterly unworthy of Su Kaiwei and has no right to attend this banquet." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and several burly men entered, carrying a large chest. Upon opening the chest, it was filled to the brim with jewels. The young man continued, "I, Sun Shihui of the Sun family, come here to celebrate the birthday of the Su family patriarch and simultaneously propose to Su Kaiwei. This is my betrothal gift." Sun Shihui? Proposing? Many guests were taken aback. The Sun family of Tian'ai City ranked just below the 4 prominent families. And here was a scion of the Sun family publicly proposing to Su Kaiwei. It was known that Su Kaiwei was already engaged, with the wedding date set. And this proposal was clearly an affront to Chu Fan. "Xiaowei, I am pleased by your presence to celebrate the birthday, but this proposal puts me in a difficult position. Su Xin feigned a troubled expression. Sun Shui scoffed and continued with fervor. I am aware that Su Kaiwei is already betrothed. Yet Chu Fan is unworthy. I cannot stand idly by as she becomes ensnared in hardship, dragged down by an inferior man. Thus, I must step forward to express my intentions, not only to pursue my own affection but also to rescue Su Kaiwei. As for the engagement, I care not. The marriage has not yet been formalized. The Sun family will clarify matters with the patriarch. You need not worry. Numerous guests could not help but murmur among themselves. It must be said that Sun Shui and Su Kaiwei are indeed a better match. In terms of family background and personal capability, Chu Fan pales in comparison to Sun Shui. If I were the patriarch, I would certainly consider it carefully. Yet, does this not render Chu Fan utterly disregarded? But so what? He is merely a jester, unworthy of concern for his dignity. Su Xin continued to feign difficulty. Su Kaiwei, filled with indignation, rebuked, young master's son, please show some respect. I am wholeheartedly devoted to Chu Fan. How can the engagement be annulled? At the very least, I shall never be a heartless person, unless Chu Fan himself rejects me. Sun Shui laughed heartily. I know Miss Su is a person of integrity. So let us have Chu Fan initiate the annulment. He then turned to Chu Fan, condescendingly saying, if I were you, I would preserve some dignity and proactively cancel the engagement. Chu Fan chuckled and replied, what benefits has the Su family bestowed upon you to orchestrate this farce? How dare you speak like that? Sun Shui exclaimed furiously. At that moment, others began to rise one after another. Since the Sun family can propose, why can't we? The Qian family is willing to become in-laws with the Su family. Chu Fan is unworthy. My son is the one deserving. I, Zhao Changsheng, seek to propose to your granddaughter, Elder Su. Would you be willing to bestow her hand upon my son? The Zhou family from the south has arrived with intentions of marriage, bringing with them substantial gifts, hoping for your gracious consent. The scion of the Zhuge family is also here, seeking to propose to Su Kaiwei. Unbeknownst to all, 7 or 8 families have gathered to court the Su family, each bearing their own dowries. Gentlemen, I cannot make such decisions. Elder Su sighed heavily. The suitors all cast menacing glances at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, you ought to recognize your own inadequacies. Who do you think you are? Spare yourself and Miss Su from this humiliation. One must remain grounded. Do not harbor delusions of climbing the social ladder through a woman. If I were in your position, I would be too ashamed to remain here. Such words were delivered with harshness, leaving the other guests feeling the weight of the moment, cold sweat trickling down their backs. With so many prominent families seeking to propose, each with earnest intent, one could not help but ponder, if I were Chu Fan, I would surely crumble under such immense pressure and choose to withdraw. Yet, Chu Fan merely observed the suitors, his smile deepening. They could have proposed at any time. Yet they chose today. Perhaps some were genuine, but it was evident that most had been orchestrated by the Su family, all to compel him to withdraw from the engagement. Chu Fan, do not feel inferior. Su Kaiwei said earnestly, rest assured, regardless of the conditions others may present, I will never abandon you. Miss Su, truly, I am deeply moved. You are the most pure and noble person I have ever encountered. How could someone like Chu Fan ever deserve you? Many lamented. If I were Chu Fan, I would certainly let Miss Su go. Su Kaiwei admonished, everyone, please refrain from further comment. However, her elevated virtue only served to accentuate Chu Fan's perceived selfishness, drawing even more scrutiny upon him. Elder Su and the others privately reveled in their triumph. Little Chu Fan, can you withstand such pressure? Aren't you afraid of the scorn from Tian'ai City? At that moment, Chu Fan merely scoffed. If your family spoke with honor, I might hold you in higher regard. But to act as if virtuous while being hypocritical, how laughable. You audacious, despicable cur, how dare you speak so insolently? You will never be worthy of entering the Su family, not even as a son-in-law. Sun Shui exclaimed, his eyes wide with rage, growing weary of the insults. Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. With a rush of spiritual energy, he unleashed an imprint that struck out fiercely. Smack! Sun Shui, taken by surprise, felt the impact across half his face, leaving it red and swollen. Humiliated in front of the crowd, Sun Shui, now furious, launched himself towards Chu Fan, unleashing a punch aimed at his head. You insolent wretch, you seek your own demise. The attack sliced through the air, causing a tremor as it resonated. Reminiscent of a roaring mountain tiger. Those with keen eyes recognized this as the Sun family's renowned technique, the tiger roaring in the mountain's fist. as Sun Shiwei's pupils constricted. His fist was mere inches from Chu Fan when it was suddenly thwarted by an overwhelming force. In that fleeting moment, Chu Fan raised his palm and seized Sun Shiwei's fist with an effortless grip. The power of his hand rendered Sun Shiwei's strike utterly immobile. What was most difficult for him to accept was that Chu Fan's action was merely a simple grasp, devoid of any martial technique. "Let go of me," Sun Shiwei exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. Simultaneously, with his other hand, he summoned his spiritual energy once more and launched an attack towards Chu Fan. Chu Fan frowned slightly and abruptly reversed his palm. In a swift motion, both of Sun Shiwei's hands were forcefully pinned to the table, his energy completely dissipated. But that was not the end. In the blink of an eye, Chu Fan deftly grasped a pair of chopsticks and thrust them downward with precision. With a resounding thud, the chopsticks, akin to indomitable arrows, penetrated Sun Shiwei's palm with great force, driving through the sturdy tabletop beneath. The other suitors looked on in shock, instinctively retracting their hands. Sun Shiwei let out a wretched scream, desperate to withdraw his hand, but it was nailed to the table, and any movement brought him excruciating pain. He could only hunch over, contorting his body into an awkward position, while bellowing, "Old Master Su, you must advocate for me." Su Xian's face darkened considerably. "Chu Fan, you have gone too far. Even with your engagement to Kaiwei, I cannot show you favoritism." Chapter 61. The He family's gift. As Su Xian's words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, clearly indicating his intent to personally discipline Chu Fan. "Grandfather," Su Xian exclaimed in shock, "how can you treat Chu Fan this way?" With a dissatisfied expression, Su Xian rebuked, "Sun Shiwei is a guest. He has been harmed while in the Su family. Can I simply stand by?" "Step aside," Su Xian retorted. "If Sun Shiwei is a guest, then what of Chu Fan?" It was clearly Sun Shiwei who initiated the conflict. Is Chu Fan not allowed to defend himself? Many bystanders and guests silently agreed. After all, it was indeed Sun Shiwei who had provoked the situation, even resorting to the Tiger Howl fist. In a dispute between two juniors, if one cannot hold their ground, who else is to blame? Su Xian's expression stiffened, his beard quivering as he shot a fierce glare at Su Xian, inwardly lamenting. "This troublesome child has put me in a difficult position. She truly requires more discipline." As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, a servant's voice rang out from outside. "The He family, He Guangyao, has come to offer birthday wishes." "What? The He family has sent someone?" The He family is one of the 4 prominent families. The presence of their young master at the Su residence was indeed a significant honor. "Congratulations, old Master Su." The guests expressed their admiration. "How enviable. When will I celebrate my birthday in such grandeur?" A murmur of admiration filled the hall. Su Xian felt a surge of satisfaction. How many individuals in Tianhai City could command the presence of He Guangyao himself? It was truly a moment of pride. However, Su Xian found it perplexing. There had been no prior connection between the Su and He families, nor had the Su family extended an invitation. Why had the He family suddenly chosen to come? Moreover, the presence of the young master indicated a serious regard for the occasion. Though the reasons remained unclear, He Guangyao's arrival was undoubtedly a positive development. Su Xian promptly instructed the servants to invite him in. At that moment, Su Kaiwei quietly approached Su Xian and whispered, "Grandfather, He Guangyao actually harbors feelings for me. I heard that he was injured by Chu Fan today." "Oh." Su Xian's eyes lit up. He had been troubled by the inconvenience of reprimanding Chu Fan. But with He Guangyao's arrival, it was certain that Chu Fan would not escape unscathed. Furthermore, He Guangyao's affection for Su Kaiwei could potentially lead him to propose to the Su family, despite their previous lack of compatibility. The more Su Xian contemplated, the more elated he became. No wonder He Guangyao had come uninvited. The Su family was destined to prosper even further. Soon, He Guangyao, under the guidance of the servants, burst into the hall with great enthusiasm. "Greetings, young Master He. It has been some time since we last met. You seem even stronger now. What an honor it is to encounter you here. Please, take a seat. Young Master, allow me to pour you some wine." Inside the hall, many cultivators from small to mid-sized families cast flattering glances toward He Guangyao. After all, he was the future master of the He family. Who wouldn't wish to cultivate a favorable relationship with him? Even Su Xian, at his advanced age, wore a warm smile and stepped forward, saying, "The presence of the He family's young master truly brings glory to the Su family." He Guangkai slightly bowed and said, "Old Master Su, you are too kind. I am but a junior. Please, just call me Xiaohe." Such a courteous demeanor left everyone astounded. This young master, who usually looked down upon everyone and held an air of superiority, was bestowing such respect upon Su Xian. Could it be that the He family truly sought to forge a bond with the Su family? How fortunate the Su family must be. Old Master Su. Today is your birthday celebration, and I have brought some gifts, He Guangkai continued. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 gift boxes from his spatial ring. Compared to the large chest of jewels presented earlier by Sun Shiwei, these 2 boxes appeared rather modest, lacking in grandeur. However, everyone understood that gifts from the He family would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. He Guangkai personally opened one of the boxes and announced, "The first gift is Qianyuan Baolu." Inside lay a beautifully crafted jade vial. It was indeed Qianyuan Baolu. The He family was truly extravagant. It was said that this substance greatly aids in cultivation, and I have long desired it. Unfortunately, it is a treasure that is difficult to obtain, even with wealth. Many guests displayed expressions of envy. Su Xian felt a surge of pride, his smile nearly splitting his face. Su Zixin also felt a sense of triumph. Thinking to herself, it seems that He Guangkai is quite devoted to me, to present such a precious gift. He Guangkai then opened the second box, stating, "There is also another gift, a ground-level martial technique." What? A ground-level martial technique? How extravagant. The He family placed such importance on the Su family? Once again, the crowd was taken aback. Martial techniques are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, from highest to lowest. Most cultivators learn only yellow tier techniques, while those from better-off families may access mysterious tier techniques. Ground-level techniques are typically reserved for the foremost families, and heaven-tier techniques are considered theoretical, widely accepted as non-existent. The gift from the He family essentially represented the pinnacle of martial arts in Tianhai City, coupled with the earlier Qianyuan Baolu. They had truly honored the Su family. Su Xian was blessed with a remarkable granddaughter. It was evident that the young master was interested in Su Kaiwei. These 2 gifts were likely not merely birthday presents, but also tokens of betrothal. Alas, Sun Shiwei and the other suitors felt inadequate in comparison. With such lavish offerings from the He family, others stood no chance. Su Kaiwei was destined to become He Guangkai's partner. After hearing of the 2 gifts, Su Xian was equally exhilarated, taking a deep breath. He instinctively believed that He Guangkai was presenting a betrothal gift. While Sun Shiwei and the others may have struggled to contend with Chu Fan, the young master of the He family was superior in every aspect. No matter how arrogant Chu Fan was, he could not rival the young master and would surely recognize his limitations. He Guangkai's entrance was marked by 2 precious gifts. What could Chu Fan offer Kaiwei? If I were you, I would promptly withdraw from the engagement and depart to avoid further humiliation. Certainly. Su Xian did not express it directly but rather questioned, "Chu Fan, with such a precious betrothal gift brought by He Shao, what do you have to offer? Surely, you did not arrive empty-handed?" Su Xian nearly forgot that the original plan was to leverage the gifts to undermine Chu Fan significantly. Just moments ago, Sun Shiwei and the others had deliberately presented lavish gifts to set the stage for this. Everyone else was offering splendid items, and as the son-in-law of the Sun family, if Chu Fan's gifts were inferior, he would have no face to enter. However, the altercation between Chu Fan and Sun Shiwei earlier had disrupted Su Xian's rhythm. Now, by questioning Chu Fan again, he was essentially returning to the original plan. "I did prepare a gift, but do you truly deserve it?" Chu Fan chuckled in response. Prior to meeting Su Zixin that afternoon, he was unaware of the true circumstances of the Su family and had selected some elixirs as gifts. Yet, given the state of the Su family, he would not demean himself by presenting a longevity gift to Su Xian. "Ha ha ha, you had something prepared? You might as well claim you intended to give me 100 million spiritual stones," Su Xian retorted, both amused and exasperated. The other members of the Su family chimed in with harsh rebukes. Today is the old master's birthday banquet. Arriving empty-handed is one thing, but to assault esteemed guest Sun Shiwei is utterly outrageous. It is evident that you intended to cause chaos from the very beginning. Truly despicable, your character is reprehensible. How could the young lady marry such a person? If you had even a shred of dignity, you would have proactively called off the engagement. Just as the Su family seized the opportunity to attack, He Guangyao's expression shifted, and he interjected, "Old Master Su, what do you mean by this?" Chapter 62. I am here to show respect to the head of the Chu family. Seeing He Guangyao's expression, Su Xian could not help but feel puzzled. "You have taken a liking to my Kai, and I am assisting you in suppressing and humiliating Chu Fan. Is this not a favorable situation? Why do you appear so displeased?" Thus, Su Xian cautiously inquired, "Young He, what do you mean by that?" He Guangyao furrowed his brow and replied, firstly, when did I ever claim this was a betrothal gift? You Su family members are far too self-indulgent. Su Xian and the guests present were momentarily taken aback. They had assumed that since several young talents had previously presented gifts, the two items from the He family were certainly also betrothal gifts. However, upon reflection, He Guangyao himself had not uttered the words betrothal gift. Could it be that the Su family had misinterpreted the situation? Yet, if these gifts were not intended for Su Kai's engagement, why would the He family offer such valuable items? It couldn't genuinely be merely to wish an elderly man a happy birthday. That seemed illogical. Feeling increasingly awkward, Su Xian found himself at a loss for words. Su Kai's face flushed with anger and embarrassment as she exclaimed, "Did you not wish to pursue me previously? Why are you now denying it? Is your pride so inflated?" He Guangyao continued coldly, "More importantly, what do you mean by speaking so disrespectfully of the head of the Chu family?" This question rendered Su Xian utterly speechless. What in the world? He is defending Chu Fan? Moreover, his tone seems oddly respectful. Am I hallucinating? Su Xian pinched his thigh and then forced a laugh. Young He, I don't quite understand this Chu. Before he could finish, He Guangyao interrupted brusquely. Do not call me Young He. Are you overestimating your own worth? Su Xian was taken aback, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. He Guangyao's expression grew serious as he continued, You old fool, do you truly believe that I came here to celebrate your birthday out of respect for you? Fool, I have come to present gifts today out of respect for the head of the Chu family. If it were not for the fact that the head of the Chu family is your granddaughter's husband, would you even dare to call me Young He? After witnessing Chu Fan's capabilities that afternoon, He Guangyao felt genuine respect and truly wished to cultivate a good relationship with him. Thus, he seized the opportunity at the banquet to present gifts. After all, since Chu Fan was Su Xian's granddaughter's husband, gifting Su Xian was akin to honoring Chu Fan. However, He Guangyao did not expect the Su family to be ostracizing Chu Fan, displaying a shocking lack of awareness. What? Su Xian's heart raced, and his mind buzzed in utter bewilderment. What on earth is happening? The heir of the He family is showing respect to Chu Fan? The other members of the Su family were equally astonished. They could hardly fathom the notion that the He family, one of the four great families, would treat Chu Fan with such deference. Not merely with respect. The heir's attitude towards Chu Fan was even reminiscent of that of a junior addressing a senior. Regaining his composure, Su Xian cautiously ventured, Young master, is there perhaps some misunderstanding here? He Guangyu laughed derisively. I see now that your Su family holds the head of the Chu family in utter contempt. Truly a pack of fools. Even Uncle Zhong from my family holds the head of the Chu family in high regard, treating him as an equal. What are you, Su Xian? To have the head of the Chu family as your son-in-law is a stroke of fortune for the Su family, and yet you are still dissatisfied? Each word struck like a pearl, stirring a tempest in the hearts of Su Xian and the other members of the Su family. Shuizhong. The pillar of the He family is nearly equivalent to the deputy head. If Shuizhong regards Chu Fan as an equal, does that not imply that Chu Fan's worth surpasses that of the entire He family? Even if Su Kaiwei is a disciple of the pavilion master, she has already reached for the stars by associating with Chu Fan. Should the two successfully wed, the Su family would undoubtedly reap boundless benefits. Chu Fan, you. Su Kaiwei's expression turned peculiar as she suddenly felt as though she no longer recognized Chu Fan. Bring it here, you old wretch. You think you are worthy of my gift? He Guangyao snatched the gift box back, his face twisted in disdain. He sought to befriend Chu Fan, not the Su family. Since the Su family intended to sever ties with Chu Fan, they were no more than insignificant dust, unworthy of the He family's attention. Head of the Chu family. Why not keep these two items for yourself? He Guangyao stepped closer to Chu Fan, his tone shifting from fierce to obedient. Faced with someone whom even Uncle Zhong feared, he genuinely regarded Chu Fan as an elder. Chu Fan smiled gently. No need. You should keep it. Why are we being so polite, head of the Chu family? He Guangyao attempted to press the items upon him. Chu Fan replied, I do not lack such things. Take them back. Ah, indeed. He Guangyao then returned the gift box to his spatial ring. Those nearby were both astonished and envious. Such a precious gift was given away so easily by the He family, while Chu Fan showed no desire for it. Is this the life of the elite? It cannot be compared. It simply cannot. As Su Xian contemplated further, his heart ached, and he nearly regretted it all. Disregarding any semblance of respect for elders, he immediately donned a warm smile and said, Chu Fan, there may have been a slight misunderstanding between you and the Su family earlier. Allow me to apologize. The Su and Chu families, after all, are Chu Fan interrupted the emotional appeal with a cold laugh. I came today merely to ascertain the Su family's stance. Until I crossed the threshold of the Su family, I held some hope. Unfortunately, you have left me disappointed. Su Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. The other members of the Su family also felt utterly humiliated, not to mention treating Chu Fan well. If only the Su family had refrained from ostracizing and humiliating him. Any member of the Su family with a shred of decency could have become Chu Fan's friend. Chu Fan continued, from today onward, there shall be no more ties between the Chu and Su families. Su Xian's countenance fell, as though he had lost his soul. He understood that the Su family may have missed a monumental opportunity for ascendance. Head of the Chu family, we were momentarily foolish. Please forgive us. The long-standing alliance between the two families still holds value, after all. The other members of the Su family also expressed their apologies, their faces earnest. Yet, Chu Fan remained indifferent, turning instead to Su Zixin, and said, you should take this back. As he spoke, he handed over the gift box left by Su Zixin. Oh, why have you brought it back? Su Zixin appeared momentarily lost in thought. She had intended to assist Chu Fan, believing that any help would be beneficial given the Chu family's current difficulties. Little did she expect that Chu Fan had no use for it at all. Keep it for yourself. Take time to study it. Do not let it fall into the hands of others, Chu Fan reiterated upon seeing her hesitation. Very well. Su Zixin instinctively accepted the gift box. Upon opening it, she discovered, in addition to the original ancient jade and beverage, a small jade vial. Curiously, she inquired, what is this? Chu Fan smiled and replied, it's a gift for you. With curiosity piqued, Su Zixin unscrewed the vial's cap. Immediately enveloped by a pure medicinal fragrance that invigorated her senses, everyone in the hall caught a whiff of it. Is this a medicinal pill? What a marvelous aroma. It's remarkably fresh, suggesting it was recently concocted. Such a fragrant pill must possess exceptional quality. Could it be a fourth-grade pill? The crowd murmured softly, particularly the members of the Su family, who were visibly eager yet hesitant to gaze directly at Su Zixin. After all, this was a personal gift from Chu Fan to her. After stealing several glances, Su Zixin tentatively remarked, this appears to be the Panlong pill? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 in total. What? The Panlong pill? So it truly is a fourth-grade pill. Wait a moment, 5 of them. Each Panlong pill is already a rarity, and yet there are 5? The Su family members became increasingly agitated. Su Xian's face turned crimson, and his body trembled with excitement. Chapter 63. Regret. Su Xian's heart ached profoundly. He had come to realize that Chu Fan did not arrive empty-handed. These 5 Panlong pills were perhaps the birthday gifts he had prepared. Originally, they were meant for himself. Filled with regret and envy, Su Xian spoke, Xian, could we take a look at that pill? The other family members gazed intently at the jade vial. Su Xian gently poured out a pill and cradled it in her palm. The smooth, rounded pill emitted a faint golden glow, its medicinal fragrance growing ever more potent. The quality and craftsmanship were undeniably of a fourth-grade pill. The Panlong pill, how I wish I could possess even one. Observe closely. The quality of this pill is exceptionally high, far surpassing the normal standard. Indeed, even among the same type of pill, there exists a distinction in quality. And this one was clearly a rare gem among the Panlong pills, likely worth much more than the usual price. Some discerning guests gasped in astonishment, while others whispered amongst themselves. Earlier, I sensed that Su Xian was not entirely pleased with his granddaughter's fiancé, and now he must be regretting it immensely. With so many suitors gathered, it was clearly intended to dissuade Chu Fan. No wonder Chu Fan remarked on prostitutes establishing a fade of virtue. It appears the Su family and Chu Fan have irreparably severed ties. Indeed, Chu Fan has shown the Su family ample respect, yet has received such treatment. Were I in his position, I too would cut all ties with the Su family. Su Xian had unwittingly driven away such a commendable grandson-in-law. Hearing these murmurs only deepened his regret, wishing he could slap himself in the face. If Chu Fan was deemed unworthy of Su Kaiwei, who in Tian'ai City could be considered worthy? In terms of cultivation, Chu Fan had reached the Huashen realm. Regarding background, he could converse as an equal with Shui Zhongping. In terms of wealth, he could effortlessly gift Su Xian 5 Panlong pills. This was not merely a matter of money. Often, wealth alone could not procure Panlong pills, as one must possess sufficient connections. From any perspective, Chu Fan was undeniably exceptional. The Su family's expulsion of Chu Fan represented a monumental loss, one that would be impossible to rectify in the future. Reflecting on this, Su Xian resolved to lay aside his pride, saying, Chu Fan, I can apologize for the unpleasantness that transpired today. However, I hope these trivial matters will not hinder your marriage to Kaiwei, especially since the wedding date has already been set and will be presided over by the sect master himself. He had come to realize that as long as the couple married smoothly, Chu Fan would ultimately remain his grandson-in-law and would become a great asset to the Su family. Many guests widened their eyes in disbelief, thinking to themselves, Su Xian, at your age, how can you change your stance so swiftly? This is far too pragmatic. Devoid of any semblance of dignity. Even Suzy Xian found it hard to bear, her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, Grandfather, how can you utter such words? It was you and my sister who sought to force Chu Fan to break off the engagement. Now, it is you who desires their marriage. Su Xian cleared his throat and asserted with conviction, Xian, do not speak nonsense. When did I ever say that Chu Fan should withdraw from the engagement? Suzy Xian, nearly choking on her frustration, retorted, you may not have said it outright, but Sun Shiwei has, and those suitors have spoken. You do not wish to be the villain yourselves, yet you employ outsiders to suppress Chu Fan and coerce him. Is that not true? Many spectators, merely there to watch the drama unfold, secretly nodded in agreement. They were not fools. Just because Su Xian hadn't voiced these sentiments himself did not negate their existence. Enough. Speak further nonsense, and I shall invoke family discipline. Su Xian declared, his anger flaring. Yet, Chu Fan's expression turned icy as he inquired, what? Does the Su family intend to punish whom? Su Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, it is nothing, merely a scare tactic for the young lady. He then shifted his tone to one of solemnity. Chu Fan, your betrothal to Kaiwei is well known throughout the city. And now the pavilion master is to officiate your wedding. What a splendid occasion. I hope you do not let a trifling emotion lead you to offend the pavilion master and jeopardize your future. Are you threatening me with the pavilion master? Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. At that moment, Su Kaiwei finally stepped forward, declaring, Chu Fan, I know you have feelings for me. I admit. I once looked down upon you. However, you have demonstrated sufficient worth, and upon reflection, I believe you are worthy of me. Therefore, I am willing to proceed with our marriage. Despite her reluctance to wed any man, she had weighed her options and deemed that marrying someone of Chu Fan's caliber posed no detriment. She was confident in her ability to mold him into her loyal companion. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan could not help but chuckle, saying, so, should I thank you then? I understand the minds of men all too well. Your efforts to grow stronger are merely to prove yourself before me, are they not? You have succeeded. I acknowledge you. Regardless, this marriage must reach a conclusion. Su Kaiwei added. Chu Fan threw back his head and laughed heartily. Conclusion? Are you unwell? I just stated that I am severing all ties with the Su family, and there are no lingering affections. You do not believe that the engagement still holds significance, do you? Su Kaiwei's expression shifted as she exclaimed, what do you mean? She had always assumed that Chu Fan was reluctant to call off the engagement because he genuinely wished to marry her. Since the Su family had not mentioned it, nor had Chu Fan, the engagement was naturally to remain in place. Chu Fan scoffed, very well, let all present bear witness. Su Kaiwei, I hereby annul our engagement. Do not let me see you again. You bring me misfortune. With that, he swept away, leaving the guests murmuring in astonishment. The Su family has truly squandered a winning hand. Su Xian appeared to age several years in an instant. He had believed that the Su family could retain Chu Fan through the engagement, through Chu Fan's feelings for Kaiwei, and through the pavilion masteress' influence. Yet now, it ended in the most dismal manner. Kaiwei was publicly cast aside, and both she and the Su family would become the laughingstock of Tianhai City. Wah, what? Su Kaiwei was struck as if by a bolt from the blue, left utterly stunned. To her astonishment, she had been cast aside, not merely rejected, but entirely abandoned. A wave of humiliation and fury surged within her, causing Su Kaiwei's eyes to redden. Tears glimmered as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Chu Fan, you dare to abandon me. Come back, you will regret this. Alas, no one paid her any heed. Su Kaiwei continued to shout, Chu Fan, have you truly considered this? In Tianhai City, is there another woman as exceptional as I? By forsaking me, you will forever be unable to find anyone of my caliber. At that moment, a melodious peal of laughter resonated through the courtyard. Hee, the eldest daughter of the Su family, how confident you are. With me around. How could Chu Fan possibly be interested in someone as mediocre as you? This laughter was clearly not that of Chu Fan's. As the crowd focused their gaze, They beheld a stunningly alluring woman descending gracefully from the air, making her way towards them. Chapter 64. The strength of Lu Yao when this figure appeared. Nearly every man in the hall, regardless of age, turned their gaze toward her in unison, for she was astonishingly beautiful, exuding a charm that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Every subtle movement, every delicate expression caused hearts to race. The woman wore a seductive smile, and as she gracefully glided forward, a fragrant breeze followed in her wake. Many men gazed at her in rapture, wishing they could draw closer to her essence. "What brings you here?" Chu Fan could not help but raise an eyebrow upon recognizing the newcomer. The woman was none other than Lu Yao, the renowned courtesan of Chuanxiang Tower. Having recently been injured by the impact of the devouring heaven technique, it was unexpected for her to recover so swiftly and find her way here. Chu Fan adjusted his demeanor, maintaining a cautious stance. The depths of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the ocean. One could only wonder at her intentions. If she had come seeking retribution, it could spell trouble. "Young Master Chu, how could you inquire about my purpose here?" Such callousness. Liu swayed her slender waist as she approached Chu Fan, then, in full view of the onlookers, entwined her arm with his. A rush of warmth enveloped Chu Fan, and he instinctively attempted to withdraw his arm, only to find her harnessing her cultivation, rendering his efforts futile. Resigning himself, he murmured, "What is your true intention?" Lu Yao pouted playfully, her allure undeniable. "It seems all men are untrustworthy. You wouldn't be contemplating abandoning me, would you?" The crowd watched with keen interest, many of whom had visited Chuanxiang Tower and recognized Lu Yao. They were astonished to see her, known for her aloofness and lack of genuine affection towards men, so intimately engaged with Chu Fan. While they were curious, they dared not voice their thoughts, for it was well known among regular patrons that the two individuals one must never provoke at Chuanxiang Tower were Ant Hong and Lu Yao. Seeing the two in such an embrace ignited fury within Su Kaiwei, who exclaimed, "Who are you, and what is your relationship with Chu Fan?" Lu Yao chuckled lightly. "What relationship? Naturally, I am his woman." "You." Su Kaiwei seethed. "He is my fiancé. Release him at once." Lu Yao laughed derisively. "He has already discarded you. Do you truly have the audacity to speak? Did you not just claim that if he abandoned you, he would never find anyone better? So how do you perceive me in comparison?" Su Kaiwei's face flushed with anger. "I am a daughter of the Su family and a disciple of the sect leader. How dare you, a mere courtesan, compare yourself to me?" "A courtesan?" When a woman labels another woman as such, it only signifies one thing: she is threatened. Lu Yao laughed heartily, her enchanting demeanor captivating the attention of many men, who found themselves entranced. At that moment, a servant discreetly remarked to Su Kaiwei, "Miss, this woman is Lu Yao, the courtesan of Chuanxiang Tower. She is formidable. Perhaps it would be wise to avoid conflict with her." "The courtesan of Chuanxiang Tower?" Su Kaiwei laughed boisterously. "I expected something of worth to contend with me. Turns out she is merely a base prostitute. Chu Fan, your judgment is truly lacking. You reject me yet choose to associate with such a lowly wench?" After uttering these words, Su Kaiwei felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. But suddenly, Lu Yao vanished from sight. In a fleeting moment, her figure materialized before Su Kaiwei. Before Su could comprehend the situation, a fragrant breeze enveloped her. Bam! Lu Yao's fair hand descended with force. Su Kaiwei was flung backward, blood gushing from her mouth. Thud! When she landed on the ground, her complexion was ashen, her mouth a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. How brutal! Many patrons gasped in shock, struggling to fathom how one could inflict such violence upon a young maiden. She nearly had her face obliterated. Hey! Humiliated beyond measure, Su Kaiwei screamed, Someone! Take down this wretched." Yet, before she could finish her insult, another slap struck her. Bam! Su Kaiwei's once fair visage swelled grotesquely, rendering her utterly unattractive. Lu Yao coldly remarked, "Ungrateful wretch, next time, it won't just be your mouth that suffers, but your very head." Instantly, Su Kaiwei's hair stood on end, and she swallowed her retort. With their young lady assaulted, the Su family cultivators sprang into action. Rustle! Numerous Su family cultivators swiftly surrounded them. Su Xian himself, exuding an aura of rage, bellowed, "Little girl, are you seeking death?" Liu scoffed, "What? Am I not allowed to seek my man here? Do the Su family wish to detain me?" Su Xian's pupils constricted. Pointing at Lu Yao, he commanded, "Seize her. Let her understand the consequences of offending the Su family." The Su cultivators surged forward. Yet, as they began to act, a blinding crimson light pierced the air. Lu Yao elegantly raised her hand, slicing through the space before her. In an instant, Su Xian's arm was severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth in a horrifying display. The Su family cultivators were paralyzed in fear, not daring to move. Severed limbs were not unfamiliar to them, but the severed arm belonged to their patriarch, the strongest of the Su family. Moreover, Lu Yao had executed the act with effortless grace. With such strength, even to sever the patriarch's neck would be child's play. If the patriarch was no match for her, who would dare to confront her? You. Su Xian clutched his wound, fear overwhelming him. The terror eclipsed even the pain. He realized that this young vixen was a formidable Spirit Sea realm cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to so easily sever his arm. A Spirit Sea realm cultivator. If she were to harbor murderous intent, the entirety of the Su family would not suffice as her targets. Cold sweat drenching him, Su Xian hurriedly bowed. Miss Lu, there was a misunderstanding earlier. On behalf of the entire Su family, I offer my sincerest apologies. Lu Yao smirked, her expression one of disdain. Su Xian hurriedly glanced at the corner where Su Kaiwei stood, urging, Kaiwei, come forth and admit your mistake. Su Kaiwei's mind buzzed. She felt as though everything transpired today was merely a dream. How could this be? Such a formidable expert was, in fact, Chu Fan's woman. It took her grandfather's repeated calls to bring her back to reality, and with great reluctance, she stammered. I was wrong. Liu scoffed. Had I not been concerned about Chu Fan's reputation, I would have eliminated you all. Su Xian shuddered. He sensed her words were not a jest. Meanwhile, Su Kaiwei wore a grim smile, her heart sinking into despair. Throughout her life, she had been exceedingly confident and proud, believing herself to be the most exceptional woman. Whether in talent or cunning, she considered herself unparalleled. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Yao's prowess, she realized that her gifts and schemes paled in comparison to Lu Yao's might, rendering them a mere joke. Liu cast a fleeting glance at Su Kaiwei and declared, Chu Fan is the man I have set my sights on. Keep your distance from him, or I will make your life a living hell. I possess numerous tormenting methods. Su Kaiwei was nearly paralyzed with fear. Unable to utter a word, Su Xian quickly interjected, Yes, Kaiwei has already been dismissed. I shall ensure she behaves herself and no longer clings to Chu Fan. Only then did Lu Yao appear satisfied, intertwining her arm with Chu Fan's as she said, Chu Lang, let us depart. Chu Fan leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Aunt, what exactly do you intend? Lu Yao giggled, rising on her toes to place a gentle kiss upon him, stating, Of course, I wish to drain you dry. You are the man I desire and must not be shared with any other woman. Chapter 65. Who was Master Chu? In a moment of boldness, Lu Yao publicly kissed Chu Fan, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the onlookers. Many men wore expressions of envy and jealousy, wishing they could take his place. Su Kaiwei felt an even deeper pang of discomfort in her heart. Chu Fan was taken aback by the woman's audacity, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What are you doing? As a single man, how can I possibly court a wife if you carry on like this? Lu Yao replied earnestly, You still wish to find a wife? You promised to help me dispel the evil energies. Until you fulfill that promise, you belong to me. Even your life is mine. Resigned, Chu Fan said. I have agreed to assist you, and I shall certainly see it through. I don't believe you. To prevent you from escaping, I shall keep a watchful eye on you every day, Lu Yao declared. Suit yourself, Chu Fan replied, choosing not to argue further. After all, this woman did not seem intent on causing him harm. If she wished to accompany him, then let it be. As for the concern of her draining his vitality, he was untroubled. With the swallowing heaven technique at his disposal, her attempts would only result in self-harm. Let us go, Lu Yao said, eager to leave, as she took his hand and led him outside. Where to? Chu Fan inquired. To either Chuanxiang Tower or the Chu residence. The choice is yours, Lu Yu said with a beaming smile. Then let it be the Chu residence, Chu Fan decided without hesitation. Before the gazes of the Su family's cultivators, the pair strode away, none daring to impede their passage. Humph, fools with no discernment, he Guangyao muttered as he departed, having come solely for Chu Fan's sake. With Chu Fan absent, he had no desire to linger at the Su family estate. Su Kaiwei's face remained swollen, her eyes vacant, as if her spirit had departed. Regret washed over her. If only she could relive the moment of reuniting with Chu Fan, joyfully marrying him. Alas, that time was irretrievable. Miss, try to see things clearly. Wasn't your intention from the outset to annul the engagement? Although the process was convoluted, in the end, you need not marry anyone and shall not be burdened by any man. Several relatives stepped forward to console her. Su Kaiwei chuckled bitterly, Indeed. In terms of outcome, my goal has been achieved. I have successfully rid myself of a man without even having to utter a word. At this juncture, she could only find solace in self-reassurance. Yet, deep down, she could not convince herself. After all, she was the one who had been rejected. Chu Fan was far from a defeated dog. With a sorrowful expression, Su Kaiwei repeatedly murmured, "At least the outcome is favorable. At least the outcome is favorable. Let us pretend nothing ever transpired. Is it not good to be rid of Chu Fan?" Quite well, indeed. The guests in the hall exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves in quiet astonishment. The Su family members felt an overwhelming sense of shame, yet were at a loss for words. Just then, a voice from outside the estate announced, "The alchemist master, Shangwan Changming, is here to celebrate the birthday." Wait, who? Shangwan Changming? That renowned third-tier alchemist? He has come as well. The crowd was taken aback. The dim eyes of Su Kaiwei and Su Xian suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of light. Su Xian, initially feeling embarrassed, finally gained some confidence and addressed the guests. "Look, even Master Shangwan has arrived. Our Su family does possess a certain influence, ha ha ha." Just as he spoke, Shangwan Changming indeed made his entrance, beaming with a smile. Upon witnessing this, the guests could not help but re-evaluate the Su family. The Su family was indeed remarkable. Despite offending the He family and Chu Fan, they still had the connection of Master Shangwan. He was a top-tier third-grade alchemist, rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to the fourth grade. With Shangwan Changming's support, the Su family retained immense potential. However, it remained a mystery how the Su family had managed to curry favor with this esteemed master. In truth, Su Xian himself was somewhat surprised. The Su family frequently sought Shangwan Changming for purchasing elixirs, with considerable financial exchanges, establishing a rapport over time. Yet, their relationship was merely transactional, not one of true friendship. For the birthday banquet today, the Su family had invited Shangwan Changming a few days prior, but he had declined. To his astonishment, he had now arrived. "Ah, Master Shangwan. Your presence to celebrate my birthday is truly an unexpected honor," Su Xian exclaimed warmly, despite his surprise at the master's arrival. Noticing Su Xian's severed arm, Shangwan Changming was taken aback and inquired, "Master Su, what has happened to your arm?" "Oh, it's nothing to worry about. Just a minor mishap that has caused you some amusement," Su Xian replied with a bitter smile. Family disgrace should not be aired publicly. Revealing that he was bested by a young girl would be too humiliating. Shangwan Changming refrained from probing further. He had come out of respect for Chu Fan. Although their meeting that afternoon had not resulted in a formal apprenticeship, he regarded Chu Fan as a senior and a role model. Since Su Kaiwei was Chu Fan's fiancée and the Su family's elder was celebrating a birthday, Shangwan Changming was willing to present a gift, indirectly strengthening his ties with Chu Fan. Thus, he was not particularly concerned with Su Xian's plight and casually asked, "By the way, where is Master Chu?" Master Chu? Who is that? The members of the Su family were puzzled. In Tianhai City, few were worthy of the title master, and there seemed to be no one with the surname Chu. Surely, it could not be Chu Fan. He was far too young. Shangwan Changming continued. "Master Chu refers to Chu Fan, the head of the Chu family. Master Su, having such a grandson-in-law is indeed a blessing for your Su family." "Ah, you mean Chu Fan?" Su Xian and Su Kaiwei exclaimed in unison. When had Chu Fan become Master Chu? Furthermore, how had he garnered such respect from Shangwan Changming? What was the world coming to? What is happening? Master Chu hasn't arrived yet, has he? If not, I can wait. There's no rush, Shangwan Changming humbly remarked. Su Xian's expression grew increasingly rigid. After much anticipation, Master Shangwan's arrival was hoped to bolster her reputation and restore some dignity. Yet, it turned out that Master Shangwan only came to the Su family's birthday celebration out of respect for Chu Fan. How deeply concealed were Chu Fan's true abilities? Su Kaiwei's mental state crumbled entirely. She had managed to console herself with the notion that the outcome was favorable, but upon hearing Master Chu's name again, her feelings of regret were magnified. Not only did the heir of the He family regard the Su family's association with Chu Fan as a stroke of fortune, but even Master Shangwan shared this sentiment. Such a paragon of excellence was unwittingly cast aside by her own hands. "What is the matter? Your faces are grim. Could it be that Master Chu has encountered some misfortune?" exclaimed Shangwan Changming in a state of alarm. The members of the Su family were at a loss for words, struggling to articulate their thoughts. Ultimately, it was Su Zixin who stepped forward to clarify, stating, "Master Shangwan, Chu Fan has departed." She proceeded to recount the events succinctly, though she made an effort to preserve some dignity for her grandfather and sister, refraining from harsh words. Nevertheless, Shangguan Changming was seething with rage, pointing at Su Xin and reproaching her. You old wretch. How dare you show disrespect to Master Chu? Chapter 66. Expulsion from the sect. I truly wish to strike you down. As the esteemed Shangguan Changming cursed, he lifted his hand, only to retract it with a cold snort. Enough. The Su family has already reaped the consequences of their actions. Why should I take further action? Master Chu spared you, showing his magnanimity, and I have no intention of defying his wishes. Su Xian stood there, utterly dumbfounded, his mind turned to mush. Humph. From now on, your Su family shall no longer purchase elixirs from me. Shangguan Changming concluded with a final remark before storming off. After a brief moment, a guest chuckled awkwardly and said, Well, Su Leo, it's getting late, so I shall take my leave. Besides, I have some matters to attend to at home, so I won't linger. The head of the Su family bid farewell, indicating no need for a send-off. One by one, the guests found excuses to depart. With the banquet devolving into such chaos, it was clear there was no reason to continue. Moreover, they all recognized that the Su family had incurred the wrath of Chu Fan, the He family, and Master Shangguan. It would be prudent to distance themselves from the Su family to avoid being tainted by their misfortune. The Su family was engulfed in a suffocating silence. Its members plunged into profound sorrow and despair. Once everyone had left, the Su clan members endeavored to compose themselves and began to clear the remnants of the tumult. Before long, a young attendant rode in, dismounting and calling out loudly, Where is Su Kaiwei? Upon hearing the voice, Su Kaiwei's expression changed dramatically. She disregarded her appearance and rushed out, her face swollen. She recognized the attendant as a servant from the Baidao Pavilion. The attendant glanced at her, sighed, and said, Su Kaiwei, the events of today have reached the pavilion master's ears. Su Kaiwei was taken aback, exclaiming, What happened to the Su family? What does my master know? The attendant shook his head in disappointment, responding, The Baidao Pavilion has always maintained neutrality. To avoid suspicion, the pavilion master did not attend the Su family's banquet. However, this does not imply he lacks sources of information. As the head of the Baidao Pavilion, what news could possibly escape his notice? Surely he is not blind to the underhanded dealings of the Su family at the banquet. Su Kaiwei trembled, stating, I was the one discarded by Chu Fan. I am the victim. I do not concern myself with these matters. I am merely the messenger, the attendant replied. In a state of panic, Su Kaiwei demanded, What did my master say? The attendant's expression hardened as he forced out a voice tinged with sorrow, declaring, The pavilion master has said this. Su Kaiwei, your thoughts run deep. For a cultivator, this may not be a misfortune. However, you bear an additional identity as a disciple of the Baidao Pavilion. The pavilion stands on principles of trust and righteousness, yet you have contravened the teachings of your master. Therefore, you are no longer welcome at the Baidao Pavilion. Our bond as master and disciple ends here. No, this cannot be. How could my master possibly say such things? Su Kaiwei cried out in a frenzy, grasping the attendant and pushing him forcefully. The attendant shoved her away, frowning as he said, The pavilion master has expelled you from the sect. I am only the bearer of this message. Su Kaiwei, take care of yourself. With that, he mounted his horse and rode away. Su Kaiwei collapsed onto the ground, her eyes vacant and devoid of spirit. She had initially hoped to pretend that nothing had transpired. After all, she was a disciple of the sect leader, and her future should still be bright. Yet now, her last bastion of support had vanished. Cast out by the sect leader, how could she possibly cultivate further? Was she to rely solely on herself? On the ineffectual Su family? Chu Fan, it's all your fault. You have ruined me. I loathe you. Su Kaiwei's eyes suddenly reddened as she shrieked. At the Chu residence, Lu Yao truly returned with him. Sui, Chu Aotian, and others were both astonished and puzzled upon seeing the two, inquiring, Master, who is this? Did you not attend the Su family's banquet? Why did you not accompany Miss Su? Lu Yao clung tightly to Chu Fan's arm, saying, Chu Lang, your family members are quite cautious. They want to send me away. Will they? Chu Fan jestingly replied, Can they possibly drive you off? You frighten me. Lu Yao cooed playfully. Sui and the others were left speechless, thinking to themselves, truly deserving of the title of master, he has returned from this outing with a lovesick woman. Moreover, a woman of exceptional allure. All right, from now on, she shall be considered half a member of the Chu family, with free access, Chu Fan announced to the group. Indeed, we understand, Sui chuckled knowingly, and they all discreetly departed. Lu Yao, however, sighed softly. Half? I am merely half a member of the Chu family? What else could it be? Chu Fan retorted. Your thoughts are consumed with how to possess me. Must I not be cautious? Lu Yao raised her delicate hand, her slender finger tracing Chu Fan's cheek as she spoke in an enticing tone. Since you've said so, I must certainly consume you. Be careful tonight. I shall be at your side. Chu Fan teased, only if you dare come. Suddenly reminded of the peculiar force within him, Lu Yao felt a twinge of apprehension. She stamped her foot and declared, do not get too smug. I shall find a way to break your defenses. Passing through the courtyard, there were several guest rooms for her to choose from. Chu Fan, having no desire to continue their banter, offered a reminder before retreating to his own quarters. Lu Yao pouted and murmured, he truly isn't a man. I came to him, and he still makes me stay alone. Could it be that he really can't? Chu Fan was indeed preoccupied, his thoughts consumed by the true murderer of his father. With no other leads, he summoned all members of the household, instructing them. On the 15th of last month, those cloaked figures left the Chu family and vanished without a trace. I have confirmed that they are unrelated to the Li family. You all must traverse the city in the coming days, seeking clues. Sui, filled with rage, declared, the true culprit remains at large. We must quickly uncover leads to avenge our old master. The other clan members were equally fervent, proclaiming, we shall exert every effort. It is our fault, previously. Our focus was drawn to the second house and the Li family, neglecting other possibilities. It is not too late to investigate now. Such a commotion could not simply vanish into thin air. Indeed, although Tianhai City is vast, there are few capable of slaying the former patriarch. Chu Fan nodded and said, thank you all for your efforts. Just as the group was about to take action, a colossal bird suddenly soared through the sky. From its body, sheets of paper cascaded down. This was a proclamation from the city lord's residence. The crowd quickly grasped the situation. This magnificent creature was a fierce beast, nurtured by the city lord's estate. Whenever there was urgent news to disseminate throughout the city, this bird would be summoned. With a rustle, the papers fluttered about, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Tianhai City. Chu Fan gently waved his hand and caught one, which bore the following message. Recently, there have been sightings of demonic beings within the city, resulting in numerous fatalities among the cultivators. The strength of these demons is formidable, their methods exceedingly cruel, and they pose an extreme danger. Remain vigilant at all times. Tianhai City is temporarily under lockdown, prohibiting all entry and exit. Should anyone encounter traces of the demons, report immediately to the city lord's residence. Chapter 67. The emergence of the demon clan. When Chu Fan beheld this announcement, he was not taken aback. Earlier that morning, he had utilized the extermination array to annihilate the entire Li family, leaving their estate in a gruesome state, a scene of unspeakable carnage. Such a horrific slaughter would undoubtedly be attributed to the demon clan in the eyes of outsiders. It was likely for this very reason that the city lord had issued this proclamation. The notice emphasized the severity of the situation, employing the term extreme thrice, underscoring the city lord's concern. At that moment, an irate voice echoed from outside. Chu Fan, come forth at once and confess your crimes. Without seeing the person, Chu Fan immediately recognized the voice belonged to Tang Xiong. Elder Tang, what is the meaning of this? Chu Fan hastened outside, only to find Tang Xiong accompanied by several cultivators from the Debt Collection Society, blocking the entrance to the Chu residence. Tang Xiong admonished, the traces of the demon clan have been discovered within the city. Should you not be held accountable? You must apologize to the entire city. Chu Fan chuckled softly and replied, Demon clan? Where is the demon clan? I see none. Moreover, even if they were to appear, what concern is it of mine? Tang Xiong maintained a stern expression. Within a single day, the Li family in the northern part of the city has been utterly exterminated. A security agency under my Tang family also suffered an attack from the demon clan while 50 bodyguards were returning to the city. All 50 met a tragic end, reduced to mere corpses. Just because you have not witnessed the demon clan firsthand does not mean they do not exist. Your agency suffered casualties too? Chu Fan was taken aback. He had initially assumed the announcement was solely due to the downfall of the Li family. Little did he know that the Tang family's agency had also experienced fatalities, and not through natural causes. They had been turned into dried corpses. The first thought that crossed Chu Fan's mind was the art of devouring heaven, capable of siphoning the life force of cultivators. If it were to absorb completely, it could indeed transform the living into lifeless husks. While the destruction of the Li family was orchestrated by Chu Fan himself, the corpses from the Tang family's agency were likely the work of the demon clan. Had the demon clan infiltrated Tianhai City once more? A millennium ago, the demon clan had been nearly entirely sealed within forbidden grounds. Yet, A small faction had fortuitously remained in the outside world, lying in wait among humanity. This suggested that remnants of the demon clan had always existed within the human realm, albeit rarely making their presence known. In the 3,000 years of Chu Fan's previous life, the demon clan had indeed made appearances in Tian'ai City, and not merely once. Fortunately, each occurrence involved only a handful of demons, and the city had managed to handle them effectively. However, whenever demons surfaced, there were those who accused Chu Fan of accepting bribes from them, claiming he had clandestinely opened the gates to release them. Initially, such baseless accusations infuriated Chu Fan. If he had truly opened the gates, wouldn't a vast army of demons have emerged instead of just a few? Yet, he eventually came to terms with the fact that many individuals are both foolish and malicious. Their actions inevitably provoke suspicion and discontent. In summary, Chu Fan surmised that demons had indeed infiltrated the city. However, it was certain that these demons had not emerged from the forbidden grounds, but rather were already lying in wait in the outside world. The fissures upon the gates of the forbidden grounds remained merely superficial, far from sufficient to allow the demons to escape. "Why do you seem so pleased about the death at my family's escort agency?" Tang Xiong exclaimed, irritation evident in his voice. Chu Fan retorted impatiently, "The death of someone in your family is of no concern to me. The emergence of the demon clan is irrelevant to my interests." Tang Xiong gritted his teeth and asserted, "It is your negligence in guarding that allowed the demons to escape their confinement and infiltrate the city to commit murder." Chu Fan shot him a disdainful glance. "Wasn't it you who insisted I leave? You were eager for me to vacate my post at the forbidden grounds. I complied with your wishes yesterday, and now you are dissatisfied?" Tang Xiong's face darkened as he pressed, "Do not engage in verbal sparring with me. Indeed, we urged you to depart yesterday, but this morning, you re-established the 9-chi sealing array, did you not? After you completed the array, how could the demons still emerge?" Chu Fan chuckled in disbelief. "Tang Xiong, at your age, your audacity grows ever more remarkable. When the demons were absent, I was accused of drawing a salary for doing nothing. Now that they have appeared, I am once again to blame. Am I to be cast as the villain in every scenario? Enough with your excuses. The appearance of the demon clan necessitates accountability to the citizens of the city. Someone must be apprehended to quell the public outrage." Tang Xiong commanded sternly. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Chu Fan's eyes. Just yesterday, upon leaving the gates of the forbidden grounds, his cultivation was merely at the chi gathering stage, leaving him unable to contend with Tang Xiong. However, the situation had changed. If Tang Xiong truly sought conflict, even if it meant declaring war on the Tang family, Chu Fan would not hesitate to eliminate the old dog. At that moment, a melodious and enchanting laugh rang out from within. "Hee, Elder Tang, you truly are formidable." Liu Yao approached with a radiant smile, casting a glance at the crowd. Tang Xiong and the others felt their faces flush, a surge of warmth rising within. Liu continued, "Elder Tang, you just asserted that Chu Fan is responsible for the demon's appearance. However, as far as I am aware, the deaths at your escort agency occurred last night, and the massacre of the Li family transpired this morning. What are you implying?" Tang Xiong's expression shifted uneasily. With a cold laugh, Liu Yao stated, "Chu Fan was guarding the gates of the forbidden grounds at noon yesterday, only to be driven away by you. Today at noon, he established a new grand array. With the formidable Wanjie Great Array in place and a new formation backing it, the demons had never emerged while Chu Fan's array was active. The demon's escape coincided perfectly with the interval when no array was in effect, which unequivocally demonstrates that Chu Fan's formations are indeed effective in securing the entrance. Why was the gate unprotected from noon yesterday until noon today? Was it not because you forced Chu Fan away? The true culprits behind the demon's emergence are you." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiong's face flushed crimson, leaving him momentarily speechless. They understood the rationale. Initially, they had questioned Chu Fan's formations. However, once he repaired the cracks in the gate with the 9-chi sealing array, they realized the efficacy of his methods. Yet, admitting this would be unwelcome, as it would mean acknowledging their own wrongdoing and driving him away, thus branding themselves as the true offenders. At present, the emergence of the demonic clan incited the wrath of the city lord, fostering an atmosphere of anxiety among the populace, as someone inevitably had to bear the blame. Thus, Tang Xiong's first thought was of Chu Fan. After all, any matter related to the demon clan could easily be attributed to Chu Fan. "You, woman, should refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you." After a considerable pause, Tang Xiong managed to utter a sentence filled with indignation. "Indeed, we forced Chu Fan away, But does that mean he would not comply if we ordered him not to? What a shameless old fool. Lu Yao, seething with anger, soared into the air. Her figure transformed into a fleeting purple shadow, swiftly appearing before Tang Xiong. With a resounding slap, she struck Tang Xiong's face fiercely. As an elder of the Tang family, Tang Xiong possessed some skill. Thus, despite the force of the blow, he did not stumble backward and managed to maintain his footing. However, his aged visage swelled, and his lips bore the marks of a painful wound, stained with glaring traces of blood. Chapter 68. Re-establishing the formation after 3 days. How audacious. A mere child courting death. Tang Xiong felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. His eyes bloodshot as he erupted with a formidable aura. Lu Yao regarded him with disdain. The clash between the two masters was imminent. At that moment, Chu Fan intervened, stating, Tang Xiong, you must consider carefully, aside from me, no one can maintain the gate of the Forbidden Land. Tang Xiong's hand, which had been raised, was forcibly suppressed. Though reluctant, he had to acknowledge that in order to stabilize the gate of the Forbidden Land, he would still need Chu Fan. With the emergence of the Demon Clan, it underscored Chu Fan's significance. If he were to provoke Chu Fan too severely today, the ensuing matters would likely become exceedingly challenging, thus suppressing his rage. Tang Xiong said, Chu Fan, I will not beat around the bush. The recent incident involving the escape of the Demon Clan is undeniably related to you. If you do not wish to apologize to the entire city, then return to the gate of the Forbidden Land and guard it. It seems my slap was in vain. The demons escaped because you forced Chu Fan away. How can you still have the audacity to blame him? Lu Yao narrowed her eyes, preparing to act again. Chu Fan swiftly seized her arm, saying, Miss Lu, I appreciate your concern, but this is my own matter, and I do not wish to involve you. Although Lu Yu was at the Spirit Sea realm, the Tang family, being one of the 4 great families, had no shortage of individuals at that level. Chu Fan did not want Lu Yao to become a mortal enemy of the Tang family for his sake. It appears you hold a certain interest in me. Lu Yao's face suddenly brightened with a smile as she playfully tugged at Chu Fan's arm. Chu Fan. Tang Xiong suddenly felt more uncomfortable than if he had swallowed a fly, spitting in disgust. Humph. Chu Fan then straightened his expression and remarked, after all this discussion, you are merely shifting the blame onto me, hoping to compel me to return as the gatekeeper, are you not? Indeed. You must resume your role as the gatekeeper to atone for your mistakes and redeem yourself before Tianhai City. Having laid the cards on the table, Tang Xiong dropped the pretense. Chu Fan retorted, have I not already set up the 9-chi sealing array? Tang Xiong replied curtly, you yourself stated that it was merely a trial version, capable of lasting only 3 days. What then shall we do after 3 days? After 3 days, we can establish the complete 9-chi sealing array. Chu Fan stated matter-of-factly. The complete sealing array requires 9,000 spirit stones, an exorbitant cost. Moreover, even the complete 9-chi sealing array must surely have a time limit, correct? Tang Xiong expressed his dissatisfaction. The complete array can sustain itself for approximately a month. Chu Fan replied nonchalantly. Tang Xiong, infuriated, glared. More expensive than I had anticipated. 9,000 spirit stones for a month translates to over 100,000 spirit stones annually, a burden Tianhai City cannot bear. If 9,000 spirit stones per month is too much for you, then set it up yourselves. Chu Fan chuckled. Tang Xiong, his face stern, declared, I am not negotiating with you. I am issuing a command. Within 3 days, you must re-establish the original array, the Wanjie Grand Formation. Indeed. It is the Wanjie Grand Formation that is required. The Wanjie Grand Formation proves to be effective and requires minimal resources, making it the optimal strategy. And the other cultivators concurred. Previously, they believed that the Wanjie Grand Formation was excessively costly in spirit stones, yet in hindsight, they now reminisce fondly. In comparison to the 9-chi sealing formation, the Wanjie Grand Formation is remarkably economical. With the emergence of the demon race, time is of the essence to reorganize the Wanjie Grand Formation. Chu Fan could not help but chuckle, stating, I have mentioned before, I cannot deploy the Wanjie Grand Formation. That is your predicament, not ours. In any case, you have 3 days. Tang Xiong asserted aggressively. He then softened his tone slightly, adding, Chu Fan, as long as you successfully reconstruct the Wanjie Grand Formation, you need not repay the spirit stones you owe. Furthermore, we will promptly provide for the daily consumption of the formation thereafter. Should I express my gratitude to you? Chu Fan retorted with a smirk. Tang Xiong snorted lightly, saying, think as you wish. Regardless, in 3 days, I will take you to set up the formation at the entrance of the Forbidden Land, and you must accomplish it. With that, he gestured grandly and led the group away. Once the crowd had departed, Lu Yao expressed her discontent, asking, "Why didn't you allow me to kill that old dog just now?" Chu Fan replied earnestly, "Tang Xiong is an elder of the Tang family. You might be able to kill him, but the Tang family would stop at nothing to take your life in retaliation. Are you concerned for me?" Lu Yao inquired, a playful glint in her eye. "I fear you might implicate me," Chu Fan responded. Lu Yao pouted. "Chu Fan, sometimes you can be quite annoying." Chu Fan continued, "Moreover, even if you were to kill Tang Xiong, others would still compel me to arrange the Wanjie Grand Formation. Tang Xiong now embodies the will of the city lord and that of the majority of Tian'ai City's populace." Liu nodded in agreement. "That is true. Should you eliminate him, the city lord might appoint an even more troublesome figure. So, have you decided to set up the Wanjie Grand Formation?" she asked. "I do not understand formations, but I have heard that you previously entered the formation, effectively imprisoning yourself. Would you wish to endure such a life again?" Chu Fan queried. "Do you think I would?" "No," Liu answered decisively, "for you do not resemble a virtuous person." Chu Fan laughed heartily. "Thank you for the compliment. Yet, if you refuse their demands, how will you ensure your own safety? Alone, you cannot contend against the collective will of Tian'ai City." Lu Yao appeared somewhat anxious. She could envision Tang Xiong spreading word that it was Chu Fan's abandonment of the Wanjie Grand Formation that led to the demon's bloodshed. The truth of the matter would be of little concern to the masses. It would be the consensus to find someone to maintain the guard, and soon. More and more people from Tian'ai City would demand that Chu Fan re-establish the formation and keep watch. One Tang Xiong poses little threat. But what about the entirety of Tian'ai City? If the entire city sought to coerce you, would you comply? If not, would you flee? Yet, escaping might not even be a possibility. Chu Fan, however, remained unperturbed, asserting, "In 3 days, many things may transpire. There is no need to rush." Lu Yao suddenly realized that she found him increasingly inscrutable. This young man, despite his tender age and considerably lower cultivation level, exudes an air of inscrutability. Perhaps a momentous event awaits us in 3 days? With this thought, anticipation welled within her. "I intend to visit the Tang family escort agency. Will you accompany me?" Chu Fan inquired. "Why would we go there?" Lu Yu responded, puzzled. "I need to ascertain whether the 50 escort masters of the Tang family were slain by the demonic race," Chu Fan stated earnestly. He harbored no concern for the lives of the Tang family members, nor did he care about the fate of Tian'ai City. However, he was keenly interested in information regarding the demonic race. "Let us go. I too am curious about what those drained by the demonic race resemble. My charm can also ensnare men. I wonder which is more formidable," Lu Yao remarked, casting a glance at Chu Fan. "You will inevitably experience it." Chu Fan cleared his throat, hastily paving the way ahead. Were it not for his possession of the swallowing heaven technique, he would indeed hesitate to remain in the company of such a perilous woman. Chapter 69. The Four Seas Escort Agency. Chu Fan and Lu Yao hastily made their way to the Tang family's escort agency. Along the way, a somewhat familiar male voice suddenly called out from behind Chu Fan, "Young master?" Turning around, Chu Fan saw a gaunt, middle-aged man emerging from a grand courtyard. "Young master, it really is you. You've returned," the man exclaimed with uncontainable joy, albeit limping slightly as he approached. Chu Fan felt a surge of excitement as he responded, "Uncle Qin, you are alive." The man before him was Qin Zheng, a cultivator from the Chu family. Many years ago, Chu Fan's father, Chu Xinghe, had befriended Qin Zheng, who had then remained with the Chu family and was highly regarded by his father. When Chu Fan returned home yesterday, he had learned of the tragic news. His second brother, Chu Jianyuan, was ruthlessly purging their father's loyalists. At that moment, he had assumed that Qin Zheng had also perished. To encounter him here was beyond his expectations. "Young master, do you not need to guard the forbidden gate any longer?" Qin Zheng asked, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Chu Fan replied, "Uncle Qin, I will not be going back." "Then you must not return to the Chu residence just yet," Qin Zheng advised with a grave expression. "The second branch has taken control. If you go back, they will surely kill you." Chu Fan smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps you're unaware, but I killed Chu Jianyuan upon my return yesterday. The Chu family is now under my command." "What?" Qin Zheng found it hard to believe. How could Chu Jianyuan, who controlled the Chu family and secretly colluded with the Li family, be so easily dealt with? After Chu Fan succinctly explained the situation, Qin Zheng accepted the truth, tears streaming down his face as he remarked, "A tiger begets no dog, and Brother Xinghe can now rest in peace." Chu Fan continued, "By the way, Uncle Qin, how did you come to be here? I thought you had been eliminated by Chu Jianyuan as well." Sighing, Qin Zheng replied, I do not bear the Chu surname. After your father's death, I lost my standing. With the Chu family changing its head, I had no qualification to compete. Therefore, I chose to leave the Chu family preemptively. Chu Jianyuan, not wishing to destroy our relationship entirely, refrained from targeting me further. It was then that Chu Fan understood. Qin Zheng was at the 4th level of the transformation realm, significantly stronger than Chu Jianyuan. If Chu Jianyuan truly aimed to eliminate Qin Zheng, it would come at a considerable cost. Given that Qin Zheng was not eligible to contest for the family headship and had voluntarily exited the Chu family, there was no need for Chu Jianyuan to push him into a corner. With a look of humility, Qin Zheng said, My actions were not out of a desire to save my own life. I merely sought to uncover the truth and avenge your father. Chu Fan replied, I am well aware of your character, Uncle Qin. No further words are necessary. I have now confirmed that the men in black were not from the Li family. But I have yet to uncover any new leads. Qin Zheng's expression turned serious as he inquired, Have you also noticed the anomalies? What have you discovered, Uncle Qin? Chu Fan asked. Lowering his voice, Qin Zheng revealed, In truth, your father maintained a low profile. Outsiders believed he was merely at the 9th level of the transformation realm. But in fact, he had already attained the Spirit Sea realm. Before the incident, he was at the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm. With the incompetence of Chu Jianyuan and the Li family, how could they have possibly killed him? It appears he has already reached the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm, concealing his prowess quite effectively. Chu Fan murmured. Realizing that this narrowed down the range of potential culprits, Qin Zheng nodded and remarked, I have confirmed that after the black-clad man executed his plan, he did not leave Tianhai City. Thus, this matter must be orchestrated by the forces within the city. The only ones capable of killing someone at the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea are the 4 prominent families, the Baibao Pavilion, the Tianji Pavilion, and the City Lord's Manor. Chu Fan squinted his eyes thoughtfully. Qin Zheng gestured towards a large courtyard nearby and said, Young master, let's step inside and discuss. Upon raising his gaze, Chu Fan noticed an imposing plaque hanging on the entrance, Sea High Escort Agency. Qin Zheng elaborated, After I departed from the Chu family, I gathered some former friends and a few survivors from the Chu family who did not adhere to Chu Jianyuan, establishing this escort agency. It serves 2 purposes, to earn a living and to facilitate our investigations with a larger team. Chu Fan responded, That sounds promising, but what happened to your leg? Uncle Qin? Qin Zheng hesitated for a moment before casually replying, Don't mention it. I sustained an injury during a recent escort mission, but it's nothing serious. With that, he led Chu Fan and Lu Yao into the agency. Inside the escort agency, numerous former cultivators from the Chu family were indeed present. Those who had not followed Chu Jianyuan were trustworthy and could be of great assistance, which brought Chu Fan a sense of relief. Upon learning of Chu Fan's return, everyone expressed their overwhelming joy and enthusiasm. The young master has reclaimed the family. We have a home again. After a round of pleasantries, Qin Zheng retreated to the reception hall, dismissing the attendants, and began discussing the findings from their recent investigations with Chu Fan. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a commotion outside. Bang, bang, thud, thud. Where is your head escort? Hurry and bring him out to see me. Don't be ungrateful. Nonsense. I'm here to cause a ruckus. Chu Fan and Qin Zheng exchanged glances before promptly exiting the reception hall. Upon stepping outside, they were met with the sight of over a dozen Sea High Escort Agency members sprawled on the ground, clearly having been beaten. A group of external cultivators stood menacingly at the entrance, led by a burly man with a fierce countenance. Tangzhan, you are truly overstepping your bounds. Qin Zheng's eyes reddened upon recognizing the intruder. Tangzhan? Chu Fan glanced at Qin Zheng, who explained, Tangzhan is the head escort of the Tang Family S Agency. He has already visited us once, seeking to swallow our Sea High Escort Agency. The situation is as follows. After hearing Qin Zheng's explanation, Chu Fan grasped the situation. Following the demise of several members from the Tang Family S Agency, their strength had significantly waned, leaving them understaffed. To regain their strength, Qin Zheng had approached the Sea High Escort Agency earlier that morning, indicating his desire to recruit their escorts. While he framed it as an invitation, it was, in fact, an attempt at coercive annexation. The Sea High Escort Agency had only been established for a month, and its power and influence were insufficient to rival the Tang Family S Agency. Your leg was injured by them, wasn't it? Chu Fan said earnestly. You claimed it was an injury sustained during an escort mission, but I had my doubts. Qin Zheng, feeling ashamed, admitted, I have brought shame upon the Chu family. Old Qin, what nonsense are you spouting? The Tang family escort agency is being excessively tyrannical. With their numbers and the fact that Tang Zhan's cultivation surpasses yours by 2 levels, how can you possibly contend with them? Yet, I never anticipated their audacity in attempting to swallow us whole. Humph, not a single brother among us is weak-willed. We shall never submit. If they wish to devour us, they must be prepared to pay a price. The escorts of the 4 Seas escort agency have gathered, united in their indignation. Had they been spineless, they would have bowed to Chu Jianyuan last month. How could they have ventured to establish their own agency? Tang Zhan, witnessing this, impatiently retorted, "A bunch of fools. It would be your fortune to join the Tang family escort agency. They are currently in need of personnel, providing you with an opportunity to join us. What future can this pathetic 4 Seas escort agency possibly have? Bah, a true man does not serve 2 masters. Tang Zhan, you either leave at once, or we shall all perish together." The crowd demanded fiercely. Tang Zhan scoffed, coldly declaring, "Perish together? What are you to even consider that? I hereby announce the immediate dissolution of the 4 Seas escort agency. You have 2 choices. Either submit to the Tang family escort agency and enjoy a life of luxury under my guidance, or die." Chapter 70. Tang Zhan. As soon as Tang Zhan's voice fell, the group of followers behind him simultaneously brandished their weapons, their expressions fierce and menacing. It seemed that a mere dissent would lead to immediate demise. Qin Zhang's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he exclaimed, "Tang Zhan, you are exceedingly arrogant." Tang Zhan scoffed. "Such is the rule of this world. I am superior to you, and thus you must submit. Old Qin, why waste breath on him? Even if I perish, I shall take a few down with me," declared a member of the 4 Seas Escort Bureau, undeterred by the threat. Tang Zhan threw his head back in laughter. "Ah, how touching. You are all valiant men, and I hold you in high regard, not wishing to slay any of you. How about this, Qin Zhang? As the chief escort, will you dare to represent the entire bureau and battle me? If you win, I shall retreat, but should you lose, you and everyone from the 4 Seas Escort Bureau must join the Tang Family Escort Bureau and serve me willingly." How shameless. Tang Zhan, stop pretending to be a good person. Old Qin is injured. What nonsense is this? Many shouted in indignation. The chief escort, already 2 ranks below Tang Zhan in strength, was further hindered by his injury, making victory impossible. Engaging in battle would surely lead to his demise. Tang Zhan's audacity was astonishing. He blatantly sought to extort while masquerading as a fair adversary. "Ah, you wish to fight? Then I shall oblige," spoke Chu Fan with a smirk. "Who are you to match me?" Tang Zhan's brow furrowed, realizing that Qin Zhang was the strongest within the 4 Seas Escort Bureau. Should he publicly slay Qin Zhang, the bureau would inevitably fracture. Thus, Tang Zhan had no regard for anyone else. Yet before he could finish his thought, Chu Fan had already made his move. In a flash, Chu Fan appeared before Tang Zhan, his speed astonishing. Tang Zhan's body tensed, a shiver running down his spine. As a 6th-tier master of the transformation realm, he was considered formidable in Tianhai City, yet he felt an overwhelming threat from this young man. Instinctively, Tang Zhan channeled his energy, crossing his arms defensively across his chest, attempting to block Chu Fan's onslaught. But Chu Fan's fist was already upon him, embodying the most direct and brutal force, akin to a colossal boulder infused with immense spiritual power. Swift and ruthless, bang! The fist struck heavily against Tang Zhan's arms, producing a sharp crack as both forearms shattered simultaneously. His robust form was propelled backward, the agony of his severed limbs causing veins to throb painfully on his forehead. Yet, he felt a flicker of relief. At least he had reacted in time, sparing his internal organs from being crushed. With a tearing sound, Tang Zhan carved a deep groove in the ground, barely managing to regain his footing. As he looked back at Chu Fan, his eyes were filled with shock and trepidation. "Who exactly are you? When did such a master emerge within the 4 Seas Escort Bureau?" The young master, Qin Zhang and the others stared in disbelief. They had only just arrived at Chu Fan today, thinking he was at the same level he was 5 years ago. Who would have expected that a single punch nearly incapacitated Tang Zhan? "You are Chu Fan." Upon hearing the young master's address, Tang Zhan finally recalled something. Chu Fan replied nonchalantly, "It seems that Elder Tang Xiong has not encountered you." Elder Tang Xiong? Tang Zhan was somewhat puzzled. The Tang family, being one of the 4 great clans, was overwhelmingly vast, with their enterprises and kin spread throughout the city. Tang Zhan was merely in charge of one escort bureau and seldom involved in other matters. Apart from Tang Xiong, most members of the Tang family were unaware that Chu Fan had returned. Tang Zhan felt momentarily dazed, but he quickly regained his composure, regardless of why this brat had returned. No one could thwart his ambition to annex the 4C's escort bureau. Since he enjoyed stepping forward, let us eliminate him first. With Chu Fan dead, the others would surely surrender, Tang Jian declared emphatically. His subordinates, a multitude of cultivators, immediately fixated on Chu Fan, charging forward with murderous intent. Upon witnessing this, Qin Zheng and the others shouted, "Protect the young master." However, before the two sides could engage, Chu Fan had already formed several seals with his hands. Whoosh! A stream of azure spiritual energy erupted from his palm. Although this energy was composed of spiritual power, it was visibly tangible and extraordinarily swift, aimed directly at Tang Jian. Having just been sent flying by Chu Fan's punch, Tang Jian had created a considerable distance between them, allowing him to relax his guard. Even if this Chu Fan was stronger than he, it was impossible for him to traverse such a distance instantly to inflict harm again. Yet, as the azure stream emerged, Qin Zheng was suddenly filled with trepidation, a thought flashing through his mind. Dao technique. This is a Dao technique. How could this kid, whose aura fluctuates at merely the first level of transformation, execute a Dao technique? Tang Jian had no time for contemplation, as the azure stream reached him in an instant. The stream, akin to an extension of Chu Fan's arm, twisted and coiled around Tang Jian, binding him like a dumpling, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. Following this, with a mere gesture, Chu Fan yanked the stream as if it were a rope, pulling Tang Jian toward him. Hiss! It all transpired in the blink of an eye. Still reeling from the shock of the Dao technique, Tang Jian was drawn back before Chu Fan, who then placed a sword against his throat. Simultaneously, he surveyed the array of enemies, coldly stating, "Stand still, or Tang Jian's head will roll. Release our leader." Tang Jian's subordinates were struck with panic, compelled to halt. The brothers of the 4C's escort bureau were equally stunned. They had braced themselves for a desperate fight. Yet the young master had captured Tang Jian using merely 2 moves. Moreover, that azure stream appeared to be a form of Dao technique. A Dao technique, indeed? How could the young master be so young yet comprehend such profound skills? Theoretically, in the later stages of the transformative void realm, one becomes capable of learning the Taoist arts. However, this ability holds little significance in practice. Just as anyone can engage in cultivation, the mere possibility does not imply ease. The pursuit of Taoist arts requires not only a foundational level of cultivation but also innate talent, comprehension, and experience. Tang Jian, for instance, remains at the 6th layer of the transformative void realm, yet finds himself incapable of mastering even a single technique. For cultivators, the term ability often signifies that only a select few can actualize it. Within the city, those who have mastered the Taoist arts are typically seasoned elders, often over a century old. Thus, when a 20-year-old youth, armed with only the 1st layer of the transformative void realm, manages to employ Taoist techniques, the impact is profoundly shocking. Lu Yao, who had been merely an observer, finds her beautiful eyes flickering with intrigue as she murmurs, "This fellow is exceedingly fascinating. How intriguing he is becoming." Chu Fan, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Tang Jian, sensing the chilling aura of the Qinyan sword, is engulfed in profound terror. Chapter 71. The Demon Clan. Look at how terrified you are. You are the head of a security bureau yet so afraid of death? Chu Fan scoffed. Tang Jian, on the verge of tears, thought to himself, "You've already resorted to using spells. How could I not be afraid? It's easy for you to stand there and talk when you're not the one being held hostage. Take me to the Tang family security bureau," Chu Fan commanded. Tang Jian, flustered, replied, "What do you want at our bureau? I admit I was the one who offended you today, but surely you wouldn't destroy our bureau, would you?" Chu Fan retorted with annoyance. "Ha, you really think highly of yourself. I merely wish to see those 50 corpses." "Corpses? The ones killed by the Demon Clan?" Tang Jian inquired, puzzled. "What do you want to see them for? It's rather eerie." Chu Fan tapped his forehead and scolded him. "Just do as I say without so many questions. Those corpses should still be unburied." Tang Jian nodded. "Yes, they died not long ago and, being related to the Demon Clan, their bodies were brought back." "Take me there," Chu Fan insisted. Tang Jian did not dare to defy him and turned to his subordinates, saying, "Brothers, let us retreat." Seeing that Chu Fan spared their leader, the group breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly vacated the 4C security bureau. Chu Fan held on to Tang Jian while Lu Yao followed closely, grinning as she said, "You gave me quite the scare. Just now, I saw that Tang Jian was 5 levels above you. I almost had to intervene myself." Tang Jian's face twitched, thinking, from her tone, She seems stronger than Chu Fan. So, he is not the most dangerous one? What kind of misfortune have I brought upon myself? I thought I was here to bully the weak. Yet I've kicked a hardboard. Levels are merely a reference to strength. They are not absolute, Chu Fan casually replied. Lu Yao pursed her lips. That may be true, but it is still outrageous to challenge someone 5 levels above you so easily. I am quite curious about who your master is. Chu Fan smiled without responding. Challenging 5 levels above? Currently, he could rival a 7th-level Huaxian practitioner and, against an 8th-level He. He could also put up a fight. Strictly speaking, he could challenge 1.5 levels higher. Faced with a coward like Tang Zhan. Coupled with the use of spells, it was an effortless affair. Normally, a 20-year-old, no matter how gifted, would not achieve such heights solely on their own. It is only natural for Lu Yao to suspect that he has a formidable master guiding him. It seems I was right. You must have someone exceptional behind you. Lu Yao mused aloud. My master passed away 5 years ago, Chu Fan sighed. I've heard about that incident. What I mean is, you must have found a new master. Let us just consider it your second master. This second master of yours must be quite profound to have enabled your rapid transformation. Lu Yao remarked, gazing into Chu Fan's eyes, probing for answers. If you believe there is, then so be it, Chu Fan replied nonchalantly. Before long, the group arrived at the Tang family security bureau. Qin Sheng, uneasy about Chu Fan, had also come along. Upon entering another's territory, Qin Sheng exercised caution, whispering, Young master. Tang Zhan is quite treacherous. Do be vigilant. This is his domain, and I fear he may employ underhanded tactics. Chu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. They circled around and arrived at a spacious hall, where indeed, 50 corpses lay arranged. Liu cast a glance, her brow slightly furrowing with discomfort. The manner of death is rather peculiar. Chu Fan surveyed the scene and approached for a closer inspection. These were not true desiccated corpses, for the flesh and blood remained, albeit drained of their spiritual energy. The depletion of spiritual energy led to a certain degree of emaciation, resembling the withered bark of a tree. Such a state could indeed be attributed to the devouring heaven technique. The methods employed by the demon race were truly terrifying. It was hard to fathom the torment these individuals must have endured in their final moments. Lu Yao felt a shiver run down her spine. Although she could absorb yang energy, she would never bring someone to death. Moreover, that process involved mutual cultivation, wherein the man being drained would bask in pleasure, seeking it fervently. In stark contrast, the 50 individuals present had met a most tragic end. The transformation from living beings to desiccated corpses must have been an experience fraught with despair and agony. This demon must be exceedingly ferocious. Chu Fan pondered. Aren't all demons ferocious? Lu Yao inquired. Chu Fan replied, among the ferocious, there are those even more so. Generally, the demon race is reviled and tends to act discreetly. Yet this individual brazenly drained the life from 50 cultivators, exhibiting not only ferocity but also audacity. Indeed, audacity is the crux, Lu Yao mused. The ability of demons to consume the spiritual energy of cultivators is no secret. However, Tianhai City is a territory of the human race. A demon infiltrating such a place should conduct themselves with utmost caution to avoid drawing attention. Yet, this demon had audaciously claimed the lives of 50 individuals, creating a significant uproar. Such actions could easily lead to exposure. Perhaps it was not mere audacity, but rather, a sense of invulnerability. Chu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Just then, a loud laugh echoed from outside the hall. Ha! Chu Fan, you truly are arrogant. You dare to swagger into my domain, showing such disregard for me. The speaker was none other than Tang Zhan. While Chu Fan had been examining the corpses, Tang Zhan had stealthily retreated, maintaining a considerable distance. Tang Zhan, do you feel confident that you can subdue me? Chu Fan turned his head, chuckling lightly. Tang Zhan snorted disdainfully. Chu Fan, you have indeed surprised me. Even I am no match for you. But do not underestimate me. Just because I cannot defeat you does not mean that someone else cannot kill you. Yet Chu Fan remained composed, silently observing the outside. Lu Yao spoke earnestly. It seems you have noticed his retreat, yet you chose not to intervene. If I do not provide him with an opportunity, how can he expose his accomplices? Chu Fan chuckled softly. In truth, he had sensed something amiss the moment he entered the Tang family escort agency. A group of individuals had just departed from the Four Seas escort agency, making their way to the Tang family escort agency, accompanied closely by numerous cultivators from the Tang family. After all, Tang Zhan was in the hands of Chu Fan, and their duty was to protect him. However, upon their return to the Tang family escort agency, Tang Zhan unexpectedly dismissed his subordinates, choosing instead to take Chu Fan. Liu Yao, and Qin Zheng alone to examine the corpse. Given Tang Zhan's cowardly and fearful disposition, it was illogical for him to disperse his men. Even if his subordinates were deemed ineffective, having them nearby was preferable to their absence. This can only indicate that Tang Zhan possessed other allies, whose identities were shrouded in secrecy. It was imperative to send away the superfluous onlookers so that these allies could reveal themselves. What kind of allies would require such concealment? Both Chu Fan and Liu Yao pondered this question. Meanwhile, beside Tang Zhan, a figure clad in a black robe suddenly materialized. This individual was enveloped so thoroughly that only their eyes were visible. Merely standing there, they emanated an eerie aura that sent chills down one's spine. Within those shadowy eyes flickered a hint of blood-red light. Indeed, it was a demon. Chu Fan's pupils constricted. Chapter 72. Upon encountering the figure in the black robe, Liu Yao jested, "Who would have thought that you, Tang Zhan, have allied yourself with the demonic clan? The Tang family prides itself on being a prestigious lineage, yet here you are nurturing a comrade of the demons. How amusing." Silence. Were it not for your incessant pressure, I would not have summoned Pan Wei, Tang Zhan replied impatiently. Pan Wei, is that his name? Chu Fan remarked leisurely. The mask of the figure in black stirred slightly, emitting a raspy voice. Human brat, you are rather remarkable. Aware that I am of the demonic lineage, yet you manage to maintain your composure. Pan Wei, do not waste time with him. This Chu Fan nearly took my life. I initially had no intention of involving you, but I find myself outmatched and must rely on your assistance, Tang Zhan urged. Pan Wei responded, you know the price for my assistance. Rest assured, in the coming days, I shall arrange for another supply of resources for you, Tang Zhan replied readily. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's suspicions were further confirmed. It was evident that Tang Zhan had formed a collaborative arrangement with Pan Wei. Pan Wei would aid Tang Zhan, and in return, Tang Zhan would provide Pan Wei with resources that undoubtedly referred to living cultivators. The 50 corpses in the hall were likely a sacrifice Tang Zhan willingly offered to Pan Wei. After draining them, Tang Zhan would manage the aftermath, ensuring the existence of the demonic clan remained concealed. It was not uncommon for those in the caravan business to face unfortunate accidents during transport, allowing Pan Wei to act with impunity, consuming 50 living souls in one go. However, perhaps an unforeseen complication arose, leading to the discovery of the 50 corpses and exposing Pan Wei's presence. How dare you speak of resources? You assured me I could indulge without worry. Yet here we are, and the matter has been uncovered. Now, announcements are being issued, and everyone is on high alert against the demons, leaving me in a constant state of fear. Pan Wei expressed his dissatisfaction. Tang Zhan chuckled awkwardly. The mismanagement of the corpses is indeed my fault. However, even without this incident, the annihilation of the Li family would still be attributed to the demons. The entire northern Li family was slaughtered, gruesomely so. Was it not your doing? It was not my hand that committed this act, Pan Wei stated firmly. Very well, it matters not. I shall ensure the next batch of resources is provided under safe circumstances. As for the humans before us, I must trouble you to handle them, Tang Zhan concluded. Pan Wei huffed lightly. I shall place my trust in you once more. With that, a palpable wave of dark energy emanated from Pan Wei, causing his voluminous robe to billow spontaneously. A formidable and chilling aura enveloped the room. With a swift motion, Pan Wei raised his hand, transforming it into a lethal claw aimed directly at Chu Fan. Liu Yao's gaze sharpened, and she suddenly thrust her hand between the two. A surge of pure spiritual energy struck Pan Wei's claw with tremendous force. Bang! Pan Wei's arm trembled slightly, his form momentarily halted. Ah, little girl, though young, you have reached the spiritual sea realm. No wonder you did not weep in fear upon seeing me. Spiritual sea realm. Tang Zhan felt a twinge of apprehension. This woman was indeed stronger than Chu Fan. The mere presence of Chu Fan is already terrifying, and now, with the addition of a woman from the spirit sea realm, the situation becomes even more dire. Fortunately, I summoned Pan Wei directly. Had I relied on the underlings from the escort agency, I would have perished multiple times over. Chu Fan is undeniably formidable. After executing a single move, Liu Yao's expression shifted to one of grave concern as she said, I will do my utmost to hold him back. You should seize the opportunity to escape. I will remain here to cover your retreat, Qin Zheng declared, resolute in his commitment to face death. Pan Wei let out a sinister laugh and replied, Escape? Now that the three of you have encountered me, none shall escape. With that, he unleashed a powerful palm strike from a distance. A dark palm imprint surged forward with great ferocity. Liu focused her energy and countered with a palm imprint of her own, meeting his attack head-on. Chu Fan did not remain idle. He swiftly formed a finger gesture, condensing a sphere of azure light in his palm, and launched it towards Pan Wei like a cannonball. There was no need for restraint against an opponent of such caliber. Even Taoist techniques might prove ineffective. Pan Wei, having been briefly delayed by Lu Yao, was struck squarely by the azure sphere. With a loud bang, the sphere detonated, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy that raged like countless blades against Pan Wei. Lu Yao was taken aback. This fellow not only mastered Taoist techniques but appeared to possess multiple types. When did such skills become so easily acquired? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. After the explosion, Pan Wei seemed scarcely affected, merely swaying slightly before a surge of dark energy enveloped him, dissipating the explosive force entirely. Faced with this outcome, Chu Fan felt regretful yet unsurprised. Pan Wei's strength was indeed superior to Lu Yao's, likely several tiers above in the Spirit Sea realm. My current cultivation level is still too low. No matter how I challenge the ranks, I cannot breach Pan Wei's defenses. How infuriating. Meanwhile, Qin Zhang's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly. He despaired at the realization that despite being at the 4th level of the transformation realm, a figure of strength in the eyes of ordinary people, he had no opportunity to intervene in such a battle. Should he attempt to intervene, he would likely only hinder their efforts. Fool, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and leave. Qin Zhang, take your master and go. Lu Yao barked with authority. I leave, and what then? Chu Fan inquired. Lu Yao replied with pride, I can manage to extricate myself alone. Right now, I am buying you time to escape. Chu Fan smiled and said, I apologize, but I have no habit of abandoning my friends. Friends? So you only regard me as a friend? Lu Yao mused, her tone suddenly melancholic. Chu Fan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, responding, Madam. At this moment, do you still have the leisure to engage in flirtation? Pan Wei, incensed, bellowed, You insolent brats dare to disregard my presence. Do you truly believe you can escape after merely receiving a couple of my blows? Let me demonstrate my true prowess. However, unbeknownst to others, while Chu Fan was conferring with Lu Yao on strategies, a fragment of his consciousness was already engaged in communication within the tower's space. Little Bao, do you possess any clever tactics to counter this demon? For instance, weaknesses? In comparison to the human race, the demon tribe exhibits almost no discernible vulnerabilities. Little Bao responded with a sense of helplessness, acknowledging that with the strength of his master, even with Lu Yao's assistance, they were not a match for this Pan Wei. To ensure self-preservation, the only recourse was to retreat into the tower. Retreat into the tower? Chu Fan swiftly dismissed this notion. Indeed, access to the tower's space was restricted solely to the tower's master. Once he entered, Pan Wei would be barred from entry, seemingly alleviating the immediate predicament. Yet, this action would likely expose the existence of the tower. Chu Fan, having direct control over the chaotic tower, fully understood its immense value. Should the tower's existence be revealed, it would inevitably attract countless troubles. At his current state, he could not safeguard such a precious treasure. Furthermore, what of Lu Yao and Qin Zheng if he were to conceal himself within the tower? Thus, this was a last resort. Resolutely, Chu Fan decided to sacrifice his essence blood to eliminate Pan Wei. Though this would exact a tremendous toll, it was preferable to facing the demise of all. Just as he solidified this determination, a deep voice resonated from the prison on the 1st floor of the tower. Master, if you release me, I can subdue Pan Wei for you. Chu Fan's consciousness shifted to the prison, where he observed the Black Tiger standing, its gaze ablaze with intensity. Chapter 73. The Black Tiger Token. Do you wish to leave? Chu Fan's gaze shifted towards the Black Tiger. The Black Tiger nodded, stating, As long as I am granted my freedom, Pan Wei will undoubtedly kneel and submit. Why should I trust you? Chu Fan inquired. The Black Tiger displayed a proud demeanor, declaring, Because I am the Black Tiger, one of the 10 demon lords. Oh, intrigued, Chu Fan listened attentively. Xiao Bao interjected, Master, a millennium ago, during the war between our two clans, the Demon Clan had 10 elite commanders known as Demon Lords, and the Black Tiger is one among them. The 10 Demon Lords can be considered the second in command of the Demon Clan. Indeed, the Black Tiger was no ordinary being. Chu Fan marveled at this revelation. When the Black Tiger had originally taught him the Devouring Sky technique, he sensed that this individual was extraordinary. Even among the demons, he must be a formidable figure. Little did he know, he was of a rank so high. The hierarchy within the Demon Clan was strict, and it was true that ordinary demons would submit upon encountering a Demon Lord. Xiao Bao then spoke with gravity, however, Master, it is best not to release him. As the Tower Master, you possess the authority to free the imprisoned demons, but it is far too perilous. Unless you are confident in your ability to control him. Clearly, I cannot, Chu Fan acknowledged, continuing, rest assured, I had no intention of releasing him. The second in command of the demon clan, who knows how powerful he might be. Even if Chu Fan were to burn his essence to eliminate Pan Wei, releasing the Black Tiger was out of the question. A cowardly individual. The Black Tiger scoffed disdainfully. With earnestness, Chu Fan remarked, since you are a demon lord, you surely possess other means to subdue Pan Wei, even without directly confronting him. What do you imply? The Black Tiger furrowed his brow. Chu Fan smiled slightly. So, you do have a way? With a flick of his thought. Chains materialized around the Black Tiger, instantly binding him. You despicable fiend. The Black Tiger glared furiously. Without a word, Chu Fan commanded the chains to constrict rapidly. Previously, to compel the Black Tiger to reveal the devouring sky technique, he had subjected him to torment. This time, Chu Fan showed no mercy. As the master of this domain, he had the means to elicit a response from the Black Tiger. The chains tightened, contorting the Black Tiger's form. Blood seeping from the indentations left by the restraints. How could there be such a vile person among the human race? Stop. I will assist you. The Black Tiger grimaced, baring his teeth. Such compliance? Chu Fan finally relented, releasing the torment. With a grunt, the Black Tiger remarked, I see you for what you truly are. You are exceedingly shameless. If I do not speak, your torture would persist indefinitely. So it is wiser to yield sooner and spare myself further suffering. Clever, Chu Fan acknowledged with appreciation. The Black Tiger ceased further dialogue, producing a token from seemingly nowhere and tossing it into the air. There was another reason he withheld. He feared that Chu Fan might truly perish. This Tower Master was of low character, lacking any sense of belonging to the human race. Thus, having such a person wield control over the chaotic treasure tower could, in fact, be beneficial for the demon clan. Should Chu Fan meet his demise, the tower would change hands. And the new master may not be as advantageous to the demon clan as he was. From the very beginning, he intended to bestow the token upon Chu Fan. But he wished to seize this opportunity to negotiate terms with him. To his surprise, the fellow would not entertain discussions and resorted to extreme measures instead. Who, after all, is the true demon here? What is this token? Chu Fan inquired. The Black Tiger token, replied Black Tiger. You may reveal it to the demon minions outside. The rest is of no concern. Chu Fan partitioned his consciousness to enter the tower, which was but a fleeting moment. The majority of his attention remained on the external world, collaborating with Lu Yao to combat Pan Wei. Moments prior, Pan Wei had already been provoked, his aura surging, and the dark energy surrounding him thickening. Initially, he had not exerted his full strength, but that was no longer the case. After several exchanges, both Chu Fan and Lu Yao found themselves reeling, their internal energies tumultuous, on the verge of spitting blood. This brute is overwhelmingly powerful, Lu Yao bit her silver teeth. Are we truly destined to become a pair of lovebirds in the underworld? Pan Wei grinned, remarking, I never anticipated that you would endure over 10 exchanges against me in my full state. As members of the human race, you are indeed prodigies. Even in death, you may take pride. Before his words faded, an ominous handprint materialized in midair, rapidly enlarging and descending with crushing force, akin to a mountain being flattened. Incredible! Too formidable! Is this the might of the demon clan? Tang Zhan observed from a distance, his excitement palpable. To have such a formidable ally was exhilarating. Chu Fan, weren't you quite impressive just now? You broke my arm. Prepare to be reduced to mere pulp. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the colossal handprint loomed over Chu Fan and Lu Yao, forcing them to summon all their strength to resist. Alas, they could only barely withstand its pressure, which continued to bear down upon them. Trapped beneath the handprint, escape was impossible. If the situation persisted, they would soon face annihilation. Pan Wei, controlling the handprint from afar, relished in the torment he inflicted upon the human prodigies. There is no greater joy than extinguishing the flame of human talent, he declared. Pan Wei killed Chu Fan. But what of that woman? Can she be spared? Tang Zhan interjected loudly. I wish to personally toy with such a vixen. Pan Wei frowned, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Zhan, who immediately broke into a cold sweat and muttered, I spoke out of turn. Do as you please. Growing somewhat irritable, Pan Wei clenched his fist, unleashing an overwhelming surge of black energy from the handprint. Lu Yao gritted her teeth as her body began to bend under the pressure. At that very moment, Black Tiger relinquished the token, and Chu Fan's divided consciousness departed from the tower. Shortly thereafter, the token vanished within the tower, only to reappear in the palm of Chu Fan's hand. The token, entirely black, emanated a lustrous purplish-golden sheen, perfectly fitting in the palm of one's hand. Pan Wei, do not kneel. Chu Fan bellowed, wielding his sword to strike at the colossal handprint while brandishing the token with his other hand. Pan Wei's crimson eyes widened in disbelief, transitioning from astonishment to a dazed state, and ultimately to ecstasy. Tears streamed down his face as he exclaimed, "The Black Tiger token?" In that moment of emotional turmoil, the dark handprint he had conjured disintegrated into nothingness. Pan Wei, what on earth are you doing? Tang Zhan cursed in bewilderment. Yet, Pan Wei remained oblivious, his gaze fixated solely on the token in Chu Fan's grasp. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself in reverence. I, Pan Wei, pay my respects to the demon lord. Tang Zhan was left speechless. What was unfolding? Why was Pan Wei behaving so erratically, kneeling before Chu Fan? Moreover, what did the title demon lord signify? Chu Fan, is that you? Lu Yao also turned to Chu Fan, her expression one of confusion. Indeed, Chu Fan was equally astonished. Was the Black Tiger token truly this formidable? Chapter 74. Subjugation. All present were engulfed in shock, except for Pan Wei, who trembled in terror. I beg your pardon for my insolence, my lord demon monarch. Please punish me. Chu Fan cleared his throat and replied, enough, rise. It became evident to him that this token was likely a personal item of the Black Tiger, serving as a form of identification. Pan Wei had mistakenly regarded himself as the Black Tiger, given the strict hierarchy within the demon race. It was entirely reasonable for an ordinary demon to kneel before the demon monarch. I dare not. Pan Wei's voice softened in submission. Get up as I commanded. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. This is an order, Chu Fan said curtly. Why, yes. Pan Wei stood up, trembling with trepidation. Wait, Pan Wei, what is your situation? Tang Zhan felt an ominous premonition. Vile dog. Pan Wei scoffed, waving his hand. With a whoosh, an overwhelming force yanked Tang Zhan toward him. Pan Wei seized Tang Zhan by the throat, exuding a murderous aura as he declared, how dare you, a mere human scoundrel, offend my lord. You deserve death. Despair enveloped Tang Zhan. Though he could not comprehend the situation, he discerned that Chu Fan and Pan Wei were seemingly allied, with Chu Fan holding a superior position. How could he possibly survive with Pan Wei transformed from ally to enemy? Wait, do not kill him yet, Chu Fan interjected. Understood. Pan Wei forcefully hurled Tang Zhan to the ground. Thud. Tang Zhan landed awkwardly, disoriented, unsure how many bones had been broken from the impact. Chu Fan inquired. Did you conspire with Pan Wei in secret? Did any other members of the Tang family participate? Tang Zhan, paralyzed by fear, stammered, and no, not at all. The Tang family escort agency is merely a business under the Tang family, entirely under my purview. I only met Pan Wei by chance and reached a private agreement with him. Chu Fan turned his gaze toward Pan Wei. Pan Wei bowed slightly, stating, he speaks the truth. He has promised to provide me with supplements regularly. In return, I shall assist him in rising to power, step by step, until he becomes the master of the Tang family. Chu Fan scoffed. You believe such a person can become the master of the Tang family? Tang Zhan whispered. Who wishes to remain beneath others? With the support of the demon race, it is not inconceivable since you are the only one aware of Pan Wei. Then it is of no consequence. You may meet your demise, Chu Fan said indifferently. Tang Zhan panicked, pleading, no, please, Chu Fan. I was wrong. I am willing to serve you faithfully, and all my brothers in the escort agency will work for you. I implore you, do not kill me. Chu Fan chuckled softly. Originally, I merely wished to observe a corpse. I had no intention of killing you. However, now that you are aware of my and Pan Wei's identities, survival is no longer an option. Tears streamed down Tang Zhan's face. No, please. I was unaware you were the demon monarch. I know nothing. Moreover, she is aware of this secret too. His gaze fell upon Lu Yao. The demon monarch has no obligation to explain his actions to you, Pan Wei said coldly, raising his hand. Lu Yao let out a cold snort and declared, allow me. She then strode forward, forcefully stepping on Tang Zhan's groin. Tang Zhan emitted a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Lu Yao continued to stomp down with ferocity, her anger bubbling over. What were you saying just now? That this vixen, should be spared? Did you wish to toy with me personally? Tang Zhan, in excruciating pain, wept. I was wrong, fair maiden, I was wrong. Chu Fan, witnessing the brutal state of Tang Zhan's groin, felt a shiver run down his spine. Even his thighs felt cold. A woman must never be trifled with lightly. After a few more stomps, Lu Yao finally calmed down, delivering one last strike from a distance. Smack! Tang Zhan's head instantly morphed into an unrecognizable shape, his cries abruptly ceasing. Lord Demon Monarch, may I inquire why you find yourself here? Your cultivation seems somewhat. Pan Wei ventured cautiously. Chu Fan surveyed the surroundings and instructed. You should hide for now, lest outsiders discover you. Go to the Four Seas Escort Bureau and await my return. We shall discuss the rest later. Understood, Pan Wei nodded. And with a flicker of his form, vanished from sight. Soon, a throng of silhouettes rushed towards the corpse hall. Previously, Tang Zhan had dispersed everyone, leaving not a single escort nearby. However, his cries of torment had reverberated throughout the escort bureau, drawing all the members' attention. Head escort. Boss. Big brother. Why did you kill him? The crowd, upon seeing Tang Zhan's lifeless body, was filled with shock and fury, their gazes fixated on Chu Fan, Lu Yao, and Qin Zhang. Tang Zhan conspired with the demons. I have acted on behalf of justice. Anyone seeking vengeance for him shall be regarded as a comrade of the demon clan. Chu Fan's voice was icy as he surveyed the assembly. What? The boss conspired with the demons? Impossible. You lie. The crowd was both astonished and skeptical. Let us go. Chu Fan, disinterested in further discussion, led Lu Yao and Qin Zhang straight towards the exit. In the realm of cultivators, battles are determined by strength, and the righteousness of one's cause is of little consequence. Thus, Chu Fan held no illusions that his claim of Tang Zhan's collusion with demons would sway them to retreat. Those who block our path shall meet their demise. The trio departed directly. The crowd stared at them intently, yet no one dared to act impulsively, for even their leader Tang Zhan had been slain. Who could possibly stand against Chu Fan? Just as they were on the verge of exiting, someone could no longer contain themselves, shouting, "The boss is dead." Shall we allow the murderer to leave unscathed? Though the enemy is formidable, we outnumber him. Indeed, let us unite. What is there to fear? With their leader gone. If they did not apprehend the killer, they could not answer to their families. Should their families lay blame, none would escape unscathed. Brothers, charge. Amidst the throng, emboldened by the sheer number of their companions, a faction of audacious cultivators surged forth. Is living not preferable? Chu Fan mused with exasperation, his Qing-En sword sweeping horizontally with lethal precision. Crack, crack. The foremost dozen cultivators were instantly cleaved in twain. These practitioners, predominantly low-ranking bodyguards, possessed strength primarily within the Qi gathering and body refining realms, utterly incapable of withstanding the might of Chu Fan's sword. What could even a multitude of dozens or hundreds achieve against such power? Like autumn leaves caught in a tempest, Chu Fan unleashed another strike, harvesting the lives of yet another group. In the brief span of a single exchange, over 30 individuals from the escort agency had perished. Those who had previously boisterously urged a collective assault were now rendered mute with fear, none daring to advance. Lu Yao curled her lips in disdain, remarking, "You people lack self-awareness. It takes the loss of a few for you to comprehend." The crowd, hearts pounding with trepidation, instinctively recoiled. Chu Fan, disinterested in continuing the slaughter of these minions, departed the Tang family escort agency with ease. Upon reaching the Sea-High escort agency, Pan Wei emerged like a specter, casting a cold glance at Lu Yao and Qin Zhang. Lord Demon Sovereign, these two humans have discerned our true identities, should we? As he spoke, a palpable aura of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Chapter 75, The Accusation of Thousands. As soon as Pan Wei's words fell, Chu Fan hastily interjected, "Stop. These two are my friends. There shall be no killing. How can a lord of demonic stature befriend mere humans?" Pan Wei questioned, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. With a furrowed brow, Chu Fan retorted, "Must I explain my every action to you?" Pan Wei immediately bowed. "My apologies for my indiscretion." Chu Fan scoffed lightly. "These two have just fought alongside me, and yet you seek to harm them? Humph. In the future, think before you speak or act." Pan Wei, drenched in cold sweat, replied, "I understand my error and accept any punishment." Chu Fan's tone softened slightly. "You should comprehend our predicament as members of the demon race. Most of our kin are sealed within the Forbidden Lands. Those few who remain in the external world lack sufficient power." Pan Wei sighed. "Indeed, we are forced to scavenge in the human realm, where one misstep may lead to discovery and cruel slaughter at the hands of humanity. The human race is truly malicious." Lu Yao remained speechless. Was it not equally vile for demons to slay humans? With a serious expression, Chu Fan asserted, "Thus, we cannot rely solely on ourselves. We must unite with our enemies and infiltrate their ranks." Pan Wei's eyes brightened. "I see now. These two humans have already been turned to our side by the demon lord, correct? They are indeed on our side. Truly, The demon lord is remarkable. Liu Yao. With a tone of noble righteousness, Chu Fan declared, "My aim in infiltrating the human ranks and collaborating with them is to one day breach the gates of the Forbidden Lands and liberate our demon army." Pan Wei's breath quickened, his eyes welling with tears of excitement. With the demon lord leading us, how can we not achieve greatness? At last, Pan Wei, have found my home. Chu Fan waved his hand. Enough. You may leave now. Unless summoned, do not reveal yourself. I am currently disguised as a human. Your demon aura is too strong. Be cautious not to be discovered, lest you jeopardize our grand endeavor. Yes, Pan Wei nodded repeatedly, then curiously added. But there is one thing I do not understand. Demon Lord, you seem somewhat weakened? Chu Fan remained unfazed, a wistful expression crossing his face. In that great battle a millennium ago, I sustained grave injuries, my life hanging by a thread. Though I retained a flicker of vitality, I fell into a deep slumber. It was only recently that I awakened. In my initial state, I am exceedingly frail, my power but a shadow of its former glory. Moreover, to disguise myself as a human, I have been compelled to diminish my strength. Were it not for this, you would be no match for me. I could extinguish you with but a mere snap of my fingers. As he uttered the last sentence, an unparalleled aura of dominance shone in Chu Fan's eyes. Pan Wei trembled in awe, bowing deeply. Demon Lord, you have suffered greatly. I believe you will soon regain your peak strength. I shall take my leave now. Once Pan Wei departed, the tension in Chu Fan's heart eased slightly. Having spun so many lies, he feared he might not deceive Pan Wei. Should Pan Wei sense something amiss and take action, there would be no one capable of standing against him. Jin Shu, please take a moment to organize the Brothers of the Four Seas Escort Agency. There is no need for you to remain here any longer. Let us return to the Chu family together. I have just slain Tang Zhan, and your presence here is perilous, Chu Fan remarked to Qin Zheng. The Brothers of the Four Seas Escort Agency were indeed loyal and trustworthy individuals, and he was determined to enlist them under his banner. Very well. I shall attend to this at once, Qin Zheng replied eagerly. Once he departed, Liu Yao suddenly assumed a look of fright and exclaimed, I never imagined that my dear Chu Lang is actually the lord of the demon realm. It is truly terrifying. Now that I am privy to the secret of the demon lord, will I truly not be silenced? If you believe so, then that is sufficient. Chu Fan replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. Liu Yao, possessing a keen intellect, held her own judgments, rendering additional dialogue unnecessary. Humph. Where did you acquire that dark tiger order from the demon clan? Liu Yao inquired with a light scoff. I found it, Chu Fan replied without thinking. Well then, you cold-hearted man, must you conceal everything from me? Is this how you repay my sincerity? Liu Yao playfully chided. After exchanging a few light-hearted banters, Qin Zheng had successfully organized the personnel. The Four Seas Escort Agency was established by a faction of the Chu family that had escaped, later recruiting a few cultivators, resulting in a modest number of members. As Qin Zheng had indicated, the escort agency was on the verge of disbandment, allowing those wishing to depart to leave, which led to the dispersal of several individuals. Ultimately, only a little over 30 remained, who collectively shouted "Long live the Chu family head," before following Chu Fan back to the family. As they hastened toward home, a cacophony of voices greeted them before they even arrived. Outside the grand estate, a multitude of individuals had gathered. Not only were there a handful of cultivators, but also a considerable number of ordinary citizens. At a glance, one could see a dense throng, numbering at least in the thousands. Qin Zheng, taken aback, exclaimed, Family head, why are there so many people gathered at home? These individuals seem to harbor ill intentions. Chu Fan furrowed his brow and replied, I will address this. Liu sighed softly. These common folk likely come to compel Chu Fan to arrange a formation. Look, that, is it not Chu Fan? Indeed, it is he. It was his cowardice that allowed the demons to emerge. The massacre of the Li family and the casualties at the Tang family escort are all his doing. How dare he show his face? Before long, the crowd had recognized Chu Fan and began to hurl accusations and insults. Why did you abandon the grand formation? We of Tian'ai City have provided you with so many benefits, yet you could not even maintain the formation? You fled at a critical moment. Your departure has led to the resurgence of the demon clan. Have you ever considered the safety of Tian'ai City? Do you care at all for the peace of the realm? If you possess the ability to guard against the demons, you must fulfill your duty. How can such a selfish individual exist in this world? The uproar of thousands echoed chaotically, with some raising their fists, threatening to strike Chu Fan. However, The majority here are common folk who are acutely aware of their inability to contend with cultivators. They dare only to feign bravado, refraining from any genuine confrontation. Those cultivators capable of taking action have not truly acted, for they all still rely on Chu Fan to once again guard against the demon clan. It would be folly to actually kill him. Upon hearing the cacophony of insults, Chu Fan felt no anger whatsoever. Over the course of 3 millennia in his past life, he had long since seen through the true nature of these individuals. It would be abnormal if they did not hurl a few curses. He simply found it amusing. Yet, Lu Yao could no longer contain herself and retorted sharply, "Can you be any more shameless? I have heard much about the Eternal Calamity Array, and you all frantically criticized Chu Fan for wasting spirit stones. Now that he has left the array, is he at fault once more? What does it matter if the demon clan emerges? Is the collapse of the heavens also the gatekeeper's fault? Moreover, remnants of the demon clan have long been concealed within the human world. Why must it be the gate of the forbidden land from which they emerge? Now, you wish for Chu Fan to reinstate the Eternal Calamity Array. How absurdly optimistic. To be so utterly devoid of shame is a fate worse than death at the hands of the demon clan." Chapter 76. Moral Coercion. Lu Yao spoke fervently. Yet her words fell on deaf ears, inciting further accusations. "What ulterior motive do you have in defending Chu Fan? It seems you wish to stand against the entire city and the world. If you care so much for Chu Fan, then accompany him in guarding the barrier. Enough talk. Guarding the entrance to the Forbidden Land is Chu Fan's mission. With such a shameless appearance, you must not be a virtuous woman." Bah! Amidst the clamor, some gazed at Lu Yao with lecherous eyes. Even worse, some hurled rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables at her with great force. Fuming, Lu Yao's face flushed crimson as she struck the incoming vegetable leaves with a palm. The force of her strike shattered several skulls in its wake. They've killed someone. The gatekeeper has killed. Are you also slaughtering innocent civilians? Do you have no conscience? The splatter of brain matter and blood onto the onlookers elicited a chorus of piercing screams. Typically, cultivators refrain from wantonly slaughtering unarmed commoners, or at least maintain the facade of such restraint. Yet, in reality, the deaths of ordinary citizens at the hands of cultivators are numerous, often resulting from the collateral damage of battles. However, in public settings, cultivators are somewhat bound by moral constraints, as they strive to uphold their image and generally do not harm ordinary folk. Lu Yao's brazen act of killing a civilian incited chaos, followed by waves of outrage. As cultivators, to slay innocents in public is no different from the actions of the demonic clan. I remember now, she is the enchantress of Chuanxiang Tower. She is no virtuous being. An enchantress must not be spared. The crowd erupted in fury, converging upon her. Chu Fan, growing increasingly impatient, suddenly drew the Qing Yin sword, its fierce spiritual energy surging forward with great force. A crescent-shaped blade of energy surged forth like a tidal wave. With a swift sweep, the sword energy cleaved through the throng, instantly bisecting a large number of individuals. Though Chu Fan's cultivation level was inferior to Lu Yao's, the ferocity of his strikes far surpassed hers. With thousands gathered nearby, most lacking any significant cultivation, this one strike resulted in hundreds of lifeless bodies. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air. They've killed again. This Chu Fan is even more malevolent than the enchantress. The onlookers behind the fallen were paralyzed with terror, none daring to advance. They had relied on their status as ordinary citizens, attempting to leverage moral high ground to pressure Chu Fan into resuming his post. Yet, they could never have anticipated that he would resort to murder, killing innocent civilians. This Chu Fan has completely forsaken the morals of a cultivator. Begone! Chu Fan cast a cold glance over the scene, uttering a disdainful remark. A cold sweat broke out among the crowd, instinctively causing them to retreat. Though numerous, they were but a disorganized rabble, adept at creating a ruckus, but lacking the courage to act decisively. Unimpeded, Chu Fan and his companions approached the gates of the Chu residence. Chu Fan, are you truly going to guard the gate or not? Indeed, do state your intentions. If you refuse to stand watch, once the forbidden gates are flung open, all of Tian'ai City will face destruction, and neither you nor your Chu family will escape unscathed. As Chu Fan seemed poised to enter, a few bolder individuals spoke up again. With a dismissive smile, Chu Fan replied, "Guard the gate? Tang Xiong has just been here. Do you think you can pressure me as well? Tang Xiong represents the cultivators. He approached you, and you did not refuse him, did you? If he cannot sway you, we represent the common folk. You should stand guard not only for the cultivators, but for the sake of the populace. We are the vulnerable, and you must protect us. After all, you wouldn't want to bear the weight of infamy. would you? The crowd murmured in agreement. Lu Yao, amused yet exasperated, remarked to Chu Fan. It is clear to me now. Tang Xiang represents the cultivators, forcefully compelling you to guard the gate, while they, claiming to represent the underprivileged, are attempting to morally bind you to their will. These two factions, one strong and one weak, have likely conspired together. Chu Fan remained unfazed, responding, it matters not. If they find it useful, so be it. Chu Fan, Elder Tang Xiong has given you a 3-day ultimatum. Consider your options wisely. With flushed faces, the crowd, having exchanged harsh words, dispersed hastily. Given the recent fatalities, they dared not linger, fearing a sudden outbreak of violence could claim more lives. At that moment, on the periphery of the gathering, Tang Xiong made his entrance. I knew it. The two factions must have conspired, Lu Yao scoffed. Tang Xiong has likely been here all along. He did nothing to prevent the deaths earlier, truly a champion of the people. Chu Fan, your actions are excessive. Tang Xiong approached the crowd, declaring, how can you slaughter the common folk? Chu Fan chuckled softly. Elder Tang, you just visited at noon. Why return so soon? It has even been 3 days. Tang Xiong retorted angrily, you wreaked havoc at the Tang family escort agency, killing Tang Zhan, and you owe me an explanation. Chu Fan scoffed, I did kill him. What will you do about it? Tang Xiong's fury escalated. Chu Fan, do you truly disregard my Tang family? Were it not for my pressing responsibilities to ensure you set up the myriad calamities formation, I would have eliminated you long ago. Chu Fan understood. It seems that only Tang Zhan colluded with the demonic forces. The rest of the Tang family is not involved with them. If the Tang family is free from further demonic ties, that simplifies matters. Tang Xiong trembled with rage. Although Tang Zhan merely managed an escort agency, he was a formidable expert of the transformation realm and a key member of the family. Just moments ago, he learned of Tang Zhan's death at Chu Fan's hands, inciting outrage throughout the Tang clan. However, with all of Tian'ai City relying on Chu Fan to guard the gate, they could not afford to eliminate him. The matter of Tang Zhan's demise would have to be set aside for now. Tang Xiong's current contemplation is as follows. If, in 3 days, Chu Fan successfully completes the 10,000 calamities formation and willingly enters the array once more, all shall rejoice. Otherwise, beneath the gates of the Forbidden Land, he shall meet a torturous demise, avenging Tang Zhan and quelling the public's ire. Thus, Tang Xiong took a deep breath and spoke in a sinister tone. Now, I present you with an opportunity to redeem your sins. In 3 days, ensure that the 10,000 calamities formation is properly arranged. Should you comply, the lives you claim today, including that of Tang Zhan, shall go unpunished. Otherwise, not only will you face death, but all members of the Chu family shall accompany you to the grave. Chu Fan readily acquiesced, laughing heartily. Very well, very well. Prepare the spirit stones, and I shall see to the arrangement. Though he spoke with such ease, in his heart, he had already marked the death of Tang Zhan for 3 days hence. In accordance with the Lord of the City's directive, the previous debt collection meeting was renamed the People's Assembly, of which I am the president. The mission of the People's Assembly is to safeguard the peace of Tian'ai City and to ensure your completion of the 10,000 calamities formation. Chu Fan, this time, the People's Assembly will provide you with every convenience. I hope you will not disappoint me. Tang Xiong expressed with satisfaction. People's Assembly? Chu Fan mused, unable to suppress a chuckle at the name. Chapter 77. Plea that Songqing Society, a name suggesting an organization dedicated to the welfare of the common people, elicited amusement from Chu Fan when uttered by Tang Xiong. When has this Tang Xiong ever genuinely cared for the populace? In the depths of Chu Fan's previous memories, he recalled that its Songqing Society was indeed established in Tian'ai City, albeit much later. In his past life, the Songqing Society was responsible for managing the consumption of spirit stones for guarding duties, supervising Chu Fan, and guarding against the demonic clan. It was the Tang family that monopolized the Songqing Society, using its name to engage in numerous acts of self-serving corruption. If one were to accuse anyone of embezzling spirit stones, it would not be Chu Fan, for the Tang family had greedily hoarded much. Thus, it could be said that in his past life, the Tang family and the Songqing Society were Chu Fan's mortal enemies. When he ultimately met his demise, many of the cultivators present were members of the Songqing Society, with Tang Xiong himself delivering the fatal blow. In this life, the Songqing Society has been re-established. Although the timing and reasons differ, its essence remains unchanged. From its inception, this organization has been rotten to the core. Chu Fan's strange laughter caused an involuntary shiver to run down Tang Xiong's spine. What are you laughing at? He inquired. Nothing much. 3 days hence, Bring your Songshan society to wait for me at the gate of the Forbidden Land, Chu Fan replied nonchalantly. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall wish you success in completing the 10,000 Calamities Great Formation. Tang Xiong responded, visibly pleased. It seemed that his relentless pressure on Chu Fan, through threats, public opinion, moral coercion, and invoking the Songshan society, had indeed compelled Chu Fan to acquiesce. Humph, you insolent boy. You previously claimed you could not produce the 10,000 Calamities Great Formation. How is it that you now can? Clearly, the pressure was insufficient. Oh, and one more thing. I hope you refrain from leaving the city in the next 3 days. To prevent any demons from infiltrating, Tianhai City is under strict guard. Should you venture outside and inadvertently fall victim to the enforcers, it would not bode well. Moreover, even if you manage to escape the city, with so many members of the Chu family, such as your sister, surely not all can flee unscathed? Tang Xiong added as a seemingly kind reminder before striding away. Watching his retreating figure, Chu Fan's pupils constricted slightly. If the Tang family seeks death, I shall grant it. Lu Yao, sensing Chu Fan's murderous intent, whispered, shall I eliminate him for you? While I cannot contend with Pan Wei, taking down Tang Xiong would be quite effortless. Chu Fan waved his hand. I have stated before. I do not wish to involve you in the grievances between myself and the Tang family. Leo smiled brightly. For your sake, I fear not the entanglement. Besides, I have my own grievances with that old dog. I am brimming with suppressed fury. Chu Fan remarked, killing Tang Xiong alone is not difficult. However, he is the younger brother of the Tang family patriarch and one of their most pivotal figures. To slay him would not be the same as eliminating a mere member of the Tang clan. His death would provoke immediate retaliation from the Tang family. Is it truly so simple to kill just Tang Xiong? Lu Yao chuckled, bemused. Despite his shamelessness, Tang Xiong had reached the threshold of the Spirit Sea realm, just a step away from formally entering it, and was powerful enough to suppress any cultivator in the transformation realm. Yet, despite being merely at the first layer of the profound realm, Chu Fan boldly asserted that eliminating Tang Xiong would not pose a challenge. This statement was indeed peculiar. However, Lu Yao felt a strange conviction that Chu Fan might genuinely be capable of such a feat. His realm was not to be taken at face value. For me, confronting Tang Xiong equates to declaring war on the Tang family. Thus, I require some time, Chu Fan continued. Will you truly be able to contend against the entire Tang family in 3 days? Lu Yao asked, astonished. Chu Fan smiled in silence, which seemed to confirm her inquiry. Lu Yao's beautiful eyes were filled with even greater shock. If Chu Fan could indeed slay Tang Xiong, it was somewhat understandable, considering the latter's proficiency with formations and various hidden techniques. If worst came to worst, he could always send Pan Wei to do the deed. However, for Chu Fan to take on the entire Tang family appeared utterly unrealistic. The 4 prominent families were brimming with formidable powerhouses. Which family lacked a few cultivators of the spiritual sea realm? Moreover, the Tang family maintained a close relationship with the city lord. Such a deeply entrenched lineage could not be surpassed by Chu Fan in a mere 3 days. Setting aside all else, Chu Fan himself would need to reach the spiritual sea realm, wouldn't he? 3 days to achieve the spiritual sea realm? What a joke. In any case, simply wait to witness the spectacle in 3 days, Chu Fan said with a cheerful smile before departing from the Chu residence. In this life and the last, the enmity and grievances with the Tang family must come to a conclusion. His current destination was the treasure pavilion, as his devouring heavenly art had yet to fully recover. He was unable to continue absorbing spiritual herbs, and he estimated it would take another 2 days. During this period, he could seek other means to enhance his cultivation, as well as prepare certain formations. For that purpose, he would require numerous rare materials, which naturally necessitated a visit to the treasure pavilion. Before long, Chu Fan arrived at his destination. Outside the grand entrance of the treasure pavilion knelt a familiar figure, Su Kaiwei, clad in simple garments. She knelt with a visage etched with guilt and remorse, her face streaked with tears. As she knelt, she emitted a somewhat hoarse voice. Master, I was wrong. Master, I was wrong. The weariness in her voice indicated she had been in this position for quite some time. As Chu Fan passed by her, he paid her no heed. However, upon catching sight of Chu Fan, Su Kaiwei's dulled eyes suddenly flickered with a spark, and an overwhelming hatred surged within her. It is him. It is all his fault. He has humiliated me before countless guests. He has turned the entire Su family into a laughingstock. Moreover, he caused me to be expelled from my master's teachings. It is all his doing. He deserves to die. In a moment of intense resentment, Su Kaiwei forcefully suppressed her emotions and spoke in a soft, gentle tone. Chu Fan. She understood that merely kneeling here would yield little in the way of forgiveness from the pavilion master. The only recourse was to enlist Chu Fan's assistance in pleading on her behalf. Thus, regardless of her deep-seated animosity towards him, she resolved to present her utmost gentleness to him. Chu Fan turned to glance at her. Su Kaiwei wiped her tears and said, "Chu Fan, regarding the matter of the engagement, I was in the wrong. Reflecting on the past, I am filled with profound regret. I do not wish for us to rekindle our former relationship. I only hope that you do not harbor hatred towards me." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice frail and filled with a pitiable tone. Coupled with her inherent beauty, she appeared even more deserving of sympathy. Even the most stoic of hearts would soften at the sight of her. Yet, Chu Fan remained unmoved, replying coolly, "Hate you? You overestimate yourself." Su Kaiwei's expression faltered. Her composure nearly shattered. For a woman, particularly one with a sense of pride, to witness Chu Fan remain so unruffled amidst all that had transpired, his lack of anger, his absence of resentment, was a clear indication of utter disregard. This was far more difficult for her to accept. Without any inclination to linger, Chu Fan continued his path toward the store. Su Kaiwei gritted her teeth and called out to him once more, "Chu Fan, can you truly bear to see me kneeling here? Are you not the least bit curious as to why I am in this position? If you wish to kneel, then kneel. It has nothing to do with me," Chu Fan replied without looking back. Chapter 78. "So you are truly an alchemist." Su Kaiwei was utterly bewildered. "Is it not enough that I have lowered myself, greeted you with a smile, and spoken to you in such a gentle tone? Do you not possess even a modicum of empathy? Are you truly a man? We had an engagement, a bond that almost made us husband and wife. Do you not feel even a hint of nostalgia? Am I not attractive enough to evoke a sliver of affection from you?" Su Kaiwei was on the verge of collapse, yet Chu Fan was her last lifeline. She could no longer maintain the image of a pampered daughter. She leaped forward and embraced Chu Fan, her voice choked with emotion. "Chu Fan, I have been expelled by my master. I am filled with regret and sorrow. I long for my master's forgiveness and wish to return to the sect. But my master will not listen to me or see me. I implore you, could you take me to meet my master? Could you plead my case? You are the key to this matter. If you speak up, my master will surely grant you face and allow me back into the sect. You are a man of virtue. You would not bear to see me in such despair, would you? Our families, the Chus and the Sus, have always been close. Despite past grievances, we were once akin to family. Surely, there must be some remnants of old affection." Su Kaiwei's earnest pleas were heartfelt, her remorse palpable as she reflected deeply. She believed that having stooped to this level, any man would surely soften his heart. However, to her utter astonishment, before she could finish her entreaty, Chu Fan furrowed his brows, forcefully pushed her away, and uttered a single word, "Scram." Thud. Su Kaiwei's delicate form was harshly thrust aside, crashing onto the ground. Dressed in plain attire, she was now covered in mud, which only heightened her tragic appearance. "Chu Fan, you are no man." Overwhelmed with pain, she propped herself up with one hand, her face flushed with anger as she scolded him. But Chu Fan had already entered the establishment. She was powerless to act and dared not follow. She could only endure the pain and kneel once more. "Master, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I beg you for another chance." Upon entering the shop, Chu Fan encountered Fan Hongfu. Unlike his usual radiant self, Fan Hongfu bore a troubled expression, appearing to have aged a few years. The disappointment of having a beloved disciple tear off the mask of pretense weighed heavily upon him, causing him greater anguish than anyone else. Only when he saw Chu Fan did Fan Hongfu regain some composure and said, "Chu Fan, you have arrived." Chu Fan replied, "Su Kaiwei is kneeling outside. You must be aware of this, master. Deep down, you still care for your disciple." Fan Hongfu sighed and responded, "After nurturing her for several years, I treated her as my own daughter. Alas, she has disappointed me greatly. She wears one face in public and another behind closed doors. My disciples may lack extraordinary talent, but their character must be impeccable. Though I feel sorrow. Even if she were to kneel until her last breath, I will not take her back. I believe that in due time, the master will find a more suitable successor." Chu Fan reassured. Fan Hongfu nodded and replied, "Thank you for your kind words. However, Su Kaiwei's character is indeed lacking, and as her master, I bear some responsibility. Chu Fan, I must also apologize to you. The matter of the marriage contract nearly brought you disgrace, and I feel quite remorseful." As he spoke, he was about to bow in apology to Chu Fan. Chu Fan quickly interrupted, saying, "Master, you are my senior. Such a gesture towards me would truly be an overstatement. Su Kaiwei is exceptionally cunning, deliberately concealing her true nature. How could you have detected it?" Moreover, your intention to assist me in the marriage arrangements was well-meaning and not at all erroneous. In fact, I must thank you for helping me see her true colors. You are a remarkable young man, Fan Hongfu remarked, pleased. Su Kaiwei is unworthy of you. By the way, what brings you here today? I wish to purchase some items from the pavilion, Chu Fan replied. Fan Hongfu appeared puzzled and remarked, you recently acquired a substantial number of beast cores. What more do you require? Chu Fan produced a list and said, everything is noted here. Fan Hongfu glanced at it and immediately lost his composure upon seeing the first item. Third-tier beast cores, 49 of them. The higher the grade of beast cores, the more challenging they were to obtain, and consequently, the price escalated. The previous second-tier beast cores were already quite valuable, averaging around 20,000. In contrast, third-tier cores could reach an average of 80,000. 49 cores would amount to nearly 4 million. Master, I have liquidated all of the Chu family's assets. Hence I possess quite a few banknotes, Chu Fan explained, noticing Fan Hongfu's troubled expression. However, after this purchase, my funds will be nearly depleted. Fan Hongfu waved his hand and said, No, I am not concerned about your finances. I simply find it astonishing that you require such an immense quantity of beast cores. Generally, most individuals find it difficult to utilize beast cores, and even when they do, it is often limited to specific formidable beasts. Your desire for a vast quantity, without regard for species, is unprecedented. Oh, I'm not prying into your affairs. You need not answer my inquiries. The Baibao Pavilion is solely focused on sales, and we concern ourselves with nothing else. He quickly added, wary of any possible misunderstandings. Chu Fan smiled and said, I shall not conceal it from you, master. In fact, I am an alchemist. Recently, I am seeking to hone my alchemical skills, which necessitates a considerable amount of beast cores. As you know, practicing alchemy often results in repeated failures, thus consuming a great deal of materials. Though the other party did not press further, Chu Fan still felt the need to provide an explanation. After all, his repeated large purchases of beast cores were indeed unusual. Should someone with ulterior motives take notice, it could lead to complications. The primary consumers of beast cores are alchemists. Using alchemy practice as a cover seemed both reasonable and justifiable. You are an alchemist? Fan Hongfu exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes widening. Not long ago, he had received news that Shangwan Changming had also visited the Su family, claiming to have come on account of Chu Fan and referring to him as Master Chu. As a result, when Chu Fan was absent, Shangwan Changming turned away in displeasure. Many present were perplexed as to how Chu Fan had attained the title of Master Chu. It was at this moment that Fan Hongfu realized that Chu Fan was an alchemist. No wonder he was addressed as Master Chu by Shangwan Changming. Alchemists are indeed the most esteemed group within the realm of cultivators, especially since the Baibao Pavilion frequently engages with alchemists for the long-term buying and selling of elixirs. Fan Hongfu held them in particularly high regard. The pavilion master chuckled, modestly asserting that he merely knew how to concoct a few types of elixirs. Fan Hongfu, filled with envy, remarked, to have become an alchemist at such a young age is truly a sign of boundless potential. In retrospect, it is not that Su Kaiwei is unworthy of you. Rather, she is not even fit to carry your shoes. Speaking of which, what rank of alchemist are you? If the opportunity arises, the Wanbao Pavilion would be eager to collaborate with you. Chapter 79. Collaboration. What rank of alchemist are you? 4th rank. Chu Fan did not conceal the truth from Fan Hongfu. Well, what? Fan Hongfu exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in shock, his composure slipping away. In his subconscious, the mere fact that Chu Fan could become an alchemist, even at the 1st rank, was already astonishing. The involvement of Shangwan Changming in the birthday banquet for Chu Fan indicated that their ranks were somewhat comparable. Otherwise, given Shangwan Changming's proud disposition, he would never have taken the initiative to be amiable. Thus, Fan Hongfu speculated that Chu Fan was likely a 3rd-rank alchemist. A 20-year-old 3rd-rank alchemist would undoubtedly command respect from Shangwan Changming and attract the interest of the Baibaoch. 3rd rank was already the limit of what Fan Hongfu could comprehend. He never anticipated that Chu Fan would outright declare himself a 4th-rank alchemist. A 4th-rank alchemist at the age of 20? Did such a prodigy truly exist in this world? Shangwan Changming had labored for half his life and remained at the peak of the 3rd rank. Was it possible that Chu Fan surpassed Shangwan Changming? It was simply unfathomable. Fan Hongfu stared at Chu Fan with a peculiar gaze, as if he were observing some bizarre creature. Ahem, Chu Fan. You are not jesting, are you? The pavilion master is my senior and a friend of my father. How could I possibly be joking? Chu Fan replied. while producing a Panlong Dan. He had refined a total of 10 Panlong Dan, 5 of which he had gifted to Su Zixin, leaving him with a few. This is a Panlong Dan. The quality is so exceptional. Could it be? Fan Hongfu gasped in astonishment. Having encountered countless elixirs, he could discern their quality at a glance, and this Panlong Dan was freshly produced, not more than a day old. Indeed, it is my creation, Chu Fan nodded. Fan Hongfu's breathing quickened, rendering him nearly speechless. He had heard that Chu Fan had not presented any gifts to old Master Su at the birthday banquet. Yet he had gifted 5 Panlong Dan to Su Zixin. However, no one had thought that the elixirs were personally refined by Chu Fan. If Su Xian were to learn that his granddaughter's husband was a 4th-rank alchemist, he would likely be filled with regret so profound that he might contemplate hanging himself. The Su family truly lacks the fortune to elevate themselves to your level, Fan Hongfu lamented. Chu Fan smiled and inquired, I wonder, what did the pavilion master mean by collaboration? Fan Hongfu's expression turned serious as he responded, it's quite simple, Master Chu. In the future, whenever you have elixirs, you can wholesale them directly to Bai Baoj, and I will purchase them at a discount of 10% off the final selling price. Of course, you may also choose consignment, where we only take a 0.5% commission. Furthermore, when you require materials for alchemy, Bai Baoj will do its utmost to assist you in sourcing them, providing the raw materials at cost price. During their subsequent dialogue, Fan Hongfu's address toward Chu Fan shifted to Master Chu. Previously, he had indeed treated Chu Fan as a junior. Even though Chu Fan had displayed remarkable cultivation, he was still a younger generation. But now, Chu Fan was a 4th-rank alchemist. Confronted by such a master alchemist, who is also the most significant future partner of the Baibao Pavilion. Even if Fan Hongfu is indeed an elder, he must accord due respect to Chu Fan. The pavilion master is a figure of great stature within the city, and your reference to Master Chu is truly humbling. Chu Fan found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this. Fan Hongfu's expression turned serious as he stated, when encountering a 4th-grade alchemist. Regardless of who they may be, I shall respond in kind. I understand your respect for me, yet we must keep matters distinct. As of now, we stand as equals. Very well. Chu Fan did not dwell on this further and proceeded to inquire, how many of the pills I refine can Baibao Pavilion accept? Fan Hongfu replied, there is no limit. Regardless of the quantity you produce, Baibao Pavilion can accommodate it. For us, the sale of pills, being a highly sought-after commodity, is always welcome. That is splendid. I shall opt for a wholesale arrangement with Baibao Pavilion. Chu Fan decisively agreed to this collaboration. The two methods of partnership presented themselves. Consignment takes only a half commission, which seems more advantageous but is not suitable for Chu Fan. Consignment is more appropriate for smaller quantities of pills sold gradually in-store. Given that Chu Fan can easily refine pills, he would soon possess dozens or even hundreds. Thus, a direct wholesale to Baibao Pavilion is far more convenient. The 1/10 commission is negligible. Relinquishing this small portion of profit allows Chu Fan to conserve considerable energy and time. With Baibao Pavilion's reputation, a mere 10% cut is already quite generous towards him. Moreover, it simplifies the procurement of raw materials in the future. Now, as Chu Fan seeks to develop his own influence, his demands for capital and resources are immense. With this partnership, financial concerns will no longer burden him. The demonic army will inevitably descend, and he must establish his own power to safeguard himself and his loved ones. Haha, splendid. Excellent. Fan Hongfu was elated after finalizing this cooperation. Baidao Pavilion would be able to sell more 4th-grade pills, significantly enhancing its reputation and status. Furthermore, Chu Fan's choice of wholesale rather than consignment implies that the quantity of pills he can provide will be substantial, an exhilarating prospect indeed. With that being said, I will bring the first batch of pills in 2 days, Chu Fan continued. He intended to gather a bit more before proceeding. Very well, no issue. Fan Hongfu, regaining his composure, remarked, by the way, I will retrieve the materials on your list right away. With that, he hurried off to gather the materials. Chu Fan's list included not only 3rd-grade beast cores but also several other items. However, they were not particularly rare, so all could be found within Baidao Pavilion. Before long, Fan Hongfu returned with several packages, stating 49 3rd-grade beast cores at an average price of 80,000 each, totaling 3,920,000. 8 Moonshadow stones amounting to 400,000, along with various other less valuable miscellaneous items, bringing the total to 5,300,000. I shall offer you a discount of 20%, making it 4,240,000. You need not worry about the 4,000 remainder. 420,000 is sufficient. Chu Fan politely remarked, Master, your generosity is truly overwhelming. Fan Hongfu replied with a serious demeanor. Firstly, consider this a token of my apology for the wedding. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, in the future, when you purchase materials, Baibao will not profit from you. Enough of the modesty, you shall simply focus on refining more elixirs. Very well, Chu Fan responded without further hesitation. He understood that by supplying elixirs to Baibao, he would not be neglecting their partnership. In no time, the transaction was settled, yet Chu Fan found his supply of silver notes dwindling alarmingly. He had liquidated all his assets the previous day, amassing over 7 million taels. Initially, he spent over 1 million on crafting formation flags, then another 1 million on purchasing alchemical materials. Now, he had spent more than 400,000 in one go, leaving him with less than 1 million in remaining funds. Typically, running a family business would not incur such exorbitant expenses, yet this reckless spending had rendered several million insufficient. Nevertheless, to Chu Fan, the value of this expenditure was immeasurable. Upon completing the transaction, as Chu Fan prepared to leave the shop, Fan Hongfu personally escorted him to the entrance. The respect shown to this fourth-tier alchemist was palpable, as if they were on the verge of forming a brotherhood. As they reached the door, Su Kaiwei remained outside, kneeling with tear-stained eyes. Upon seeing Chu Fan emerge alongside his master, her heart surged with excitement. The master has also come out. Could it be that Chu Fan spoke on my behalf? Yes, it must be so. Chapter 80. The blockade of the Chu family. Su Kaiwei felt a tinge of pride. Although Chu Fan appears aloof and indifferent, I am certain he harbors a fondness for me in his heart. After all, he spoke in my defense before Master. Otherwise, how could Master have come out? Master has ultimately softened. He must be here to forgive me. Chu Fan, do not presume that your actions will truly win my heart. You are sorely mistaken. With this thought, Su Kaiwei lifted her gaze. Her eyes filled with expectation as she earnestly asked, Master, have you forgiven me? Are you willing to take me back? She awaited her master's response with bated breath. However, unexpectedly, Fan Hongfu frowned slightly, casting her a fleeting glance, yet uttering not a single word. Su Kaiwei was taken aback. What did this mean? Was he not here to see her? Was he not here to forgive her? Then what was his purpose for coming out? Master, please return. There is no need for further escort, Chu Fan said with a slight bow. Master Chu, allow me to accompany you a little further, Fan Hongfu replied with a courteous smile. Su Kaiwei's body became rigid, as if struck by lightning. She clearly observed that her master's demeanor towards Chu Fan was tinged with a hint of caution, as if he were addressing a person of great importance. Master, is he currying favor with Chu Fan? Furthermore, why does he refer to him as Master Chu? It seems that Shangguan Changming has called him that as well. What exactly is Chu Fan's status? Moss Master, why do you also refer to him as? Su Kaiwei felt her worldview shatter once more, stammering in disbelief. This is not something for outsiders to know, Fan Hongfu replied coldly. The fact that Chu Fan was a fourth-grade alchemist was not something he would divulge, especially since Chu Fan himself had not proclaimed it. Many alchemists prefer to remain discreet, wishing to avoid being inundated with requests for medicine. Now that Baibao has established a cooperative relationship with Chu Fan, Fan Hongfu would prefer to keep his identity a secret, relishing the advantage of obtaining Chu Fan's potions exclusively. Naturally, he would not speak of it to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Su Kaiwei's complexion suddenly turned pale, as if her soul had departed. Then she witnessed her master escorting Chu Fan for an extended distance, almost as if he wished to send him directly back to the Chu residence. She herself had not seen him off this far yesterday. As Chu Fan returned to the Chu family estate, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The vicinity of the Chu residence was clearly shrouded with the presence of numerous concealed cultivators. While he could not discern their full numbers, the hidden cultivators had effectively surrounded the Chu family. Anyone wishing to enter or exit the estate would need to pass through this blockade. However, upon Chu Fan's return, the hidden blockade made no move against him, allowing him to enter freely. The moment he stepped through the door, he found Su Yi, Chu Aotian, Qin Zheng, and others gathered with expressions of fury, poised for action. Wanner was also present, her expression grim but her focus sharp, acutely aware of her surroundings. Chu Fan furrowed his brows and inquired, "What has transpired?" "Master." Upon the return of Chu Fan, a sense of reassurance washed over the gathered crowd, who exclaimed with fervor. Qin Zheng, gritting his teeth, remarked, "The family head must have discovered that our Chu family is surrounded. These individuals maintain a blockade but have yet to launch an assault. Their intentions remain unclear. Just moments ago, Miss Warner attempted to venture out, but was abruptly forced back, sustaining some injuries in the process. Chu Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he asked, "Warner is injured?" Chu Warner quickly waved her hands, insisting, "Brother, I am fine. I merely encountered a gust of palm wind that knocked me back a bit. A moment's adjustment will suffice." After a swift inspection of Warner's condition and confirming her safety, Chu Fan felt a slight relief. Nonetheless, a profound anger simmered within him. The only two living relatives he held dear were Warner and his senior sister. They were his Achilles heel. The outside is sealed off, and I cannot make a decisive move at the moment, so I must remain cautious. Ever ready to manipulate the Xuanwu formation. However, no one has yet entered, Chu Warner elucidated. With a cold smile, Chu Fan responded, "I believe I have an inkling of who it may be." He then stepped outside and called out, "Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was an elderly man with white hair, his presence steady and elusive, as if he were one with the night. Members of the Tang family? A murderous intent flickered in Chu Fan's eyes. The old man spoke in a nonchalant manner. "Tang Kaishan of the Tang family." After a brief pause, he added, "The man you killed, Tang Zhan, was my son." Chu Fan's pupils constricted. The name Tang Kaishan resonated like thunder. He was a pillar of the Tang family, a formidable force in the Spirit Sea realm, and held a higher status than Tang Xiong. It dawned upon Chu Fan that Tang Zhan was indeed the son of Tang Kaishan. However, he understood that the Elder S blockade of the Chu family was not merely an act of vengeance. "You possess great audacity to have slain my son. Yet, you have also taken on the task of arranging the Wanjie Grand Formation, which prevents me from killing you," Tang Kaishan sighed. "Thus, I have personally come to seal off the Chu family, representing both the Tang family and the Songqing Society." Without his prompting, Chu Fan had already surmised the implications. The Songqing Society aimed to ensure that he complied with their demands regarding the formation, undoubtedly seeking to seize his lifeline. Merely sealing the city would not suffice, as the vastness of Tianhai City presented the possibility of his escape. However, by locking down the Chu family, they could eliminate any chance of his flight. The Chu family represented Chu Fan's most cherished ties. By safeguarding them as hostages, his escape would be rendered impossible. In terms of despicability, the Tang family certainly does not disappoint, Chu Fan scoffed. Tang Kaishan chuckled lightly, assuring him, "Rest assured. I have merely brought people to seal off the Chu family and will not trouble your family for the time being. As long as you adhere to our agreement and rearrange the Wanjie Grand Formation in 3 days, my men will withdraw, and your family will regain their freedom. However, should you attempt to flee or fail in your arrangements, I shall have no choice but to annihilate every member of the Chu family. The fate of your kin rests entirely in your hands." As the conversation progressed, a shadow of gloom surfaced in Tang Kaishan's aged eyes. Chu Fan currently held significant importance to Tianhai City. Thus, neither he nor his family could be harmed. For the greater good, Tang Kaishan was willing to endure. However, should Chu Fan falter, Tang Kaishan would seize the opportunity to avenge his son. Consequently, he volunteered to oversee the blockade of the Chu family estate. "Rest assured, I shall remain," Chu Fan stated earnestly. Tang Kaishan dismissively replied, "Do as you wish. You may enter and exit the Chu residence at will, but your kin shall not. In any case, the lives of the Chu family members are now under the dominion of the Tang family. If you are unconcerned for their safety, feel free to roam." Suddenly, Chu Fan inquired, "Warner, were you the one who inflicted the injury?" "Indeed, it was I. And what of it? Had I not pledged to the city lord that no lives would be taken during this 3-day blockade, she would be nothing more than a mangled corpse." Tang Kaishan replied with an air of entitlement. Suppressing his fury, Chu Fan articulated each word with precision. 3 days hence, when I set forth to arrange my formation beyond the city, shall mark your demise. Chapter 81, The Fiery Bone Formation. Ha ha ha. My demise? I am truly looking forward to it. Tang Kaishan laughed heartily, his gaze towards Chu Fan laced with mockery and pity. This young man, faced with such dire circumstances, could only muster bravado through words. How pitiable, how laughable. As his laughter echoed, Tang Kaishan's figure once again melded into the night. How infuriating. The Tang family has gone too far. The so-called benevolent society, the pretense of serving the common good, is nothing but a facade. Their shamelessness is appalling. Yet they maintain a guise of righteousness. It enrages me to no end. I must break free and confront them. Though the Tang family is formidable, we can fight to our last breath and make them pay a price. Life for a life is not a loss, and a life for two is a gain. Within the Chu family, everyone seethed with indignation. The family was besieged by Tang Kaishan, and this was no longer merely a matter of safety, but a profound humiliation. Enough. Silence. All of you. Withdraw. Chu Fan commanded with a sweeping gesture. I yearn to eliminate Tang Kaishan and his ilk more than any of you. The crowd stamped their feet in agreement. Indeed, they are forcing the family head to guard the gates once more. This is utterly intolerable. The pressure the family head bears is far greater than ours. Chu Fan retorted, the Tang family is not like the Li family. They do not obliterate without warning. At present, it is unwise for us to engage in open conflict with the Tang family. If I can endure for 3 days, can you not do the same? Could it be that the family head already has a plan? The eyes of the crowd brightened. Chu Fan spoke earnestly. To confront the Tang family, once we strike, it will be an all-out war. Therefore, I shall either refrain from action, or when I do act, it must be with the intent to level the entire Tang family and eradicate them completely. Level the entire Tang family? A chill ran through the hearts of the crowd. They believed that eliminating Tang Xiong or Tang Kaishan would suffice for retribution, even if the Chu family succeeded in slaying Tang Xiong and Tang Kaishan. The Tang family would undoubtedly retaliate with bloodshed, making resistance nearly impossible. The thought of the Chu family annihilating the entire Tang family was beyond their imagination. Could it be that the family head intends to utilize the miraculous formation flags from last time? Sui ventured, while those flags are indeed powerful, against the Tang family, it may be difficult to employ the same tactic successfully. The miraculous formation flags Sui referred to were the extinction formation. This formation was indeed ruthless, capable of indiscriminately annihilating everyone within its bounds. However, with the emergence of the demon clan, all families within the city had heightened their vigilance. And the Tang family was no exception. Moreover, the Tang family's territory, the number of clansmen, and their overall strength far surpassed that of the Li family. Even if Chu Fan were to prepare the formation flags in advance and send someone to activate the formation outside the Tang family's gates, success would be improbable. The extinction formation I can currently conjure is still of insufficient caliber to contend with the Tang family, Chu Fan acknowledged. To say nothing of the fact that the Tang family is simply too vast, with a multitude of experts, including those at the Spirit Sea realm. The formation cannot guarantee total annihilation. If even a couple of Spirit Sea realm experts escape, it would spell our doom, unless they foolishly gather themselves to enter, which is unlikely. Chu Fan nodded in agreement. The Tang family is evidently wary of Chu Fan's abilities and formations. Today, both Tang Xiong and Tang Kaishan visited the Chu residence, displaying an audacious demeanor, yet none dared to truly enter. They were likely intimidated by the power of the formations. After all, He Jiwei had just perished within the Chu household, subjected to some form of formation suppression, a fact witnessed by numerous members of the He family. This incident is hardly a secret, and it is certain that the Tang family is aware of it. Thus, the Tang family would be even less inclined to grant Chu Fan the opportunity to utilize formations. Alas, the situation is challenging, and everyone feels a sense of helplessness. Chu Fan continued, since formations are not feasible, we shall rely on our brute strength to subdue the Tang family. The mention of brute strength caused discomfort among Sui and the others. Although they were unafraid of death, they possessed a clear understanding of their own capabilities. The entire Chu family, including the contingent from the Sea High Escort Agency, numbered approximately 100. Most were cultivators at the body refinement stage, with a few at the Qi gathering stage. As for the transformation stage, excluding Chu Fan, only Qinzheng reached that level. When it comes to competing with the Tang family in sheer strength, the number of experts at the transformation stage becomes pivotal. A minimum of 20 would be required to have any semblance of fighting chance. This does not even take into account the few spiritual C-stage experts from the Tang family. It is not an exaggeration to say that the 4 great families in Tianhai City are invincible and flawless in every aspect. Chu Fan smiled and said, since I have made such a statement, I naturally possess a means to bridge the gap between us. You all should go and fill your bellies, adjust your states, and gather in the inner courtyard in half an hour. Yes, although the others were uncertain about the purpose of the gathering. A strong sense of anticipation welled up within them. What could the head of the family be preparing with such confidence? Chu Fan then turned to Chu Wanner and said, Wanner, come with me and learn the art of formation. What about me? Can I not join? Lu Yao chimed in excitedly. You may do as you please. Chu Fan replied. Soon, Chu Fan arrived at the inner courtyard, cleared the area, and began to set up the formation. This time, the formation he was to arrange was not for the protection of the Chu family nor for the offensive against the Tang family. but rather to enhance the cultivation of his kin. As the demonic clan is on the brink of chaos, survival will ultimately depend on raw power. The various materials purchased from the treasure pavilion were intended for this formation, the fiery bone tempering formation. Among the myriad formations in existence, many serve to assist in cultivation and elevate the practitioner's prowess. The fiery bone tempering formation stands out as one of the finest. Powerful formations demand significant resources. Previously, crafting the formation flags had cost 1 million. However, the fiery bone tempering formation required over 4 million in resources. Had it not been for a discount, the expense would have exceeded 5 million. Even if the entirety of the Chu family's assets were liquidated, it would not suffice for 2 uses of the fiery bone tempering formation. Yet, the benefits this formation can yield far surpass a mere few million taels. With meticulous precision, Chu Fan began to set up the formation, his fingers gliding deftly as he employed the technique of remote formation crafting. Chu Wano had grown accustomed to it, simply observing diligently and silently learning. Lu Yao, however, with her beautiful eyes sparkling, exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this a formation being arranged? Is it possible to manipulate it from a distance with just a flick of the hand?" Coming from a unique background, although still young, she had encountered numerous exceptional talents. She had not been unfamiliar with formation masters, but had never witnessed anyone like Chu Fan orchestrating a formation in such a manner. Her brother had told her that this was called remote formation arrangement, a testament to the high caliber of a formation master. Chu Wana felt a touch of pride as she spoke. Remote formation arrangement, how utterly astonishing. It turns out that his true prowess lies not in challenging those above his level, but in the art of formations. Lu Yao marveled. Half an hour later, Chu Fan took a deep breath and declared, "It is complete." "Complete? Finished already?" "That was incredibly fast," Lu Yao exclaimed in even greater amazement. Typically, even a novice formation master would not be able to complete a basic formation so swiftly. Furthermore, the formation Chu Fan had laid out was evidently no ordinary one. Just observing the fluctuations within the formation sent shivers down Lu Yao's spine. Chapter 82. Collective Advancement. Is it already fast? Chu Fan remarked, "It feels rather slow." This time, the fire tempering array was primarily intended for the clan members, prompting him to exercise extra caution. Otherwise, he would have completed it much sooner. Compared to the extinction array, the fire tempering array encompasses a relatively modest area, accommodating merely 100 individuals at most. After all, there are only about 100 members in the family. A larger scale would serve no purpose and would merely escalate consumption. "What is the purpose of this array?" Lu Yao inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at the ground, where a layer of crimson-orange patterns floated. These patterns formed an enormous circular design, visible to the naked eye, enigmatic and profound. From a distance, it resembled a mystical carpet. Within the patterns, a vibrant aura surged continuously, akin to a materialized flame. Yet, the hue of this flame was unique, as if it had absorbed the essence of ferocious beasts. "Want to know? Why not step inside and find out?" Chu Fan said with a mischievous smile. Lu Yao took a step back, responding, "I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to deceive me." At that moment, the clan members gathered as instructed. Upon witnessing the mysterious patterns on the ground, they expressed their astonishment and confusion, asking, "Patriarch, what is this?" "The fire tempering array." Chu Fan explained succinctly, "The crimson-orange energy within can forcibly refine one's bones and blood, elevating one's realm and enhancing strength. Such an array exists in this world? It's even more powerful than the spirit gathering array. While the spirit gathering array merely intensifies the concentration of spiritual energy, this array directly enhances one's cultivation." "Remarkable." The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Fan continued with a serious tone, "Do not celebrate too prematurely. Every endeavor has its cost. The price of entering this array is enduring excruciating pain, as if one's body has been cast into a sea of flames, each moment a torment. What is pain compared to the potential for advancement? I am willing to give it a try." Chu Outyin declared with determination, his chest puffed out proudly. Chu Fan regarded him with appreciation, saying, "Excellent, you may go first. Remember, this array can only be entered once. Once you exit, re-entry will be ineffective." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Outyin leaped into the array. Instantly, his expression contorted, and he exclaimed, "Ah, this feels absolutely incredible. It's like stepping into an alchemical furnace." The onlookers, far from being deterred by Chu Outyin's grimacing, felt emboldened. If Chu Outyin could endure it, why couldn't he they? The prospect of enhancing their cultivation made the pain seem trivial. They thought, even if it felt like entering the depths of hell, what was there to fear? Noticing the resolve among the crowd, Chu Fan felt a sense of satisfaction and declared, "All of you may enter. The array can accommodate the entire Chu family. The longer you remain inside, the greater your enhancement will be. However, do not overexert yourselves. Do not risk your lives." "Understood, Patriarch." The crowd rushed eagerly into the array. Shortly thereafter, a chorus of peculiar exclamations erupted. The sensation of searing flames engulfing them was indeed exhilarating. It felt as though every inch of flesh was being torn apart, forged anew, and subsequently strengthened. No wonder the Patriarch claimed that one could elevate their cultivation here. A portion of the exceptionally gifted clansmen, having barely entered, soon sensed a transformation in their realms. The once insurmountable barriers began to yield. Some even achieved breakthroughs right on the spot. Around the grand formation, spiritual energy surged wildly. Liu Yao stood in stunned silence. Is this truly how one cultivates? No wonder you insisted on confronting the Tang family with sheer strength. You intend to enhance the power of each clan member, don't you? Chu Fan smiled lightly and said, "Would you like to give it a try?" "Me?" Liu Yao hesitated, noting that the Tang family had encircled the area, with everyone inside. What if the enemy broke in? Chu Fan reassured her, "Do not worry, the Chu family is protected by the Xuanwu Grand Formation. No one can breach it." Liu Yao gasped in astonishment. The Xuanwu Grand Formation? I have indeed heard of such an array. Let us proceed. This time, I have utilized 49 third-tier beast cores for the fire refinement bone array, which is sufficient for everyone. Chu Fan continued. Liu Yao let out a playful laugh, saying, "It seems you have accounted for me from the very beginning? Hee, my feelings for you have not been in vain." With that, she boldly stepped into the formation. She had lingered at the third level of the spiritual sea realm for a considerable time. This wondrous fire refinement bone array might just be the catalyst for her breakthrough. "Wan let us also enter." Chu Fan finally turned to Chu Wan. Wan nodded gently, and the siblings entered the array simultaneously. Although Wan's cultivation was not high, her resolve was strong, and she remained silent. The searing waves of heat relentlessly assailed everyone's bodies. Chu Fan too sat cross-legged, focused on his elevation. The sky-swallowing technique would not be able to absorb energy until the next day. For now, he could only rely on the fire refinement bone array for his advancement. As for how much he could improve, he had no certainty. In his previous life, he had comprehended this formation but had never had the opportunity to utilize it. This was his first formal application. Time flowed slowly. Each member of the Chu family endured the array's trials and tribulations while striving to enhance themselves. They cherished this opportunity immensely, and even when the pain reached its zenith, they persisted as best as they could. However, not everyone could endure until the end. Gradually, individuals began to emerge from the array. The first batch of clansmen felt a sense of regret. They had genuinely experienced the exhilarating sensation of rapid advancement. Had it not been for the looming threat of death within, they would have wished to remain. After all, the family head had stated that the longer one stayed inside, the greater the enhancement. Nonetheless, even the first batch of emerging clansmen exhibited rapid transformations. These individuals, once merely at the body refinement realm, underwent a qualitative change after enduring relentless trials. Their physical bodies transformed, and their dantian and meridians evolved significantly, elevating them to the chi-gathering realm. For them, the chi-gathering realm had once seemed an arduous goal, yet now it was effortlessly attained. The family head's formation was indeed extraordinarily powerful. After resting and adjusting briefly, some among the first group wished to re-enter. Yet, it became evident, as the master of the house had asserted, that the formation proved ineffective against me. The searing pain of flames engulfing me brought no advancement in my cultivation. Alas, what a pity. Nevertheless, I should be grateful. Having had even a single opportunity is remarkable. Such formations cannot be employed indefinitely. Indeed, much like certain extraordinary elixirs that enhance one's cultivation, which can only be consumed once. Regardless, this experience of training within the formation equates to a decade of arduous practice. A decade? More like half a lifetime. My innate talent is rather average. My life's endpoint may well have been the gathering chi realm, and yet here I am, having reached it in my 20s. Many scions of other families have achieved no more than this. Enough said, all of this is a gift bestowed upon us by the master of the house. Outside, a hushed chatter arose among the crowd. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look at Sui." The fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him. He has broken through to the transformation realm. The transformation realm, attained so effortlessly? Wait, if Sui can reach the transformation realm, then other similarly talented kin should be able to as well? If that is the case, could it be that our Chu family is poised to gain At least 20 powerful individuals within the transformation realm. With this thought, the hearts of the crowd began to race, breaths quickening. Chapter 83. The prodigy of the Chu family. The prowess of a master at the transformation realm serves as the cornerstone of any lineage. Such formidable individuals, once a distant dream for the Chu clan, are now on the verge of becoming a reality, with the potential to challenge the Tang family under the esteemed leadership of the clan head. As time ebbed away, the number of participants within the array dwindled, leaving only Chu Fan and Liu Yao. Liu Yao, possessing the highest cultivation, was not unexpected to endure this long, but Chu Fan, with his mere paper-thin cultivation at the first level of the transformation realm, remained steadfast, seemingly unaffected by the searing flame's torment. As night fell, Liu Yao could no longer hold on and soared out of the formation. Upon seeing Chu Fan still inside, her expression turned peculiar. Isn't his endurance rather excessive? She mused. With Liu Yao having exited, it was clear that the clan head's perseverance was sustained not merely by strength but by sheer willpower. Qin Zheng remarked in admiration. Liu Yao replied, that may be true, but he is only 20 years old. How could he possess such formidable composure and determination? Indeed, the clan head was no ordinary individual. Having guarded the gates for 5 years, one could only speculate what trials he had endured, Qin Zheng reflected. Little did he know, Chu Fan had endured for 3,000 years. Both psychologically and physically, he could withstand far more than the average person. The tempering of the fiery bone tempering array paled in comparison to the countless spears that had pierced him in his previous life. It was not until the deep of night, after 12 full hours had passed, that Chu Fan finally opened his eyes and strode out. Has the clan had finally reached his limit? I feared he might overexert himself. Many clan members breathed a sigh of relief. No sooner had the words left their lips than the divine and demonic patterns on the ground swiftly vanished, and the array dissipated into nothingness. No, it is not that he could not hold on, but rather the power of the array has been entirely depleted, Liu Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Fan smiled and remarked, indeed, this iteration of the fiery bone tempering array could only last for a day. However, it sufficed, as I am nearing my own limits. Liu Yao, intrigued, inquired, how much have you progressed? Chu Fan took a moment to assess his internal state and replied, I have only advanced 4 levels. Now standing at the 5th level of the transformation realm. Only? Liu Yao pouted. She had hoped to showcase her own progress, but this prodigy had astonishingly surpassed 4 levels. To achieve such a breakthrough in a single day, even with the aid of the fiery bone tempering array, was utterly terrifying. What troubles you? Chu Fan inquired with concern. Liu lightly gritted her teeth and said, Chu Fan, please do not provoke me. I have never faced such a significant setback in my life. I suppose I deserve it for competing with you in my heart. Chu Fan laughed heartily and asked, so, how much have you advanced? 1 level, Liu Yao replied, her face falling. 1 level is also commendable, Chu Fan stated earnestly, considering you originally were at the Spirit Sea realm. The difficulty of advancing from there is unfathomably greater. Indeed, I shall not compare myself to you, for I possess considerable strength. Liu quickly found solace in this thought. Before entering the formation, she was at the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm, yet upon entering, she successfully ascended to the 4th level and stabilized her progress. This achievement is commendable. Head of the family, I have reached the 1st level of the transformation profound realm. I too, head of the family. I am now at the 7th level of the gathering chi realm. I am at the 5th level of the gathering chi realm. I have attained the 6th level of the transformation profound realm. Subsequently, other clan members reported their advancements to Chu Fan. Following this enhancement, there were no longer any practitioners in the body refinement realm within the family. Of the 100 cultivators, even the least among them had reached the 1st level of the gathering chi realm. Among them, there were 25 experts at the transformation profound realm, a number that exceeded Chu Fan's expectations. However, as most had only recently made their advancements, many remained at the initial levels of the transformation profound realm, primarily at the 1st or 2nd levels. The strongest among them was Qin Zheng, at the 6th level of the transformation profound realm. What delighted Chu Fan the most was the discovery of several promising talents within the family. First was his sister, Chu Waner, who had successfully advanced to the 1st level of the transformation profound realm, demonstrating remarkable talent. Then there was Chu Aotian, a youth who already surpassed his peers, also reaching the transformation profound realm. The greatest surprise, however, was not these two, but rather Chen Yin. 5 years prior, Chen Yin had been merely a little maid, with minimal cultivation, only at the 1st level of the body refinement realm. Yet, astonishingly, She had the third longest perseverance in the town, surpassed only by Chu Fan and Lu Yao. Ultimately, she soared to the 8th level of the Gathering Qi realm. In numerical terms, this equated to a consecutive breakthrough of 17 levels. Of course, her 17 levels were not as arduous as Chu Fan's 4, given the disparity in their foundational realms. Nevertheless, her sudden leap to the 8th level of the Gathering Qi realm was truly astonishing. The greatest cultivation genius within the Chu family turned out to be her. Upon learning of Qin Yan's progress, everyone gazed at her in awe, murmuring in astonishment. Qin Yan blushed slightly and said, "It's rather embarrassing to be looked at like this." At that moment, a voice echoed in Chu Fan's mind. "Master, you have found a treasure." "Qin Yan? What do you mean?" Chu Fan inquired. The voice explained, "This Qin Yan is, in fact, the fabled scarlet flame sacred body. This physique appears unremarkable under normal circumstances. It is effectively concealed. Only through exposure to an immense and pure fire energy can it manifest. Thus, it was the fire-bathing bone refining formation that activated her unique physique," Chu Fan realized. The power of the formation contained fire energy, and after practicing within it for a day, a qualitative change occurred. There are various sacred bodies in the world, each representing the pinnacle of cultivation physiques, and the Scarlet Flame sacred body is among them. Once activated, her cultivation will experience exponential growth, and in the future, her mastery over fire energy will reach extraordinary heights. Xiao Bao's tone was tinged with a hint of envy. Alas, the master lacked such a physique, otherwise, paired with the Chaos Treasure Pagoda. The extent of their prowess was beyond imagination. Chu Fan chuckled softly, remarking, "I cannot hoard all the good fortune for myself. Qin Yan is one of us. Her possession of the Scarlet Flame sacred body is indeed beneficial to me." Xiao Bao replied earnestly, "Precisely. Master, you must nurture her diligently. The young girl has boundless potential. By the way, once her physique is activated, she should also be able to refine elixirs. Perhaps you could teach her in the process." Chu Fan acknowledged with an affirmative sound, redirecting his focus to the present. "Xiaoyan, come with me shortly to observe my elixir refining process." "Ah? Oh." Although Qin Yan did not fully comprehend the reason, she obediently nodded. After instructing everyone to disperse and take proper rest, Chu Fan led Qin Yan into a grand hall. The Tongtian technique would not be usable until around noon the next day. Until then, it was an opportune moment to refine more elixirs. With no outsiders present, Chu Fan produced the Tai Su 8 trigrams furnace. As the furnace materialized, Qin Yan felt an overwhelming aura of authority, akin to an ancient low rumble resonating deep within her heart. Chapter 84. Such a method of selling pills. Even if Qin Yan was unfamiliar with the Taishu 8 trigrams furnace, she could discern that it was undoubtedly a divine artifact. It was astonishing that the family head showed no reluctance in revealing such a significant item. Regrettably, lacking talent meant she could not pursue alchemy, and she feared disappointing the family head. Thus, Qin Yan cautiously inquired, "Are you truly going to teach me alchemy, young master?" I fear I may not be capable." The fortune teller had mentioned that her 5 elements were deficient in fire. How could she possibly relate to alchemy? Chu Fan, amused yet exasperated, replied, "As cultivators, we seek ascension to immortality, so why believe in fortune tellers? Lacking fire? You possess an abundance of it." "Indeed. What the family head asserts must be true," Qin Yan murmured. Chu Fan continued, "Do not underestimate yourself. Your aptitude surpasses your imagination. Simply observe closely, and you will naturally gain insights." "Very well." Qin Yan obediently positioned herself at a distance, her gaze unwavering as she watched Chu Fan's intricate operations. Chu Fan swiftly commenced the alchemical process, controlling the flames, refining. Each step flowed seamlessly. To the average observer, it would appear dazzling and perplexing. However, Qin Yan felt certain instincts within her stirring. The furnace's searing energy seemed to resonate with her consciousness, despite the family head's swift movements and lack of explanation. After a few cycles, she began to grasp the essence. Was this what the family head meant by talent? Could it be that I might truly become formidable? Excitement and anticipation shimmered in Qin Yan's eyes. For so long, her limitations confined her to the role of a servant, reliant on Chu Fan's protection. If only she could be as powerful as Miss Lu Yao, capable of safeguarding and aiding Chu Fan. This aspiration now seemed within reach. After a night of tireless effort, Chu Fan had consumed all the alchemical materials procured by Su Yi during the last transaction. Over 1 million worth of materials could yield finished pills valued at 10 times the market price. After all, The expensive pills lay not in the materials but in the alchemists themselves. Having observed the alchemical process, Chun Yin gained significant insights and quickly mastered the art of refining medicinal liquids. It was likely that within a few days, she would attempt to concoct a first-grade pill. To contend with the Tang family, Chu Fan needed to enhance his abilities further. Thus, after a brief respite, he took the batch of pills and set off once more to the Bidot Pavilion. By noon, he could absorb another wave of the swallowing heaven technique, necessitating a substantial preparation of rare materials. Selling this batch of pills, after deducting Bidot Pavilion's commission, would yield approximately 9 million, which should suffice. Upon arriving at Bidot Pavilion, Chu Fan noticed the familiar figure kneeling at the entrance. Su Kaiwei was remarkably resolute in her pursuit of advancement, having knelt there for a day and a half. Chu Fan ignored her completely and entered the shop without a glance. Su Kaiwei, having spotted Chu Fan, no longer pleaded for his assistance. Instead, she gazed at him with hollow eyes, resembling a mere shell of a person. "Master Fan, I have returned." Upon entering, Chu Fan called out. Just as two attendants were about to greet him, Fan Hongfu hurried down the stairs, beaming as he said, "Master Chu, please make yourself comfortable inside." The attendants were taken aback. How could the master be so courteous to someone so young? They dared not ask further and quickly fetched tea and water. "Master, as we agreed the other night, I have brought the elixirs," Chu Fan stated directly. Fan Hongfu was filled with delight, exclaiming, "Excellent. Master Chu truly honors his word." Although they had previously agreed on a partnership, it had been merely a verbal arrangement, and had Chu Fan not come, there would have been little recourse for Bidot Pavilion. Seeing Chu Fan today, however, Fan Hongfu felt entirely at ease. This collaboration was indeed materializing. Nonetheless, Fan Hongfu did not expect Chu Fan to produce an abundance of elixirs. After all, only a day and a half had passed. Even if Chu Fan had fasted and labored over the alchemy, he could hardly yield a significant quantity. A few dozen first- and second-grade elixirs would be quite commendable, and if he truly had fourth-grade Panlong Dan, it would be exceptional. "Master Fan, I might have a rather substantial quantity of elixirs. Are you certain you can handle such a volume?" Chu Fan inquired kindly. Fan Hongfu was overjoyed, responding, "A substantial quantity is precisely what I hoped for. I was concerned you might produce too few. However, even if it is a bit much, it should only be worth around 100,000. Besides, elixirs are never difficult to sell. I will consume as many as you can provide. Then I shall present them all," Chu Fan affirmed. Fan Hongfu's gaze was fixed on Chu Fan's palm, eager to see how many elixir vials could emerge from the spatial ring. If he could produce 8 or 10, that would be promising. Subsequently, Chu Fan feigned a thoughtful gesture as he touched the ring on his hand. In truth, all his possessions were directly stored within the Tower of Treasures. Yet he still wore a ring. Otherwise, if others noticed he had no spatial ring yet could produce items, it could lead to unwarranted complications. With a swift motion, a large bundle appeared on the table. Fan Hongfu was momentarily stunned, still anticipating elixir vials. Typically, elixirs were stored in small jade bottles. Valuable ones were kept individually, while lesser grades might be housed in a single bottle. What was the meaning of this large bundle? Where were the elixirs? Was this young man jesting at his expense? Contemplating this possibility, Fan Hongfu felt a twinge of displeasure and asked, "What does this mean?" "Ah, the elixirs are all inside," Chu Fan replied, puzzled. Fan Hongfu, now filled with uncertainty, reached out to unravel the bundle. As it unfurled, his expression shifted dramatically. To his astonishment, the package contained a multitude of small jade vials, at least 100. This left Fan Hongfu momentarily speechless. Other alchemists typically brought only 1 or 2 small bottles, easily held by hand. Taking several at once is already quite a lot. Who brings over 100 bottles in one go? Who wraps elixir bottles in such a manner? No wonder such a large package was necessary. Over 100 bottles? Could they truly be elixirs? "Master Fan, please count them and calculate the total price," Chu Fan said nonchalantly. Fan Hongfu swallowed hard and cautiously picked up a bottle, opening it to discover it was indeed an elixir. He randomly selected a few more, all of which were authentic. Moreover, they included 4 varieties ranging from 1st to 4th grade. The precious 4th grade Panlong elixir was in abundance. This is far too many. Fan Hongfu was immensely excited, his breathing becoming somewhat labored. Chu Fan smiled and remarked, "I promised the master that I would gather more, and I shall certainly fulfill that promise." However, Fan Hongfu suddenly said with a hint of concern, "Wait a moment, with so many bottles of elixirs, how could you have brought them wrapped in just a piece of cloth? Such a crude package. At the very least, you should have used a sturdy gift box. What if they were damaged? What the master says is true. I will be more mindful next time. Chu Fan replied repeatedly in agreement. He refrained from mentioning that for him. Refining elixirs was as simple as making beans. Merely distributing them into bottles was already quite enough. And there was no need for gift boxes. Master Chu, please hold on while I calculate the price. Fan Hongfu resumed his serious demeanor. Just then, a hurried figure appeared outside. Master. Chu Fan, what brings you here as well? Chapter 85. Bullying at the entrance stood Su Zixin, timidly hesitating, torn between the desire to enter and the urge to retreat. Why don't you come in? Chu Fan inquired. Su Zixin glanced at Chu Fan and then at Fan Hongfu. Feeling somewhat awkward as she responded, I came to buy some things. Why are you afraid, child? Your sister's misdeeds have nothing to do with you. The master smiled benevolently. Taking a deep breath, Su Zixin finally stepped inside the shop. Whatever you wish to purchase, just inform the attendant. I need to settle the accounts. Fan Hongfu gestured for a servant to approach. Su Zixin nodded and accompanied the attendant to the side. After swiftly counting the elixirs, Fan Hongfu remarked, Master Chu. This batch of elixirs includes first-grade spirit pills, second-grade qi recovery pills, third-grade bone regeneration pills, and fourth-grade dragon coiling pills. All 4 varieties are in ample supply. With a 10% discount based on the Baobao Pavilion prices, the total comes to 9,350,000 taels. What do you think? Is there any issue? Chu Fan readily replied, no problem, just round it off to 9 million. Fan Hongfu shook his head vigorously, saying, that would not do. This batch of elixirs will yield a substantial profit. Chu Fan chuckled, in my previous visits, you granted me considerable discounts. Rounding off this time is trivial. Besides, I will need your assistance in procuring refining materials later. Very well, Fan Hongfu finally acquiesced, his heart lifting at the thought of subsequent material procurement. It seemed the next collaboration would not be long in coming. He then summoned several attendants, instructing them, take these elixirs to the storeroom. Set aside a portion for the counter and repackage them beautifully. Understood. Several attendants complied. As the two conversed, Su Zixin appeared to have completed her shopping and was preparing to leave. She greeted Fan Hongfu and Chu Fan before heading outside. Suddenly, Fan Hongfu interjected, little girl. You didn't come here solely to shop today, did you? If I am not mistaken, you wish to plead for your sister. Su Zixin paused. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, Master, I return and inform the Su family that my decision, Fan Hongfu, is unchangeable. Su Kaiwei is no longer my disciple, and there is no longer any connection between the Su family and me, Fan Hongfu declared. Su Zixin felt utterly mortified, stammering, I understand. I apologize, Master. With that, she fled as if escaping. Chu Fan furrowed his brow, suddenly calling out to her, Wait, Zixin, why do you walk so strangely? Are you injured? I'm not. Su Zixin replied without turning back. Chu Fan directly pulled her back, stating, Your acting skills pale in comparison to your sister's. Everything is written on your face. He grasped her wrist, checking her pulse and breathing. Indeed, something was amiss. She was clearly injured, and the wound seemed serious. How could Su Zixin have been hurt in the Su family? I am fine. Chu Fan, what are you doing? It is inappropriate for men and women to be too close. You were almost my brother-in-law before, and now you are so close to me. Su Zixin attempted to escape, but it was utterly impossible. However, Chu Fan paid her no mind and instead called upon a female attendant in the establishment, saying, Miss, please assist me in examining her injuries. Yes, the attendant replied, nodding as she fetched a screen to shield Su Zixin and lifted her garments. Although Chu Fan did not personally inspect, he heard the attendant gasp in shock. What is this? Who could be so cruel? Subsequently, she tidied Su Zixin's clothes and rushed back to Chu Fan, reporting, Master Chu, Miss Su's injuries are quite severe. They are not the result of battle, but rather a consequence of torment. Alas, I can hardly bear to speak of it. Her back is covered in scars, with scarcely a patch of unblemished skin. Her legs are nearly torn apart, hence her gait is rather unnatural. Chu Fan was enraged. Despite the Su family's ingratitude and their hypocritical nature, Su Zixin was different. Over the years, she had remained unchanged. Prior to the birthday banquet, she had worried that Chu Fan might face exclusion and had even offered her private savings, gifting him an ancient jade. During the banquet, she had steadfastly defended him, articulating his merits. Chu Fan had never regarded her as a mere outsider. She was akin to a sister to him. On the day of the banquet, He had refrained from being overly harsh on the Su family largely because of Su Zixin's presence. Now, however, Su Zixin was injured and had been subjected to torment. She had never left the Su family. Who else could be responsible? Chu Fan gazed at Su Zixin, who hesitated to speak. If the Su family has wronged you, I will stand by you, Chu Fan declared earnestly. Su Zixin's eyes welled with tears. She was indeed a member of the Su family. Yet she had always been looked down upon and even ostracized. In contrast, Chu Fan genuinely cared for her. Who, then, truly constituted family. After a prolonged silence, Su Zixin managed a sorrowful smile and said, Chu Fan, thank you. However, this is a matter for the Su family, and it would be best if you did not involve yourself. After all, you are an outsider, and forcing your way in could tarnish your reputation. Chu Fan scoffed. Reputation? 5 years ago, you called me brother-in-law, and though I have severed ties with Su Kaiwei, I still regard you as a sister in my heart. If you are being mistreated in the Su family, I cannot simply stand idly by. Upon hearing him consider her as a sister, Su Zixin's face flushed slightly, and her pent-up grievances finally overflowed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Woo-woo, Chu Fan, they have been so unreasonable. After my sister was expelled from the sect, the Su family was desperate to salvage their dignity. They knew you despised everyone in the Su family except me. So they sent me to plead with you and the sect leader. At this revelation, Chu Fan's dissatisfaction only deepened. The Su family has truly reached the pinnacle of shamelessness. In their pursuit of Su Caiwei's future, they disregard the feelings of Su Zixin. Why is this old dog Su Xian treating his granddaughters so differently? Is it merely because Su Kaiwei is a disciple of the sect leader? That is no longer the case. Zixin, do not be disheartened. Not only will the head of the Chu family support you, but I shall as well. Even Fan Hongfu has been somewhat incensed. Su Zixin continued, when I tried to reason with my grandfather, he struck me several times. I felt indignant. Yet the clan members accused me of being ungrateful, claiming I would rather assist Chu Fan than support my own sister. Chu Fan, momentarily suppressing his fury, remarked, It cannot have been merely a few slaps, for such injuries do not occur from that alone. Su Zixin choked back tears. Afterward, I faced punishment from the family, which is why my injuries are more severe. However, they are only superficial wounds and will heal swiftly. That old dog Su Xian. Chu Fan erupted with indignation. Su Zixin was taken aback. She had never witnessed Chu Fan so enraged, even when faced with exclusion at the birthday feast. He merely responded with a cold smile rather than fury. Chu Fan then added, By the way, what happened to the Panlong pill I gave you last time? That medicine not only aids in cultivation but also accelerates healing. That pill. Su Zixin could only chuckle in disbelief. Chapter 86. Support. Su Zixin hesitated to respond. But Chu Fan quickly surmised, the Panlong pill I gifted you has been seized by them, hasn't it? Su Zixin chuckled awkwardly. The clan members mentioned that at this stage, I wouldn't require the Panlong pill, so they suggested keeping it for me. Oh, what a generous gesture to keep it for you. Chu Fan retorted with a mix of anger and amusement. And what about that ancient jade? They haven't managed to take that from you, have they? With a resigned expression, Su Zixin replied, At that time, the ancient jade and the elixirs were together. My grandfather took the entire box away. Come, let us return to the Su family. Chu Fan declared, taking Su Zixin's hand and striding out. Chu Fan, don't act recklessly. I understand you are acquainted with Yi Guangyao and Master Shangguan, but barging into the Su family like this could lead to trouble. What if the old master loses his temper and truly harms you? Harm me? If I don't eliminate him, it would be a miracle. Chu Fan scoffed dismissively. Perhaps I should accompany you, to prevent Su Xian from causing any havoc, Fan Hongfu suggested as he followed them. Chu Fan waved his hand, saying, The Baibao Pavilion has always maintained a stance of non-interference. There is no need for the pavilion master to come along. The elixirs sold for 9 million just now. I would appreciate your assistance in procuring various spiritual herbs, of any kind. The more the better. I shall retrieve them later. Very well. Fan Hongfu agreed. Recognizing through their recent encounters that Chu Fan was no ordinary individual, and thus he held little concern. If Su Xian made a mistake, it could be quite manageable. However, if Su Xian truly wished to confront Chu Fan, the outcome was uncertain. As Chu Fan and Su Zixin departed, Su Kaiwei remained kneeling outside, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. However, witnessing Chu Fan grasping Su Zixin's wrist stirred unease within her. Originally, she had been the one entwined in Chu Fan's grasp. Chu Fan, indifferent to Su Caiwei's presence, soon reached the entrance of the Su family. Second miss? Why have you brought him here? Questioned two guards stationed at the entrance, their hostility palpable upon seeing Chu Fan. The previous day at the birthday feast, Chu Fan had humiliated the family head, turning the Su family into a laughingstock. Animosity towards him was intense, yet they were aware of his connections to the He family and Master Shangguan, which restrained their ire. Summon Su Xin to face me, Chu Fan commanded. The guards bristled with anger, retorting, Chu Fan, how dare you speak the family head's name so freely? The family head is still your elder. From your grandfather's generation, show some respect. Even if the He family supports you, such disrespect is unacceptable. Chu Fan furrowed his brow and said, do you not comprehend? With that attitude, do not blame us for expelling you. The guards gritted their teeth in response. Irritated, Chu Fan raised his hand and delivered two sharp slaps. Crack, crack. The sound echoed as both guards were sent sprawling, blood spilling from their mouths, collapsing unconscious onto the ground. Let us go. Chu Fan glanced at Su Zixin and strode into the Su family residence. Su Zixin felt a surge of trepidation. She had anticipated that Chu Fan's notion of support would involve reasoning first. To my astonishment, a direct confrontation ensued. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Master's study, a space that ought to have been the private domain of the venerable Su Xin, stood the elder gentleman, not seated, but rather respectfully positioned at the side. Instead, an unfamiliar visage occupied the chair, casually perusing the texts laid upon the desk. With a nonchalant tone, he remarked, Xin, there is no need for such formality. After 2 decades, why have you grown so distant? You are, after all, my nephew. Su Xin, bowing slightly, responded, Uncle. It brings me immense joy to see you return. A visit to our homeland is indeed a delightful affair. How has the Su family fared? The stranger continued. And what of the family's development? On another front, after dispatching 2 guards, Chu Fan soon attracted the attention of numerous others. The Su family, a notable clan, boasted hundreds of cultivators within their estate. Mere moments after Chu Fan's arrival, a throng of 60 to 70 cultivators surged into the courtyard, directly barring his path. Is it him? It's Chu Fan. What brings you here? Regardless of the circumstances. Your forceful intrusion into the Su residence and the injury inflicted upon my family's guards is nothing short of an affront to the Su family. Chu Fan chuckled lightly and replied, an affront to the Su family? Wait, I still have to confront your kin. Impudence. Chu Fan, you overstep your bounds. What do you mean by coming uninvited? The crowd erupted in fury, and soon, even more cultivators converged, swelling their ranks to over 100. Do you intend to stop me? Chu Fan furrowed his brow. It would be a matter of life and death. How audacious. Do you dare to challenge the Su family alone? Although we may not be one of the 4 great families, this is not a place you can trespass. Brothers, let us unite and incapacitate him. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions hardened. During the previous banquet, Chu Fan had indeed left them in awe, primarily due to his status and connections rather than his own prowess. The young lady had previously stated that Chu Fan was at the first level of the transformation realm. At merely 20 years of age, such strength was indeed remarkable. Yet, the first level of the transformation realm is still just the beginning. Here, on the territory of the Su family, how could we not subdue you, Chu Fan? Instantly, over 100 Su family cultivators launched a coordinated assault against Chu Fan. With a disdainful gaze, he shielded Su Zixin with his left arm and raised his right hand, unleashing a swift palm strike directly at the throng. The speed of this strike was astonishing, devoid of any prior indication. Furthermore, the spiritual energy materialized into an enormous palm imprint, radiating a faint azure glow, as if it were a tangible light, crushing forward with tremendous force. What? So fast? The crowd gasped in shock. They struggled to comprehend how a martial technique could possess both such swiftness and formidable power. The peripheral Su family cultivators managed to catch a glimpse of the unfolding event, while those in the center had no time to react before being struck by the palm imprint. Bang! After a resounding crash, numerous cultivators were sent sprawling. The palm print struck like a formidable and unyielding wall of bronze, crashing down swiftly and mercilessly. Anyone who came into contact with it spewed forth blood and was hurled away. Those unfortunate enough to be in the direct line of impact suffered grievously, with some perishing instantly and others left severely wounded. How vicious you are! How utterly malevolent! You murderous fiend! The remaining cultivators were struck with terror, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to advance. They had assumed that, being merely at the first level of the transformation realm, they could easily subdue Chu Fan by banding together. Little did they anticipate that one encounter would result in such devastating losses among their ranks. As the commotion escalated, more cultivators from the Chu family estate arrived. An indignant roar echoed like thunder. "Chu Fan, you seek death." Upon hearing this voice, the crowd couldn't help but exhale in relief. Ah, he has arrived. With this esteemed individual on the scene, Chu Fan would surely be unable to escape unscathed. Chu Fan, had you refrained from taking lives earlier, perhaps you could have withdrawn unscathed. Now, having slain so many of your kin, it seems you must pay the ultimate price. Chapter 87. The pillar of the Chu family. The voice belonged to an elderly man, his hair and beard flecked with gray, exuding an imposing aura. Chu Zixin felt an inkling of anxiety and said, "Chu Fan, this is my fourth granduncle." Chu Fan quickly recalled his impression of Chu Xinqin, the patriarch of the Chu family, who had a fourth brother named Chu Yongkong, a formidable figure not much inferior to Chu Xinqin, possessing the strength of an 8th-level Huaxian realm cultivator. This individual was exceptionally fierce, having mastered lethal martial techniques, making him the sharpest blade of the Chu family. "Humph. Chu Zixin, you traitorous wretch." Chu Yongkong glared at Chu Zixin, scolding her furiously. "Had I known back then, the Chu family should have snuffed you out. Fourth granduncle." Chu Zixin felt deeply wronged, yet before she could retort, Chu Yongkong bellowed, "Everyone, together, capture Chu Fan. And if the second young lady is a hindrance, eliminate her too." With Chu Yongkong's presence, the clan members regained their courage and charged forward in unison. Chu Yongkong himself had already drawn a treasured sword, his internal energy surging rapidly. A massive amount of spiritual power coalesced around the sword, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression as it was fiercely swung towards Chu Fan. Blood crow burning wind slash. Chu Yongkong wasted no time and unleashed his most formidable move. Although Chu Fan was merely at the first level of the Huaxian realm, he had just effortlessly slain so many clan members, proving to be quite remarkable. Chu Yongkong offered ample respect to his opponent. "Even if you, Chu Fan, can challenge those of higher levels, encountering my blood crow burning wind slash will surely lead to your demise or severe injury." Slicing through the air, the sword's energy approached. Yet it never reached Chu Fan, who had swiftly brandished his Qin sword. With a flash of azure light, he deflected the blade's energy, dispersing it into chaotic streams. "What?" Chu Yongkong was taken aback. No matter how formidable Chu Fan was, he should not have been able to so easily cleave through his sword's energy. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Chu Fan had already darted towards him. So fast. Too fast. Such speed must be akin to that of the sea realm, thought Chu Yongkong in a panic as he hastily raised his sword to strike at Chu Fan once more. However, Chu Fan had transcended the first level of the Huaxian realm. After his enhancement in the fire-bathing bone tempering array, he had ascended to the 5th level of the Huaxian realm. Previously, at the first level, he had utilized his past life's experience in the internal array, equating to the capabilities of a typical 7th-and-a-half level Huaxian realm cultivator. Now, he could rival those at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, and was even nearing the 2nd level. Such strength, when faced with cultivators of the Huaxian realm, was utterly overwhelming. As his opponent swung the sword again, Chu Fan deftly seized Chu Yongkong's wrist. With a sharp twist, Chu Yongkong's arm snapped. The treasured sword clattered to the ground as Chu Yongkong's face turned pale from the pain, gasping sharply. "Huh? This?" The clash between the two had transpired in the blink of an eye. The other Chu family cultivators had barely rushed in, not even having the chance to intervene. When they beheld Chu Yongkong's wrist contorted into an unnatural shape, a wave of terror washed over them, leaving them too frightened to advance. Chu Yongkong, a formidable figure at the 8th level of the transformation realm, was so easily incapacitated by Chu Fan, losing an arm in the process. Who else would dare to court death? Even with numbers on their side, they would likely be unable to withstand Chu Fan's might. Chu Yongkong, enduring the agonizing pain of his severed arm, felt the blood pulsing on his forehead. With great effort, he attempted to raise his remaining arm, determined to tap into his potential for a desperate counterattack. A powerful warrior at the 8th level of the transformation realm, even with one arm broken, still had a chance to fight back fiercely. However, as he exerted his full strength, he was horrified to discover that his internal energy was rapidly depleting. The point where Chu Fan gripped his wrist felt like a dam that had broken, causing his spiritual energy to surge out uncontrollably. Chu Fan himself was intrigued. Was this what it felt like to absorb the life force of a living being? It had been 3 days since he last consumed spiritual herbs, and the swallowing heaven technique was ready to be employed once more. Initially, he had planned to continue consuming spiritual herbs, having arranged for Fan Hongfu to deliver a batch to the Chu family. Yet, with a living target available, he seized the opportunity to experiment. This trial left him astounded. The efficiency of absorbing life force from a living person far surpassed that of consuming spiritual herbs, likely due to the impurities and volatile components often found in spiritual herbs, which varied in properties and made absorption difficult. The life force of a living being was pure and untainted, making the process remarkably smooth and exponentially faster. In just a few breaths, Chu Fan had nearly drained Su Yongkang completely. The latter's meridians and dantian were almost devoid of energy, while Chu Fan's cultivation had notably advanced. If he had been on the cusp of the second layer of the spiritual sea realm before, he was now firmly within that level. It became clear to him why the demon clan preferred to absorb the life force of the living rather than rely on spiritual herbs. Living beings were abundant, and the effects were far superior. Why bother with spiritual herbs? Of course, given Su Yongkang's considerable cultivation level, the results of absorbing his life force were substantial. Replacing him with a practitioner of the body refinement or chi-gathering realm would not yield nearly as much benefit. Su Yongkang had become utterly drained, his gaze trembling as he looked at Chu Fan. He had no comprehension of what was transpiring, only feeling an overwhelming weakness, as if he were on the brink of death. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from a distance. Chu Fan, how dare you sever my fourth brother's arm? It was the family head, Su Xian. The eyes of the Su family members immediately turned towards him. Alongside him were two other masters of the transformation realm, Su Ronghua, the head's eldest son and father of Su Zixin, and Guan Tianqing, the head's most trusted aide. The Su family boasted four powerful figures within the transformation realm, all of whom had now gathered. Yet, the onlookers were more concerned about an elderly man standing beside the family head. This elder, with a head full of white hair yet possessing delicate skin and a ruddy complexion, emanated an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. He surveyed the scene with displeasure and remarked, Xian, has the Su family fallen so low? Reduced to chaos by a mere brat? Su Xian chuckled softly and bowed, saying, Uncle, I apologize for the inconvenience. I shall handle this matter promptly. However, this young man has deep ties with the He family, which complicates things. Humph. The He family? Even if the head of the He family were to arrive, he would still have to show me some respect. The elder snorted lightly and continued. This young man has audaciously insulted the Su family. Rest assured, you may deal with him boldly. I will take care of the negotiations with the He family. Upon hearing these words, a look of excitement spread across Su Xian's face. With his uncle's assurance, he felt a sense of relief. This uncle, named Su Rui, had left home 20 years ago, a departure that had gone largely unnoticed by the clan. Unexpectedly, he returned to his hometown just a few days prior, proclaiming that he had joined a sect and had attained the first level of the Spirit Sea realm. His return could be likened to a triumphant homecoming. Su Xian was overwhelmed with joy. A powerful warrior of the Spirit Sea realm, the Su family finally had a formidable ally. Chu Fan, oh Chu Fan. Even if you can summon the He family to support you now, you shall not leave unscathed, Su Xian declared triumphantly. Chu Fan scoffed, saying, I found it peculiar that the Su family, who acted like cowards just the other night, suddenly grew bold. It seems you have found a backing. Chapter 88. The spirit severing sea. Su Xian snarled furiously, Boy, I have no desire to engage in a war of words with you. If you kneel and admit your wrongs now, considering the old ties between our families, perhaps I may spare your life. Grandfather, you all? Su Zixin said anxiously. Su Xian unleashed a torrent of curses, exclaiming, You wretched girl, I should never have taken you in. What do you mean by taken in? Su Zixin's heart sank. With a look of disdain, Su Xian retorted, Do you truly believe that a member of the Su family could produce someone as treacherous as you? Su Zixin's expression darkened as she turned to her father, Su Ronghua. His face was cold and indifferent as he replied, The master foretold that my daughter was destined for calamity. It was best to adopt another to help share her burdens. For a moment, Su Zixin was taken aback. Then she burst into laughter. Ha! So my existence is merely to alleviate my sister's misfortunes? As her laughter faded, tears began to flow. For years, she had felt neglected within the family, often receiving cold glances from her parents. She had always believed that her inadequacies were the reason for her lack of affection, thinking she simply fell short compared to her sister. Yet, she had never harbored any grievances against the Su family, unaware that she had never been regarded as one of their own. No wonder her grandfather showed no mercy when enforcing the family laws. She was merely a tool in the eyes of the Su family. Useless as you are, You sought the Lord's mercy only to bring Chu Fan here. Do you expect him to support you? Su Xian continued. After raising you for over 20 years, it was all in vain. Since you were so close with Chu Fan, today you shall accompany him to the grave. Su Zixin's heart turned to ice. However, Chu Fan merely laughed and remarked, if the Su family does not acknowledge her, then I need not hold back. Silence. Release my fourth brother at once. Su Xian commanded. At that moment, Su Yongkong was still in Chu Fan's grasp, appearing on the brink of death, which restrained Su Xian from acting recklessly. Release him? As you wish. Chu Fan replied with a chilling smile, grasping Su Yongkong and forcefully slamming him down. Crack. Su Yongkong, already weakened, was shattered upon impact, drawing his last breath. Fourth brother. Su Xian bellowed, his eyes instantly bloodshot with rage. Not only had he lost his biological brother, but also a pillar of strength for the Su family. He could not allow Chu Fan to escape unscathed. He must avenge his brother in the afterlife. Yet, Su Xian did not allow his fury to cloud his judgment. Ultimately, his fourth brother was a master at the 8th level of the transformation realm, and he had been slain by Chu Fan, though he was stronger than his brother. The difference was not insurmountable. To be cautious, he would likely need to call upon Uncle Su Rue. With gritted teeth, Su Xian turned to Su Rue and said, Uncle, perhaps. Su Rue scoffed lightly and replied, truly, one generation is weaker than the last. Well, since I have returned, I shall help you resolve this predicament. Su Xian sighed with relief and inquired, may I ask, Uncle, what is Chu Fan's cultivation level? I perceive that his aura indicates he is at the transformation realm. However, his cultivation appears to be at the 5th or 6th level of this realm, Su Rue elucidated. Chu Fan, upon hearing this, felt no surprise. It is not particularly difficult for a cultivator of a higher realm to discern the level of a lower one. Yet, what can be perceived is merely the superficial aspect of their cultivation. There are certain depths that remain inscrutable. The 5th or 6th level of the transformation realm could indeed enable one to slay a fourth brother at the 8th level of the same realm. This youth is undoubtedly perilous, Su Xian thought with trepidation. Su Ronghua remarked, Kaowei mentioned last time that he was merely at the 1st level of the transformation realm. His progress has been astonishingly rapid. This individual must not be allowed to remain. Su Xian's expression turned grim. Su Rue had already taken a step forward, stating, You are Chu Fan. Such prowess at a young age is truly remarkable. Alas, you are an enemy of the Su family, and thus I must ensure your demise. Do not accuse me of bullying a junior. As his words fell, Su Xian, Su Ronghua, and Guan Tianqing, 3 formidable cultivators of the transformation realm, fixed their stern gazes upon him, ready to support Su Rue and ensure absolute certainty in their endeavor. This youth is cunning. He must not be allowed to escape. Yet, none anticipated that instead of fleeing, Chu Fan would be the first to strike. With a single sword in hand, he charged forward. You dare to underestimate an elder? Su Rue fumed, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Even if this youth could challenge beyond his level, it was inconceivable for him to confront a practitioner of the 1st level of the Spirit Sea realm. The audacity of his proactive assault was utterly dismissive of Su Rue's authority. Star Shatter. A fierce glint filled Su Rue's eyes as he swiftly formed a seal, conjuring a massive silver orb of light in his palm, which he hurled towards Chu Fan. This is a Taoist technique. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Theoretically, by the later stages of the transformation realm, one becomes eligible to learn such techniques. Su Xian himself had already reached the 9th level and had attempted to study Taoist arts, only to find himself unsuccessful. Mastery of Taoist techniques within the transformation realm remained largely theoretical. However, upon reaching the Spirit Sea realm, even with lesser talent, one could potentially grasp these arts. Indeed, it was the prowess of Uncle Su Rue at play. The Spirit Sea realm is distinct. The execution of a Taoist technique ensures Chu Fan's doom. Just as the silver orb surged toward Chu Fan, he waved his hand, and a shimmering barrier materialized before him. Though modest in size, it was perfectly capable of intercepting Su Rue's Taoist technique. Bang! The silver orb collided with the barrier, erupting in a tremendous explosion, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the surroundings and staggering many of the distant members of the Su family. Yet, Chu Fan remained unperturbed. The force of the explosion completely absorbed by the barrier. What? Su Rue's countenance shifted dramatically. This barrier was evidently a manifestation of some form of Taoist technique. Is it truly possible for someone at the transformation realm to wield such arts? Moreover, this youth executed the technique with remarkable speed and proficiency, astonishingly so. It seems that the theory is not mere rhetoric. But what of it? The disparity in cultivation remains. This is an insurmountable chasm. As Su Rui's pupils constricted, a silver gleam once again surged between his fingers. This silver light transformed into a serpentine form, swiftly darting towards Chu Fan's throat. The silver serpent was vividly lifelike, instilling a sense of dread. This was his signature technique. Once unleashed, it would surely cleave through the opponent's throat. However, Su Rui remained oblivious to the smirk that had crept upon Chu Fan's lips at that moment. This maneuver had long been deciphered by Chu Fan. While the technique was ferocious and boasted tremendous offensive power, it required Su Rui to devote a substantial portion of his mental focus to control it. This, in turn,